The plot of this film is purely fictitious. Please do not take it seriously, and please do not imitate it. Any similarity is purely coincidental. Thank you for your support. Your likes and subscriptions are the motivation for my updates. Chapter 1. Who is a serious person who is reborn to play games? 1. Plucking makes the melon good, 2. Plucking makes it thin. You can still pick it 3 times, but you can return home after picking it all. Gu Shanhai moved his body and bones. His identity was not ordinary. He was a reincarnation. Reincarnation means that he came to this parallel modern world as a time traveler. And rebirth is very easy to understand. Therefore, he has now picked 3 melons. He is lucky enough to have 3 lives, which is in line with the Huangtai Melon CI, written by Li Xian, the second son of Empress Wu of the Tang dynasty. He doesn't think he can do this kind of operation again. A normal reborn person should be involved in finance and business in this modern city at this time, or be ready for revenge due to deep grudges. It's a pity that the ups and downs in the business world are not brought back at all. He is different from other reborn people. Others were reborn because some brother or girlfriend stabbed him in the back with a hat on him. Or they died due to passive reasons such as attacks from competitors, and then were reborn for no reason. But Gu Shanhai was different. He was reborn on his own, without any bitterness, hatred or betrayal. He was not reborn passively. On the contrary, he used the great power to reverse the long river of time and rush back with his own body as a lone boat. In the process, he naturally went back together and returned to the time of ordinary people. Fortunately, this time anchor is easy to use. Otherwise, I may not be able to accurately locate the time. Gu Shanhai looked at the hot searches on the computer. And the virtual game called First Era has been launched. It will be officially launched into public beta tomorrow. This was the anchor he chose. Who is a serious person who comes back to play games after being reborn? If this thing hadn't been the road to heaven, I would have just written down the lottery numbers and come back to dawdle. Gu Shanhai complained. Just like the bloody setting, this virtual game called First Era is not a real game. With the opening of various worlds, the modern world he lives in is gradually being replaced by First Era, be annexed and become one of the digitized worlds. It was impossible to stop him. After all, he couldn't kill the First Era within 10 years. If he had this ability, there would be no need for him to be reborn. Don't even think about it this time. It's impossible to become stronger out of thin air. As for using First Era, that's even more nonsense. After entering, you will have a semi-digital choice. It is this choice that allows early players to have the terrifying abilities of the 4th natural disaster, such as resurrection, rapid learning of skills, improvement regardless of bottlenecks, and even diversified choices, etc. But in fact, this is actually a big pit. The talents drawn at the beginning consume all the player's potential. The semi-digitized attributes limit their own growth. The career they take up stipulates the direction of development. And various game skills seem to have a variety of terrifying effects. But in fact, it is to limit many methods within the framework. All of this is a guarantee for the players of First Era, and it is also a chain around their necks. Even though Gu Shanhai had lived to the 3rd version in his previous life, he still did not completely get rid of this semi-digitalization. Until he was reborn and returned, he was washed away by the long river of time and abandoned all related causes and effects, including corresponding professions, talents, etc. Only then did he regain his freedom. So you want to rely on the various abilities given by the First Era to defeat the First Era itself? I'm afraid it's not a fantasy. As soon as the semi-digitization is successful, the shackles will be put on and there will be no need to think about resisting. But it's not without its benefits. If you don't want to achieve transcendence and just be a player, it's actually quite good. After all, the First Era needs people like them to open up the world for him and obtain the sources of various worlds, as long as there is good enough performance. First Era is not stingy with rewards. It is not those bosses who can only draw cakes, but will really give various benefits. It all depends on personal choice. In Gu Shanhai's previous life, he was like this unbridled 4th natural disaster in the first half. When his wings hardened in the second half, he wanted to fly solo, but found that he couldn't fly anymore. Of course, he was not the only one who discovered this at that time. There were quite a few of them. Each of them showed their own special abilities and continued to weaken the shackles that the First Era had left on them through semi-digitization. But even if Gu Shanhai was traveling against the flow of time, no one can completely get rid of it until the end of the river. Every weakening is a close call. And one careless person is gone. Let me look at the price of this thing. The virtual helmet is 10,000. And the virtual game cabin is 100,000. It's really expensive. Gu Shenhai's face darkened after looking at his account balance. It would be enough to buy a virtual helmet. But the problem is that he doesn't want a virtual helmet, because the virtual helmet cannot send him into the first era. Only the virtual game cabin will do. After all, he is not prepared to be semi-digitized. That's right. Otherwise, first era is a good boss. When you first enter the game, you can choose not to digitize it. This is the only chance to get rid of it. He is in the second version of first era, after experimenting with the third version. Every updated version will be reopened to recruit new players from other worlds. As the first version, Gu Shenhai was already a boss-level existence at this time. So through external interference, he manipulated many players to conduct experiments, and finally came to this result. Naturally, he is not the only big boss player to do this. Other big boss players who have survived to the second and third versions have also done the same. It is true that players will not die, but this is a part of the game world that is really dangerous. After all, it is to open up Wasteland 4. The first era. In the early days, it was okay that the world was weak. But from the middle to later stages, various terrifying existences emerged. These existences can't do anything to the first era, but there is still no problem in completely killing the players. Even if they can't be killed, sealing, suppressing, and other tricks can easily torture these resurrected players to ecstasy. Fortunately, I was able to get a loan, which was enough to pay for the house. Gu Shenhai knew that he would never return to this world again, so it was useless to keep it. After cashing in, he bought a virtual game cabin. The fastest I can get it is the afternoon. I'll need it tomorrow for the public beta. Early games are still in the stage of training players, and will not allow players to come into contact with the real world. So security does not need to be considered. But it still needs to be considered. After all, if I don't digitize, I can only be regarded as a temporary worker. And my salary is not as good as those of real players with regular staff. Chapter 2. Okay. I'm really not serious. The next day, First Era was officially released to the public, and a large number of players poured into this so-called cross-generational game. Now, cancel, 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 cancel everything. Reject all terms. After entering the First Era, Gu Shenhai shouted these words immediately. He practiced a quick rejection while adapting to his body last night. After all, he came back from the future. So naturally, he was not used to his current weak body. Fortunately, he had experience and adapted quickly. What a thief! If I hadn't said it quickly, I would have been fooled by now. Gu Shenhai looked at the prompt panel that had disappeared without a trace, and felt relieved in his heart. In fact, semi-digitalization does not require consent. If the player does not cancel immediately when he comes in, he will agree by default instead of asking you whether you want to load. Who in the right mind would think of these pitfalls? As the rejection took effect, Gu Shenhai could feel that his original illusion had become real. At the same time, his offline function was also erased. Because this is his real body, not a created player body. If other digitized players want their bodies to truly arrive, they will have to wait until the First Era has completely swallowed up the entire world. In addition, various functions in the player's room have gradually faded away. These are the benefits of the player, which a temporary worker like him does not have. A line of text suddenly appeared on the wall. Do you want to enter the novice tutorial? Whether. Although the benefits for temporary workers are not good, I still have an attitude. Of course Gu Shenhai chose yes. After all, this was related to his subsequent development. As a reborn person, he still has plans for the first 1 or 2 dungeons. As for the next dungeon, has he ever heard of the butterfly effect? In his previous life, he officially entered the First Era more than half a year later. Spending 10,000 yuan to play games was a luxury. In addition, most of the game worlds you enter are random. There are so many game worlds in the First Era. If you want to enter a game that you have entered in a previous life when you are new, it is basically better to go out and pick up an innate treasure. The probability is high. But there are exceptions, such as the novice tutorial and the first time entering the preliminary copy. These two are quite special. The special thing about the novice tutorial is that it can be reset, which means that if you are not satisfied with the game world of this novice tutorial, you can change it until you are satisfied. because the rewards obtained in different novice tutorial worlds are also different. For example, in the urbanized world, you may obtain entry-level firearm skills. In the martial arts world, you may obtain Taizu Chongquan. In the magic world, you may obtain fireball skills, etc. Of course, don't think about it. It is said that the fireball technique can crush Taizu Chongquan and so on. In fact, these skills are all of the same quality. In Gu Shanhai's opinion, they just change the special effects and names. Whether it is damage or usage, most of them are not much different. The first preliminary copy after the novice tutorial is completed will be biased towards the system of the novice tutorial. For example, if the tutorial is martial arts, the first preliminary copy will have a high probability of martial arts. In the end, the compatibility will be continuously improved. Allowing players to the system continues to grow and form a snowballing situation to achieve the purpose of cultivating players. This kind of compatibility can naturally be reversed. The first era is not rigid. In Gu Shanhai's previous life, he absorbed various systems and formed his own system. Beginner's Tutorial, City of Blood and Fire. Another! Gu Shanhai saw that the text on the wall was distorted, and it was replaced by him before it appeared completely. Then, the novice tutorial began to change again. After watching it, he shouted, "Change, again. This thing is random. It doesn't mean that he can choose which one he wants. He can only smoke slowly. Fortunately, this thing doesn't cost money to draw cards. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough for my small body," Gu Shanhai complained. After more than half an hour, looking at the fonts on the wall, he finally paused. Tutorial for Beginners, by My Valley Nameless House. Finally! It's a random one. I'm really lucky. Gu Shanhai breathed a sigh of relief. He already had the idea of randomly spending 3 days and 3 nights. There are many worlds of tutorials for beginners. This is a novice tutorial world. It is a world of immortals and heroes in the end of the Dharma era. Yes, most novice tutorial worlds have this virtue. For example, the level in the martial arts world may be similar to that of the deer and the cauldron. Once you have developed your internal strength, you will be considered a top master. In the Xianxia world, those who have one level of chain energy will be the boss. One kind. And the magic world is nonsense. If you cast a fireball spell, your magic power will be drained. In the early days, First Era naturally did not allow players to face those powerful worlds. This was for training. Therefore, the novice tutorials and preliminary dungeons were all projection areas of this type, not the real world. So under normal circumstances, the most profitable tutorials for novices are urban ones, especially in the world with hot weapons. If you pick up a gun and then get started with firearms, the first basic copy will be basically stable. The follow-up is also relatively simple. The release of most active skills requires energy bars, based on the performance capabilities of players, NPCs and monsters in the primary dungeon. The psychological quality of players holding firearms meets the standard. The gun is as fast as 7 steps away, and within 7 steps, the gun is fast and accurate. For newcomers, as long as the first 3 dungeons are operated under normal circumstances, it is not a big problem to quickly form a system. At least there is no need to worry about being beaten in the dungeon. However, most players act randomly, except for those professional players, strong players, etc. Most players are actually strong or not. Whether they are strong or not depends on the version. But whether they are handsome or not is a lifelong matter. However, Gu Shanhai said that even though the version of First Era has been updated twice, there has never been a counterattack in the sewers. After Gu Shanhai confirmed the novice tutorial world, the text on the wall disappeared and turned into a portal formed by a white light. All he had to do was walk inside. His were temporary workers treated so well in the first version? He actually went directly to the portal. Gu Shanhai couldn't help but take a deep breath in his heart. For him, the teleportation of players usually happens as soon as he closes and opens his eyes. And the same goes for temporary players who are not semi-digitized. After stepping through the portal, Gu Shanhai looked at the hut covered with a layer of dust. Not far away, there was a completely decomposed skeleton sitting on a chair, supporting it on the table with its skeletal hands covered by a wide green robe, looking as if he was deep in thought. Chapter 3 Novice Tutorial is really in line with the 2 words novice and tutorial. Mission: kill the remaining soul of Taoist Qingyu. The dust on the ground formed a line of text in Gu Shanhai's field of vision. This was his mission. After completing it, he could leave this copy world. After reading it, The dust disappeared again, as if this line of text had not appeared. Gu Shanhai didn't take this too seriously. He just glanced at the cabin and understood what he wanted. Taoist Qingyu is naturally the white skeleton. But these are not big things. The Dharma mirror on the door. The green robe on the corpse. The books on the table and the potted plant. In an instant, Gu Shanhai took in all the valuable things in this nameless hut. The only two things he needed were the books and potted plants on the table. But he wanted to take them all. Most of that book is a plant cultivation diary and experience, as well as a practice technique. The practice technique is very ordinary, and its only function is probably to connect with the plants in the pot. This world of immortals is already at the end of the Dharma age. The spiritual energy has almost dissipated, and many immortal cultivators have been trapped to death. And this potted plant has a characteristic. That is, the energy released when carbon and oxygen are balanced is converted into spiritual energy. But the amount is not very high. As for why Gu Shanhai didn't bring back the skills when he was reborn, the reason is also very simple. If he dares to bring those powerful skills back, his body will explode. Extremely powerful skills are not for an ordinary person like him. Bearable. The mid-level ones are even less reliable. Most of them rely on energy, and the environment is very restrictive. He is not a player, and can use game currency and skill points to improve. Such skills must be practiced in the world they belong to. Otherwise, how about practicing martial arts skills in the magical world? I am afraid that if the elements erode the meridians and dantian and turn him into a cripple, the world that produces such skills will not appear at this stage. As for the weak skills, well, Gu Shanhai already has them. Right on this table. There is no need to worry about not having enough energy to practice. The potted plants solve this problem. That's why Gu Shanhai chose this beginner's tutorial. He had planned it carefully, and carefully selected it from countless copies of the beginner's tutorial in his previous life. Compared with players, he is also a temporary worker who has advantages, although he does not have corresponding system rewards. As long as he can take away the things in the copy, they belong to him. If you are a normal player and enter this novice tutorial, you will probably only be able to get 3 types. The first is equipment, which is the robe on the corpse, providing some defense. The second type is props. It is a one-time prop. That is, the magic mirror hung on the door, which causes extra damage to ghosts and other monsters. Yes, it is used to deal with the remnant soul of the Qingyu Taoist, but it can be used without it. Can be killed by force. The third type is skills, but these are usually given after opening the treasure box after settlement. So this is relatively random. As for the book and the potted plant, the former is similar to a mission setting and cannot be taken away by the players, while the latter is simply the boss of this instance, the residence of the remnant soul of Taoist Jade, and is a mission prop. Don't even think about hidden tasks. Hidden tasks can't be found in the beginner's tutorial. At the very least, you need to have a beginner copy, because Gu Shanhai is not semi-digitized. So for him, as long as he can take it away, First Era will recognize it. But there is no corresponding semi-digitized identification and protection. So if something happens, then it has nothing to do with First Era. There are advantages and disadvantages. You don't have to see good things like regular players, but you also have to bear the risks. He jumped up, took off the magic mirror on the door, and looked at it carefully. When the spiritual energy collapses, it can only be used once. No wonder it is a one-time item. It can be restored by using mana or spiritual energy to nourish it. This is a magic weapon like the green robe, but the magic mirror is far away, so there is no way to get enough spiritual nourishment from the potted plant, and it is in the stage of damage at any time. The robe is close to the potted plant, so it is more completely preserved. He casually put it into his pocket. This thing was a magic weapon. It was too wasteful to use it once. To deal with just a remnant soul, the blood on the tip of his tongue could solve it. If it was a complete ghost, he really had to be careful. The remnant soul doesn't even have intelligence, or even instincts. Then he found some tools in the hut, and spliced them together. During the process, he was careful not to get close to the potted plants. There were residual souls inside. His idea was simple. First get the robe from the corpse, so that he would have a defense to avoid overturning the situation. Click. The chair and the bones were hooked by him like this. Sure enough, it belongs to the area type. It can only appear after entering the area. Gu Shanhai casually pulled the green robe off the corpse, and put it on directly without hesitation. Hey, it also has a constant spell, which can release a shield. Gu Shanhai quickly noticed the spells attached to the robes, which were probably spiritual shields, etc. In the first era, they could provide players with additional shield value. It's a pity that there is no storage ring or anything like that. It's normal when you think about it. It's the age of ending law. And this person is probably only at the level of Qi. How can he have the ability to store magic weapons? Even if he does, the internal space will collapse in the age of ending law. After activating the built-in shield on the robe without hesitation, a faint light emerged, which was very thin. It only has a shield value of about 10 points. And it lasts for 1 minute. It's too stretched. So I can't ask for too much, because the spiritual energy is lost too much. Fortunately, it's enough. It's great to have this thing. There's no need to pick and choose. Gu Shanhai walked towards the potted plant. When he was only 1 meter away, black mist suddenly appeared in the potted plant, and a ferocious human face rushed towards him. Apart from the fact that the black fog is a little thinner, and the faces look like they are about to dissipate at any moment, the feeling of terror is still very good. Biting the tip of his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of blood and semen together with saliva. Ah! A shrill wail erupted from the person's face, and it looked like he was suffering from severe pain. Then it melted away like ice and snow. How difficult can a novice tutorial be? Isn't it just a monster-killing tutorial? If the difficulty is raised to the extreme, what is the purpose of deliberately embarrassing the players? Training is not making things difficult. Gu Shanhai's situation is quite difficult. The difficulty for official players is even lower, because they have locked their health. They will not die even if they stand and let the remnants beat them. Moreover, Gu Shanhai has to consider that the remnant souls are ghosts, and use ordinary, it can't be solved by physical means. Official players don't need to think about it. They can kill this thing with tortoise punch. Chapter 4. A little bit of true spirit is not ignorant, and all words can be understood. I'm back. This thing is really stingy. Even the novice tutorial has to deduct your lifespan. Gu Shanhai's face fell. He had lost 2 days of life. Because he was a temporary worker. He had to pay the fare himself. 1 trip and 1 return was 2 fares. So he had to pay for 2 days of life. In addition to the novice tutorial. The same is true for the elementary dungeon. However, if you can complete the mission arrangement of the first era and the 2 subsequent worlds, the intermediate area and the high-level world, you will be free of charge. If you do not complete the mission, you will be free of charge. You have to pay the fee yourself. The preliminary copy and novice tutorial belong to the projection world of First Era, which means it belongs to the false world. Everything in it is borne by First Era itself, which is equivalent to welfare. So even if it is impossible to complete the task, Gu Shanhai was given free fare. The mid-level area and the high-level world are different. At this time, we have entered the real world. Completing tasks is equivalent to completing performance. As a company, First Era must reimburse expenses. If we quit before completing, it will naturally be gone. It's very good for a temporary worker like him. It won't force you to kill him. It will only shorten your lifespan. After all, as long as he survives 3 or 5 worlds, he doesn't have to worry about lifespan. If he really wants to worry about lifespan, then he is still a fool. Besides, such tasks generally represent interests and are placed on official players. It's a mission with huge rewards. He can definitely accomplish it. The lifespan of an entry-level dungeon is 2 days. The intermediate level is 2 months. And the high-level world is much longer. It takes 2 years. Looking at the 3 options on the wall, he could only open the preliminary copy at present, and the remaining 2 options were inactive. The primary dungeon is limited to 1 place, such as an inn or some apartments, or a fixed place. If you want to go to other places, you will be blocked by air walls. The mid-level area is an expansion of the primary dungeon. For example, the place will become a certain city, or it will have an extremely long game time. Unlike the primary dungeon, which only takes about half an hour to an hour, there may be 2 14 hours, or even months. The high-level world is another situation. Freedom? Yes, freedom. There is no time limit. Everything needs to be developed by the players themselves. That is to say, they have entered the real world. If they want to do the tasks, they need to do it by themselves. Just trigger it. The mid-level area requires invitations and evaluation points. Such invitations can be obtained from the settlement treasure chest of the primary copy. Generally speaking, A-level settlement treasure chests have a probability of releasing random invitation fragments. After gathering 10 of them, You can form an invitation letter that can go to a random mid-level area. Of course, the settlement treasure chest will definitely contain more than just invitation fragments. This thing can only be regarded as a gift. So it depends on your luck. S level and above settlement treasure chests can issue complete invitations. They are not random. They are mid-level regional worlds that are very similar to the primary dungeon experienced. You can obtain derivative rewards, or other rewards, from the previous dungeon. Other rewards and the like. What's more embarrassing for Gu Shenhai is that he couldn't get an invitation letter because he settled the account, and was rated F, with a constant evaluation. No matter how well he did, he couldn't get a higher one. But it's not without its benefits. As long as he completes the task in the primary copy, he will receive 10 settlement points. With 10 settlement points, you can make a match and enter the mid-level area with someone else's invitation. This is not without benefits for the owner of the invitation letter, as long as someone completes the task. Even if the task fails, he can still get the reward. This is compensation. Settlement points are not so easy to obtain. A level evaluation is 1 point. S level is 2 points. SS level is 3 points. And SSS level is 5 points. The highest evaluation is SSS level. Gu Shenhai, on the other hand, will earn settlement points as long as he completes the task, which means that he can stop harming the projection world and harm the real world. This is why there are such unreasonable rewards. According to the research in his previous life, the vast majority of players' evaluations in the initial dungeon are actually A level, because the difficulty itself is not high. So as long as they follow the steps, they are basically A level evaluations. And S level and above are involved. Players such as high-level players and great masters. Yes, there are, but the number is relatively small. Once S-level settlement is involved, the difficulty will soar. Gu Shenhai used to be a player in the category of great masters, and most of them had S-level to SS-level settlement evaluations. So for him, he didn't really need strategies. In many cases, he was the producer of various strategies, but he didn't become a top player from the beginning. He also grew up step by step. After some repairs, it was mainly because his tongue hurt. Gu Shenhai started to check the results and felt a little disgusted. It's just an empty room without a table or chair. It's too stingy. He placed the potted plant on the ground and read the nameless book. Fortunately, I was reborn with words and languages. Otherwise, if I really couldn't understand this thing, I would be really blind. Official players have the translation of the first era, so they don't have to worry about text and language issues. But Gu Shenhai doesn't have it. He is just a temporary worker, and he has to hire a translator for you. He only has the most basic ticket, which is to protect him. After entering the new world, he will not be in trouble due to environmental problems, or the environment will be transformed into a humanoid plague source by completely different bacteria and viruses in his body. Therefore, after he came back from rebirth, he brought with him 2 aspects. One was his writing and language, which accounted for 2/3. Otherwise, let alone literacy, there would be no way to communicate, let alone development. I also want to understand the Kung Fu and Taoist techniques, but I'm afraid I don't want to eat shit. The second is his bit of true spirit, which occupies 1/3, including a system that allows him to quickly master various powers, and a sufficient training foundation. In other words, it means that you can learn and understand quickly, and you also have certain common sense, such as understanding certain terms, which can form a special intersection with the previous language and text. So it's not that Gu Shenhai doesn't want to bring back exercises or spells, but because the real value is not as good as these 2 aspects, and there is no place to put them. So he brings them back based on his own limit. Other than that, there are just some scattered things. These small gaps cannot be filled with the appropriate skills he wants to bring back. Might as well just take it. With this true spirit, even if he is given a copy of Taizu Chongquan, he can rely on himself to deduce the Great 5 Elements Reincarnation Fist, and it will be the most suitable version for him. Now that he has the technique, no matter how rough it is, it doesn't matter to him. Chapter 5, Containing Spirit and Becoming a Law. Gu Shenhai exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the first ray of mana transform from his body. It's not very good. It took an hour to succeed. He still has an impression of his own qualifications. It's not like the protagonist is unlucky and belongs to the lowest level. It's not like Long Outhian has strong qualifications, but just ordinary people's qualifications. If he hadn't been reborn and experienced, it would have taken 3 to 5 days. This technique is indeed amazing, but the quality is average. There is no conflict between the two. A technique that can be practiced in the Dharma ending age, no matter where it is placed, has a high gold content. But it does not mean that it is very powerful. Just like a staple food, eating it every day does not mean that it is low-end. But it is a necessity. The exercise book called Yunling Gong in Gu Shanhai's hand is like this, because it is only derived from the most basic exercise as a sample and can resonate with the Yunling grass, forming an energy cycle so that even if the energy environment disappears, being able to continue practicing is the real key. Yunling means containing spiritual energy. All the gold content converged on the energy cycle formed by the resonance, which led to this ordinary skill being chosen by him. In his eyes, although it is very ordinary, if the Qingyu Taoist does not die and continues to deduce, it is really possible to reopen an era of immortals and the end of the Dharma era. As a basis, in Gu Shanhai's eyes, it is inferior to those top techniques. Top skills also need to be accumulated step by someone, and they cannot be born out of thin air. Of course, there are also techniques that are born out of thin air. Most of these techniques are pitfalls left by the world. If you really learn to practice them, you may be tied to a certain world for the rest of your life. From the current point of view, there are still many areas that need to be improved. Taoist Qingyu died too early. Gu Shanhai knew that the transformation efficiency of this Yunling Gong was too low. After all, it was a brand new path. Qingyu Taoist's focus was actually on Yunling grass. Otherwise, even this skill could be attributed to Yunling prefix. Even this record contains mostly the experience of cultivating spiritual plants. Gu Shanhai also finished reading. The book was as thick as a brick, and Gu Shanhai felt a little dizzy while reading it. It's not his character to start practicing without first thoroughly studying it. The current situation is that the Yunling grass has recovered, thanks to the remnant soul of Taoist Qingyu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived that long. The remnant soul of Taoist Qingyu instinctively performs a resonance cycle by running the Yunling Gong. Unfortunately, it is not a human being after all, so the effect is not as good as it was in life. Otherwise, the spiritual energy that escapes under normal circumstances would be enough to warm and nourish the Dharma mirror. The non-spiritual energy collapsed. Under normal circumstances, aura should permeate the entire room. There is still a lot to gain. The core spirit absorbing ability is recorded in the book. This is the key. With me re-resonating the spirit absorbing grass, at least I don't have to worry about future consumption. It will be better after leaving the player room. In addition to this resonance cycle, Yunling grass can also perform photosynthesis, and even involves a certain degree of chemical energy synthesis. But it is not obvious, and needs to be improved by Gu Shanhai later. It can actually survive without soil or water. It is essentially a variant of a spiritual plant, not a normal plant. The magic mirror has recovered from the brink of damage, and the magic robe is almost warm. After mastering 2 spells, you can enter the primary dungeon. These 2 spells are not spells in the record book, but he learned them from the spells attached to the magic mirror and robe. Most of the spells in the record book are nectar spells, fertile soil spells, etc., which are specially used to care for and cultivate spirits. These spells are of no use to him at this stage. He can learn them again after he comes out of this initial copy. He is now so poor that there is nothing he can do to cultivate him. The 2 spells are named Spiritual Light Technique and Spiritual Close Technique. They were named by Gu Shanhai himself because they had no names at all. The principle is also relatively simple. The former is to condense mana into a stream of light to attack, while the latter is to cover itself with mana. To sum it up, it is the use of mana, because the world he belongs to is a fairy in the age of Dharma. So whether it is the spells at hand or the magic weapons on the body, they actually don't contain much spiritual energy. What matters is how to use the least amount of energy to use one's ingenuity. The effect of this is the advantage of the Dharma ending age compared to those fairy and demon worlds. They were eager to break a strand of mana into 10 strands and use it. And Gu Shanhai was in the same situation now. But Gu Shanhai is a little better, because he has the spirit accumulating grass. Considering his current conditions of just getting started, 1 spirit accumulating grass is enough for him to squander. It can be changed. It would be too wasteful to use it as an attack skill and shield value. Gu Shanhai narrowed his eyes. He is not a rigid person. Or rather, a rigid person cannot reach this level. A magic weapon is a tool in the process of cultivation. Taoist Qingyu is still limited to spiritual plants and exercises for this resonance and energy cycle. If he can live longer, he can also see further. Sometimes, resonance is not limited to these. And the energy cycle can also be constructed by yourself. Gu Shanhai knew that he had begun to capture a lot of common sense from this true spirit brought by his previous life. This common sense was just common sense to ordinary people. But for him, it was the ability to integrate the spiritual light technique and the spiritual clothing technique. And the green robe and magic mirror form a brand new spell. A passive skill that combines attack and defense. And is also a passive skill that can be actively controlled. Being passive is good. But for Gu Shanhai, being able to control it is even better. Barely enough. Gu Shanhai looked at the thoughts that came to his mind. This, barely enough, refers not only to the spiritual energy produced by Yunling grass, but also to the maximum level he can support now. What limits him is not only his spiritual energy and mana, but also himself. He is just an ordinary person. Although he has a robe and a magic mirror as a relay server, it also puts a lot of load on him, especially his body structure. If you were to perform deductions under the conditions of ordinary people, you would definitely not be able to fully utilize the details of your previous life. Let's make do with it for now. It's enough to deal with the primary dungeon for now. After resting for a while, Gu Shanhai chose to enter the primary dungeon without hesitation. Basic dungeon, outside Qingshui City. A line of words appeared on the wall. And then Gu Shanhai suddenly felt a chill on the back of his head. As if he had been hit hard with a headbutt. Chapter 6 Primary Dungeon outside Qingshui City. Damn it! Didn't you still use the portal before? Why did you change it back? And the strength seems a little wrong. Gu Shanhai opened his eyes suddenly. He always felt a slight chill on the back of his head. In his previous life, teleportation was indeed done this way. But let's put it this way. In his previous life, it was just a hand knife at most. But this time he felt that it was a headbutt, which was at least as powerful, enhanced tenfold. Fortunately, it was only uncomfortable for a moment. And he had already recovered after coming in. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a line of words floating in the sky. Mission: protect the hunted Miss Wang and successfully enter Qingshui City. A guard-type mission. An ordinary mission without any impression. There are countless missions in the first era. It is impossible for him to truly remember all the dungeons. And there are even more similar dungeons. He even summarized the process of this type of copy. Just follow the target person and kill everyone who jumps out. It's very simple, and there is no difficulty. This time he matched with 2 players. One male and one female. Judging from the IDs, they should be lovers. The male is called the Strong Little Iron Pot, and the female is called the Big White Goose. When he saw the names of these 2 people for the first time, he felt that something had happened to the world. Oh! His ID in his previous life was called Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior, and he was a top legal practitioner. Hello, brother. This is my wife. The Strong Little Iron Pot just snuggled up to her, and the fluttering white goose next door hugged her like a big rock with its wings. This scene made Gu Shanhai's eyes twitch. These 2 people should be in a team. Official players can not only form teams, but also have inventory, trading, friends, and even various benefits to provide convenience. Of course, he doesn't have it, but he doesn't need it. The mission is very simple. We just need to protect the woman and move forward. Do you have any ideas? Gu Shanhai asked. No. Everyone just came out of the novice tutorial. They probably don't have many skills or equipment. When the time comes, they can just act according to the situation. Although the Big White Goose is female, it can be seen that she is better than her husband in the game. Much more familiar. Good. The 3 of them reached a consensus, and then headed towards the Miss Wang family. 3 heroes. You are finally here. Ms. Wang's tone was anxious as she looked at the 3 of them and said, The one who is chasing me this time is the ghost-faced King Kong, who is good at horizontal training, making the 3-ring Tianxiang sword fall. Xiaka and Huang Wadiao, who is very good at Qigong and concealed weapons. This time I'll spare the trouble for the 3 heroes. Miss Wang said this smoothly. After all, it was only a preliminary copy. It had to provide players with enough information. And it was not an intermediate area. I'm actually a martial artist. It seems that my compatibility should be on the eastern side, not on the fairy side yet. Gu Shanhai muttered to himself. Leave this matter to us, and ensure that Miss Wang can return to the city smoothly. The Big White Goose said boldly immediately. But Gu Shanhai is different. He actually doesn't have much interest in the mission. According to the information revealed by the other party, besides these 3 monsters, the biggest point of interest at present is Miss Wang. As for entering Qingshui City, it is probably not possible because there will be an air wall. He thought about whether he could steal the other party. Of course, not by stripping off the clothes, but by squeezing out all the benefits. The 3 enemies were killed directly, but Miss Wong couldn't do it. She was still waiting to complete the task to exchange for settlement points. Brother, what do you think? The strong little iron pot came over and asked. Stand and watch. Gu Shanhai said seriously. Ahem. Miss Wong seems to be a little embarrassed by you. The strong little iron pot added. Oh, I won't watch it then. Gu Shanhai withdrew his vision. This is a normal situation. Although the initial copy is a projection world, it is essentially a period of time intercepted from the first era, and can still be used repeatedly. When a person dies, he dies, and will be reset when the time comes. It is precisely for this reason that they cannot enter Qingshui City, because there is no Qingshui City at all, and the outside of the air wall is outside the projection world. Therefore, if you want to clean Miss Wang's body, you must do it before the task is completed. I don't know if these two have any opinions on the evil camp players. Gu Shanhai's idea is probably to take action forcefully. After all, this Miss Wang family is powerless, and nothing good can stop him. The main variable lies in these two players. Otherwise, we will kill these two people when the time comes. Official players can be resurrected if they die. But if they die, they are really dead. Let's go! Don't waste time, Gu Shanhai said immediately. The two people were speechless for a while, but they didn't say anything. They were surprised by Miss Wang's intelligence. The 4 of them set off soon. The big white goose was chatting with Miss Wang, which seemed to be very novel. Instead, the strong little iron pot walked together with Gu Shanhai. Brother, how can you bring a pot of grass without feeling tired? The other party asked curiously. It's equipment. It provides me with 10 points of defense. It can only take effect if I hold it. Gu Shanhai also responded casually. He was not worried about being killed for the treasure. All players already knew it before they came in. At this stage, killing teammates is not only difficult. There will be drops, and the evaluation will be lowered. Generally speaking, no one would do this. From the looks of it, these two are just normal players. They are not professional players or top-notch casual players. It is unlikely that they would commit murder. Most players are actually from the good and order camp, and only a small number are from the evil or chaotic camp. There are bad people in the world, but there are more good people, especially gamers who are just here for entertainment. Such a real world will not turn all players into chaotic evil players who only kill and plunder. This will exist even in the later stages. Oh, what about your main T then? My skill is beginner's bow and archery. I picked up a pair of bows. My wife's skill is talisman making red flame talisman, which is a life skill. Hearing this, the strong little man Iron Pot also said quickly. No problem. Don't worry about your output. I have 2 pieces of defensive equipment. I guarantee that I can withstand it. Gu Shanhai naturally didn't care. He can kill him alone, as long as these 2 people don't hold back. Basically, he can't get an A-level settlement evaluation. There is nothing he can do if they go up further. They have to rely on themselves. The people are here. Get ready, Gu Shanhai said immediately, and the remaining 3 people also stopped. I saw a strong man standing not far away, with a large tattoo on his face and a string of Buddhist beads hanging around his neck. It was the ghost-faced King Kong, the first interceptor. Chapter 7, Eat My Shenlong Fist. Ms. Wang, if you took something you shouldn't have taken, hand it over, and the matter will be over. Ghost-faced King Kong's tone was very calm, and he didn't look as ferocious as he looked at all. Normally, with this physique and appearance, and with this nickname based on appearance, it would appear that he has a violent and cruel temperament. But surprisingly, it turns out that he is not. May I ask what this Miss Wang is holding? Gu Shanhai asked. This was most likely part of a hidden mission, so he thought of a way to trigger it. For example, in the entry-level dungeon of the escort type, after triggering the hidden mission, there is a high probability that it will be a monster-killing mission, and there is a small chance that it will be a limited-time escort. So Gu Shanhai wanted to bet that if the former was triggered, it meant that he could get it for free. A benefit. You have to ask Miss Wang what she told you. I can give you some time to communicate over a cup of tea, Ghostface King Kong said. Obviously this is First Era's compensation for new players. After all, they have just come out of the novice tutorial to face such highly intelligent enemies, so they must be prepared. It is estimated that it is the first time to enter the elementary dungeon to get this treatment. It is also true that Gu Shanhai said that the novice tutorial and the first elementary dungeon are special, mainly to take care of the players. Cultivation is not about making things difficult or raising worms. It naturally has to be done step by step. I guess you came here for the treasure map of Yansheng's painting cave. I want to know who tipped it off, Miss Wang said immediately. The ghost-faced King Kong remained silent, while the two other players except Gu Shanhai looked surprised. It was obviously a hidden mission that had been triggered. When Miss Wang saw this, she also looked a little gloomy. She did not expect that things would develop to this situation. Miss Wang, you have hidden too much from us. This is the Yansheng painting cave, Gu Shanhai said with a joking tone. Although he didn't know what this thing was, it didn't mean that he couldn't blackmail him. Judging from the current situation, neither the Interceptor nor Miss Wang seems to be a good person. This treasure map most likely does not belong to Miss Wang, and these three people were hired by someone. But this should be just a setting. The so-called hirer most likely does not exist, because the map only covers this point and does not involve other areas. So it is just a plot. As a result, the value of Miss Wang has been greatly reduced. After all, if this treasure map is placed in the hands of other players, it may become an invitation letter to the mid-level area. But if Gu Shanhai gets it, it is really just an invitation. Picture: if the three of you are willing to escort me back to Qingshui City, I am willing to share this treasure map with the three of you, Miss Wang said through gritted teeth. The remaining two people winked at Gu Shanhai, indicating that it was okay. Master, if you don't mind, you can join us. I'll leave this to the people behind you. Why not share it with you? Gu Shanhai said abruptly. As soon as these words came out, Ghostface Vidra was a little moved. And then he said, "It's a matter of loyalty." Dot! Gu Shanhai bet 50 cents. This guy was definitely tempted just now. So the communication over a cup of tea was actually to sow discord. It's a pity that he met the player. Master is very upright. But if you think you can get the treasure map by killing us, you are too confident. There are Luo Xiaka and Huang Wadiao behind you. How confident do you think you are? Master? Gu Shanhai said slowly. Ghostface King Kong's expression was quite strange. Apparently he knew what he had overlooked. If the enemy killed him, he would have to guard against his teammates. His two teammates were not good people either, taking advantage of the moment when the other party was thinking. The mana under his feet exploded instantly, and his whole body turned into a flying arrow and rushed over. Eat my Shoryuken! After using his magic power to speed up the charge, Gu Shanhai held a magic mirror in his right hand and struck an uppercut towards the jaw of Ghostface King Kong. With the blessing of magic power, this punch directly shattered the mandible of Ghostface King Kong. He immediately knocked the opponent away and turned it into a beautiful arc. Then he landed with a thud, looking like he must have fainted. ×3. Both the two players and the Miss Wang family were a little confused. In this flash of lightning, Gu Shanhai charged with a potted plant in his arms and defeated the Ghostface King Kong with a Shenlong fist. It's true that he's not dead yet, but he definitely can't get up. Gu Shanhai casually put the magic mirror on his wrist, and it changed from a glove to an accessory. Since it was restored by the spiritual energy, it has become stronger than ordinary stones. It is much more valuable for close combat than for releasing auras. Yes, his two-hand mana blessing consumes much less than releasing spells. Although the damage is also low, it is enough. In the eyes of the three of them, Gu Shanhai walked over and easily broke the neck of Ghostface King Kong, and carefully checked whether he was dead or not. After confirming that he was really out of breath, he started to take off his clothes. First, he hung the prayer beads around his neck. It might be an accessory, but he held it there with the thought that it might be useful. Soon I found some scattered silver coins, a vellum product that looked like a secret book, and 2 pieces of gold sore medicine. He stuffed them all into his arms without any ceremony. Too poor. Have nothing. Gu Shanhai's tone was filled with disgust. Ahem. Brother, we can't take this thing away. This was also the first time for the strong little iron pot to see such a player. It's okay. I'm a hamster and a trash guy. I want everything. Gu Shanhai didn't care at all and continued. You two triggered the hidden mission. That's right. You don't have one? The big white goose asked strangely. I don't have it. Because of the talent? So what type it is? I can't tell you if it's convenient. If it's not convenient, it's none of my business if it's affected by me afterwards. Gu Shanhai said it very straightforwardly. It doesn't matter whether he said it or not. It's nothing. It's just that there is an additional mission to kill the old white ape. It will only appear after killing the Ghostface King Kong. Luo Xiaka and the Yellow Marten. If you don't kill them all, it will not be triggered. The big white goose fluttered, said briefly. I know. If there are 2 left, do you want to kill them? Or are you going to sneak through? Gu Shenhai asked. Brother, if you can kill, it's yours. Let's follow suit. The strong little iron pot didn't hesitate at all. Why fight if you can just win? Not to mention that the combat effectiveness of the two is actually not that good. One can only do 3-legged cat archery, and the other can only throw props. As for talents, they generally do not directly provide combat ability, but only indirectly. Supply? Okay, then it's mine. And the things you pick up will also be mine. Naturally, Gu Shenhai would not spoil them. Chapter 8. Do you know what a melee archer is? What are you talking about? Miss Wang found that the 3 of them were saying some strange words, which made her a little nervous. Nothing. We will escort you back. What we said before was just to paralyze the ghost-faced King Kong. How far is it from Qingshui City? Gu Shenhai first comforted him, and then asked. There are still about 2 miles to go. Once you get out of this forest, you will reach the city gate, Miss Wang said quickly. 2 miles away. Only a few minutes. So it seems you two should come out. I didn't expect you to be able to bear it, Gu Shenhai said abruptly. What? Miss Wang was also shocked. Seeing this, Gu Shenhai's head was covered with black lines. You're shocked. It's not 20 miles. Just 2 miles. When converted, it's only 1,000 meters. Why? Do you want to put 1 person every 500 meters for the rest? What about the remaining old white ape? I have to say that Ghostface King Kong's death was not unjust at all. He was used to doing evil in normal times. But today, he was overturned in the hands of you guys. A swordsman walked out of the forest, wearing a white suit, shirt, holding a long sword. On the other side, rustling in the forest, I saw a slightly thin, middle-aged man with a goatee standing on the treetop not far away. Double elite battle. It seems we can't give it all. Which one do you want? Gu Shenhai asked. At this time, he also understood the damage of Ghostface King Kong. The communication was probably not only sowing discord, but also waiting for someone. If the player really waited stupidly for time, the remaining 2 people would rush over by then, which would be embarrassing. But it's not without its benefits. At least it can flow in a wave. This can be regarded as the difficulty of the first level dungeon. Training is correct, but you must have enough experience. Otherwise, there is really no difficulty at all. And it is just a novice tutorial. Come on! Luo Xiaka! Brother, you have the acceleration skill. That Yellow Marten is agile at first glance, so it's not easy for us to kill it, said the strong little iron pot. Gu Shenhai looked like you were kidding me. And the 2 of them told him from a distance that they wanted to fight in close combat. Is there something wrong? However, he didn't say too much, but nodded, turned around and walked towards Huang Wadiao. The opponent was good at light kung fu and hidden weapons. And he should also know a little about poison quenching. This kind of people are generally squishy. And the previous Ghostface King Kong belongs to the blood cow category. Even in low-end games, the blood of a blood cow is actually relatively thin. Phew! I saw a flying needle heading towards Gu Shenhai like a falling flower. You're not very good with hidden weapons. Gu Shenhai watched as these flying needles were stuck 30 centimeters away from him and could not move. He further improved the spirit clothing technique and formed an area through the resonance of the robe and the spirit-containing grass. In this area, not only can the spiritual energy be locked to the greatest extent and prevent it from dissipating, but this can not only increase the concentration of the spiritual energy to the greatest extent, creating a good spellcasting environment for him to increase the power of spells, and also providing him with sufficient concentration of training conditions. In this way, the spirit clothing technique has become a means of defense for the legal domain. Yes, this is a defensive method, a shield-type protection skill that exists all the time. But there is still aura of light in this domain. The aura transformed into 3 blade-shaped transparent shapes, which surround him all the time. Just like the surround skill, it can not only withstand damage that breaks through the outer defense of the domain, more importantly, it can also attack. As for the relatively small intensity, quantity, and distance, it is normal. It is just a rough creation and needs to be improved in the future. Under his acceleration, the invisible spiritual light blade instantly penetrated the throat of the Yellow Marten. The other party didn't even react, and just fell straight down from the tree. The blood was splashing so high, it was like a fountain. The person must be dead, as most of his neck was cut off. Gu Shanhai then walked over slowly and prepared to touch the body. He is using his own magic power as a power device to simulate a high-pressure plunger pump in the area to form high pressure on the spiritual light blades. This is how powerful it is. It is probably similar to a high-pressure water gun, except that the water it shoots is not water, but a knife. As long as he took aim, how could he possibly survive given the opponent's small body and the fact that the stab wound was in his neck? What era is it? You still throw concealed weapons with your hands. Gu Shanhai finished touching the corpses very quickly. This yellow marten was poorer than the ghost-faced King Kong. The ghost-faced King Kong still had some scattered silver, but this one only had copper left on him. Fortunately, I still gained something. But I still want to complain about why these people bring secret books with them when they go out. Gu Shanhai complained. That's right. He found another secret book on Huang Wadiao, took a look at it, and stuffed it into his arms. You can't take away these hidden weapons. It doesn't seem impossible, right? Gu Shanhai quickly stripped off all the clothes of the yellow mink and put the clothes on his body. The hidden weapons on the opponent's body are all hung on his clothes. If he takes off the hidden weapons, it really won't fit. But it won't be okay if he even takes away his clothes. After touching the corpse, he got up to watch the battle next door. What the hell? Gu Shanhai looked at the strong little iron pot wielding a long bow and dancing with great force, as if he was on par with Luo Xiaka. Although it felt a bit like novices pecking each other in his eyes. This kind of impact really opened his eyes. He knew that melee mages, melee gunmen, and even melee priests were not uncommon. But this was the first time he saw one hitting people with a bow. Ahem. It's related to his talent. When he uses a bow as a weapon in melee, the damage is higher than the long-range damage, and there is an extra damage increase. The big white goose fluttering beside him was also a little embarrassed. Not bad. Gu Shanhai glanced at it. Don't tell me. This talent is definitely not simple. It is estimated that when using a bow for melee combat, it will not only increase attributes, but also reduce damage, increase blood and blue, and other abilities. It may even be possible to learn without conditions. What about melee skills? Although they looked weird, he had seen a lot of weird talents, but these two people actually had no reputation. Gu Shanhai had never heard of them, and he was not a top player in his previous life. The talent is very good, but the operation is really poor. It all depends on the talent blessing and the semi-digitized body. This semi-digitized body can reduce the pain perception. Today's players can't actually feel any pain, so they can fight. So fierce. Otherwise, a sword stabbed him in pain to the point of death, and he would have collapsed a long time ago. How could he be as crazy as risking his life? As a newbie, it's already great to have this kind of operation. You can't expect a group of ordinary people living in a modern city to have any combat experience. If you really have experience, there is no need to cultivate. Chapter 9. Who would carry secrets with them when they go out? Luo Xiaka was dead. He was smashed to death by a strong little iron pot with a bow. This scene made Miss Wang shudder. In her eyes, the strong little iron pot actually had no sense of existence, and was far inferior to Gu Shanhai, who killed 2 people in a row. Looking at it now, the opponent used a bow to hit people to death, plus the injuries on his body. The crazy look made people awe and fear. Brother, this sword is a piece of equipment. Look. The strong little iron pot held the long sword and said slightly awkwardly, Of course what you hit is yours, but you don't mind if I take away the rest. Gu Shanhai never thought about grabbing the sword from the other party. He is currently holding a potted plant of Yuling grass in his left hand. If this right hand has a weapon, many things will be inconvenient. It's better to go searching and see if there are any other good things. Okay. Of course I'll give it to you. Naturally, the strong little iron pot didn't care. And he couldn't take it out. He had just seen it, and it was just a piece of equipment that could be taken out. He glanced at the Buddhist beads and clothes hanging on Gu Shanhai's body. He felt that these 2 items were probably equipment, but it was difficult to ask for them. It's no wonder he didn't kill him. Wouldn't it be shameless for him to open his mouth? Gu Shanhai also saw the other party's entanglement, but he didn't pay much attention to it. The 2 things on his body were not equipment at all. They were just picked up by him. After some searching, he found that Luo Xiaka had no secret book on him, which made him a little confused. But he would have some money by then. Luo Xiaka is a disciple of Biyun village, so it is impossible for him to carry his master's secret book with him. Unlike Ghostface King Kong and Huang Wadiao, who are wanderers, they naturally don't dare to put the secret book somewhere. Seeing this, Miss Wang said, "It turns out that we are the homeowners. No wonder we only bring money with us when we go out." Gu Shanhai felt even more unlucky when he heard this. Dot! The strong little iron pot and the fluttering big white goose felt like they were offended. "Forget it if you can't touch it out. Let's go. There are only a few minutes left," Gu Shanhai said immediately. "You can't do anything to the body." But Hi, damn it. I forgot a big treasure. Gu Shanhai suddenly realized that he had forgotten the biggest treasure. Then, amid the horrified eyes of everyone, they picked up the corpse of Ghostface King Kong. "Okay, you can leave now." Gu Shanhai then walked in front. At this time, the strong little iron pot and the fluttering big white goose felt that there might be something wrong with this person's spirit. It's just that it's hard for them to say it now. So after looking at each other, the strong little iron pot could only say tactfully, "Brother, have you ever thought that you might have obsessive-compulsive disorder?" "No. Why do you ask?" Gu Shanhai was a little confused. The reason why he wants the corpse of Ghostface King Kong is very simple. Because he was most complete when he died. When he takes it back for dissection, he will be able to more intuitively understand to what extent the martial arts system of this elementary copy is, and what its advantages are. Category. After all, just one volume of Yunling Gong is not enough to protect yourself. You need to practice some martial arts to increase your strength first. "You said why I carry the corpse?" "Right. It will be used as a human shield. After all, we may have to fight the boss later." Gu Shanhai casually found a reason. If Ghostface King Kong, Luo Xiaoka and Yellow Flowered Mink are elite monsters, then the White Ape Old Man is definitely the boss. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of the hidden mission? So it is definitely more difficult to fight. According to Shanhai's estimation, it would take at least 2 hits from the spiritual light blade or a critical hit to kill him. He only has 2 spiritual light blades left now. And it is not that easy to condense them, because he is Master Lan. After all, it is an improved version, not the original aura technique. But fortunately it is enough. If it really doesn't work, he still has a magical mirror. It's not impossible to use the original aura to kill the opponent. It's just that he actually wants the complete corpse of the old white ape, so that he can take it back with the Ghostface King Kong for study. In terms of value, the boss's corpse is definitely bigger. "That's true. But it's not good for you to block it with a corpse," the big white goose said with some discomfort. After all, it was a corpse. Although First Era had created an isolation between the 2 players, but I still felt a little uncomfortable. "It's indeed not good. But I have no objection to letting your husband take on the boss next," Gu Shanhai said seriously. Only then did the 2 of them remember that Gu Shanhai seemed to be a human shield. But the previous 2 elite monsters were killed by him a little too quickly, causing them to forget this. The big white goose smiled awkwardly, and the matter was naturally revealed. She was not a fool. Her husband had already lost blood after beating Luo Xiaoka, and he could not withstand the boss at all. So in her eyes, the pressure came to Gu Shanhai. In this case, it was reasonable to pick up a corpse as a shield. Everyone is here to play games. Although they are uncomfortable, they are all in the same camp. They are not embarrassed to handle corpses. But they are still here to defeat the boss. If they really want to continue, it will be shameless. "By the way, how much blood do you have left?" Gu Shanhai turned to look at the strong little iron pot and asked. "Probably. You'll die if you touch it," the other party also said helplessly. "Okay. You should just hit us honestly no. You 2 should not take action. Otherwise you will accidentally hurt me." Gu Shanhai suddenly remembered that he was not immune to friendly fire damage. Don't have high expectations for the accuracy of melee archers. As for the red flame talisman of the big white goose, this thing is area damage. The power should be pretty good, but if he really wanted to throw it over, he would suffer as well. The protection was indeed able to withstand it. But if there was nothing to waste it on, it would be better for him to do it himself. Not only could he get the complete body of the old white ape, but he would also avoid being stabbed in the back by these 2 newbies. The quality of these 2 newbies was already very high. At least they didn't hold them back. And Gu Shanhai didn't care about anything when he got it. The 2 looked at each other, probably meaning that the boss would take the lead. They also knew their own situation, and did not think of saying that the 3 of them would split the money equally. The real big deal was the subsequent settlement evaluation. "Okay, then it depends on the master," the strong little iron pot hurriedly said. Even the name changed from brother to master. After everyone walked for about 3 minutes, they heard an old cough. Not far away, an old man wearing a bamboo hat and a raincoat, with long arms and a bamboo stick, looked like an old ape, blocking their way in the middle of the road. Everyone, wait a minute. I have a word of advice. Chapter 10. The wool gathering method that doesn't even spare your own NPCs. Don't listen. Don't listen. You bastard is chanting sutras. While Gu Shanhai was talking, he rushed over with a potted plant and the body in his arms. The speed was so fast that the old white ape was a little stunned. Fortunately, the other party was also very experienced. Yun Danfeng lifted the bamboo stick and pointed it towards Gu Shanhai's chest. Kung. As soon as there was a sound, the bamboo stick fell in front of Gu Shanhai, as if it had hit a wall. This is internal body protection. This is impossible. The expression of the old man white ape changed. And then, he retreated sharply. In today's era, those who can cultivate their inner strength are already considered top-notch masters. As for releasing their inner strength, that is even more nonsense. Like the 3 people before, they had no internal strength at all and relied on their hard-earned bodies and skills. The old man white ape is able to travel around the world despite his advanced age. It is precisely because he has developed several strands of internal strength that he has this capital. So when he saw Gu Shanhai's move, his mentality collapsed. Click! The next moment, the opponent's bamboo staff was smashed into pieces by Gu Shanhai's body-protecting spirit blade. The strength of the body-protecting spiritual light and body-protecting spiritual blade is not low, especially with the magic mirror and magic robe as the server. The consumption is low but the power is higher. Wait! This is a misunderstanding! The old man white ape gave in. He has lived for such a long time, so he naturally knows how important life is. It doesn't matter. As the saying goes, a mistake is a mistake. Gu Shanhai had made up his mind to get his body, so how could he let him go? Ms. Wang, ask this person to stop. I'll tell you who leaked the secret and asked me to come here to kill you. At this time, the old man white ape could only shout while running. In this world of low martial arts, Jianghu people are actually very embarrassed. Their martial arts are very good, but they are not as good as the powerful crossbow armor. At most, they can only become enemies of 10 people. It's good to have developed internal strength, but if you can't, it will be difficult in your old age, with chi and blood exhausted and hidden injuries occurring. Seeing this, Miss Wang wanted to speak, but looking at Gu Shanhai, who was looking crazy while carrying the body, she finally gritted her teeth and said, "Young hero, stop for a moment. This may really be a misunderstanding." But Gu Shanhai completely ignored him and continued to pursue him. The white ape old man who had been involved in this incident had already been kicked by Gu Shanhai several times and was already rolling on the ground. You too. Please give me some advice. This matter is related to the important affairs of my Wang family, and there will be retribution later. Miss Wang saw that Gu Shanhai completely ignored him, so she could only turn her head and save the country. The two looked at each other and then at the taskbar, but no hidden task was triggered. Then he glanced at Gu Shanhai, who had already trampled the old man white ape under his feet, and immediately remained unmoved. Isn't this nonsense to them? I beat the boss to make them stop without giving any benefits. I really thought she was the boss. Between an ordinary NPC and a master player who takes them flying, everyone knows which one to choose to intercede with a boss. This is not nonsense. If Gu Shanhai hadn't been so clever, would the old white ape have shown mercy when he killed them? No mission? Gu Shanhai turned around and asked. No. It's probably a trap. The strong little ironpot said angrily, obviously feeling a little unhappy. Okay. Then I'll send him on his way. Gu Shanhai killed him easily, then put down the body of Ghostface King Kong and began to touch the corpse of the old white ape. Are you considered a boss? In addition to having higher attributes and better skills, you are so poor. Gu Shanhai looked disgusted. This was because he didn't touch anything. Finally, he piled the 2 corpses up and walked towards the 3 of them. Miss Wang's expression was very ugly. After all, Gu Shanhai didn't give her any face just now. She was the eldest lady of the Wang family. But now that her life was in his hands, she couldn't say anything. Out of this forest. It's Jingshui City. Right, Gu Shanhai said. Yes, we'll be there soon. Miss Wang said this while thinking about what to do next. Very good. You have to walk the rest of the way by yourself. I won't follow you. But well, I didn't do it in vain. So let's get over it now. Gu Shanhai's tone was very harsh. The remaining few hundred meters were left to her to pass by herself. But before that, she had to search a lot. Young hero, I didn't mean to wait until I returned to the palace to share the treasure map with you. Miss Wang smiled a little reluctantly. Who are you talking nonsense to? Big white goose. Just grab it with your hands. Whether it's a sachet or something else. Take it all out for me. Gu Shanhai directed the flapping big white goose. The two of them were speechless. They knew that this person was going to pick up garbage again. If it weren't for the fact that this was a mission target that couldn't be killed. I guess this person could be taken away together. And judging from his appearance, he might have some obsessive-compulsive disorder. For example, Huang Huadio and Luo Xiaoke were left with incomplete bodies. But this one didn't want them. Miss Wang, please stop struggling, lest that person take action again. The big white goose walked over with a smile and started to take action. Gu Shanhai didn't care about that. He turned to the strong little iron pot and said, By the way, this thing is equipment. Take it yourself, and I'll trade it with you for your wife's red flame talisman. Equipment does not have much effect on Gu Shanhai. For example, Luo Xiaoke's sword has special effects when it is added to the player's hands. But in Gu Shanhai's hands, it is just an ordinary sword. And its quality is probably not that good. Sample. He didn't say which one it was because he couldn't tell. But the strong little iron pot knew it, and quickly found a jade pendant. Master, it's not a loss for you. The strong little iron pot said after getting the thing. Because of his talent, he specializes in picking up trash. And his equipment is hard to describe. Gu Shanhai said perfunctorily, and then continued. When the time comes, you and your wife will escort you there and complete the task. And I will not go there. On the other side, the big white goose that pounced on the edge also picked up everything on Miss Wang's body. Not only the sachet, the silver coin, but also the so-called treasure map. Then, they were all stuffed into the potted plant of Yunling grass. And 3 red flame talismans were also placed. The 3 cards I have are all for you. Master, let's add a friend later. The fluttering white goose is actually smart. Okay, but I guess I can't add you. Because of my talent? You didn't notice that my ID has been blocked, Gu Shanhai said. It was impossible for him to add friends. After all, he didn't have a friend system. Ah, I thought your ID was. The strong little iron pot became more and more curious about Gu Shanhai's talent. He looked even weirder than him. Okay, take this guy to complete the mission. It's been taking so long. Gu Shanhai thinks that if he stays any longer, the look in Miss Wang's eyes will kill him alive. What he did for normal people. It is indeed too immoral. Chapter 11, Golden Bell Cover. Iron Shirt. Boy Kung Fu. There were no accidents for 500 meters. All the monsters were defeated. So the mission naturally went smoothly. This can be regarded as a relatively easy escort mission to complete. If it were switched to a mid-level escort mission, there might be a big mess. The settlement evaluation was unsurprisingly F-level. But it was not without its benefits. He received 10 settlement points, and the mid-level area was now shown to be matchable. On the contrary, the primary dungeon went into cooling down, and a 240-hour countdown appeared, which meant that if Gu Shanhai wanted to enter again, it would have to be 10 days later. The method of First Era is very simple. He simply does not want him, a temporary worker, to harm the projection world of the primary copy. The things he brings out from it are all things from First Era. But Gu Shanhai, a temporary worker, and I happen to have the right. So I could only have a super long cooldown. He didn't think too much about this. After all, for him, there was nothing good about the primary dungeon. He had almost gotten it in one go. There was no need to waste time anymore. If he wanted to go to the mid-level area, the benefits would be greater. 4 corpses of Jianghu people should be enough. Gu Shanhai quickly put things in order. Yes, he also brought back the bodies of Luo Xiaoke and Huang Huadio. When he asked the 2 players to escort Miss Wang before, he naturally went to collect the bodies. The dissection must be done as soon as possible. There is no freezing and preservation here. Gu Shanhai said he wanted to dissect. But first, he took out the 2 secret books of martial arts he had obtained. It's actually the 3-piece set of the little blood ox from the previous life. It's so complete. This ghost-faced King Kong is really miserable. Gu Shanhai couldn't laugh or cry. The first one was of course the secret book of ghost-faced King Kong. He practiced it at Zhou. And the technique was most likely the same. But I didn't expect it to be the same. They are Golden Bell, Iron Shirt, and Tongzi Kung. In the previous life, Many Blood Cow enemies in the primary level dungeons would use these 3 sets of skills. Many people would specialize in using these 3 sets of skills. Go get it together. The Golden Bell increases defense. The Iron Shirt increases the upper limit of health. And the Boy's skill increases health recovery and active release to form a shield. If the 3-piece set is put together, there will be additional attribute increases. Basically, after putting together a set, upgrade it to the full level. Not to mention walking sideways in the initial dungeon. But don't even think about impressing the elite monsters. Only the boss level can make them lose blood. The main reason is that it can be refreshed quickly. There are many similar miscellaneous fish in the entry-level dungeons of martial arts. In other words, Tong Zi Gong is a bit more difficult to drop. What's more important is that this 3-piece set may be followed by higher-level skills, or reduce the requirements or conditions for certain skills, such as the subsequent 13 Taibao Hankagong, Vajra Indestructible Magic, etc. With this, if you have a 3-piece set, the learning requirements will be much lower. It's a pity that these 3 books are really bad, and the practice time is too long. The reason why Gu Shanhai calls Ghostface King Kong a hard worker is because the effort and reward of these 3 skills do not match. A more realistic way of cultivation is to train yourself. The pain is secondary. The main thing is that it takes too long. That is to say, the boy's skill is not bad and can barely develop internal strength. The main function of this skill is to strengthen the inner body. It cooperates with the outer training of the Golden Bell cover Iron Claw shirt to form an effect of both internal and external training. But it's also a time-consuming technique. You can practice it. It just adds some fighting strength. This thing is an unexpected way to strengthen your inner body. You can deduce it by yourself in the future. You just have to change it. The original version really stretches the crotch. It's almost time to catch up with the Yunling Kung Fu. That's right. Even though Yunling Gong belongs to the Xianxia Kung Fu, all the gold content is placed on the resonance with Yunling grass to form an energy cycle. The other parts are simply terrible. Let's put it this way. The upper limit is only 1 level of chain energy. The reason why it is better than the Little Blood Ox 3-piece set of skills is because this skill can produce magical power. Unlike the child skill that has to be practiced for 50 or 60 years before it is possible to develop internal power. As for the other Kung Fu book that he found out from the body of the Yellow Flower Mink, it is a hand Kung Fu book called Butterfly Wearing Flower Hands. It focuses on the 2 nodes of stability and skill. It is a first-class technique for concealed weapons. It should be his own written experience. It's more about technique than technique. Gu Shanhai didn't pay much attention to it after reading it. How should I put it? This thing is useful. It is indeed useful. Although it is said to be a skill, it can be used throughout the body. Following the above exercises can increase one's own balance, flexibility, etc. weight. But it's really useless. Using this technique to send hidden weapons is not as good as his high-pressure water cannon. He has learned that he can practice it when he has time. The main work now is on the Golden Bell Iron Claw shirt and Tongzi Kung Fu. These 3-piece suits can improve his physical fitness. And the effect is much better than Yunling Kung. After all, Yunling Kung Fu the conversion efficiency of work is too low. So I plan to deduce it and learn from each other's strengths. Therefore, the top priority is to conduct autopsies on the corpses and collect data. First use Ghostface King Kong. Then choose Old White Ape. And try to deal with the remaining 2 within 1 day. After Gu Shanhai sorted it, he pulled the body and started working on it. Don't worry about the tools for dissection. Didn't he bring back a complete set of Huanghua Mink's hidden weapons before? It's okay to make do with it for the time being. The skin is a bit tough and has some resistance to sharp objects. And the Iron Claw shirt has become smaller. The muscles are tight. And the Golden Bell is designed to protect against blunt objects. The internal organs are strong and powerful. And the effect of Tongzi Kung Fu is pretty good. As the dissection progressed, he soon obtained a large amount of data by comparing the 3 techniques. However, if he wanted to confirm further, he would need to conduct in-depth analysis. The bones have also been tempered. I see. If you practice the 3 techniques together, you will indeed become stronger overall. At least there will be no shortcomings. It's a pity that you will only be an ordinary person after practicing to the top. Of course, if you want to break through the limits of ordinary people, you have to be at least 3 masters. If you are only a minor master, don't even think about it. If I really succeed, I won't be able to knock him out with my Shoryuken move. I'll have to hit him a second time. Based on the anatomy and exercise data, Gu Shanhai came to a conclusion. I have been practicing hard for decades. but I still have the desired results. It's just that I met such a weird person as Gu Shanhai. No normal person would use a magic weapon and magic power to use the Shenlong fist. But there are also a lot of hidden injuries. Even with the inner strength of the boy's skill, it can't make up for it. It's still too much damage to the body. As he went deeper, Gu Shanhai saw not only the advantages, but also the disadvantages. In this case, the healing effect of internal force should be good. At least it is very effective in healing these hidden wounds. Chapter 12. 1 Dharma. All dharmas are clear. It's finally perfected. Gu Shanhai exhaled a breath. In 3 days, he finally successfully formed his own new system of the Golden Bell cover, Iron Claw shirt, and Boys Kung Fu. The internal strengthening method of Tongzi Kung Fu and Yunling Kung are combined with each other, while the external training of the Golden Bell cover Iron Clothes shirt has been improved to include the large and small Zhou Tian that circulates mana. It is equivalent to practicing 3 other techniques every time he practices Yunling Gong. There is no need to worry about hidden injuries. After reducing the enhancement efficiency of the Golden Bell Iron shirt, the damage to the body will be reduced every time. If Ghostface King Kong gains 100 proficiency points and 1 point of hidden damage every time he practices, Gu Shanhai's each practice will gain 10 points of proficiency and 0.1 point of hidden damage. Because the damage is low, the body's self-recovery ability cooperates with Yunling Gong and Tongzi after successfully repairing it. It was gone immediately. In this way, the training time may be increased, but at least there will be no future troubles. This is also a last resort. I will wait for the next copy to see if I can get similar benefits. The next dungeon is the mid-level area, which covers a relatively wide range. When the time comes, go to the drugstore to buy some medicinal materials and make some tonic soup or nutrient solution yourself. Then the efficiency will be improved. The consumption of spiritual energy has increased, but the converted mana is more, and the efficiency of becoming stronger is higher. At least it is no longer a shortcoming in terms of physical fitness. It's a good thing that there is spirit accumulating grass. Otherwise food will be a problem in the future. Gu Shanhai can now achieve a different kind of fasting by ingesting spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would have been starved and exhausted. As for the 4 corpses, he used the red flame talisman to dispose of them. The power of this thing is really incredible. And the cremation effect is still very good, especially when he used magic to help retard the flames. And the ashes were wrapped in clothes, etc. Next time I enter the dungeon, just find a random place and throw it away. That's it. That is to say, he did it quickly, and there was no rot. Otherwise the smell would probably be unbearable. You need to practice the butterfly piercing flower technique. It's a skill after all. It can be used in close combat. In addition, the legal domain also needs to be improved. I just got the red flame talisman, which may be able to increase the fire attribute. The legal domain is the area formed by the body protecting spiritual light and the body protecting spiritual blade. Currently, it has no attributes, but there are just 2 red flame talismans left. It can be studied through the talismans, and then it can be further improved to add the ability to produce fire attributes. Originally, he planned to ask for one to incinerate the corpse, but he didn't expect that the big white goose that pounced on the body gave him 3. Wouldn't it be useful? The most simple way to use it is to apply the fire attribute to the spirit blade, provide burns in melee combat, and have an explosion effect if fired from a distance. After the red flame talisman is released, it becomes a fireball. When it hits the target, it will explode and cause group damage. He is not interested in the fireball, but in the essence, which is the fire attribute represented by this talisman, as long as he masters this essence. Not to mention fireballs, fire dragons, and firebirds can be made. In this way, not only does the spirit blade have enough damage and various fire variants, but if the protective aura is developed, it can also have additional defense against fire attribute attacks. And even more extreme, it can even absorb its fire attribute. Energy is increased. A fireball was thrown from the opposite side and hit him. Not only did it not cause any damage, it also increased his shield value. Who can accept this? There are also spells with similar attributes in the records. I can only study them in the mid-level area. First, I can increase the attack power of the aura and spirit blade in my hand. He had already stayed for 3 days, and it would be a bit too long if he stayed any longer. This is not a priceless existence. You must know that as long as he is not in the dungeon world, then he has to pay the first era 1 day's life rent every day, which is equivalent to 2 days of his life spent every day. There isn't much time in 1 or 2 days. But if he has better qualifications, he can progress quickly enough. It's like a 3-piece set of a small blood cow plus a warrior corpse, etc. This kind of look is inconspicuous, but it can greatly make up for his shortcomings. If you really want to stay in this temporary room until it is perfected before going there, you will be losing money. After all, the difficulty is still relatively low in the early stage. As players level up, equipment increases, etc., the difficulty will increase. He estimated that his crushing situation could only last for 1 or 2 games at most, and players would catch up after they became familiar with it. Player's strength improves much faster than him. He still needs to study hard and practice hard. Players only need to upgrade and add points. Therefore, it is natural to take advantage of the advantage and improve its system as soon as possible. For example, cultivate another spiritual plant. The resonance and energy circulation of Yunling Gong can naturally be used not only on Yunling grass, but also on other spiritual plants. They just need to be adjusted. I didn't see that Gu Shenhai was able to resonate and circulate energy through magic weapons to form a legal domain. This kind of resonance and energy circulation is essentially aimed at spiritual plants, and the effect of the magic weapon is weakened, probably to the point where 1 out of 10 is possible. The reason why the magic domain can have such power is actually because it is facing a low in game. And if he can cultivate new spiritual plants, then the core of the legal domain can be replaced from the magic weapon with the spiritual grass, and the power will be restored. The cultivation of spiritual plants is very important, such as the selection of materials. Ordinary plants will definitely not work, and they need to have certain special characteristics. It's not impossible to just find ordinary plants, but the cost of cultivation has skyrocketed. Gu Shenhai is now in poverty and has no resources. However, if you don't find what you like in the next copy, you can only temporarily replace it with ordinary plants. It mainly depends on luck. After all, the dungeon world is random, and he can't interfere. Just like the previous dungeon, he knew the characters and could understand the language, but he had no idea what type of world it was. In his previous life, he collected a large number of characters and language systems. He just learned and learned without having a deep understanding of the world at that time. He is already a top boss, so he doesn't understand what a low-level martial artist who has developed internal strength is doing. There are many similar situations, and most of what he left behind are some information about the high-level world. The high-end world will not open until at least a month later, and it will have to be a month before the modern city where Gu Shenhai was. The time ratio between this first era and modern cities is different, with a 2-to-1 time flow rate. 2 days have passed since the first era, and only 1 day has passed in the modern urban world. Therefore, those players who did not enter the first age at the first time will be far behind. 1 step slower means each step is slower. Not to mention there is still a time difference. Of course, after the first era completely swallowed up the modern urban world, the time flow rate was restored. Chapter 13 Intermediate Area St. Mary's Hospital. Intermediate Area, St. Mary's Hospital. Task: explore and solve the reasons for hospital abandonment. Gu Shenhai held the spirit encrypting grass in his hands and felt that if this game was to be bad, it must not be a puzzle book. He was not good at this type of dungeon. After all, most of the time thrillers are tied together with puzzles and puzzles. Otherwise, would it still be called a thriller after the real recklessness has passed? That's called fighting monsters. I hope I can find some good plants. Otherwise, if Gu Shenhai planned to burn down the hospital, it would be a solution. Nothing could be done faster than a fire. As for the word exploration in front of him, he simply ignored it. What do you think of this? A player named Qincheng Baihu asked. There are 2 players nearby named Qincheng Ziying and Qincheng Qiju. Obviously they were either from a game studio or a professional club, and they came in as a team. The only ones left are Gu Shenhai and a female player named Rashoman. 5-person base. A 3-person team plus 2 individual players. And why didn't the other party gather all 5 people? It is estimated that the upper limit of the invitation is 3 people, and the 2 of them were added as extras. Yes, I suggest burning the hospital directly. Did you bring any kindling? Gu Shenhai said seriously. ×4. As soon as these words came out, the remaining 4 people were confused. Is there something wrong? Brother's idea is very good, but it probably won't work. Qincheng White Fox declined very tactfully. Okay, why not? If you go in, according to the routine, you not only have to solve puzzles, but also fight monsters. You probably don't want to run for a long time just for a fuse. So as long as the hospital is gone, everything will be solved. Gu Shenhai said that you have to be prudent in doing things. There are risks in going in. If you can solve it outside, do it outside. Well, we're here to play games, not to play the outlaw simulator. Rashomon on the side couldn't help but complain to Gu Shenhai. Hey, why don't you listen to my advice? Gu Shenhai sighed, saying that all the players nowadays are timid. Okay, let's go in and take a look. Brother's method of burning the hospital can be tried later. It doesn't have to be done outside. You can also burn it from the inside. A player named Qin Cheng Zian came out and talked with Shini. He felt that Gu Shenhai's approach still had some merit, but it would sacrifice their mission rewards and settlement evaluation. If he burns like this, he will definitely not even get an A-level settlement evaluation. Are you the professional team of the game club? Gu Shenhai followed them in and made some connections with Qin Cheng Zian. Third line. Third line. Qin Cheng Zian said angrily. He was not being modest. He said he was on the third line, but he was actually a substitute for the third team. In other words, he was sitting on the bench most of the time. Unless something happened to the first and second teams at the same time, they would not have their turn. More often than not, they would be on the bench. I am leading my boss to offer this service, but the treatment is better than that of ordinary game studios. So it was really just a small team, and Gu Shenhai had never heard of it. TSK, why don't you bring the boss? Such a good opportunity, Gu Shenhai asked. Usually the boss issues the invitation letter himself. We got it ourselves, and it must be digested internally. Qin Cheng Zian didn't hide it. This kind of thing is not a big deal. Everyone quickly entered the hospital building. The entire hospital was actually just one building, but it was built very large and connected together. It has been abandoned for a few years. To be honest, I don't understand why this hospital was built in the wilderness. Is it because there are too many patients and it delays them from fishing? Gu Shenhai really couldn't bear this logical problem. It's so out of the blue. Why has this hospital with such obvious problems not been investigated and shut down? Damn it! Are you saying this hospital was abandoned because it was banned because it was unqualified? Gu Shenhai's thoughts suddenly changed, and he left the three players speechless. It doesn't look like it. Look at this newspaper. Business was pretty good before. Qin Cheng Chija picked up the newspaper on the ground and flicked away the dust and dirt, revealing a line of headlines on the newspaper. St. Mary's Hospital treated over 1,000 civilians, and the mayor led people to express his condolences in person. In addition to the title, it also included a picture of a group of blonde people standing together in suits and ties. Yes, no one was wearing a white coat, especially the dean. Like a businessman, was shaking hands with the mayor with a smile on his face. Don't you feel that there is something wrong? For example, why should we use civilians instead of patients? Even if he saves 1,000 people, he is worthy of praise. Any hacking hospital can crush him. Gu Shenhai point out problems with the title. The remaining three people were also stunned. At first glance, there was nothing wrong with it. But when they actually thought about it, it was a bit scary. Could it be? Rashomon was about to speak when he heard some movement deep inside the hospital. Like footsteps. Everyone couldn't help but tense up. But they didn't feel the shock. So they were thinking about whether to take action. Gu Shenhai frowned and took the newspaper to check. There was another report in the corner of the newspaper. There will be a particle storm on the sun in the next week, causing changes in the global magnetic field. This particle storm is due to the Pleiades star cluster. Although I don't understand science, don't fool me so blatantly. Looking at this article, the first half was fine, but then it went straight to the so-called Pleiades star cluster, which is an unknown number of light years away. Well, although it looks very fake, it may be true no matter how unscientific it is. If it were really scientific, it would be unscientific enough for him to think that he could be reborn. Chase! Qin Cheng Baihu suddenly shouted, took out a bloody fire axe from his arms, and rushed forward. The remaining two were not easy either. One took out a pistol of unknown style, and the other a blunderbuss, and followed them. Seeing this, Rashomon could only take out a long sword. Gu Shenhai looked like heck. What are you chasing? He was reading the newspaper just now, so naturally he didn't pay too much attention. Wait for me. Gu Shenhai really didn't dare to be alone. When there were teammates, he wanted to burn down the hospital, but someone tried to persuade him to do so. But without his teammates, he might not be able to suppress his desire to set fire to the hospital. He had just picked up a new gadget, and he still felt a bit like walking at night without having to use it even once or twice. So in order to avoid this desire to take action, I could only follow my teammates with tears in my eyes, not knowing what monster they found. As for not being a monster, this is impossible. Not because the monsters are pulling out weapons one by one. Chapter 14, even if you are not captured and used as a seedbed, you still have to save people. Bang. Ta-da. Hearing the sound of gunfire and pistol shooting, Gu Shanhai's people were numb. Wasn't it just a step too late to hit them all? With this movement, it is probably already a puddle now. What is it? What is it? After Gu Shanhai finally squeezed in, he looked at the patient on the ground, who was not human-shaped. He was not completely dead. Even if his head was exploded, he could still move. The four of them looked at Gu Shanhai's excitement and felt that this teammate was too out of touch. It's so reactive. Even after being beaten like this, he's still alive. Let me take a look. As he said this, Gu Shanhai took out a short knife from his arms and squatted down to prepare for anatomy. But the blade stopped on the skin, and the monster seemed to be stimulated by something. A large amount of flesh sprouts continued to grow, and its body was also expanding. Even the bullets that were driven into his body were squeezed out. There is also a second form. This thing is a bit interesting. Gu Shanhai slapped him. In an instant, a big hole was punched out of the monster's body, and a strong stench swept through the entire hospital corridor. Ugh, Rashomon, as a woman, reacted on the spot. If she hadn't stopped in time, she would have vomited all over the Qingcheng white fox in front of her. The remaining three people were equally uncomfortable, and the smell kept rushing to their foreheads. The nearest Gu Shanhai also had a twitching look on his face. He was indeed not afraid in his previous life. But the problem is that his current body is a bit unable to bear it. He has never smelled it in this life, and his body has no resistance. Hey, you black guy. Look at me getting angry. Boom. Gu Shanhai had just condensed a fireball technique improved from the red flame talisman. Before he could throw it out, the entire corridor exploded. The power was not small. The 5 players were directly blown up in front of him. And the monster was even more miserable. It was wrapped in flames, and was quickly burned into a pile of charcoal. The speed was unbelievable. Almost flammable. Ahem. Everyone. Are you okay? Gu Shanhai shouted. But don't let everyone die. Then he will have to face the Great Terror alone. Brother, where did you learn this fireball technique? Is there anything wrong with its power? Qingcheng White Fox touched the blackness on his face and asked speechlessly. The damage is actually not big, but the movement is really big. Actually, my fireball technique hasn't exploded yet, Gu Shanhai said speechlessly. Yes, the fireball was still in his hand. Then what just exploded? Rashomon was fixing his hair. She thought that the 3 beasts of Qingcheng were quite reliable. But the player in front of her always felt that he could not only harm his enemies, but also his teammates. The 3 beasts in Qingcheng looked a little weird. What else could they explode? It must be something similar to biogas fermented in the body of the monster just now. It was just not as powerful as the biogas explosion. But the momentum kept up. Of course, it might not be methane. It might be farts. However, they did not dare to say this because they were worried about what would happen if the female player collapsed and cancelled her capital. Ahem. Let's not mention this. The explosion just now didn't do much damage. It helped us get rid of a monster. Everyone has received the reward. Let's continue walking, Qingcheng Ziying said quickly, fearing that Gu Shanhai would be distracted and say it in advance. As long as teammates are not really cheating, they actually hope that it is better to have more people. After all, more people are more powerful. This is just the early stage of the game. Is there a possibility that this monster is 1,000 civilians who have been cured? Gu Shanhai suddenly said. Times 4. Does this mean they have to be bombed 999 times? It doesn't hurt much, but it's extremely insulting. From the current point of view, if you want to kill these monsters, you can only burn them with fire after they transform. But the stench will explode when it comes into contact with fire. Probably not. After all, do you think this clue is a joke? Gu Shanhai looked at Qingcheng White Fox, who was half-sentenced, and then continued. So I suggest that we split up and when the time comes. Brother, have you ever seen a horror movie? Qingcheng Qiju interrupted Gu Shanhai. I've seen it. What's wrong? Then you are still thinking of splitting up. What if you are defeated one by one? In a thriller-type dungeon. Splitting up is the most taboo. After listening to Qingcheng Qiju's words, Gu Shanhai also fell silent. What the hell you said? Gu Shanhai agreed very much with what Qingcheng Qiju said, but the monster didn't seem to agree. Just as he was speaking, A black shadow suddenly fell down from the ceiling and snatched Qin Chiju away at an unbelievable speed. Such a big living person was caught right under their noses. And very quickly. From this, it can be concluded that the strength is definitely much stronger than the appetizer just now. Hurry up and save people! Why are you standing there in a daze? What if it's too late, and the monsters use it as an RBQ seedbed to play evil? Gu Shanhai reminded quickly. Look at these people. It is obviously their first time to enter the intermediate area. And the sudden increase in difficulty makes them a little uncomfortable. As much as I hate to say it, these types of girls generally don't choose men. And they're not monster girls. Rashomon scoffed at Gu Shanhai's speculation. Both Qin White Fox and Qin Purple Eagle were numb. What kind of teammates were they? In their eyes, the most they could do was die. But when it came to these two teammates, the ending seemed a little exciting. It's not like men can't do it. According to my experience, he's a ghost. Even if he's not a seedbed, we still have to save him. If it's too late, he'll be gone? Snap. A head just fell from the hole in the ceiling. Its eyes wide open, as if it had been severely frightened. Teammate -1. In dungeons such as thrillers and puzzles, players will not disappear after death, but will leave behind corpses or certain parts. Fortunately, everyone still had enough reaction and ran away immediately to avoid being dragged away by the monster again. They heard rustling movements on the ceiling, and it was obvious that the monster was following them. I just want to know. This should be made of reinforced concrete. How can this thing travel through it? Gu Shanhai complained as he ran. Brother, can you please stop talking? If you do, we will get into trouble. Rashomon felt that Gu Shanhai was really cheating. I'm just seeking truth from facts. If this monster empties everything inside, doesn't it mean that this hospital is actually a dangerous building and may collapse at any time? Gu Shanhai added. ×3. The three of them were all shocked. Don't tell me. It is really possible. Otherwise, if the speed of digging is really fast, with this kind of ability, just jump down and confront them head-on. There is no need to dig holes. So it is more likely that the hole has already been drilled. Chapter 15. Fortunately, it's a rat and not a tentacle monster. As for the monster's guess, Gu Shanhai actually had one more guess he didn't say. That is, the hole was indeed dug on the spot. And the monster was really powerful. Before he could even react, the monster had already captured and eaten it. He took Qin Chiju as proof. Therefore, even such powerful monsters are actually just low-level monsters in St. Mary's Hospital. And there are even more powerful monsters. As for habits, it is not impossible. But this raises another question. That is, what do these monsters eat? Judging from the situation after he came in, there was no complete ecological chain. So where did the nutritional intake he needed come from? Eat human? This is even more unreliable. Even drinking the northwest wind is more reasonable than this. The existence of hospitals, newspapers, etc. shows that it is a modern city. So there are not many people coming to the wilderness at all. Even if there are people, it is impossible for people to come every day. Not to mention that this is an abandoned hospital that looks very eerie. Who can all come in for a walk when I have nothing to do? Therefore, relying on cannibalism to survive is unreliable. Unless there is storage here. But that is unlikely. According to Gu Shanhai's speculation, St. Mary's Hospital has been abandoned for at least a year. According to the monster's appetite, it may not be enough. The greater possibility is that something is maintaining the monster's various physiological functions through technology that Gu Shanhai is currently unaware of. He didn't know what it was specifically. After all, he had just arrived. If he really knew everything, he would be invincible. Let's go separately, Gu Shanhai shouted. Not far from the corridor, there is a crossroads. At this time, the monsters are chasing after them. If they really stick together, they will be eaten completely. Rashomon went left, and the two players from the Qin team also turned right without hesitation. Dot! Gu Shanhai had a black line on his head. Well, he just had to say, okay. However, going straight is not without its benefits. Although there is a high chance of being followed, there is no need to worry about a dead end. Just as he imagined, the monster above his head did not chase the Qin team players with the largest number of players, but followed him. One thing can be determined from this. This monster cannot determine the number of people chasing them. Otherwise, how could it be possible to chase him? It must be the group with more people chasing them. We have to find a way to kill this guy. Since there was no one around, Gu Shanhai no longer wanted to hide it. It would be awkward to keep this thing. He is not very strong. Although he almost got started with Golden Bell cover Iron Claw shirt, and Yunling Kung just started. With his methods, he is enough to deal with it. He stopped and pulled out a flying knife from under the green robe with his right hand. Mana was poured into it, and it penetrated the ceiling above his head in an instant. A scream like a rat came, and then the ceiling collapsed, and a humanoid monster with a human body and a rat head and black fur all over its body immediately rushed towards Gu Shanhai. There was a flying knife stuck in the opponent's cheek, and thick and smelly blood flowed down, and his scarlet eyes flashed with malice. It's fast, but it's too reckless. Gu Shanhai slapped the rat-headed man to the ground. Good strength. Bad luck. Then he immediately kicked the rat-headed man in the cheek after he landed on the ground. The flying knife penetrated directly with this huge force, and got stuck in the rat-headed man's brain. If the flying knife got stuck somewhere else, Gu Shanhai would have to replenish it with a spiritual blade. In the end, this saved him a lot of trouble. The internal structure of the body is 90% the same as that of ordinary people, and the remaining 10% is similar to that of rats. And it is also enlarged. Gu Shanhai quickly performed an autopsy. The previous living corpse could not be successfully dissected. Now that he had this rat-headed man, he naturally had to get to know him better. There is no obvious rejection. It is currently unclear whether it is biological modification or some cult magic. However, it is certain that this monster does belong to the 1,000 civilians who were cured. After Gu Shanhai cut off the layer of fine black hair, he found that the skin was still almost human-like. The degree of alienation is not high. Apart from the head, hands, and the appearance of red hair, there are not many other problems. If we really want to talk about alienation, this rat-headed man is probably worse than a living corpse. In Gu Shanhai's eyes, although the living corpse may be closer to a human being, in fact, it cannot only be judged by appearance. The living corpse only has a personal appearance, so the degree of alienation does not represent strength. As his dissection progressed, Gu Shanhai discovered the key point: severe malnutrition. It seems that he has not eaten for a long time, so he is starving. This also proves that there are other things maintaining the function. Otherwise, with this level of malnutrition, let alone hunting me down, it would be difficult to get off the bed. Now it seems that the possibility of cult magic has accounted for 70%. The entire St. Mary's Hospital may have been shrouded in a ritual that is still running and has not yet ended. This also explains why these monsters are in St. Mary's Hospital and don't go out to hunt. Because they are trapped here. And these monsters shouldn't be able to eat each other, which is obviously one of the restrictions. But where are the body parts of Qin Chung Akoma in the opponent's stomach? Why are they so shriveled? No matter how fast they are digested, they can't be digested so quickly. They are not still on the second floor, right? Gu Shanhai had almost collected the information he needed, but he also had a lot of doubts. After looking at it for a while, I found that there weren't many valuable things on this rat-headed man. After thinking about it, only the claws were of some use. It digs holes all by hand. He actually thought about taking it off, but found that it seemed to rot a little quickly after death. It's slimy, and it's a little difficult to get the parts. Gu Shanhai finally gave up the idea of taking off the rat-headed man's claws and keeping them for collection. Judging from the current mutation trend, maybe I can actually find some special plants. Gu Shanhai is not discouraged. After all, there are animal people, and vegetable people may also appear. Anyway, they are already so weird, so there is no need for more weird ones. He casually pulled the rat-headed man's body aside to prevent him from running back and becoming an obstacle. If it's some kind of cult ritual, there's a good chance there's a basement. But St. Mary's Hospital is so big, so there shouldn't be any need to search down to the basement. Maybe he just likes climbing. Gu Shanhai made a guess and was naturally prepared to reap the benefits first. Solve? That is benefits and is important. It's only 2 months of life. If the evil god really comes, it won't be something that can be solved by 2 months of life. It will cost you your life. So before that, we naturally have to get enough of the benefits. Chapter 16: The Attack of the Old Scalper. St. Mary's Hospital covers a large area. After all, it is a hospital with an investment of 10 billion. Don't ask Gu Shanhai how he knew about it. He found out about it in the newspaper. In order to highlight its professionalism, it must be mentioned. So currently Gu Shanhai is still hanging out on the first floor, and it is impossible to go to the second floor. After all, who knows what is hiding on the second floor? It's a pity that they were all damaged due to poor preservation. Gu Shanhai couldn't find any usable medicine in a huge pharmacy. Even well-packaged medicines have unknown spots due to environmental factors. They are definitely edible, but Gu Shanhai cannot guarantee what will happen if they are eaten. He originally wanted to see if he could use some tonic, decoction, nutrient solution, or the like to speed up his Iron Claw shirt. The sky seems a lot darker? Gu Shanhai suddenly discovered this. It was actually dark when they arrived, and the hospital was rather dim. The specific reason was unknown for the time being, but now the dimness has gradually passed towards darkness. This made Gu Shanhai nervous. He didn't have night vision. If he really entered the darkness, it would be terrible. It meant that he needed to use mana to bless his eyes to obtain abilities similar to dark vision. But so once you get there, you have to consume mana. For someone like him, who is very short of mana at the beginning, letting him use the ability that continuously consumes mana is no different from letting him fight monsters in close combat. There should be a solution, such as restoring the power system. Gu Shanhai had tried this before, and the entire hospital's power system had long since failed. I don't know if it was shut down by the Electricity Bureau or damaged for other reasons. If it was the former, it would be in the dark. If it was the latter, maybe it could be saved. Hey, I don't want to find a fuse. Gu Shanhai's face dropped. No matter what kind of situation it was not easy to solve. As for finding teammates, he doesn't think the remaining three can survive long. Help me! A voice suddenly came, which seemed extremely clear in this quiet environment. It sounds familiar. Isn't this the voice of Qingcheng Qiju? I remember this guy died. Right. Gu Shanhai immediately recognized who it was. With the help of his dim vision, Gu Shanhai saw a figure walking over at a steady speed outside the pharmacy. It's not a human, but looks like a cow. Is there anyone? Please help me. As the figure approached, Gu Shanhai also heard the sound of hoofs hitting the hospital floor. A cow without horns. At this time, Gu Shanhai couldn't help but think of Qingcheng Qiju's head. You must know that his head was thrown down by a rat-headed man before. Now it seems that this is probably not because it doesn't eat it, but because it is left for a certain monster. Sure enough, they saw Qingcheng Qiju's head poking into the pharmacy. It was obvious that the other party had already discovered Gu Shanhai. I found you! The head is alive and does not look dead, but the back of the head is connected to the body of an old ox. The skin and flesh on the body are torn and the blood stains have long dried up. But the abuse can still be seen. How terrifying. No! I found you! Gu Shanhai showed a more ferocious smile than the other person. This behavior can frighten the other party. Then he saw Gu Shanhai holding the spirit encrypting grass in his left hand, and the spiritual blades surrounding him were gradually stained with a layer of flames from their original transparency. Have you ever heard of the term roast whole beef? The fire spirit blade was used in an instant, directly piercing Qingcheng Qiju's head, and then disappeared into the old scalper's body along the flesh and blood. Why are you pretending to be bad? You just gave yourself a weakness. The entire old scalper burst into flames from the inside out. In the eyes of players, it was probably like 10 layers of burning debuff. The old yellow cow has rough skin and thick flesh. If it is a pure spiritual blade, it can indeed break through the defense. But if the nature is converted into a fire attribute attack, the sharpness will be reduced a lot. After all, the fire attribute of the red flame talisman is added, and it will inevitably destroy the original structure. So physical attacks will be weakened and turned into elemental attacks. Therefore, the fire spirit blade may not necessarily be able to break through the defense. But the problem is that it installed the head of Qingcheng Qiju, which created an extra weak point out of thin air. It's enough to be scary, but there's a price to pay. Moo! In the flames, the old scalper roared and rushed towards Gu Shanhai. Even Qingcheng Qiju's head fell off in the flames. It seemed that he was planning to have a passionate sex with Gu Shanhai. Seeing this, Gu Shanhai naturally didn't make any further plans. He decisively turned around, smashed the transparent glass of the pharmacy, and ran away. A good man. No, he is a good cow. He knew it was getting dark, and he actually sacrificed his life to be a torch for me. Gu Shanhai ran in front, and the old scalper who got angry was chasing after him. Firelight illuminated the hospital corridors, driving away the encroaching darkness. Gu Shanhai swallowed. The main reason was that the old scalper was a bit fragrant when cooked, and the taste might not be as good as roasted chicken. Gu Shanhai had not eaten for many days, which caused a chain reaction. This kind of contrast, when an honest person is burned, makes me feel excited. Gu Shanhai looked back at the headless roasted whole cow. The old scalper, if his reason hadn't told him that something might happen if he ate it. Now he decided to go back and let the old scalper know how good his knife skills were. With just one stroke of his knife, Lan Hao Ramen and Master Kong can be used for 10 years, and there will still be some left over. I don't know how long it will take to die from the fever. It's not a problem if I keep running like this. I still have to search for it. Gu Shanhai also noticed that the old scalper was getting slower and slower, and he probably was about to be burned. The fire spirit blade can be improved and improved. There won't be much problem with full combustion, but the efficiency of this burning is a bit slow. Gu Shanhai also discovered the shortcomings of this burning. Look, I've been running with him for 3 minutes. But the old scalper remained silent. Also, I have to mention the effect in terms of pain. At least it has to be painful enough to prevent the other party from chasing me. Soon, Gu Shanhai discovered another shortcoming. The old scalper behind him also became slower and slower, until he stumbled and fell down. It looked like the fall was not light. Although he fell to the ground, he was still struggling to get up. At this time, Gu Shanhai also stopped. He was waiting for the death of the old scalper. And then of course, he dissected it. It might be cooked, but it would be great to see, because he suspected that the old scalper's body structure might not be so serious. For example, this old scalper is just as likely to be a human being as the rat-headed man. Chapter 17. It turns out you are the assistant. Where did so many heads come from? Gu Shanhai dug open the old scalper's body, and a large number of charred heads rolled out. In the center of the old scalper was a corpse, which was now charred. These heads don't look like they were born, but more like they were put in. Similar to Pika? But this old scalper is just like the rat-headed man. A mutation. He quickly came to some conclusions, because the other party was already familiar with him. The information he obtained was limited. From the current point of view, this old scalper's fighting ability is far better than that of the rat-headed man. At least if he really had to fight head-on. Gu Shanhai would also have a headache after pulling the cooked old scalper into a side room so as not to block the road. Gu Shanhai began to think about whether to climb up or go to the morgue. Such a big hospital must have a morgue. But before that, I have to find a way to see if I can get a map or something like that. Otherwise it will be really difficult to walk. It's getting darker and darker now. After some searching, he found a flashlight in the room. Of course, it wasn't the nuclear flashlight in the horror game. It was just an ordinary flashlight. He didn't know how much power was left. It's better to make do with it first than to waste mana. The first floor is bound to not have too many clues, and there is a high probability that there will be some monsters wandering around. Is there any movement? Gu Shanhai's footsteps suddenly stopped. He heard what sounded like a fight not far away. The first thought in his mind was naturally the 2 players from the Qingcheng team. As for the remaining single female player, he had long ignored him. How could one survive such an encounter? It seems to be upstairs? It was normal for the other party to walk in front of him. He dissected the rat-headed man and the old scalper in the process, so he was naturally much slower this time. I saw the stairs when I turned the corner. I quickly followed the stairs to the 2nd floor. What I saw was indeed the Qingcheng white fox. As for the Qingcheng purple eagle, he also saw that there was only one piece of skin left floating in the air. Qingcheng white fox was holding a fire axe and fighting a skinless bloody man. It can only be said that he is a professional player. He should have received certain training and led many bosses. He is more experienced in combat than the little iron pot and big white goose that Gu Shanhai met before. It's just a bit reckless. But the ones who leave should be selling blood. The more serious the opponent's injury, the stronger the combat effectiveness. And it should have become a system. Otherwise it would not be so fierce. When Gu Shanhai looked at the Qingcheng white fox's explosion, it was obvious that the drop in health triggered the increase in skills on him again. And the fire axe immediately cut the bloody man's neck across the neck. At that moment, Gu Shanhai couldn't handle it head-on. At least it had exceeded the limit of a normal person. It can only be said that they are semi-digitized players. The improvement in strength is not consistent with common sense. But it is also normal. Otherwise, why would they compete with the bosses and geniuses of various worlds? Resurrection is only the foundation. What really allows them to invade all realms is their own hard power. You're here! I thought you had already gone upstairs. Qingcheng White Fox also noticed Gu Shanhai's arrival and casually sat on the ground to recover his strength. The reduction of health points will naturally lead to the loss of physical strength. But looking at his appearance, he should have the ability to recover. Otherwise he would not be bleeding through selling blood, but losing blood through sacrifice or self-destruction. You are worthy of being from a big club. It seems that you have quite the skills. Gu Shanhai complimented. Well, there's still a lot to be desired. The battery life can't keep up. How's Master Qin's routine going? Qin Cheng White Fox always thought that Gu Shanhai was following the path of a magician. After all, he had already demonstrated his great fireball technique before. Out. Master? I'm not. I'm an assistant. Gu Shanhai said seriously. Then you still dare to go alone? Qin Chengbai, who was a little bit embarrassed. The support team always works in a team. Nonsense. I'm a newbie. And I just walked away when my brain was spinning. Gu Shanhai didn't feel ashamed at all about this, but felt confident. Okay. Do you have any recovery skills? Give me some blood. Qin Cheng White Fox said without hesitation. Yes, there is. But it can't be used by humans. It can only be used by plants. Gu Shanhai said with a slight embarrassment. He was not lying. It can only be used by plants. Dot! Qin Cheng White Fox was speechless. In this early stage of the game, where can I find plant players for you? Are there any others? Qin Chengbai who asked and then added. Normally for players to use. Yes. The flame shield. There is just a little problem. Gu Shanhai said with some embarrassment. What's wrong with this? After adding it to you, you will continue to lose blood. Then have you ever thought about applying it to the enemy? Right. Are you sure it is a flame shield and not a burning debuff? At this time, Qin Cheng White Fox also realized. Okay. How on earth did this guy get enough 10 if you use settlement points to get a dungeon? Can you get an A-level settlement evaluation with just this weird skill? That's not true. The damage of my burning debuff is much higher than that of the flame shield. Gu Shanhai said seriously. As for why this happened, the reason is of course that the technology is immature. What he has in his hand is the red flame talisman, not the flame shield scroll. If it were the latter, he would really be able to develop flame skills for protection. And the former is mainly about explosions and burning. And it's pretty good that he can do that. This thing is cross-departmental, so he needs to study it later. I understand. Let's do it this way. If you encounter an enemy again next time, you can equip him with various burning debuffs. And I'll just go ahead and do it. Qin Cheng White Fox finally understood. Support is indeed correct. Weakening the enemy. That can be considered an auxiliary. Okay. Gu Shanhai wondered why some people couldn't think of it. The reason why he didn't do this was because the various burning debuffs he had attached would explode. Of course, this consumes less money, but the results are slow. But with the output of Qin Cheng White Fox Master, it naturally doesn't matter. Otherwise, how could the old scalper be roasted from the inside out? It was naturally because the fire spirit blade exploded. Qin Cheng White Fox rested for a while, and his blood volume returned to the level. Naturally, his physical strength also recovered. Let's go! Be careful. Don't get caught. Qin Cheng White Fox also felt a little unlucky. The two people who knew how to solve puzzles were dead. Gu Shanhai didn't look like a puzzle solver, so he could only think of ways to be reckless. It's over. He still hopes that the female player Rashomon is not dead. At least the three of them can work together, and maybe they can make more discoveries. Chapter 18. This flame shield can really lose blood. The invitation should be yours. Right. How did you, a blood dealer, get an invitation with a puzzle-solving nature? Gu Shanhai asked curiously. I rely on it to solve puzzles. Qin Chengbai who gestured with his fire axe somewhat depressedly. This means that if you kill the mechanism, the person who created the puzzle, etc., the puzzle will naturally be solved. From the current point of view, his compatibility is in the urban weird style. So he has this set of equipment and blood flow. After it is formed, it can be superimposed with genres such as strange controller. The two are very compatible. Most of the enemies he encounters now should be mentally ill or some biochemically modified enemies, or scary monsters mixed with some evil gods. He has not yet encountered those weird ones that are as immortal as the rules. That's why he can be reckless. And he can be reckless after he takes shape. There are thousands of schools, and immortality is not a rare thing, as long as the player's operation is cool enough. Some small skills can be formed into various powerful styles. That's good. For now, I can solve the puzzle successfully with it. Gu Shanhai didn't have much to worry about. After all, he had enough compatibility with the Qin Cheng White Fox. As long as he performed normally, he could basically pass the level. The others are more of a foil. This is the invitation letter from Qin Cheng White Fox. The main subject is him, not those of them who come here to get copies. To be honest, you can survive to this day with such a weird skill system. And your strength is not weak. Are you interested in joining our Qin Cheng team part-time? Qin Cheng White Fox said. He doesn't have the qualifications to recruit team members and has to sign a contract. But if they let people come part-time, there is still no problem if they take a commission. They just need to provide connections and channels. And the other party can contribute, and that's it. In fact, many part-time workers have been recruited, such as people like Gu Shanhai. It doesn't matter if their skills are a little weird. They can go to the basic dungeon and grind for 3 to 5 days to form a new set. I just play occasionally for fun. Otherwise, I can gather a good set of skills on the forum this morning. Gu Shanhai refused directly. He thought that the club is also a large network of people, and it is more convenient to find things. But it's a pity that he doesn't have the various system functions of the player. So he is destined to be alone. His idea is very simple. That is, to gather training resources as soon as possible and squeeze back into the first echelon of players. In the future, the direction of many events will be determined by these first echelon players. Don't forget to talk to me if you change your mind next time. Qin Cheng White Fox didn't hold a grudge or feel pressured because of Gu Shanhai's rejection. Instead, he thought that there might be opportunities to cooperate in the future, such as hiring them to bring books or introducing customers is essentially a service industry. And there is no reason to offend others. The other party is not a peer, just an ordinary player. Archives room? Let's go in and look for any clues. Not all horror games have this routine. Gu Shanhai saw the archives sign hanging in the corner not far away, which made his mind move. It's locked. I need the key. Qin Cheng Baihu reached for the door handle, but couldn't open it. What key do you want? The fire axe can break the door directly. Gu Shanhai had a black line on his head. Qin Cheng White Fox suddenly realized. I have been restricted by the inertia of the game again. As he said that, he swung the fire axe and smashed it towards the door, smashing the door into pieces with 3 strokes. 5 divided by 2. Gu Shanhai's flashlight shone in, and the two of them saw a person hanging upside down under the ceiling fan in the archives room. Does this figure look familiar to you? Gu Shanhai said. Don't look at your legs. Look down at your face. Qin Cheng White Fox complained. Gone. Rashomon. Why is this guy hanged here? As the light of the flashlight shone down, he could see the face clearly. It was the female player Rashomon. Her orifices were bleeding, and her eyes were wide open. I didn't know that she also left alone. How could Qin Cheng Baihu know this? And then said, but there is a high probability that, like you, she also plans to enter the archives to investigate. The ground was in a mess, and it was obvious that the other party was attacked while rummaging through the boxes. So the monster that attacked her is still in the archives? Gu Shanhai said, shining the flashlight towards the ceiling. The routine usually looks like this, either on the ceiling or in the corner. Then I saw a large puddle of fungus-like slime stuck to the ceiling, and it was still squirming regularly. What do you think about the explosion? Gu Shanhai suddenly hid behind Qin Cheng White Fox and asked very meanly. What? Qin Cheng White Fox was a little confused. Bang. Rashomon's corpse exploded, but instead of flesh and blood and bones, what exploded was a large amount of sticky mycelium. Apparently, his move just now made the mycelium on the ceiling stressed. So Rashomon exploded. Rashomon's body had actually been hollowed out long ago, leaving only a skin. The reason why he was hanging upside down was because his feet were bound by fungus. It was for this reason that Gu Shanhai looked at the ceiling first instead of the corner. God, you can't just remind him directly. Qin Cheng Baihu looked a little irritable as he saw the flame shield emerging in front of him, blocking all the sticky mycelium splashing over. Not all of these hyphae were blocked by the flame shield. Many of them penetrated because of the impact. Fortunately, they were already dead when they hit him. After all, they had been sterilized by high temperature, and the fungi were not that strong. So it's not that disgusting. But the blood deduction hurts a bit. It confirms that Gu Shanhai didn't deceive him. The flame shield not only provides shield value, but also deducts blood in reverse. He didn't even know that such a weird skill in the first era was of no use. Quick! Put it on fire! Qin Cheng White Fox glanced at his fire axe and decisively asked Gu Shanhai to take action. It deals physical damage, so it probably won't do much damage to that thing. And the thing is weak to fire at first glance. I think we should run away first. After Gu Shanhai finished speaking, he spread his legs and ran away. Qin Cheng White Fox was a little confused about Gu Shanhai's actions. And then he realized something. He seemed to make a lot of noise when he used the fire axe to chop the door. Looking at the silhouette of the monster approaching in the distance, He swallowed and followed Gu Shanhai decisively. Wait for me! Looking at Gu Shanhai walking away, he felt that his teammate was somewhere between a cheat and a non-cheat. Let's face it, he's very on time when he adds skills. But let's face it, his speed of running away from his teammates is absolutely top-notch. And how long does your flame shield last? Please tell me. Qin Chengbai, who looked at his declining health and the crazy increase in the power of various attributes and skills, he felt that he might die under the influence of his teammates. The buff he added is on. Chapter 19, Large Energy Supply Field. There is indeed a certain sense of territory among the monsters, but the division seems to be relatively weak. Gu Shanhai looked at the monsters that were chasing the Qincheng White Fox away. His movements on the first floor did not attract monsters before. It was probably because the monsters at that time were dispersed by the 4 of them. Now on the second floor, although the Qincheng White Fox killed a monster on the way, the movement was not small. Naturally it came again. He used some tricks and turned back again. There is no need to worry that the Qincheng White Fox will be tricked to death. He has calculated the time of the flame shield to keep the Qincheng White Fox's blood volume at the best state he can activate, and will not cause the Qincheng White Fox's blood volume to be too low. Even if he is exhausted, his attributes and skills will not be insufficient because of excessive blood volume. As long as he doesn't turn around and confront the monster head-on, he will basically not die. Of course, it doesn't matter if you die. The player can be resurrected. Looking back at the fungi, he knew that this was also a person, most likely one of the original civilians. Although he didn't know why the archives were built on the second floor. One thing was certain. This kind of biological fusion, the technology is simply awesome. You should still have some consciousness. Can you tell me where to find the source of everything? Gu Shanhai looked at the fungus-shaped monster on the archives room. As for the information in the archives, let's put it this way. Who would put this kind of top-secret information in the open? For something involving body modification or cult magic, finding some employee diaries is more reliable than the files in the archives room. The hyphae on the ceiling were squirming, looking like a big ball of wool extending towards Gu Shanhai. The extension speed is very fast. At least ordinary fungi do not have this speed. Seeing this, Gu Shanhai frowned. How can I say this thing is a little conscious? But only a little. This hyphae was most likely going to eat him at this time. So he had no choice but to take action. With a pinch of thumb and index finger, a slight spark splashed out and landed on the extending hyphae. The next moment, flames spread instantly, and the entire hyphae became a hotbed of flames. Photophobic. Weak to fire. The flaws are a bit big, and I don't know if they can be improved after getting the technology. Gu Shanhai was also a little worried about this. At present, he has initially determined 2 weaknesses. There is nothing to say about weak fire, but photophobia is a bit of a problem. Some monsters will show fear and flee when they are suddenly exposed to light. But some monsters are different, and will attack the light source instead. This is the case with this hyphae. When encountering a light source, it will become stressed and then attack. The flames quickly burned all the mycelium on the ceiling. After all, such a large mass of fungi is very fueling. His flame was not an ordinary flame, but a flame that he had improved and was contaminated with mana. Hey, something's not right. After burning the entire mycelium, Gu Shanhai also discovered the problem. Logically speaking, the fire should spread and burn the entire archives room. But he found that it was extinguished. It wasn't that it didn't burn. It just couldn't burn. There is something wrong with the environment. Gu Shanhai looked solemn. So he immediately thought of something to maintain the physical functions of the monsters. It was precisely because of this that his flames would collapse in the environment. Interesting. A large force field? Gu Shanhai began to pick up some of the files and began to look through them. However, just as he had imagined, these files were normal and did not have any relevant records. After a brief look, he gave up on finding anything useful. He planned to go to the 3rd floor to take a look. St. Mary's Hospital covers a large area, but its floors are not high. There are only 3 floors in total. He didn't know what the board of directors was thinking, but there was a high probability that there was something wrong with the 3rd floor. It is possible that these plans existed before St. Mary's Hospital was successfully built. It's just that there doesn't seem to be a staircase to the 3rd floor. The staircase that Gu Shanhai took to the 2nd floor did not have a staircase to the 3rd floor. Otherwise, he would have gone directly to the 3rd floor. Why bother hanging out on the 2nd floor? Maybe it's because the 3rd floor is a secret area and it's inconvenient for others to go there. So the archives are placed on the 2nd floor? This shows that the 1st, Second and third floors are not a systematic place at all. Otherwise, there would be no need to do this. This is a bit troublesome. He was not familiar with the entire St. Mary's Hospital, and the confidentiality work on the third floor seemed to be very good. If he wanted to go up, it would be a bit troublesome. But it's not impossible. If you can't find the stairs, then don't take the stairs. Gu Shenhai's idea was very simple. He could just climb up from the window. Otherwise, what else could he do? Break the ceiling violently? Not to mention the direct mana consumption of the two. Just the movement is insignificant. Now he doesn't even use the flashlight, but uses mana to bless his eyes. The monsters on the second floor are not weak. He can deal with 3 or 5 of them. But if there are more, he will have to run away. His training time is too short, and he lacks various resources. So it is impossible for him to become invincible right away. Looks like I have to find a window. I just want to go back and see how Qi Changqi's body is doing. He didn't know how far to go in the left, right, and front directions, so he was able to determine where there was a window, which was naturally the direction of the hospital gate when they entered. As long as he walked back, he could indeed see the condition of Qi Changqi's body. He didn't know if other people had checked it out, but he had definitely passed by. We have to speed up. Gu Shenhai's mana was applied to his legs, and he rushed out like a sharp sword. Saving mana is correct, but it also depends on when. As darkness approached, he had a hunch that it would definitely not be a good thing if he continued to delay. If the ritual on the third floor succeeded in summoning the evil god, it would be a disaster. So before that, let's see if we can stop it. If it can be stopped, stop it by the way. If it can't be stopped, you have to reap the benefits before running away. He was sure that there was nothing good on the second floor. He liked the monsters quite a lot. Their looks were quite valuable. But no matter how high the value was, could the technology used to create them be of high value? I am not a summoner. But if I were a summoner, I could try to make a contract, and then I could summon him to fight. The combat effectiveness of this group of monsters is quite impressive. It should be roughly at this location. As he galloped along, Gu Shenhai estimated the location in his mind, and soon arrived at the location of Qi Changqi at that time. However, there are no potholes here, which means that the rat-headed man did not get through the second floor at that time, but only lived in the gap between the first and second floors. Chapter 20 Survivors on the third floor. By the window, Gu Shenhai looked at the extremely dark sky, without any starlight, as if it was obscured by something. After not finding the remaining half of Qi Changqi's body, he naturally stopped investigating. It was most likely that it was still in a crack in the wall. It is impossible to dig, and the player is not really dead, so the investigation may yield some clues. But is he a matter of investigation now? He is now ready to go straight to Huanglong. He is not a puzzle solver, so he can just go ahead and fine. Climbing out of the window, with magical power on his 5 fingers, he climbed up to the third floor as nimbly as a gecko with a flower pot of Yuling grass on his head. At this time, it was difficult to operate with one hand. After climbing up, I looked inside and saw silence. I carefully pulled off the window frame and removed the glass. And then I saw what was going on inside. An experimental base? This is very different from my imagination. In Gu Shenhai's imagination, this should be similar to some kind of terrifying sacrificial place. But the reality was completely contrary to his imagination. The place was clean and orderly, which made him a little stunned. Soon he climbed in and tried to turn on the power, and it suddenly lit up. It doesn't have the same electrical system as the first and second floors, but it seems that the time of abandonment was a little different. According to his observations, it seemed that the place was still running. He looked at the surveillance camera on the side. It was still running, but he didn't know if anyone was watching. So it seems that this crisis was not caused by the evil cult? Gu Shenhai frowned. This didn't make sense. After he put the glass back on, he left this laboratory-like place and walked down the corridor. The sensor lights automatically turned on, illuminating his path forward. Snap! The thick liquid on the soles of his feet made him frown. He didn't know when he discovered that some strange mucus would appear on the originally clean and tidy ground from time to time. I reached out and smeared a little. This kind of mucus felt a bit like glue. It looked translucent and had no smell at first sight. Some kind of secretion? This reminds me of some kind of suicide attempt. Using scientific methods to study some kind of evil creature eventually led to a horrific outbreak at St. Mary's Hospital. As for where the evil creatures come from, it's very simple. There was a solar particle storm before. Maybe some people obtain knowledge from the distant starry sky. It's corny and bloody. Gu Shanhai quickly determined the enemy he might face next. It was either this evil creature or the culprit that caused this crisis. He didn't care what the world was like outside St. Mary's Hospital. He only cared about whether he could get this technology. When he looked up, he saw a mummy wearing a white coat embedded on the ceiling, and the whole body was still covered in a lot of mucus, with 1 or 2 drops occasionally dripping. Gu Shanhai jumped out and dug it out. After landing, further inspection found that all the water on the other person's body had been pulled out. It must have been the evil creature that took action, so the containment must have gone out of control. Gu Shanhai checked the body, but didn't find much. After searching a lot, I couldn't find the diary. Who in the right mind would write a diary? Well, even if they did, they wouldn't be able to carry it with them. But this thing's water-locking ability is a bit strong. The water inside has not evaporated yet. Gu Shanhai looked at the slime on the ground, which was still very moist. Judging from the time of death of this researcher, it must have been at least several months. As a result, the mucus on the ground did not show any signs of drying up. Are you an investigator sent by the Federation? Suddenly, a voice came over the radio. The voice was a bit weird, and to Gu Shanhai it sounded like there was phlegm stuck in his throat. Do you want to see your ID? Gu Shanhai said calmly. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the surveillance camera in the corridor, where the sound just now came from. No need. The people who can come here to save us must be from the Federation. The voice answered again. Obviously this thing has a conversation function. Where are you? Gu Shanhai asked directly without any probing. If the other party was unwilling to tell him, then forget it. Logistics warehouse. Let me show you the way. The other party didn't say much, but just one step at a time. Gu Shanhai followed the other party's instructions and kept talking to each other on the way. I want to know. What happened? Gu Shanhai asked. The immortality plan failed. I think you should know. The voice replied. Sorry. I don't know. I just received the mission to rescue you. 3 team members died on the 1st and 2nd floors, and 1 is missing. The longevity plan has nothing to do with me. My mission is to take you leave. Of course. It doesn't matter if you want to talk. Gu Shanhai said. We obtained a huge protoplasmic creature with extremely high intelligence. During the communication, we obtained some information from its mouth. For example, it is not a creature of our universe, but was formed due to solar particle storms, arrived accidentally through a gap in space. Of course, physicists have objections to this, but that has nothing to do with us. It has an extremely long lifespan and is knowledgeable in a large amount of obscure and terrifying knowledge. We benefited a lot and soon became the most trusted alliance. During this period, the Federation's technology advanced by leaps and bounds, and it even launched an interstellar project, until it revealed its ability to live forever. After the other party said this, he didn't continue. It was obvious that there was no need to continue talking later. It's nothing more than breaking up and trying to get the secret of the other person's immortality. So, is this protoplasmic creature still here? Gu Shanhai asked. Yes. We used its technology called magic to forcibly trap it here. But in the process, we also suffered heavy losses, and many experimental subjects were released as a result, and are now wandering on the 1st floor and 2nd floor. The other party said. I see. No one of the Federation asked me to come to the rescue. This is a big project, Gu Shanhai said with a hint of ridicule. He said this, but he was very calm in his heart. He didn't believe what the other party said at all. You, a researcher, told this to an ignorant person. Where's your sense of confidentiality? Therefore, Gu Shanhai guessed that the other party most likely wanted to use him to deal with the evil creature. The word immortality between the lines was also a bait, in order to stimulate his greed. Chapter 21 Mutual Deception in the Logistics Warehouse. Thank God you're finally here. In the logistics warehouse, an old man looked excited. This is my responsibility, Gu Shanhai said solemnly. But before that, you have to tell me the causes and consequences of everything. After all, I need to make a plan based on the current situation. This is what it should be. The old man's name is Tekel, the person in charge of the longevity project, and the largest shareholder of St. Mary's Hospital. The situation was almost as Gu Shanhai expected. It was simply that they had misjudged the power of the protoplasmic organisms. But now that the protoplasmic organisms were trapped in the magic circle and could not come out, his idea was to drive them back to their own world through expulsion magic. These days, he has been studying expulsion magic. To be honest, Gu Shanhai always felt a little awkward listening to a researcher talking to him about magic. Fortunately, he didn't show it, but was thinking about something. Does that mean that he really looks like the wrong person? If not, why would Tekal fool him like a fool? Mr. Tekal, with all due respect, your plan is perfect. But the question is, how can you ensure that your plan can be successfully implemented? If you tell me how much explosives I can use to kill this monster, I can believe you. But you told me that you need to use magic. I'm sorry. My mission is to take you away. Gu Shanhai retreated in order to advance. He knew that Tekal would never give up. If he left like this, he would probably fall short of his achievements. If he really succeeded, why would he ask Gu Shanhai? No, the magic circle cannot trap the monster for too long. If we leave now, we will lose the possibility of killing the monster for the last time. Once it escapes from the magic circle, it will start to split. All of us will become its food. Tekal seemed a little excited, and Gu Shanhai also looked hesitant about this. It's just that if I take you there, it might be dangerous. Gu Shanhai said hesitantly, but the actual situation is that this guy really fooled him without even thinking through the logic. He said at the beginning that the monster was trapped. So why did he wait until Gu Shanhai arrived before going over to take action? You must know that since he is trapped, he can just go over and cast the expulsion magic. There is no need to wait for rescue at all. It will be no problem to get out. The 3-story building is not high, so it is not easy to get down, even through the window. Either way, so there are two possibilities. One is that there is still danger, and the other is that he is planning to use Gu Shanhai to do something. Gu Shanhai prefers the latter. Tekal hasn't left. It's not that he can't leave, but that he doesn't want to leave at all. He had briefly glanced at the material reserves in the logistics warehouse. Whether it was food or pure water, it was enough for Tekal to survive alone for about 5 years. And there were also various equipment, such as power generation and medical treatment. It can only be said that the other party regards himself as a fool. For the Federation, Tekal said firmly, looking like a loyal researcher. Well, the real situation of the other party still needs to be determined. For example, a researcher can actually become the largest shareholder of St. Mary's Hospital. Where did he get the money? Therefore, Gu Shanhai believes that he is responsible for the longevity plan, and that protoplasmic creature was most likely summoned by him. Okay, but you have to promise to obey my orders. Otherwise, I will give up the plan and take you away as soon as possible. Gu Shanhai looked like I was doing it for you. No problem. I'm good at this. Tekal didn't doubt Gu Shanhai's words. Instead, he was thinking about what he should do next. But you have to wait for me a moment. I need to prepare some materials needed to expel magic. As you know, magic is never very reliable. Tekal quickly began to sort it out. Gu Shanhai took this opportunity to wander around the logistics warehouse. The vision in his eyes was transformed by mana into an energy vision, and he was trying to find traces of other energies. In the safe? Well, this is indeed the safest. Don't talk about secret places or other areas. It's not that easy to open a safe with force. What's more, it's a custom-made high-end safe, so it will probably take heavy firepower to force it open. However, Gu Shanhai was very confident in dealing with this type of safe without any extraordinary protective measures. When Tekal was not paying attention, Gu Shanhai easily opened the safe through magic penetration. The other party never thought that Gu Shanhai could find this safe. A piece of parchment? Gu Shanhai could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with this parchment. Even if he turned off his energy vision, he could feel obvious numbness on his skin when he reached out to touch it. The knowledge contained in this text is really extraordinary. It feels a bit indescribable. It seems like it's really science fiction. Glancing over it at a glance, there are records of biotechnology related to flesh and blood, and most of it talks about how to learn from the strengths and weaknesses of flesh and blood. This reminded him of the monsters on the first and second floors. These monsters were the fusion of animals and humans. This seems to be written by Tekal. Perhaps summoning some weird thing that comes with the protoplasmic creature. And the summoning technique to summon protoplasmic creatures? Either it was summoned accidentally as Tekal said, or it was in Tekal's mind. If it were a skill, it would probably be a core skill in the summoner system. In addition, there are many research notes corresponding to Tekal in the safe. It seems that they were just put in, probably to prevent Gu Shanhai from seeing anything. While he was wary of Tekal, he kept all the contents of these notes in his mind. What he was hesitating about now was whether he should take this slightly weird parchment away. This is probably the most valuable thing in this copy. At last he gritted his teeth and didn't take it. What if I take something so weird and get burned? At this time, he also understood one thing. That is, Tekal most likely did not want to expel the protoplasmic creature, but wanted to integrate it into his body through flesh and blood technology to gain its powerful power. So what is recorded in this parchment should be an incomplete part, and there is still a piece of knowledge related to the ritual. He could bear this part of the knowledge, so he didn't write it down. Without this ritual, the fusion of flesh and blood cannot be completed, and the power of the protoplasmic creature cannot be obtained. Gu Shanhai closed the safe, then walked around in a large circle quietly before walking to Tekal's side. Chapter 22. As long as my sanity is low enough, I can ignore the problem. Oh, you scared me. Tekal felt the breathing behind him and was almost frightened. Gu Shanhai saw that when the other party was nervous just now, several yellow-brown lines appeared on his neck. These things were very familiar to him, similar to fungi but not quite. He really didn't notice it before. But when the other party was nervous, he finally showed some flaws and caught it. How are the materials needed to expel magic being prepared? Gu Shanhai asked. I need to prepare some magic potions. You know, we don't have magic power, so we need to use magic potions as an aid to release it. Tekal began to focus on the work at hand. An idea came to Gu Shanhai's mind. He might have obtained a magic inheritance. Judging from the opponent's handwriting, he is definitely not a wild mage, but looks like he has been professionally trained. Otherwise, it is just some memories, and it is impossible to reach this level. Unfortunately, there is no way to pry it open. Gu Shanhai was a little regretful. He didn't know how to use soul-searching spells now. Even if he knew how to do it, he wouldn't be able to use it with his current strength. However, it is enough to obtain part of the genetic biotechnology related to flesh and blood. After he returns, he can further improve the Golden Bell, Ironclaw Shirt Boy's skill, and Yuling's skill. Even though these 4 techniques have little to do with the flesh and blood technology, in fact they have similar effects. They are all a kind of transformation of the human body. For him, it's okay. If it works, how long will it take? Gu Shanhai asked. It will take at least half an hour. Did you know that protoplasmic creature is called a mythical creature in the universe where it is located? It is not an easy task to expel him. Not to mention that we need to open a hole in the universe, which is not an easy task. Tekal mumbled something. This made Gu Shanhai suspect that he might have a mental problem. Moreover, the 4 words, mythical creatures, made him nervous. Science fiction, mythical creatures, and magic. When these words were combined together, he couldn't help but think of the Q-Universe, a sci-fi world whose 2nd version is about to transition into its 3rd version. That's right. It's the world of Cthulhu mythology. The more you know about it, the more difficult it becomes. If you go in just for a vacation and don't explore any secrets, then it's just an ordinary worldview. But the more you explore, the more you explore, the more you explore various terrifying tasks, the mortality rate remains high. Gu Shanhai had never been there. After all, the death rate was so high. Besides, it was not consistent with the system in his previous life. He had only heard about the conditions inside on the forum. Even if he is asked to go, he won't go because other players don't know the situation of Cthulhu. How can he not know? As a time traveler, I am afraid that I will encounter something unexpected if I enter for the first time. In addition, he did not go to the worldview such as weird immortal cultivation, Warhammer, etc. These settings were too terrifying. Players who played in the past were at 2 extremes, either doing well or dying miserably. Some people even deliberately spread some secrets on the forum. Once new players who know this knowledge enter these worlds, they will be in trouble immediately. I just didn't expect that I would encounter a certain mythical creature in this dungeon. If this is the case, then you have to be more cautious when facing that flesh and blood technology. As for the magic inheritance in Tekal's mind, he simply stayed away. That flesh and blood technology is most likely brand new knowledge formed by Tekal combining protoplasmic organisms. The magic inheritance in his mind, and modern biological knowledge. There is not much of a problem in itself. Modern knowledge occupies more space. The reason why he will feel some numbness on his scalp, which is due to the carrier problem. There is no problem with the knowledge. There is a problem with the parchment. It was probably the parchment that originally carried the magic inheritance. But the inheritance was taken away by Tekal, and the corresponding technology was later written down while mumbling. He also had some guesses about the origin of the parchment. It was probably brought from the Q-System universe by the protoplasmic creature that claimed to be a mythical creature. The influence will definitely not affect him. He is separated from the universe of the restraint system, and his power is not the same. In addition, it is more aimed at the spiritual aspect. With his true spirit as a reborn person, he is easily exempted from the influence. If some time passes, this parchment will probably turn into ordinary parchment. It seems that you have acquired a lot of magic knowledge? Gu Shenhai asked abruptly. Not much. Just some accidents at the beginning. Not worth mentioning. Tekal also realized that he seemed to have talked a little too much. At this time, he did not realize that he had a mental problem. In the Q-System universe, the so-called magic is actually more like technology. It is only because it is beyond understanding that it becomes magic. As the other party prepared the potion, Gu Shenhai could clearly see the threads crawling under the other party's skin. This is really using reason to make magic potion. What a big pit. Because I don't understand the magic of the K-type. Most of the spells require reason rather than magic. Therefore, the more ferocious the magic is used, the crazier the brain becomes. Tekal is a little better. After all, he is not in the Kishi universe, but in another world. Although the impact is not great, there is still a price to pay. Soon, several bottles of magic potion were mixed by him. Okay, we can set off. What are you looking at? Tekal was a little confused. It's nothing. I'm just marveling at your skills. Gu Shenhai looked at the strangeness on Tekal's skin and did not mention it clearly. He estimated that even if Tekal successfully fused the protoplasmic creature and gained powerful strength and immortal life, he would end up going crazy. Because the other party is already half crazy. At least the other party must have a mental disorder. Otherwise, how could he ignore his own problems? I will have to trouble you then. I can only help from the side, Tekal said immediately, and he hurriedly shied away. Mental problems are not IQ problems. Yes, but where are the protoplasmic organisms kept? St. Mary's Hospital is not small. Gu Shenhai didn't want to walk for more than half an hour. Don't worry. We have professional equipment, Tekal said, finding a forklift from the warehouse. We will ride it over. Yeah, it can save a lot of time. Gu Shenhai didn't expect this, mainly because the forklift was placed too far inside and he didn't see it. That's natural. In fact, there are other means of transportation, but unfortunately, they are all far away. Tekal got on the forklift and motioned for Gu Shenhai to come up. Gu Shenhai naturally sat on it without hesitation, and the forklift rushed out of the logistics warehouse. Chapter 23 Don't Die. There is still a Shoggoth waiting for you to deal with. So, this is the protoplasmic creature you are talking about? Gu Shenhai looked at the creature restrained in the center of the magic circle not far away with a look of dismay. About half a person's height. It looks like an amorphous swollen protoplasm, faintly glowing. Eyes that emit a large amount of green light, and pus are constantly forming and decomposing on its surface. This thing's nickname is Shioji, and its real name is Shoggoth. What's more important is that this thing doesn't look like an ordinary Shoggoth. It's probably a Shoggoth Lord, which is much harder to deal with than ordinary Shoggoths. However, it is true to say that Shoggoths are protoplasmic creatures. They are not normal life forms in themselves. Shoggoth is said to be made from the cells of the outer god Ubo-Sathla, who is known as the source of all sources. It is one of the mythical creatures that grand magicians like to summon most. Just put it into the enemy pile. Just throw it away, and then run quickly. Remember, you must run fast. Otherwise you will be eaten. It's just that the Shoggoth Lord is not summoned under normal circumstances. This thing is too difficult to do. You seem to know him? Tekal asked hesitantly. Ahem. Let's get to know each other a little bit. Why don't you expel the other party as soon as possible? Gu Shenhai said that everyone was numb. The appearance of the Shoggoths already represented the existence of the other party's pit. He no longer has any thoughts about this world and just wants to leave as soon as possible. With his current strength, he is not suitable for contact with these things. He suspected that the area outside St. Mary's Hospital might have been captured. A Shoggoth Lord may not be able to prove anything, but the weird sky is enough to prove that there is something wrong with this world. Guji. In the magic circle, Lord Shoggoth made some kind of sound. It's greeting you, Tekal asked strangely. Would you like to greet my family? Gu Shenhai couldn't help but feel speechless. Why should he scold him? It was not him who did these things. It doesn't greet your family. It just greets you. It thinks you are full of wisdom. Tekal was a little confused as to what this had to do with his family. Oh, it turns out it's really a greeting. Okay, What are you going to do next? Gu Shenhai asked. I'm going to perform a ritual. The magic circle may be ineffective next. And I want you to help stop this protoplasmic creature, Tekal said immediately. Dot! Gu Shenhai's face darkened. He glanced at Lord Shoggoth, then at himself and said, What makes you think I can stop this thing? There may have been something wrong with this Shoggoth Lord when it came, which is why it is so small. But small does not mean weak. Judging from the opponent's appearance, he is definitely not weak to fire. When converted into levels, it must be at least level 30. And he is only level 3. Even if he shows off this operation, he can't show it off. You have it. Don't take possession of me. Find another way. Otherwise this matter will end here. Gu Shenhai thought about trying to complete the task, but he definitely didn't want to risk his life. That's such a pity. Tekal suddenly became a little nervous, and his tone was very sharp. Then I can only do it by myself. After the words fell, Tekal drank a bottle of unknown potion in one gulp, and saw the other party's skin torn, and a large number of fungi came out of the skin, looking like they had sprouted. Gu Shenhai took a few steps back and stayed away from the other party. He originally thought that the other party was preparing to take action against the Shoggoth leader, but unexpectedly he turned his head and stared at Gu Shenhai fiercely. You dare to disobey God's order, then merge with God. Tekal directly transformed into the big boss. Let's just say that you dare to call yourself a god even if you haven't succeeded. Isn't it bad? Gu Shenhai quickly dodged the opponent's attack. How should I put it? Noob. The attack method is still just to pounce on him and beat him. But he looks a little disgusting. Maybe it was the bottle of magic potion that entered his stomach, which directly caused him to lose his sanity. At this time, the opponent looks like a humanoid fungus community. Yes, mushrooms are growing. Mushrooms are fungi, not plants. He always felt that Tekal might have been tricked by Lord Shoggoth, because after growing mushrooms, the opponent's functions declined more and more. At first, he could barely keep up with Gu Shenhai, but now he felt like he was out of breath after taking only 3 steps. This is wrong. I have already drank the magic potion. This shouldn't be the case. Tekal felt all kinds of hallucinations rushing in front of his eyes, and even Gu Shenhai became a mess in his eyes. The weakness of his body caused him to stumble and fall directly to the ground, and his heavy breathing was very abrupt in this silent space. Gu Shenhai knew that he was going to die. Damn! The puzzle book! Gu Shenhai cursed a little. Lord Shoggoth is simply not something that current players can deal with, and the only boss that needs to be fought is Tekal. But the problem is that Gu Shenhai skips the puzzle-solving process now, and he can't defeat the Shoggoth Lord. There must be something useful in dealing with the Shoggoth Lord in the dungeon. Otherwise the team will be wiped out. Longevity, after Tekal weakly shouted out his last obsession. He completely died. His whole body was like a puddle of dirt and scattered, and all kinds of fungi also withered. The Shoggoth, who was trapped in the center of the magic circle, made a strange chirping sound that Gu Shenhai couldn't understand. He does have a language pack, but it does not include the language of the Shoggoths. The language of this kind of monster is more like a spiritual translation. On the one hand, it takes up too much space to bring back, and on the other hand, it is too niche. The Shoggoths have it. Do the ancient giants, moon beasts, etc. also need to be included? But he never expected that the car would overturn temporarily. In the end, I could only keep searching among the dead mushrooms and retrieve all the magic potions. Ugh, it smells so bad. How dare he put this into his mouth? Gu Shenhai wanted to find out if there was any solution, but he could smell the potion even before it was opened. The stench came out. With Tekal's death, the entire ritual collapses, and he is at the heart of it. Therefore, it is his reason to maintain the magic circle of the Shoggoths. Now that there is no energy, it will naturally suffer. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter if you die, but you actually destroyed all the copies. Gu Shenhai was on the verge of crying. I don't know if it's too late to go back to the logistics warehouse now. He originally thought that Tekal was a big treasure, but he disappeared before he could get a hold of it. What a shame. He stood up and was about to run away when he suddenly realized that the magic circle had disappeared. It was very sudden. He had thought that there was still something there. It's been a while. Lord Shoggoth squirmed towards Gu Shenhai, who was free again. Chapter 24. Shoggoths are friendly NPCs. Teammates are the villains. Hello, stranger. A very fat, bald, middle-aged man came over and said hello, looking very friendly. The change of things caught Gu Shenhai off guard, and he found that his mission had been completed. Co-author, Is Tekal the reason St. Mary's Hospital was abandoned? Oh, it seems like this is really the case. If it weren't for a major shareholder like him, it seems that the hospital would not collapse. So Lord Shoggoth is a friendly NPC? Hello, Gu Shenhai replied calmly. He did not leave immediately. As the saying goes, wealth can be found in danger. He couldn't defeat the Shoggoth Lord, but he could leave immediately. Thank you for saving me from this villain. Great source of all sources. I really hate this world full of cracks, Lord Shoggoth said in a weird tone. Full of cracks? Gu Shenhai was a little confused. Yes, this world is riddled with holes, filled with lives that have drifted from all worlds. At that time, I was reading a book in the Ancient One's library. I think you should also know that he got that book. He wants immortality. Damn it. Do you know how crazy he is? He actually wants to fuse with me. Lord Shoggoth also cursed a little. Immortality is actually not a rare thing for these mythical creatures. In fact, it's not much different. I understand, but I'm still a little confused. Did he really trick me here to stop you? Why did he die after drinking the medicine? Gu Shenhai asked. Of course not. He just wanted to use you as a sacrifice in the ceremony. As for drinking the medicine, you will die. Lord Shoggoth paused, and then said cunningly, he drank the medicine in the wrong order. Yes, I deliberately tricked you. So no matter if I come or not, you can actually get out of trouble on your own? Gu Shenhai understood the cause and effect. He also needs a little help. After all, if there is no sacrifice, he will not come and drink the magic potion. Lord Shoggoth was sincere. So you're ready to leave? Right, Gu Shenhai asked. This Shoggoth Lord seemed to have infiltrated into the human world for a long time. His mind was extremely complicated, and Gu Shenhai was a little undecided. No. It's too dangerous outside. I'm too weak. I need enough time and nutrition to recover. And this is a very good place, Lord Shoggoth said bluntly. Gu Shenhai also looked stagnant. Is it dangerous? It seems that this world is indeed extraordinary. Then I'm ready to leave. But I have to go to the logistics warehouse to make some money before leaving. Do you mind? Gu Shenhai asked. How is that possible? But if you don't mind, take me for a ride. After all, it's really uncomfortable here, Lord Shoggoth suggested. Gu Shenhai wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it carefully, he could run away now, and the other party couldn't kill him instantly. If he brought him with him, he could make some excuses. If the player completes the task, he will be teleported back immediately. But not Gu Shenhai. He has great freedom, and he can even settle here if he does not leave this world. Get in the car and let you see my skills, Gu Shenhai said confidently, driving the forklift all the way back. He quickly brought the topic to the flesh-flesh fusion technology by making insinuations. This is also the immortality technology developed by Tekal and the biological weapon sales technology. By fusing civilians with various animals and controlling them, they finally became his weapon to rule the world. At first glance, it sounds like he is very ambitious. But in fact it is just pure lust. It is simply ridiculous to want to rule the world with such a group of gadgets. Even the Shoggoth Lords laughed at Tekal's arrogance. The two discussed this part of the technology again. And then, he was sure of one thing. Half of this technology was the work of Lord Shoggoth. At least Gu Shenhai had begun to digest this technology through communication and exchanges with the other party. And even contains a lot of genetic, biological and other knowledge that he needs. Unfortunately, it has certain limitations. If you don't mind, I'll take these equipment with me, Gu Shenhai asked. No problem. I don't have much interest in scientific research. Most of the time, I just want to blend in with people. It's just that the place I came to this time is a scientific research environment, so I can only cooperate temporarily. In fact, I prefer the art of sculpture, Lord Shoggoth said with great joy. Thank you so much. Gu Shenhai felt that he had made the right bet. But soon another problem arose. He could not take away so much equipment. Most of the scientific research and experimental equipment are complete here. And there are even a large number of books. But there is no way to take them all away. Therefore, I could only tentatively ask Lord Shoggoth. Gu Shenhai was certain that the origin of this Shoggoth Lord was definitely unusual, as he believed in Yubo Sasla. This is indeed a problem. After all, you are a visitor from a foreign land, and you do not have the corresponding space technology. However, if you can give me knowledge or rumors that satisfy me, then I will help you solve this matter. Shogo Lord C did not agree directly. This is really embarrassing for me. He actually didn't care much about the fact that Lord Shoggoth saw that he was a visitor from a foreign land. In the future, there will be countless strange existences of players. And there are even cases where players have been successfully kicked out of the dungeon by using expulsion spells, banishment spells, etc. I have a volume of Kung Fu, which is divided into Golden Bell Mask, Iron Clothes Shirt, and Boy Kung Fu. Take a look. Gu Shanhai took out this thing and handed it to the other party. Lord Shoggoth took it and looked at it. But he couldn't read it. After all, they are not in the same world. But Gu Shanhai also noticed it and helped translate it. It's really crude biotechnology. It takes a long time. And the effect is poor. I seem to have seen something similar before. Created by a human descendant of a certain great existence. And he called it martial arts. It's a pity that I didn't see the content. We only communicated for 10 minutes. Well, this volume of skills has aroused my curiosity. I may be able to create Shoggoth martial arts through this skill. Next time we meet again, if I perfect the Shoggoth martial arts, I will definitely give you one. Share. Lord Shoggoth reluctantly accepted it, and then began to help Gu Shanhai solve his problem. Gu Shanhai had a look on his face. What the H.L. is Shoggoth martial arts? In his previous life, he had heard of someone practicing Cthulhu Xingyiquan. He always felt that the butterfly he had formed after rebirth began to flap its wings. In the future, maybe a Shoggoth sect will appear in a certain martial arts world. Thinking about it, it is simply a sin. Chapter 25 Spirit Plant Purifying Grass. Gu Shanhai stayed in St. Mary's Hospital for nearly a month before coming back. It wasn't that he wanted to come back, but that Lord Shoggoth was about to run away. The day before, the two of them saw smog passing through the sky, and there were also people fleeing, vampires and so on. It seems like some big terror is coming. Therefore, we can only pack up Shinrawan and run away, because the mission is completed. The area blockade of St. Mary's Hospital has long been lifted by the First Era, so don't think about it being as protected as before. During this period, he mastered the Golden Bell Iron Claw Shirt and Boy's Kung Fu to a small degree. The technique itself is actually similar to an enhanced version of radio gymnastics. Otherwise, what else would he want to do? How powerful can the things produced by the primary copy be? The Ghostface King Kong is slow to practice because he practices slowly according to the script. However, Gu Shanhai has various scientific equipment in St. Mary's Hospital to assist in adjustments and modifications, and has a large amount of nutrients to absorb. If it can still be slow, then he can also no need to mix. He has even practiced Yunling Gong to the first level of Chain Chi. Forget about going higher. He needs to complete it himself. But if he continues to practice, the only thing left is to increase his magic power, which is commonly known as increasing the upper limit of the blue bar. It can also promote the progress of the Golden Bell cover, Iron Shirt and Tongzi Kung Fu. It has to be said that the chain energy level in this era of law ending is not very good. It only has energy that is a little better than the three-piece suit he had before. In terms of physical fitness and other aspects of improvement, it is indeed worse than broadcast gymnastics. I guess it's because Yunling Gong is purely for practicing in the age of ending Dharma, abandoning all kinds of abilities and focusing on magic power. Fortunately, mana also has its benefits. At least a little more can lead to qualitative changes. Just like he can exert great power by blessing it in his hands. Of course, in the past month, he not only practiced, but also studied the flesh and blood technology in depth. However, there was no experimental product for him to practice. So he just tried it briefly and waited for the next opportunity to try it. Then it was natural to practice spells. Yes, he learned all the spells for cultivating spiritual plants and cultivated a spiritual plant. The original name of this spiritual plant was Sweet Breath Grass. But now it has been renamed Purifying Grass. It took Gu Shanhai a long time to pick it out. Its function is to purify the air and absorb some radiation and pollution. It is not a modified product or something. The rare plant is just a potted plant placed on the computer desktop by the researcher. What he values is simply its function. After his cultivation, its ability has changed, and it can further purify the spiritual energy, making the spiritual energy thicker and pure, and can further purify some toxic substances in the air, etc. It is equivalent to complementing the Yunling grass to make up for Gu Shanhai's lack of mana. Now the concentration of spiritual energy in the legal area has almost increased 5 times compared to before. And because it has been purified, the quality is better, and the conversion efficiency is also higher. Good. It's not that the effect of the purifying grass is really that terrible. The main function of this spiritual plant is to assist the spirit-inspiring grass. Only by complementing each other can this effect be achieved. He planted the purifying grass into the same pot as the Yunling grass. So he didn't have to worry about robbing nutrients. Because after he cultivated it into a spiritual plant, like the Yunling grass, it mainly uses spiritual energy as the main force. And the nutrients of the land are only secondary. Not to mention that Gu Shenhai came back with a lot of fertilizer. With the combination of Yunling grass and Qi purifying grass, the core of Gu Shenhai's only skill, the legal field, has been transferred from the magic weapon to the spiritual plant, fully exerting the effect of resonance and energy circulation. The legal field has changed from a radius of 3 with him as the center. 10 centimeters became 60 centimeters, which was doubled. In fact, it can directly reach 1 meter. But he suppressed it. Firstly, it is because it is too big and consumes a lot of energy, and it will reduce the concentration of spiritual energy. Secondly, because it is enough for now, and too much is a waste. Gu Shenhai also made a lot of improvements to the magic domain. For example, the spirit blade and aura were directly transformed into magic domain amplification and mana halo, becoming permanent abilities. With enough magic power, naturally he cannot treat himself badly. Protection like aura directly forms a 2-layer structure. 2 layers for the legal domain, and 2 layers for oneself. If the enemy breaks the first layer of the spiritual shield of the legal domain, he will encounter the second layer of fire spiritual shield. When the opponent attacks, it will apply high temperature and burning to the opponent. If it is broken again, it will explode. The second layer of fire shield on the body is different. It is not an explosion damage, but is similar to resisting a ring of fire by pushing people out to prevent the other party from getting close. More about protection than attack. On the contrary, it is the aura that can cause continuous damage. The aura directly damages, while the fire aura indirectly causes high temperature burning, because it is an external attack. The current permanent range of this halo is 1 meter centered on him. You can choose to switch it on or off, increase or shorten the distance, etc. What's more important is that the halo can be thrown out as a bomb to explode instantly and cause damage, or it can be fixed in a certain area to form a permanent damage on him, causing continuous damage. But the latter has a limited duration. After all, it requires energy support when it stays on Gu Shenhai's body, because of the high concentration of spiritual energy formed by Yunling grass, purifying grass and law domain. The consumption is at a level that Gu Shenhai has calculated will not affect him. However, despite having the magic area increase in mana aura, Gu Shenhai still has a condensed spirit blade. After all, the mana aura is a cannon when thrown out, but he does not have to prepare a pistol and a cutting blade. Now that the spiritual energy is enough for him, naturally he can't dig Sosu. Of course, it is limited to him now. The biggest gain is not these, but that the Sha-Dith Lord gave him a portable laboratory. It is only the size of a thumb. But if he has a thought, he can go in. It is a pity that the Sha-Dith Lord's strength has dropped too much due to traveling across the world. Otherwise the entire St. Mary's Hospital can be made instead of a laboratory. There are not only various experimental equipment here, but also a large amount of materials that can be used as storage equipment. It's just that Gu Shenhai wouldn't be so stupid as to do this. The basic condition of the laboratory is cleanliness and hygiene. If you really want to stuff everything in it and cause contamination or material damage, etc., it will definitely be a big loss. Fortunately, it is not so absolute. There are several small warehouses assigned to him next to the laboratory. Although they are not big, they are enough to store some supplies and the like. But he will also be careful to collect things in them. The settlement in the middle level area is also F level and 10 settlement points. I have been training for more than a month. Let's go to the middle level area and have a try. Gu Shenhai doesn't want to stay in this temporary workspace, so he should go to the dungeon to mess around. It's better. It saves life. As for the primary copy, forget it. The cooldown is over. But it's not worth much. Chapter 26 Intermediate Area Fotai Village. Intermediate Area, Fotai Village. Task: The truth about the mountain god's marriage. Hi, this force seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Gu Shenhai touched the back of his head. Although it didn't hurt, the feeling of phantom pain was still there. Gu Shenhai looked at the remaining 2 players. They belonged to the 3-player version, and their IDs were Huang and Hao Dang and Tian Xian Kuangzui. He didn't know the former, but he had heard of the latter. People give him the nickname Good Guy Card Harvester. The opponent is a very warm-hearted player. But he is a little ugly. Therefore, in each world, the great benefactor will be triggered to work as a cow or a horse in the next life, holding grass in his mouth and making rings in return. It means you in the next life. Under normal circumstances, let alone the next life, there is no hope for the next life. But the problem is that the drunken god's talent is said to be related to cause and effect. In addition, he is the main summoner. With his talent and unique profession and skills, he can really summon the opponent's next life. But they are not humans. They are summoned animals such as cows and horses, because they promise to be cows and horses in the next life. Under the influence of cause and effect, they will really become cows and horses. But the combat power, it's not that empty. Looking at the current situation, this Tianxian Quanzue probably has not completed his karma summoning system at this time. He is really warm-hearted and his reputation has always been very good. It's a pity that there was no sound later. He probably died in some world. The other party didn't even survive the first version update. It became cold in the middle of the first version. The cause and effect system is too involved. If you are not careful, you will be dragged into the quagmire. Would you like to introduce yourselves? I am the initiator of this dungeon and am good at summoning. Tianxian Quanzue was the first to speak. Gu Shanhai also murmured a little in his heart. It was most likely a copy of the eastward side of the causal system. The emphasis was on a cycle of good and evil, and bad consequences. I'm an auxiliary. Good at fire support. Gu Shanhai said immediately. Reconnaissance type. Usually puzzle books. Wang Hadang is not as arrogant and domineering as his ID. Instead, he gives people a feeling of spring breeze. In reality, he is probably the kind who is good at management and making many friends. People? Well, it seems that I can only be the main attacker this time. Tianxian Quanzue was a little helpless when he saw this combination. Fortunately, summoning is quite effective, even though he doesn't have many skills. By the way, what are your fire supports? Let me see. Long-range blasting, fixed-point blasting, and continuous damage. Gu Shanhai said after taking a look at his mana aura. ×2. That's what you call fire support. Not fire support. Oh, there is also a flame shield. After it is put on, the blood will continue to be deducted. Yes, the blood of the person who is covered with the shield will be deducted. Gu Shanhai said seriously. Brother, have you ever thought about putting your flame shield on the enemy? Wang Hadang on the side thought. This thing is definitely not a flame shield. It must be a burning debuff. It's not bad. I had a good time working with a teammate who was selling blood in the last game. I added my flame shield to him, and his attributes and skills went straight up. Gu Shanhai said that it was quite easy to use. ×2. The two of them were a little speechless. But they could see that Gu Shanhai's skill system was a bit strange. But the strange combination also allowed him to perform well. Okay, you can watch the support and go to the village first. The difficulty of this dungeon is not low. Even the mountain god appears. Tianxian Quanzue didn't say much. Everyone is a layman, although he is the initiator. But if it really counts, he also takes advantage. After all, as long as someone completes the main line, branch line, or even hidden tasks, he can share them simultaneously. So it is impossible to hold back. The main thing is to complete the task. On the way into the village, the three of them were also exchanging guesses with each other. For example, Tianxian Quanzue obtained some information about this village in the last dungeon. For example, this village is very closed off. What's more important is that among the three of them, Tianxian Quanzue has an identity. He is a college student who has returned to the village. Then the identities of the remaining two people are obvious, and they can pretend to be his friends. The current worldview is unknown. But Fontai village is a backward village, and many things from the outside world cannot be transmitted to it. As for the strange clothes on the three of them, there is no need to worry, because they all have the cover of the first era, and will actively form styles that fit the current worldview. Gu Shanhai naturally also has it. He has paid for his life, which is a service in itself. A kind of thing. Entering the village, it is indeed very backward. Not to mention other things. All kinds of infrastructure such as water and electricity are gone. Are you from outside? An old man came over and asked. And then he looked at Tianxian Quanzue for a moment. And then he suddenly realized. Aren't you the Haiba from Zhou Laosan's family who went out a few years ago? This year's the Mountain God ceremony actually asked you to come back. Wasn't it your father's fault all these years? Well, yes. I have to come back and take a look after this work, Tianxian Quanzue said vaguely. He was not a real child of the Zhou family, so he had no memory. Okay. It'll be good to come back. But it rained a few years ago, and your house collapsed. You may not be able to live in it now. When the other party said this, his expression was a little evasive. There seems to be something hidden inside. That's okay. Just find a place to live first and I'll pay, Tianxian Quanzue said boldly. The game currency of First Era can be withdrawn and converted into the currency of the corresponding world, which is one of the benefits for players. Gu Shanhai didn't have these. He had gold, but not much. Tianxian Quanzue directly took out a few cards, estimated to be about 300, and obviously planned to pay them all. It seems that Hua, you have made a lot of money in the city. I just happen to have a vacant room at my house. Let's go and stay at my house. The other party's eyes lit up, and he quickly took the banknotes from Tianxian Quanzue's hand, and then led them walk. I also got to know the other person's name on the way, so I just called him Qian Lao and said, "That's fine." Country people don't have so many rules. During this period, Huang and Hadang kept chatting with Qian Lao and asked about the mountain god ceremony in a circumstantial way. It can be confirmed that this mountain god ceremony is indeed the mountain god's marriage. It's just that whether the mountain god is real or fake is another matter. Huang and Hadang did not draw the relevant conclusion from Qian Lao's mouth. Obviously Qian Lao also deliberately avoided this matter. I don't know what's hidden in this, so I can only investigate further. Of course, what Gu Shanhai was thinking was how to solve the problem directly. Chapter 27 Village Mountain Sacred Ceremony. Did you notice one thing? I didn't see a single woman along the way, Huang An said with a solemn expression. Gu Shanhai recalled for a while. It seems that you don't mean that they were all sent to be wives of the mountain gods. Right. According to what the other party said, one is consumed once a year. Is it really enough for the women in Fengtai village? Huang An said with a solemn expression. The entire village is estimated to have only 50 or 60 households, which is not enough to digest internally, let alone deliver it to the mountain god. Wait, you mean Fengtai village buys it from outside? Tianxian Quanzue couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This was not a hint, but a direct statement. The possibility is very high, and it may also be used to give birth to children, and then disposed of as the bride of the mountain god. Huang and Heo continued. Gu Shanhai was silent for a while. So the people in the village regard the mountain god as a big enemy and let him be the successor? This is so annoying. The two of them were a little speechless. This brain circuit was really strange. If it is true, then the so-called mountain god's marriage is probably just a cover. The real situation is far darker than we imagined. Tianxian Quanzue also showed seriousness on his face. As a normal person, it is definitely a shame to encounter such a thing. It needs to be stopped, even in the game. Tomorrow I will continue to inquire, and see if you can enter the ancestral hall. If it is true, there is a high probability that the person is locked up in the ancestral hall. As for you, can you arrange a remotely controlled explosion? If that doesn't work, we'll just blow up the entire Fengtai village. The Emperor's kindness is also ruthless. As the saying goes, the law does not punish the public. Even if this matter is exposed, it will be like that. So they have to do it themselves. Gu Shanhai's mind turned around and he said, "It's not good. After all, this is a magic spell, not a real bomb. But it can't be blown up, but it can be burned. The houses in Fengtai village are flammable structures. He couldn't seal the fire attribute explosion. But if he just sealed the fire, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you." Huang and Hadang also breathed a sigh of relief. He also knew that it was really unrealistic to want to blow up the entire village. After all, it was still the early stage of the game. Anyone who has a set of skills together is considered a high-end player. And these skills are basically not very powerful. The division of labor among the three is still very clear. At least they all use their own advantages. But Gu Shanhai felt that tonight might not be so easy. It was already evening when they came. And after cleaning up the house where they lived, it was already night. I have to say that it's true that this fellow countryman stabbed him in the back when he saw a fellow countryman. Tianxian Quanzue was at least under the guise of returning to his hometown for a visit. But it turned out that this house was still a dilapidated old house, which could be described as dirty and messy. There were no quilts, beds, etc., and it was impossible to live in it. It's definitely not possible to exchange it. The other party doesn't care about these things even after the money has been collected. He also warned that the night might not be peaceful. Tianxian Kuangzui and Huang Yanhadang frowned when they heard this. Are you saying that the bride who was sacrificed at night might escape? Huang Yan asked mightily. It's possible. I'll just listen to the news later and say. Okay. Isn't that what the routine is all about? Gu Shanhai said. These words really got the approval of the two people. If you analyze the reason with them, they may still hesitate. But as soon as the game routine comes out, they will agree. As the night progressed, I suddenly heard a shadow standing outside the window, seemingly looking into the house. The windows of the old house are papered, and coupled with the moonlight, they look a bit seeping. For players, no matter what, they will kill you as long as you dare to show your health bar. The three of them looked at each other, and Gu Shanhai carefully walked around to the blind spot under the window. Then after making a ready gesture with the other party, he stood up without hesitation, stretched out his hand through the paper window, and immediately grabbed the figure's neck and forced him into the house. Without waiting for the other party to react, he directly used two big dicks to knock out several of the other party's teeth, and his cheeks were visibly red and swollen. Shut up. If you dare to speak out, I will slit your throat. Huang Yanhadang on the side also took out a scalpel and pressed it against the man's body. Find a rope and tie it up. Hang it from the roof beam, and then gag his mouth. Gu Shanhai said very familiarly. Tianxian Kuangzui's movements were still very fast, and the three of them worked together to deal with each other. The person who came was a strong man, and the other person had a look of horror on his face. He did not expect that he would be caught so easily. Huang Yanhadang on the side began to interrogate the other party, while Gu Shanhai took out some tools from his portable laboratory and began to repair the paper windows. Otherwise, the wind would be very uncomfortable. You answer whatever I ask next. If you dare to call for help, today next year will be your death anniversary. Huang Yan said in a bad tone. If their players didn't have to sleep, maybe they would have been touched by the opponent. The strong man nodded quickly. He must be honest at this time. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Huang Yanhao asked, tearing off the cloth from the other person's mouth. My father is Qian Laowu. He said that Zhou Haiwa is very rich, and asked me to come over at night to get some money. The strong man said quickly, and then said to Tianxian Kuangzui, Haiwa. They are all from the village. They raised their heads and disappeared. I bow my head. I was wrong about this. I will set a table for you tomorrow to apologize. Hey, what's going on with the mountain god ceremony? Huang Yanhadang said immediately. Naturally, Tianxian was so drunk that he ignored the other party. He really had a strong folk custom. Huang Yanhadang casually stabbed the opponent's thigh with a scalpel, and then quickly covered the opponent's mouth when he shouted, causing the original scream to be aborted. It seems that you still didn't understand what I said. I'll give you another chance. I just want to hear the answers I need, not to ask for mercy. I just blink when I understand. Huang Yanhadang is also a ruthless person, and he looks like a spring breeze. Yes, but the start is really unambiguous. The strong man quickly blinked and said it was okay. Although his face was twisted in pain, he became more honest. What's going on with the mountain god ceremony? We have to send a bride to the mountain god every year, so that he can bless each of our families to have a boy as their first child. The other party said quickly, where do so many brides come from? Huang Yanhao asked the core question. The strong man glanced at Tianxian Kuangzui, but found that Huang Yanhadang was holding a scalpel and seemed ready to strike. I bought it from outside. The strong man replied in a sharp voice. Chapter 28: The First Practice of Flesh and Blood Technology. Is the mountain god real or fake? I don't know. I haven't been there either. I just put the bride at the foot of the mountain every year. Where is the bride kept? Ancestral Hall. In the basement under the Ancestral Hall. After asking and answering, the inside story was quickly figured out. All the villagers in Fontai village knew about this, so the strong man named Qian Taiju naturally understood it too. That's probably all. Do you have anything else to ask? Huang Yanhadang said as he wiped the blood off the scalpel. When did the mountain god ceremony begin? What is its origin? And why is your Fontai village called Fontai village? Gu Shanhai asked his doubts after finishing filling up the paper window. I don't know about this either. It's been around since a long time ago. Probably only the village chief knows this. Qian Taiju shrank his head and said with some fear. That means you don't know why at all. TSK. Gu Shanhai increasingly felt that there was something wrong here. The mission definitely can't be that simple. So there are definitely still problems. As the saying goes, There is a phoenix coming to the instrument. There must be related allusions to a small village called Fontai Village. In addition, the people who have problems are all women. So we have to make an association. Although the phoenix is male, it can represent more in a broad sense. Is a female, not the original male identity. Do you think there is something wrong here? Huang Yan asked grandly. Yes. If they are just pure human traffickers, they will definitely not let us come. The mountain god might be real. Gu Shanhai said bluntly. Then tomorrow will be the same as usual? Tianxian asked drunkenly. Huang Yan, you will focus on asking about the mountain god ceremony tomorrow. I will go to the ancestral hall with Tianxian. You should be in a real-life system similar to detectives and doctors. You should not be good at mystery. Gu Shanhai saw it at a glance. Huang Yan's vast skill system emerged. Huang Yan Hadang naturally did not refute, and just nodded in approval. As for Gu Shanhai's arson, it would be, okay, to do it together when the time comes. Then how to deal with him? It's a bit difficult to dispose of the body after killing him. Tianxian Guangzui asked. He is a good old man. But he is not the Holy Mother. The sins in this village are really heinous. He has never thought about witnessing the other person going to jail. Wouldn't it be better to solve it? Even though he has good intentions, he is still a player. And the purpose of playing games is satisfaction. Wait! You can't kill me! If I die, the village chief will be alerted. And you won't be able to do anything by then. Qian Taiju said quickly. You can't kill him! It's a human life after all. Gu Shanhai smiled and said, Leave it to me. I guarantee he won't do anything bad. Hearing Gu Shanhai's words, Qian Taiju breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, I won't do anything bad. And I can also help you get information. Qian Taiju naturally hurriedly responded to Gu Shanhai's words. But Tianxian Guangzui and Huang Yan Hadang were a little strange, although they had not been in contact with Gu Shanhai for a long time. Judging from their personalities, they were definitely not people with a Holy Mother's heart. So the two of them naturally thought of Gu Shanhai's talent or skills. But they didn't know what the effects were. But since we are sure, we should do as Gu Shanhai said. Gu Shanhai stretched out his hand and pinched the back of Qian Tieju's neck, causing him to pass out. You guys keep an eye on him for me while I go find some materials. Then we will have an extra helper. After Gu Shanhai finished speaking, he walked out of the room. The idea in his mind is very simple. Isn't it just that the flesh and blood technology lacks someone who can practice it? Since the other party has come to his door, he will not be polite. Currently, fungi and animals are the most stable, followed by insects. And plants are the most difficult. Forget about the fungus. It's too noisy. Just choose a similar animal and it'll be fine. Gu Shanhai had no choice but to settle for the second time. He originally planned to choose insects, which were the best things to catch. But unfortunately, he cancelled it to be on the safe side. Cats, dogs, chickens, and ducks are the most common ones. But they are not suitable for the human form. Fontai village is relatively poor and has no money to raise cattle and sheep. So it only has chickens, ducks and other poultry. Birds are even less suitable. It would be great if there was a cow. That thing's rough skin and thick flesh would definitely make a good human shield. After tossing and turning, there was still no good animal to choose from. And finally Gu Shanhai set his sights on a mouse. The rat is pretty good. After fusion, it has a certain fighting capacity, and it also carries a lot of bacteria and viruses. It can cause poison-like damage, so it can be used once. Gu Shanhai did not intend to create rat-headed men, because rat-headed men were different from his ideas. The combat effectiveness of rat-headed men was very good, but the cost was actually a bit high. He just wanted to create a ratman that was mainly based on poison and plague. It was mainly used to assist and weaken. Combat strength was not the key. In fact, it is more like a combination of epidemics. In this way, the cost was reduced, but he was able to perform more in-depth experiments and studies, allowing him to further understand this flesh and blood technology. Other animals may be rarer, but rats are not everywhere. Gu Shanhai quickly caught one, held the mouse's head and walked back. The mouse was also struggling, but it couldn't break free at all, and couldn't even bite. Is this the material you are talking about? Huang Yan Hadang looked at the mouse in Gu Shanhai's hand with some confusion. How could this thing be considered a material? Yes, we will create a thug for us when the time comes. According to the development, it is very likely that the enemies we have to face will be extraordinary, and it will be easier to work with more than one man. Gu Shanhai said, and took out some equipment from the portable laboratory. Come! The two of them didn't have much idea. They just thought that Gu Shanhai took it out from the inventory. But they were a little shocked. They didn't expect that Gu Shanhai would actually bring out so many props. Here, lend a hand and take off the other person's clothes. Gu Shanhai looked at the two people doing nothing while he was arranging the equipment and said, "You still have to take off your clothes. Your skills are too limited." Tianxian Kuangzui muttered. But he also followed Shanhai's instructions. At this stage, the more powerful the skills, the greater the restrictions. I didn't see that I still need to use props to perform them. Gu Shanhai naturally has no skills. But what he said is true. It will be much better after the high-level world is opened. At this stage, it is basically like this. If the high-level world hadn't been opened yet, he would have gone to the high-level world long ago. Huang and Hadang and Tianxian Kuangzui moved very quickly. Qian Taiyu was stripped naked like a dead pig. After Gu Shanhai finished dealing with the mouse, he took the materials and started to formally transform Qian Taiju. Chapter 29, The King's Car Castles. The initiative is gained. Tianxian's face was a little pale when he was drunk. Gu Shanhai's transformation of Qian Taiju last night made him feel sick to his stomach now. At least it will have a big psychological shadow on the mouse for some days to come. By the way, don't you feel sick when you use your skills? Tianxian Kuangzui asked. It's my first time to use it. I got it from a group of protoplasmic creatures in the last copy. Gu Shanhai didn't feel anything at all. Although he had no memory of experiments in his previous life, he was very used to it. He had dissected it himself before. Well, I actually don't have much feelings about the transformation of the plague rats. That is to say, Tianxian Kuangzui and Huang and Hadang, who had faced this transformation, were not feeling well mentally. Tianxian Kuangzui was a little better, but Huang and Hadang looked at him a little strangely. He always felt that the other party thought that he might have come from a lunatic asylum, or like someone who escaped from prison. Besides, I wasn't the one doing it during this period. The system was controlling it, and I feel uncomfortable all over. Seeing this, Gu Shanhai could only use the name of the First Era. Don't say this. My stomach is churning when I say it. But are you sure it's okay to put that mouse in your home? Tianxian Kuangzui was a little worried. He and Gu Shanhai went to the Ancestral Hall. The location of the Ancestral Hall was also revealed by Qian Taiju. After inquiring clearly, Huang and Hadang went out to inquire as planned and did not go all the way with them. In a place like this that pays more attention to clans, it is still difficult for outsiders to enter the Ancestral Hall, and they need the help of the immortal Kuangzui. Although Gu Shanhai can also sneak in. Now is not the time. No problem. The growth is not completed yet. It will take at least 12 hours. Don't worry about running around. Gu Shanhai estimated the time. It is impossible to say that the transformation will be successful immediately. It will take more time. It will fit within a certain period of time. No. What I mean is what to do if Qian Lawu comes to find him. This Qian Taiju can't go back. Tianxian Kuangzui was worried about being exposed rather than the plague rat people escaping. Don't worry. It's not a big problem. We are hiding so secretly. If we are found, then we can just go back and become a rat man again. Gu Shanhai didn't take it to heart at all. They put the rat men on the rafters. If the other party really found and touched them, they would activate the rat men immediately. And most likely they would eat them directly. Tianxian Kuangzui felt that this was definitely an outlaw. Fortunately, he was in the game. Otherwise, he would have reported the crime immediately. After staying with Gu Shanhai for a long time, Tianxian Kuangzui felt so tired. There was something wrong with the brain circuit of this teammate, who was not afraid of anything, and had some weird skills. He was like a powder keg that could explode at any time. The two of them soon arrived at the Ancestral Hall. The door of the Ancestral Hall was locked with a large iron chain. Two young men were sitting at the door looking bored. When they saw Tianxian Kuangzui and Gu Shanhai coming over, they just glanced at them. Because the village is not big. They heard last night that He Hua from the Zhou family, who had made a fortune in the city, had brought two friends back and was very generous. Qian Lawu gave them a dilapidated old house for them to stay temporarily. They made $300 just by staying there. So the two of them felt a little itchy. They didn't think about asking for money. They just thought about broadening their horizons. Hey Hua, you're up so early. I heard that people in your city sleep until noon. Right, a young man said jokingly. Well, just like you guys. By the way, can we go into the Ancestral Hall and have a look? My colleague is engaged in folk customs, And I want to see if he can give our village some characteristics through his inspection. And then introduce some of the traffic comes to make people travel. So that the villagers can also earn more. Tianxi and Guangzui started to say according to the words discussed before. Can you make money from this? Another young man was a little confused. Of course, it's no problem. We'll monetize it through network traffic first. Based on the conditions of our village. With a few modifications, it will directly become an internet celebrity check-in resort. By then, if nothing else, you can make money just by lying down. Otherwise, do you think I'll come back? What are you doing? You really don't think I care about the mountain god's gift? Tianxi and Guangzui said with a sneer. The two of them were also moved. They didn't quite understand what Tianxi and Guangzui said. After all, they had never been out in their lives. But they also knew that the outside world was changing with each passing day. And the other party must have something to do before he came back. On normal days, it wouldn't be a big deal to let Tianxi and Guangzui and Gu Shanhai enter the ancestral hall. But tomorrow is the mountain god ceremony. The bride of the mountain god is now locked in the basement of the ancestral hall. Just in case there is any movement, it would be bad to be noticed. After all, he is an outsider. Seeing the two people's hesitation, Gu Shanhai also frowned. Can't we enter? Is it because of the local clan rules? Yes. Yes. There are these rules. The young man hurriedly got off the donkey along the slope. I said, Lao Zhou, you are not honest about this matter. To be honest, the surrounding environment is indeed a very good ecological environment. According to the previous company's plan, it planned to invest 1 billion to build a natural ecological paradise. This is your own, I convinced the leaders. But it turns out that you still have this kind of feudal clan dregs. What will you do if you injure tourists? I think we have to wait until we get back to the company for a meeting. You know what's going on outside. The company values your ability. But that doesn't mean it will be willing to accommodate you. Let's leave after Lao Huang has investigated his geology and customs. Gu Shanhai put on airs and showed great dissatisfaction. The two young gatekeepers were also stunned. 1 billion. If they vote for it, they won't have to do any work. And the whole village will enjoy happiness for the rest of their lives. After saying this, Gu Shanhai turned around and left. Tianxi and Guangzui didn't expect this. But he also knew that Gu Shanhai was temporarily adding to the drama. And then he also chased after him very cooperatively. Leader, this matter can be discussed. It can be discussed. You guys, hurry up and find the village chief. Tianxi and Guangzui said with a face full of hatred. The two of them knew they were in trouble. But they didn't expect the leader from outside to be so arrogant. But he also knew that this matter was serious. So one of them hurriedly ran towards the village chief's house. Why did you suddenly change your plan? Tianxi and Guangzui muttered after catching up with Gu Shanhai. We have to take the initiative. Otherwise, it would be better to sneak in as planned. But then we will be passive. Imagining a big company can also make them succumb. When the time comes, you can reveal that I am the nephew of the chairman of the big company. I have a strong relationship and can decide the billions of funds. Huang'an is a capable old man in the company. And you are the key to training new people in the company. Remember to collude to avoid exposing the secret. Chapter 30 Ancestors of the Qian family, who are not in the memorial tablets in the ancestral hall. Hello, boss. The village chief hurried over, took out a cigarette, and handed it over. Gu Shanhai refused. Sorry, I don't smoke. Let's make it clear. For the sake of Lao Zhou, I said that this time the mountain god ceremony is a major event in our Fontai village. It is in line with the company's ecological paradise. We plan to create an integrated food, drink, entertainment, and commercialization lockup. Especially this ancestral hall is the highlight of the focus. After all, it has a clan atmosphere. We plan to expand it in the future. In the early stage, we plan to give you 1 million to repair and renovate it. The result is good. Key areas cannot be entered. Then our subsequent folk activities, surrounding construction, etc. will all be changed because of this. Our company is very optimistic about Lao Zhou. Gu Shanhai opened his mouth and came. Anyway, no matter how profound he said it, he was quite sure of this trick. Boss, you misunderstood. You can enter the ancestral hall, and we don't have any clan rules. It's just that some sacrifices have been placed in the mountain god's ancestral hall in the past 2 days. I'm afraid that they will be stolen by the gangsters in the village. So I let people see it. You are not allowed to enter, the village chief said quickly. I didn't feel much at first, but I was overwhelmed by the series of ecological parks, folk activities, etc. in Gushenhai. What he said was so professional. The village chief felt that it must be true, especially the other person's aura, which made him look like someone who had seen the world. Normally, the ancestral hall is not locked at all, and anyone can enter. That is to say, it is locked during the mountain god ceremony to prevent outsiders from entering. So it is locked now, and it is to lock the people inside, not to prevent outsiders from entering. Unexpectedly, something like this would happen. If you don't believe me, boss, I've already asked someone to remove the lock. Let's go in and take a look now. The village chief saw Gu Shenhai's brows relaxed. So he struck while the iron was hot. The people have been moved away, and only the spiritual tablets and some sacrificial supplies are left inside. As the village chief, he is not stupid, so naturally he has to solve this matter first. Otherwise, how could he dare to invite? Well, that's good. Lao Huang is here. He's better at folklore than me. Lao Zhou. Right. Gu Shenhai looked at Huang and who was walking in a hurry, and gestured to the immortal Kuangzui. Letting him, he went over to Kalu to avoid trouble. The other party must have noticed something. So he came. The village is not big, so you can find out their situation by asking around. Tianxi and Kuangzui naturally understood what Gu Shenhai meant, so he took the lead to greet him. He whispered the situation to Huang and Hadang in a low voice, and soon they colluded. I just heard that you were stopped outside the ancestral hall. I was ready to pack my things and go back, but I didn't expect it to be a misunderstanding. Huang and Hadang took the lead as soon as he came over. The village chief could only smile bitterly when he saw this. Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. How about we go to the ancestral hall and have a look? The village chief couldn't say anything at this time. He was the one who came to invest. Under the leadership of the village chief, the three returned to the ancestral hall. The two young men guarding the gate were no longer there, and the door was opened. Ahem. Lao Wang, you can talk to the village chief about this mountain god ceremony and the situation of Fontai village, and then compile it into a text file. The propaganda department will use it. When the time comes, it will be used to promote the characteristics of the mountain village. Lao Zhou and I will take a tour first. Visit the ancestral hall. Gu Shenhai said deliberately. This was a set of information that made Huang and's majesty fair. As for Gu Shenhai, he could pretend to be powerful, but if he really wanted to come, the other party would be more professional. After saying this, Gu Shenhai and Tianxi and Kuangzui went into the ancestral hall. Huang and Hadang also smiled. The nephew of our chairman has the right to make decisions. The village chief suddenly realized that it was no wonder he could become a leader at such a young age, and all the doubts in his heart disappeared. Village chief, you heard it too. Why don't you sit down and talk slowly? Huang and Heo continued. Please, please, I'll have someone make tea, and I'll bring it over right away. Let's sit down and talk slowly. Our Fotai village was not simple in ancient times. The two village chiefs sat directly on the steps in the courtyard of the ancestral hall and began to talk slowly. While the village chief was speaking, Huang and Hadang and Tianxi and Kuangzui also had a glint in their eyes. Gu Shenhai, who was in the ancestral hall, naturally also discovered it. What's wrong? Gu Shenhai asked quietly. The hidden mission has been triggered. Didn't you receive it? Tianxi and Kuangzui replied in a low voice. No. Because of my talent, I can't get the hidden mission. Gu Shenhai used his talent as a cover again. We'll talk about it when we get back. Let's investigate first. Tianxi and Kuangzui knew that this was not the right time to talk about this. After a brief stroll, the two quickly found the basement. Although they tried to cover it up, they probably saw it at a glance because they were walking too fast, and it was rough. It's just that both of them remained calm and didn't reveal it. There would be no benefit in revealing it now. Then Gu Shenhai was looking at the genealogy. The family name in the village was Qian, but the Zhou surname of Tianxi and Kuangzui was an outsider. Only then could he leave the village. However, he had settled for a long time before and integrated into Fontai village. But I can't enter the ancestral graves and record the family tree. He quickly finished looking through the family tree, and then looked at the spiritual position to check. What is missing? Gu Shenhai compared the spiritual position with the family tree, and soon discovered that one spiritual position was missing. There can't be any problem. After Gu Shenhai made a comparison and traced the source, he realized that the missing person was the direct ancestor of the village chief. If there was no problem, Gu Shenhai would dare to swallow this family tree. After walking around again, I found nothing, unless I went into the basement under the ancestral hall to explore. But it was not easy to go in now, so I could only wait for it to come quietly at night. Next, we have to go to the village chief's house to investigate and see if there are any other clues. After doing this, he and Tianxi and Guangzui walked out of the ancestral hall. How's it going? Are there any hot spots in Fengtai village and Shanshenli? Gu Shanhai asked Huang and Hadang, which actually meant asking him if he had gotten the news. Yes, the propaganda department will be busy next time. Gu Shanhai also understood the meaning of Huang's mighty reply, which meant that he had gained something. Okay, let's go back and organize the written materials first, and then return to the company after tomorrow's mountain god ceremony. Gu Shanhai meant to go back and discuss what to do next. I just disturbed the village chief. If I still have questions then, I will come to you again. Village chief, Huang Yan said after standing up. It should. The village chief smiled happily, thinking that this matter was settled, and Haiwa from Zhou Laosan's family was going to be successful. Chapter 31. People are unpredictable. Hey Hua, did you see my third child last night? Qian Laowu hesitated and asked Gu Shanhai and others who stopped him from going back. Last night? No. We went to bed very early last night. Tianxi and Guangzui said without hesitation. We couldn't have gone somewhere to play. Hearing this, Qian Laowu couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Something must have happened. As for going out to play, that was impossible. Not to mention that there was nothing to do in Fengtai village. Even if he had it, he wouldn't have the money to go there. Qian Laowu's family has 7 sons. They have difficulty eating and have no money to play. But it's not easy for him to have an attack. After all, he knew exactly what he asked Qian Taizhu to do last night. If he really wanted to get to the bottom of it, he would have ignored it. Even if the other party is from another village, it is not easy to use brute force to torture. I'll go find out more. Maybe I went somewhere. Qian Laowu smiled a little reluctantly. You can go to the village chief and ask if there are any arrangements to visit the ancestral hall or other places. In such a big village, it is impossible for him to go anywhere. Gu Shanhai also added. Okay. Qian Laowu left a little absent-mindedly. The 3 of them were a little confused. He didn't doubt us. Huang and Hadang immediately expressed his conclusion. This is very strange. It can't be that similar things have happened in Fengtai village before. Otherwise it wouldn't be so refreshing. Gu Shanhai also said. According to his idea, the other party must not rely on his old age to act like one. But he didn't expect it. That's it. You mean there are other secrets? Tianxian asked crazily. Yes, and we're not too young. Gu Shanhai said halfway before he shut up, because someone came straight towards them. Boss, the village chief forgot to tell you just now. You won't be living in Qian Laowu's old house today. We have arranged another house for you. The other party smiled flatteringly. It was one of the young men who came to see the ancestral hall. After all, he is a big boss, asking for millions and hundreds of billions of dollars at the first glance, and letting him live in that shabby house. This is a bit bad. It will make everyone in their village look uneducated. So I definitely need to change my house to a better one. It's okay. This old house is actually quite nice. It's just a bit dirty. I'll clean it up later and transform it into a farmhouse style. Visitors will have to pay at least 500 yuan to stay here for 1 night. It can be considered a field trip. Gu Shanhai, everything is about money. It costs 500 a night to stay in such a shabby place. The other party was also shocked. Qian Laowu's shabby house cost 500. But his house cost only 1,000. Yes, but it has to be reshaped. It will definitely not work if it remains like this. Gu Shanhai naturally saw what the other party was thinking. This made the other party smile bitterly, and seemed a little embarrassed. The transformation would cost money, so he didn't say anything. Don't worry. If this project passes the review, we will fund the reconstruction and renovation. Gu Shanhai said this very loudly, and it was all false anyway. Boss, you are so generous. Come here, please. I will take you to your new residence. The young man was naturally happy at this time. On the way there, Gu Shanhai spoke again. By the way, just now Qian Laowu said that his 3rd son was lost, and asked me if I saw him last night. What was the situation? When the young man heard this, he felt something bad in his heart. He knew Qian Taizhu, and he was not a good bird in the village. In other words, Qian Laowu and his family all had this kind of character. Asked if he had seen him last night. What else could it be? It was determined that he had seen the Zhou family's Haiba spend a lot of money yesterday. which made him think something he shouldn't have. It would be fine if other people's money came in, but the money has not yet arrived. If he really succeeds, the impression will definitely be reduced. If they get this money, they will not have to work for the rest of their lives. Maybe he went to hang out somewhere. His Taiju has such a temper. The young man smiled a little reluctantly, so he could only say that for the time being. It doesn't look like it. Something happened. I think Qian Laowu looks a little lost. Gu Shenhai deliberately led him in a certain direction. He always felt that Qian Laowu might know something. But the young man seemed a little confused. He didn't seem to know. Impossible. Who can leave the village at night? Besides, there is nothing dangerous around here. There are no tigers or wild wolves. What's more, every household has a dog, so nothing will happen. They must be somewhere to play. Already. Although the young man was puzzled by this, he didn't take it to heart. Oh, did it fall into a pothole somewhere? Gu Shenhai asked again. The young man's eyes looking at Gu Shenhai felt like he was looking at someone who was taken advantage of. If someone wants to take your money, it's better to be considerate of others. Then I thought about it carefully. If I wasn't taken advantage of, why would I have given money to their village for no reason? If I gave it back, it would be 1 billion. It's possible. I'll go talk to the village chief then. The young man did not continue to argue with Gu Shenhai. He didn't care where Qian Taiju went. His sense of Qian Taiju was not very good. Although they were relatives, Qian Laowu's family took advantage of the fact that they had more males in the village. Soon, he brought people to their new place of residence. The place we live in is much better than before. At least that's the environment. After bringing the person here, the young man naturally left. He didn't say anything. Instead, he had something to do, so he naturally left in a hurry. I don't know what I'm going to do. What are you going to do next about Qian Taiju? After the three of them entered the house, Tianxian Kuangzui frowned and said, this matter will definitely not be solved so easily. Although they won't take much action due to the identities they weave, it doesn't mean they won't be suspicious of them. Don't worry. Tomorrow is the mountain god ceremony. We can go back after staying for another day at most. What are you afraid of? Gu Shenhai didn't care about this at all. Today's day is probably for the puzzle players to play a role. If the puzzle players complete the puzzle, they will go back directly. But if it cannot be completed, then it is estimated that it will have to enter the combat process. Gu Shenhai still knows the various processes of the first era, so there is no need to worry about the people in Fontai village. Besides, what can I do if I know? I have put fire in everyone's house. If something happens, just light it. I am an evil player, and I can still be afraid of NPCs. When he said this, Gu Shenhai was so confident. But on the contrary, Tianxian Kuangzui and Huang Anheo were speechless. Is he so proud of playing evil? But when I think about the opponent's skill system, it feels normal. Chapter 32. You pulled out a gun and told me you weren't good at fighting? After Gu Shenhai said there was no problem, Huang Anhadang also told what he had gained. Fotai village is related to the origin of the mountain god ceremony. The name of the mountain god is Qian Fengsheng. It is said that he was a general in ancient times. The village chief does not know the specific details. Anyway, he later returned to Fontai after becoming famous. He became a wealthy landlord in the village. But his bravery was not lost. He once killed a tiger on the mountain. It is precisely this way that he became a mountain god. But that's not the point. The point is that later Qian Fengsheng had a daughter and married the emperor. So their village was changed to Fontai village. Which means that a phoenix once lived here. Gu Shenhai naturally knew about Qian Fengsheng, who was the direct ancestor of the village chief in his family tree at that time, and who had not yet been enshrined in the ancestral hall. The story is generally fine, but there are probably concealments or omissions, Gu Shenhai said. It's not urgent. Today I saw the bride of the mountain god being moved to the village chief's house. I suspect the village chief's house may also have a basement, Huang An said grandly. Then let's go rescue people at night, Tianxian Kuangzui said immediately. Your idea is very good, but if this is the case, what will happen to the mountain god ceremony tomorrow? Gu Shenhai naturally knew what they meant, which was to save people. It's a good idea, but if there are no sacrifices, they will definitely be suspicious of them immediately. After all, they are the only 3 foreigners in the whole village. We can kill them directly, and then we can just blast them, Tianxian Kuangzui said. Among the players, Tianxian Kuangzui is indeed a good old guy, but it is undeniable that the other party also thinks this is a game. And the behavior of these NPCs in Fontai Village makes the players very unhappy. So naturally they start killing people. D? It doesn't exist. Killing is also part of the player's enjoyment. Ah. Okay. But in this case, I'm afraid I won't be able to wait until tomorrow to start the killing spree. So I have to start tonight. Gu Shanhai said helplessly. I have already prepared. And I do agree with the idea of Tianxian Kuangzui. The village chief definitely knew a lot of things. And Gu Shanhai didn't want to investigate anymore. The investigation made him tired, and he just wanted to find a place to do experiments, practice, and cultivate spiritual plants. Tonight is tonight. But I have agreed in advance that I am not good at fighting, and my means are limited. Wang Yan said grandly on the side, and took out pistols, submachine guns, grenades, and other items from the inventory. ×2. You call this someone who doesn't know how to fight. But this thing is more useful than my explosions. Gu Shanhai was speechless. He had to spend mana to throw the halo as a bomb. The opponent's stuff was absolutely extraordinary. In fact, Gu Shanhai was also a little tempted. He wanted to use this firearm to study its structure. After all, there was no way a high-pressure water gun could compare to a firearm. He knew this in his previous life. But he didn't bring it back. But soon some clues were discovered. The firearms and ammunition in Huang and Hadang's hands were probably magic items enclosed in firearm SH/LS. Yes, it can't be dismantled. It will be damaged if it is dismantled. And I don't know what weird magical modern world I got it from. As for observation, it's not very good, because he doesn't have the ability of spiritual consciousness or mental scanning. He also has to learn the basics of cultivating immortals. The upper limit of the Age of Ending Laws is only one level of chain energy, and it also focuses on chain energy skills. How could it be possible? With these abilities, martial arts becomes even more nonsense. A world where masters who develop internal strength are the top masters have not developed mental strength at all. So Gu Shanhai didn't want it. They borrowed it from you and destroyed it. This was equipment. Gu Shanhai himself was not willing to use himself to save others. The quantity is limited. Once used up, it will be gone. If there weren't too many enemies this time, I wouldn't necessarily take it out. Normally, it is used to exorcise demons. Huang Yan explained mightily. Because most of the dungeons of Emperor's Enormity are puzzle-oriented, and most of them are all kinds of supernatural beings. Ordinary firearms cannot pose a threat to them. Only these hot weapons that have been blessed and have enchantments can do it. So it is actually a waste to use it against non-supernatural enemies. Ahem. These bullets of yours are elementally enchanted and blessed by the divine. Gu Shanhai knew that it would probably not be possible if he needed a firearm. But if he wanted bullets for research, there would probably be no problem. What do you think? Huang and Hadang obviously misunderstood Gu Shanhai's meaning and thought he was going to do something sexy again. Can you give me one of each? I'll use it. Gu Shanhai asked shamelessly. Is one enough? Huang and Heo was a little confused. Isn't it a little too little for you to ask for one? He did have relatively few grenades and the like. But the bullets were still enough. He bought 10 sets of each kind, just to use weapons to fight various supernatural monsters when he couldn't solve the puzzle. That's enough. I just have some skills that can be matched with attribute items. Gu Shanhai said. But my bullets are matching weapons and corresponding skills. Otherwise the power may not be high. Huang and Hadang explained again. It doesn't matter. It's mainly used as a trump card. The more attribute props this skill consumes, the higher the damage it can do. Gu Shanhai could only make it up now. Huang and Haodong didn't doubt it, but quickly took it out. There were 5 in total. That is, 5 attributes. There are 5 attributes: fire, frost, holy light, corrosion, and poison. In Gu Shanhai's eyes, this combination is actually very good. Attack, slowdown, purification, armor piercing, and continuous damage. With this set, at least for the first level dungeon, most supernatural monsters must die immediately. But a small number of them can live longer. Even in the mid-level area, it is still very useful. But the effect may be a little worse. But as long as you don't encounter boss, it won't be a big problem. The only flaw is probably that it only does great damage to supernatural monsters. If it faces other types of life, not only the damage will be reduced, but the effect will be much worse. But for Gu Shanhai, it was enough. He was studying elemental attributes and not really doing harm. As long as he learns it, he will be able to use many more methods in his legal domain. Wait! There seems to be some movement outside? Gu Shanhai vaguely heard some kind of sound. Although his physical fitness is still in the ranks of ordinary people. After all, his physical fitness is better than these two. Although he is still in the ranks of ordinary people. That his attributes are higher than them. It seems like the whole village is looking for Qian Taiju. Gu Shanhai soon heard clearly who the villagers were calling. Go and have a look. Huang and Heo put away the firearm and said immediately, it's best to inquire about the situation at this time. We have to take action at night. It's best not to make any extraneous matters to avoid accidents in the evening plan. Chapter 33 Rescue. The eve of action. I actually went to the mountains to find someone. And my purpose was very clear. Sure enough, the village chief was hiding something. Huang and Hadang quickly found out the situation. It was the village chief who organized the villagers to go to the mountains to find Taiju. And made repeated orders to find him before the mountain god ceremony tomorrow. Yes. Under normal circumstances, you should first suspect whether it was us outsiders who did it. You should come over and ask as soon as possible instead of going to the mountains to look for it with a clear target. This means that similar things may have happened in previous years. And it has also happened. It has something to do with the mountain god ceremony. Gu Shanhai also said. It's not like they don't know where Qian Taiju is. He's still growing on the beams of Qianlao's house. So now is a good opportunity. Everyone has gone into the mountains, and we can go rescue people. Tianxi and Guangzue thought this was a good opportunity. I think it makes sense. Now is a rare good opportunity. As long as we are fast enough. We can definitely do it. Huang and Hadang also expressed his approval. In the end, Gu Shanhai sighed. Okay, but you can save the people yourself. I'm going to search the village chief's house. In fact, he knew that even if he was rescued, it would still be a huge trouble. Fengtai village was in a remote area, and they were restricted here. Even if they were rescued and let go, it would be difficult for the other party to get out of the mountains given their condition. Don't even think about transportation. This poor guy doesn't even have a bicycle. And the other party must have been tortured for a long time. However, they are willing to be good people. And Gu Shanhai will not stop them. It is better to team up with good people than with bad people. At least they will not stab Gu Shanhai in the back. Naturally, the two of them had no objections. In their eyes, Gu Shanhai was a strength party, while the two of them were plot parties. They couldn't force the strength party to follow their ideas. People like Gu Shanhai wanted more. It's not about clearance and rewards. It's not like they're more about the plot. Both sides have different pleasures. So naturally they can't force it. After making some preparations, the three of them headed to the village chief's house in a hurry. The reason why they didn't set off immediately was because the village chief and others hadn't left yet. If they had gone earlier, wouldn't they have bumped into them? The village is full of men, which really fits the name Fengtai village. Gu Shanhai couldn't help but sigh. Feng is originally a hero, which coincides with the current situation of the entire village. This is a bit like retribution. After all, the main theme is the cycle of cause and effect. Isn't Feng a female? Tianxi and Guangzue on the side asked with some doubts. No. Huang and Haodong obviously knew the illusion. So he explained the situation to Tianxi and Guangzue. After learning the truth, Tianxian was so drunk that he couldn't look straight at the meaning of the 4 words. Dragon and Phoenix present auspiciousness. There are 2 people guarding it. The same 2 people as yesterday. Should I take care of it or do you do it? Gu Shanhai asked. If you can't take action, then of course you won't. Come on, Tianxi and Guangzue said. He is a summoner, and he has to rely on summons more often, because he uses the summoning technique. It is an elementary summoning technique. Therefore, the summoned objects have a time limit and a number of times. In the early stage, it is relatively weak, and it will be better after various contracts, pets, and even mounts are formed. Otherwise, Tianxi and Guangzue would have been summoned long ago. Huang's mighty firearms made a bit of noise, so it was best for Gu Shanhai to take action. Gu Shanhai quietly climbed in and knocked down the 2 of them easily. After observing for a while, he signaled Huang and Heo and Tianxi and Guangzue to come in, and he took out a small, half bottle of plague rat medicine from his arms. The 2 people were injected equally into their bodies. Are you going to make another rat man? Isn't Qian Taiju enough? Tianxi and Guangzue saw Gu Shanhai's movements as soon as he came in, and he was also a little curious about it. It's useless to keep it. It just happened to be used. I just want to see what will happen if the dose is not enough. You can find someone by yourself. I have other things to do. After Gu Shanhai tied the two people up, he threw them aside. Naturally, I started rummaging through boxes and cabinets. Seeing this, Wang and Hadang and Tianxi and Kuangzue naturally didn't say anything, and immediately started looking for the bride in their own way. No, that's weird. It couldn't be in the basement. Gu Shanhai searched around and found nothing, so he suspected it was in the basement. It's easy to find the basement. It's said to be a basement, but it's actually a dug-out storage room specifically for storing sundries. Wang and Hadang and Tianxi and Kuangzue have already found it. Seeing this, Gu Shanhai also turned over and went in. He saw two people trying to untie a woman whose hands and feet were bound by iron chains. The iron chains were nailed directly into the ground, and it was really impossible for ordinary people to pull them out. Gu Shanhai, on the other hand, didn't even look at it, but continued to search. The key was taken away by the village chief, the woman said in a very calm tone. Do you know the information about Shan Shunli? Gu Shanhai asked after finding nothing. Does it count if there is a tablet enshrined under the ancestral hall? The woman said. Forget it. Are there any others? Gu Shanhai asked again. The other party hesitated for a moment, and then said, No more. I know. Then Gu Shanhai stood up and walked to the chain. I thought you had a solution, but you ended up smashing it. Such a thick chain will have to be smashed until next year. Mana penetrated into the keyhole and opened it easily. Okay, it's done. You can send them off by yourselves. I have to go to the ancestral hall. After Gu Shanhai finished this matter, he stood up and left. He didn't have time to waste with these two people. Of course, even if the woman didn't say anything, Gu Shanhai would indeed have planned to go to the ancestral hall if he didn't find her at the village chief's house. By the way, after you send people away, go to the old house and put down the things. Otherwise it will be difficult to explain when the time comes. After climbing out, Gu Shanhai turned around and told them to remember to put Qian Taizhu on the Qian family's old house. Put it down. Coupled with the two half-human rats in the village chief's house, it was enough to cause a certain amount of commotion. Wang and Hadang and Tianxi and Kuangzue naturally understood what Gu Shanhai said. After all, it was not easy to explain this matter to the NPC. They could only send the person to the entrance of the village first, and then deal with it. As for what happens next, we will see if there is anything to gain from the mountains and seas. If there is anything, it would be the best. If not, there is a high probability that we can only go into the mountains to investigate what is going on with the mountain gods. No matter how good the hidden tasks are, they are only a supplement to the main tasks. If the main tasks cannot be completed, whether it is a side task or a hidden task, it will have no meaning. These two types of missions cannot replace the main mission. After completing their ideas, they naturally have to focus on the main mission. Chapter 34 The Mountain Ghost on the Mural, and the Mountain God under the Ancestral Hall. It was quiet outside the Ancestral Hall, without anyone. But there were many people half an hour ago. The villagers of Fonai village gathered here before going into the mountain to search for Qian Taizhu. But now they are all gone. Time is too tight, and I don't know if the village chief has taken anything away from under the Ancestral Hall. According to the idea of taking care of Shanhai, he should not interfere and avoid causing too much change. But now everything has deviated from his idea. But it's not that it can't be solved. If it doesn't work, just kill them all. Either do it or not do it. This is his consistent creed. After entering the Ancestral Hall, I saw an unusual spiritual tablet in the dim candlelight at a glance. The throne of Lord Yinshan, the mighty general of the Qian family. Feng Shenggong. A tiger monster? Gu Shanhai was stunned for a moment. Regardless of whether it was Yin or tiger, they could all be regarded as synonyms for tiger. Then when I looked carefully, I saw that this was not a spiritual tablet used by the dead at all, but a divine tablet, because normally a spiritual tablet would be used. But this was a divine tablet. In other words, the mountain god is worshipped here. It is actually not a strange thing that the mountain god is a tiger monster. Such obscene sacrifices are common. The only question is why it is enshrined under the Qian family's ancestral hall. There are too many contradictions here. If it is a god, it should be placed in the mountain temple. And if it is a human being, it should be placed in the ancestral hall. But putting the shrine under the ancestral hall is disrespectful. In Gu Shanhai's opinion, incense is not a big problem. Looking at the densely burned incense in the incense burner, it is obvious that people come to offer incense every day. And there are candles burning all the time. Even the ancestors in the ancestral hall above there is no such good treatment. After rummaging for a while, there was still nothing. Except for the same chain as the village chief's home, there was only a table for worshipping the gods and tributes. Gu Shanhai looked at this god and felt that something was wrong. If you look closely, you can see that there are gaps around it. It looks a bit like a sliding cover. It's not one of our own anyway. Let's open it and take a look. Gu Shanhai has no respect for this mountain god at all. As for the story of fighting a tiger, I'm afraid there is also a big problem. When he reached out to pick it up, he felt a sharp tingling sensation. But Gu Shanhai didn't pay attention to it at all, and his magic power suppressed it immediately. They actually enshrine spirits. The mountain god must really exist. Gu Shanhai casually crushed it. Spirituality does not mean that there is a real spirit, but that it has become a climate or a demon. Just like the spirit accumulating grass and purifying grass held in his right hand. As spiritual plants, they are also spiritual. After he crushed the shrine, an invisible shock erupted instantly. All the spiritual tablets on the ancestral hall fell down in the shock, and the crackling noise was very loud. But Gu Shanhai didn't care. Instead, he looked at the piece of silk among the sacred cards, which was densely covered with rows of red letters as big as ants. It's blood, but not human blood. There was a fishy smell emanating from the scarlet letter, and Gu Shanhai could smell the source immediately. Moreover, the silk was very old, at least 1,000 years old. It seems that what is being enshrined is not the divine card, but this piece of silk. This piece of silk is not some magical skill or secret book, but an imperial edict copied with some unknown blood. The general idea is that the empress was virtuous and virtuous, so she named the place where she was born Fontai Village. As for the original name of the village, it was blurred by blood and could not be seen clearly. In other words, Gu Shanhai has figured out the origin of Fontai Village. But there are not only no less doubts, but also more doubts. If the imperial edict was to be enshrined, he could understand whether to enshrine the manuscript or to imitate the bloody version and enshrine it under the cover of a mountain god shrine, which he could not understand. Could it be to suppress the things on the mountain? Gu Shanhai stuffed the manuscript into his arms, thinking that this thing could be used. Generally speaking, these kinds of things are clues or special props given to players who are good at solving puzzles, which can be used to solve the final boss. Of course, it may also be a prop or equipment that just fell into Gu Shanhai's hands. That is, he couldn't help it. The value of this thing is definitely not low. If he does further research, he might be able to find something. I walked around a lot, but found nothing. So I had no choice but to leave the basement first. After all, the air was really not good, no matter how good the cleaning is, in such a small and confined space. Coupled with the age of the building, the smell will naturally be bad. Even though Gu Shanhai had the purifying grass to help filter and purify, his legal protection still had a thick layer of dust accumulated on it. After crawling out of the basement, I saw the spiritual tablets falling on the floor. Originally, it was nothing serious, and Gu Shanhai was not going to help pick it up. But a colorful painting on the wall behind the spirit tablet was revealed. A woman riding a black tiger, wearing a mulberry leaf and a low girdle at her waist, was walking among the mountains and forests. Mountain ghost? Gu Shanhai immediately thought of this word, which is probably similar to a female mountain goddess. Judging from the rough mural alone, this woman looks very good. This can't be the virtuous and virtuous queen. Right. Wait. They can't send the mountain god to the emperor. Gu Shanhai's mind twitched as he thought of this possibility. From the current point of view, there should be mysterious existence in this world. But it seems that they are not strong. Otherwise, Fontai Village would not have been able to survive for so long. There can't be anything in the wall. Gu Shanhai looked at the mural, and he always felt a little itchy. After thinking about it for a while, he felt that he couldn't be mean-spirited. It would be a pity for such a good mural to be broken. So he decided to just tear it down. With his current ability, there won't be many problems in completely removing the mural. He felt that there was something behind the mural, which was not an unfounded guess. But because he saw that this area was obviously much more protruding than before. It was covered by the spirit tablet before, so it was not easy for him to directly remove it in front of the village chief until the spirit plate was shaken. After coming down, even the cover was gone. This is probably a part of cause and effect. What Fontai Village did at the beginning planted the seeds, and thousands of years later, the results came out. This is the so-called karma. As he dismantled it, a complete mural was put into his pocket. Then when he looked at what was behind the mural, a lot of guesses came to his mind. It seems that what happened to you has happened, and I don't know if you can repay this debt. Gu Shanhai looked at the corpses embedded in the wall, and couldn't help but chuckle. Now he only needed to confirm a few things, and he could complete the main mission by solving puzzles without fighting monsters. Chapter 35. What kind of cow and horse summoning technique are you doing? Where's the other guy? Didn't he agree to come to the Ancestral Hall? Also, his damn ID has been blocked. Right. Tianxia and Guangzui complained. When the two of them arrived at the Ancestral Hall, it was already getting late. Instead of sending the person away directly, the two of them went around to find her a donkey cart and all kinds of water and food. Otherwise they would use her. The body definitely cannot get out. In the end, he was helped to the air wall at the entrance of the village, and then turned back to find Gu Shanhai. Of course, Tianxia and Guangzui also got his wish, and got the gratitude of being a cow and a horse in the next life. Now he is still young and doesn't feel much. He will get used to it when he experiences it more often. It couldn't be that something happened. This operation is very evil. I'm afraid he will overturn. Huang and Hadang also felt a little bad. The more they like to play evil ways or show off their skills, they will basically overturn if they are not careful. If the best player in their team is eliminated, it will be difficult next. Although they think Gu Shanhai is weird, they will not deny that he has relied on him to trick people and all kinds of tricks along the way. If they really let them do it, they would not be able to gain such a big advantage. I think something happened before something happened. Huang and Hadang looked at the spiritual tablets on the ground, and a big hole was dug in the place where the spiritual tablets were originally stored. So he suspected that Gu Shanhai should have done these things. Otherwise, who could do this? Tianxia and Guangzui, who came out after exploring the basement, was also a little worried. The spiritual tablets enshrined underneath are also broken. It should be his doing. What should we do next? At this time, Tianxia and Guangzui was no longer sure. Normally at this time, Gu Shanhai would jump out and give advice. Go into the mountains. Find the village chief. And tell him that our boss is also missing. Find a way to lure the 3 rat men to the mountain as a force. Huang and Hadang had no idea at all. He suspected that Gu Shanhai had discovered some of the mountain god's secrets, which was why he did such a crazy move. And then, he was naturally attacked by the mountain god. Otherwise, with Gu Shanhai's melee ability, the villagers would not be able to get close to him. And even if his melee ability was not mentioned, his blasting ability would be enough to kill the villagers without leaving their bodies intact. Something's wrong. It's foggy. Tianxia and Guangzui said hurriedly as he looked at the fog that kept sweeping in from the sky. The fog seemed to be pouring down from the mountain, and it looked like an avalanche. What can your summoning spell summon? How many times, and for how long? At this time, Huang and Hadang didn't care too much and asked directly. There are 2 in number, an ox and a horse. They only last once, and last for 5 minutes. They are 500% of all my attributes. But the species are random. Tianxia and Guangzui didn't hide it either. Aren't the species cows and horses? How can it be random? Huang and Hadang was a little confused. The issue of upper and lower limits, such as being able to summon a bull-headed horse face, can also summon a rogue horse and an old cow. The skills and talents between the two are very different. Tianxia and Guangzui also expressed helplessness about this. Didn't you buy some skills to increase summoning? These 5 minutes are not enough. No wonder you didn't summon along the way. Huang and Heo was also speechless. I bought it. This is still an enhanced summoning spell. Due to my talent, I can't learn other summoning spells, or other non-summoning related skills. I can only summon cows and horses. I'm almost becoming a cow and horse summoner. This is the first time I have done a dungeon in an intermediate area. 5 minutes was enough for me in a primary dungeon. The immortal was so drunk that people were numb. Anyway, he had only summoned a bull head and horse face once to kill randomly. The rest were basically a group of wrong cows and horses. It was also a credit to Gu Shanhai that he didn't know that Tianxia and Guangzui's summoning technique was so exciting. Otherwise he would definitely have to let him summon one to have a look. Hey, I thought S blood deducting shield was weird enough. But I didn't expect your summoning technique to be even weirder. This is the first time I've heard that you can also randomly summon cows and horses. This time, even the Emperor's Grace is a little more powerful. I can't stand it any longer. Most of the normal summoning spells have a clear summoning target. Secondly, both the duration and the number of times are not comparable to the drunken cow and horse summoning spell. Even better ones simply don't have a duration or number of times. They are directly summoned and represented by a health bar like them. Or the summoner's immortal summons will not die. But the increase in your attributes is indeed very high. 10 times more than that of ordinary summons. It is probably due to this reason. Huang and Hadang quickly understood. Most of the general summons have 50% of the attributes of the summoner. So it looks very bluffing. But the real situation is that without additional skill increase, it is almost like paper. After all, the attributes of the person who is the main summoner can be so high. So most of the summoned objects are stacked by various summoning related skills. It's true. If I had all my summoning amplification skills, my attributes can reach about 700% of mine. My talent can increase the amplification intensity of attribute skills, but it reduces the time and number of summons. Regarding summoning related skills, if it weren't for the mandatory summoning technique, he would definitely become a master of summoning. The two left the ancestral hall and chatted while walking. After all, the situation has become very dangerous now. So naturally we have to find a way to complete the main mission as soon as possible. So hi! I remember that the summoning masters on the forum only seem to have stacked attributes by 20% at most. And the active skills are barely the same as their own attributes. It's really a pity for your talent. Huang and Hadang was a little regretful. If there are no reductions in summoning time and number of related skills, even if the summoning spell is forcibly designated, it is still very powerful. It can be completely passed through a speed flow or a wave of flow, relying on the powerful attributes of the summoned objects to crush them. He estimated that Tianxian Kuangzui had not learned all the basic summoning related skills. If he really wanted to learn them all, he might not have a 1000% extra attribute increase as soon as he summoned them. Coupled with the application of active skills, it would be even more terrifying. This if the duration and frequency were a little longer. How would other players play? Therefore, the opponent's summoning technique can only be used as a trump card to deal with the boss. Yes, it's mainly because my talent is so suitable for summoning. No, it's this talent that forced me to become a bull and horse summoner. Tianxian Kuangzui was also helpless about this. If First Era hadn't been able to delete his account and start over, he would have definitely don't want this weird talent. You guys should find a game studio or a professional club to hang out. When the time comes, you're guaranteed to be awesome as a king. Huangyan said grandly. I just want to have fun. How can I really become a professional gamer? Tianxian Kuangzui has his own job, so naturally he will not become a professional gamer. Chapter 36 Entering the Mountain. Surrounded by fog, seeing the mountain ghost confused. After Tianxian Kuangzui and Huangyan Hadang released the three-headed rat men into the mountains, they allowed them to wander without attacking them. Gu Shenhai had added an identification system to his previous transformation. Although it was very crude, he would simply ignore it. They were 3 players, but that was enough. Otherwise, how could Tianxian Kuangzui and Huangyan Haifang dare to do this? Just a fish in troubled waters. If Tianxian Kuangzui's summoning technique was not too weird, it wouldn't be so troublesome. After entering the mountain, I quickly followed the traces to find the villagers. And under the leadership of the villagers, I found the village chief. You said your boss is also missing? The village chief's face turned pale. This is a big problem. If he were from his own village, nothing would happen if he couldn't find him. But the nephew of the boss of a big company, who could invest about 1 billion or 10 yuan, would die in their valley. How could he just give up? Look, we will definitely find the boss of your company today. He must be in the mountains, the village chief said through gritted teeth. Village chief, what's going on? I got such a big benefit for our Fontai village. But as a result, someone in the village disappeared. Tianxian Kuangzui said quickly using this plan. It's a mountain ghost. Mountain ghosts come down from the mountain to catch people. We hold the mountain god ceremony every year just to let the mountain gods protect us from attacks by mountain ghosts. Obviously it shouldn't happen. It's probably because the mountain ghosts captured Taiju last night. That's why this beast attacked the boss again today. The village chief was also forced to say helplessly. If he really didn't explain to the other party at this time, the village's investment would definitely be lost. Why didn't you mention this before? Huangyan Hadang also said. At this time, both of them also thought that Gu Shenhai might have been attacked by a mountain ghost, and they didn't know whether he was dead or not. Isn't this not a good thing? I'm afraid it will affect the image of our Fontai village, the village chief said angrily, naturally not reporting the good news, but the bad news. Are you sure you are just arresting people? Tianxian asked crazily. Although he was only a temporary teammate, he still cared about him very much. I just disappeared. I must have just been caught. The village chief cannot say that he was eaten at this time. He is asking for trouble. Would that be in the mountain temple on the mountain? Huang Yan said grandly. The village chief was a little surprised when he heard this. Mountain temple? Where did the mountain temple come from on the mountain? Who did you listen to? How can you offer sacrifices to the mountain god without a mountain temple? Huang Yanhao is also a little bit embarrassed. How can you hold a ceremony to the mountain god without a mountain temple? We enshrined it in the ancestral hall. Right. Have you ever been to the ancestral hall? The village chief's face changed slightly. He knew that there was something dirty in the shrine plate enshrined under the ancestral hall. No. We didn't have any intention to go to the ancestral hall at that time. After the boss disappeared, we came to the mountains to find you as soon as possible. Huang and Hadang also remained calm. And then continued. The village chief doesn't mean that. The boss is in the ancestral hall. Then let's go. No. 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 What I mean is that I'm worried that if you go into the ancestral hall and bump into each other randomly, it will be bad if you anger the mountain god. If there is no protection, we will all be captured by the mountain ghost, the village chief said quickly. He also regretted a little. Why did he mention the ancestral hall? The other party obviously didn't think in this direction. Hey, let's not talk about this for now. We'd better find the person quickly. Otherwise, before Tianxia and Guangzui could finish his words, he heard a shrill scream. No, it couldn't be that we met a wolf, Huang and Hadang said, pretending to be frightened. The ones who screamed must have been the villagers. And the two of them also knew that there was a high probability that they had encountered rat men. After they entered the mountain, the three rat men each went into the forest without knowing where they ended up. The rat people have inherited some of the abilities of rats. So naturally they have their own unique hunting skills. Rats are omnivores. And now they have become as big as humans. And with Gu Shanhai's special preparation, they have become even more terrifying. After all, it comes from the flesh and blood technology developed by the Shadith Lord in the Ku universe. Its similar killing instinct and other abilities are absolutely top-notch. The village chief also looked increasingly ugly. But he couldn't worry too much at this time, and could only lead the people to run towards the direction of the screams. Unfortunately, when they arrived, there were only traces of blood and dragging, and everyone could only follow the traces cautiously. In fact, they didn't have much confidence in whether they could save the person. Village chief, the mountain ghost has come down the mountain again? Qian Lao said fearfully, obviously having experienced it once. Shut up! You might have been dragged away by a wolf. The village chief's tone was stern. It was obvious that Qian Lao's words had violated his bottom line. Huang and Hadang and Tianxia and Guangzui looked at each other, and were sure that this kind of thing had happened before. But the current situation is that if you ask the village chief, he will definitely not tell. So the two of them set their sights on Qian Lao. If this person is used as a breakthrough point, maybe we can understand the situation. But now we have to find a way to avoid the village chief. After all, the village chief didn't want the two of them to know that he just scolded Qian Lao. The other villagers also seemed to be confused. It seemed that only the elderly people knew something. Don't listen to Qian Lao's nonsense. It's impossible for the mountain ghost to come down the mountain now. What the village chief said was very contradictory. He said before that the person might have been captured by the mountain ghost. But now he said that he would not go down the mountain now. At this time, the village chief also realized his own contradiction. And then said, the reason why the boss and Tai were arrested was not because the mountain ghost came down the mountain. The mountain ghost is charming from a distance. And those who are fascinated will be dizzy entering the mountain. Listening to the other party's explanation, Huang Yanhao and Tianxia and Guangzui also understood that blindness and going down the mountain are two different dangers. The former is still alive, but the latter is a big danger. Moreover, the other party specifically said the word now, which means that the mountain ghost needs to meet certain conditions before he can go down the mountain. This fog is the mountain ghost preparing to charm you. The village chief also looked a little panicked, as if he had experienced it before. Village chief, we found some money wood, a middle-aged man said with fear in his tone. He was chewed into holes by something, and even a large piece of his face was left empty. As soon as these words came out, everyone present fell into a general silence. Didn't you say it was just a blur? Why are people still dead? What's more, the adjective "nine" is used, indicating that the person who did it is definitely not a human being. Take me to see it. The village chief took a deep breath and said tremblingly. Huang and Hadang and Tianxia and Guangzui couldn't help but look at each other. They both had the same idea in their hearts. That is, Gu Shanhai, an evil player, was really evil. No wonder his skills were so limited. They had also indirectly experienced the power of the Rat Man. Chapter 37 The Tragedy 60 years ago. Taking advantage of the gap when the village chief left, Huang Yanhadang and Tianxian Kuangzue deliberately did not follow them, but turned back to Qian Laowu to ask about the mountain ghost. When Qian Laowu heard the two people's inquiries, he looked stunned at first, and then slightly panicked. Why are you asking about this? Didn't the village chief say everything will be fine? Your son has disappeared, and the leader of our company has also disappeared. Do you think our chairman will give up if there is no explanation? Huang Yan said in a deep voice. This made Qian Laowu stunned. Yes, someone else's nephew came to invest in us, but he was gone. Even he would not let it go. Qian Laowu became more and more confused when he heard this. The village chief is an official, but you don't have such a layer of skin, Tianxian Kuangzue added. What this means is that they may not attack the village chief, but you, an ordinary person, will be able to endure just a few things at that time. As soon as these words came out, Qian Laowu was also very excited. Yes, they invested 1 billion yuan as soon as they wanted. Wouldn't it be easier to use this money to secretly restrict their Fengtai village? The simplest thing is to block them so that they can't buy people. Cutting off the incense is secondary. If there is no woman to act as the bride of the mountain god next year, then the mountain ghost will definitely be unable to be suppressed. Run? Then you have to be able to run. Anyone who was born in the Qian family would be in trouble as long as they left Fengtai village. Tell me this way, Qian Laowu muttered after sizing up the people around him. The two looked at each other and knew that it was done. So follow the other person there and be prepared to listen to what the other person has to say. It was almost 60 years ago. I was just a child at that time. Qian Laowu began to briefly describe the situation at that time. It was probably the year that the mountain god ceremony was not held in time. As a result, the mountain ghost came down the mountain just after 12 o'clock at night. Many people died at that time. And it was precisely because of this that Fengtai village, which was once prosperous, once again became the poverty it is now. The method of death was very special. Each one of them was skinned and hung bloody on a tree on the mountain. But the skin was nowhere to be found. What do these people who died have in common? Or are they just bad luck? Huang Yan asked grandly. I don't know about this. I didn't think about this when I was young. I only know that at that time, someone died in almost every household. At least half of the people in Fengtai village died. How did Qian Laowu know anything? The same thing as bad luck. And no one pursued it at that time. Afterwards, everyone couldn't avoid it. It was also from that time that the annual mountain god ceremony was very timely. Have there been any incidents of mountain ghosts being blinded before? Tianxian Kuangzue asked the key point. As long as tomorrow's mountain god ceremony is held in time, the mountain ghosts will not come down the mountain. On the contrary, the matter of mountain ghosts being blinded is more urgent. There have been a few times, but at that time most of the people who were dazzled were frozen to death or dragged away and eaten by jackals in the mountains. It's not as scary as a mountain ghost descending from the mountain. And in all my years of living, I've only met him 3 times. Qian Laowu seemed to gradually let go of his panic during the chat. After all, the large number of people gave him some confidence. Actually, if you go into the mountains on a foggy day and get lost, you may not be able to come back. You may also fall into a hole and no one will know. And you may die over time. As long as the mountain god is here, the mountain ghost can only use these small tricks. It's just that some people are not strong enough, so they are given the chance. When he said this, Qian Laowu sighed. His son probably died here. Listening to this, Huang Yanhadang and Tianxian Kuangzue became more and more confused. Judging from the other party's statement, the so-called man who died of the mountain ghost's eyes was more likely to be a premeditated murder and someone who entered the mountain accident. As for Qian Tieju's situation, can they still not know? Therefore, it is more likely to be fake. Then where did Gu Shenhai go? Did a red shadow go up the mountain just now? Qian Laowu said suddenly. ×2. Huang Yanhadang and Tianxian Kuangzue were shocked. They really didn't see it. After all, the two were conspiring. What did you see? Tianxian Kuangzue asked quickly. No, nothing. Qian Laowu hesitated a little. When it comes to red, there is only one thing related to red in their village, and that is the bride. But you can't tell outsiders about this. They naturally know that buying and selling people is illegal. Are you sure? Huang Yanhadang's tone was a bit unkind. Your expression and tone clearly indicate that you know something. Otherwise, how could he hesitate? Okay, sure. You go ahead. I have something to do to find the village chief. The fear in Qianlao's heart surged up again. You must know that the bride was locked up by them, just with the big iron chain. Even if the whole village, old and young, went into battle together to smash it, it would take a long time. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the bride has absolutely no way to break free. But the problem is that it is no longer normal. So he hurried towards the village chief. Something was definitely going to happen to the mountain god ceremony this year. No. According to this development, whether it can survive until tomorrow's mountain god ceremony is one thing. Qianlao quickly rushed to the village chief and whispered, "Village chief! I seem to have seen the bride going up the mountain just now." The village chief's expression froze. What is this? Impossible. She will never get out. The village chief would have been more convincing if he didn't tremble when he said this. Really? I just saw a flash of red walking up the mountain. It's absolutely impossible to see it wrong. The color is very dazzling. Qianlao replied in a low voice and then suggested, "Otherwise, we should withdraw the people to the village first. The fog is getting thicker and thicker, and it's almost blinding." Of course you are afraid at this time. If you are afraid, you will definitely run away. Only a few people can face their fear head-on. The village chief was silent for a few seconds and then said, "Withdraw. We are not going back to the village. After packing up our belongings, we will leave Fontai village and go to the nearest town to stay away for a few days. Since you want to escape, then go farther and stay in Fontai village to wait for death." "Is everything going to be okay?" Qianlao asked worriedly. "Will nothing happen if you stay?" the village chief asked back, and then said, "Okay, I'll tell everyone to go down the mountain and they can't stay any longer." When it comes to the safety of himself and his family, the village chief is naturally very decisive. As for investing and developing Fontai village, this is something they have to wait until they are alive to think about it. If they don't even have a way to survive, they don't care what Fontai village is doing. Chapter 38. Who is more evil between gods and ghosts? We are actually preparing to go down the mountain. Qianlao must have noticed something, Huang Yan said grandly. Before Tianxia and Kuangzui could speak, another voice intervened. "It doesn't matter if you find anything. I've already burned down the house for him." In the thick fog, a figure holding a potted plant in his right hand approached. "You're not dead?" Tianxia and Kuangzui recognized the person, who was Gu Shanhai at a glance. Hearing this, Gu Shanhai had a black line on his head. "I just went to solve the riddle. Why did I die?" Tianxian's drunkenness is a little embarrassing. "Gone. You won't go around saying that I'm dead." "Right." Gu Shanhai felt a little shit when he saw this. These two teammates seemed to be a bit cheated. "What? Let's not mention these things. You said you were going to solve the puzzle? Can you solve the puzzle directly? If you haven't already reached the process of defeating the boss, how can you still solve the puzzle?" Wang Yan's question was like a machine gun. Squirted out. "With the fighting power of our three brothers, if we fight the boss, you will not die," Gu Shanhai complained, and then said, "If we really follow the process, we will have to face at least a level 20 boss and thousands of them. For a level 10 elite monster, even if you take out a Gatling with unlimited firepower, it will be a bit overwhelming." The two of them were also a little curious as to why this damn copy was so scary. Just as he was talking, he suddenly heard a terrifying tiger roar from the top of the mountain. A breath of resentment and anger swept over him instantly, and even the clouds and mist entrenched in the mountain were cleared away by this roar. "Is this the boss?" Huang Yan asked grandly. "We are currently friendly forces," Gu Shanhai corrected him. Then he saw a huge, twisted red shadow rolling down from the mountain in the clouds and mist. If you look closely, you will see that the outside is a layer of bright red wedding dress, while the inside is a horrifying shape formed by a large number of flesh and white bones twisted together. You can still vaguely see the broken human face and facial features. "Ghost. Have you ever heard of it? If a person dies by a tiger, his ghost will be enslaved by the tiger. He is a ghost. It's just that these ghosts are different. They are creations formed by obsession and resentment. It is better to say that they are driven by the black tiger, rather than cooperating with the black tiger to seek revenge." Gu Shanhai's words made the two of them more and more confused. But he did not explain immediately, but said, "The story the village chief told before is true. But there is something missing. I'm afraid even he himself doesn't know about these things. Guess what I dug behind the Qian family's ancestors' memorial tablet in the ancestral hall?" "What?" Tianxia and Kuangzui asked following Gu Shanhai's words. A mural of a mountain ghost and a tiger corpse sealed inside. A skinned tiger corpse, Gu Shanhai said. Mountain ghost? That's not it. Li Gui. Right. That's not what it actually means. Shan Gui means the goddess of the mountains. And it can also refer to the mountain god here. Gu Shanhai answered the meaning of Tianxian Kuangzui. Wang Yanhading, who was quick thinking, immediately thought of it. You mean Fontai village sent the mountain ghost to be the queen and killed her Mount Black Tiger? Yes. The general story is the same as what the village chief told. The only difference is that the person who became the queen was a mountain ghost. And he also used the name of Qian Fengxing's daughter. Qian Fengsheng is a general. But under what circumstances would you return to Fontai village to live in seclusion? That's right. I made a big mistake. Not only was I dismissed, but I was sent back to my place of origin. And then, I wanted to return by presenting beautiful girls to the emperor. Don't think about the outcome. He must have failed. If he had succeeded, he would not have stayed here as a mountain god, but would have joined the court as an official. I even doubt whether the mountain ghost has entered the palace or not is a problem. Gu Shanhai completed some aspects of the story. That's not right. What's the reason for skinning? Wang Yanhading asked and then added. But when it comes to skinning, we have to say that the mountain ghost comes down the mountain. Wang Yanhading told Gu Shanhai the information he got from Qian Lawu. It's very simple. Mountain ghosts are not humans, but spirits raised by nature. How could ordinary people inherit the position of mountain gods so easily? So they skinned the black tiger and put it on Qian Fengxing's body. The soul of the black tiger is bound to the tiger's skin, thus suppressing the black tiger's backlash. As a loyal minister, would you be willing to watch the enemy kill his lord and then skin him alive and imprison him? But there were also smart people in Fontai village back then. They worshipped Qian Fengxing's transformed god under the ancestral hall, and used a portrait of a mountain ghost riding a tiger to restrain the skinned corpse of the black tiger. If the black tiger pretended to be a corpse, if it wants to come out, it must first break the image. That's why I've been suppressed by Qian's spirit for so long. It's a pity that after waiting for so many years, they didn't get the glory and wealth. Instead, they ended up with a lot of bad debts. Gu Shanhai looked at the sea of fire surging in the village at the foot of the mountain and couldn't help but sigh. The bad debts he was talking about were, of course, the women who had been married off as mountain gods and killed in recent years. Of course, this is not stable, because as time goes by, the soul of the black tiger trapped in the tiger's skin becomes more and more uneasy. And Qian Fengsheng is only a human after all. After his death, no one is willing to inherit the position of the mountain god, because the black tiger never let them go after its death. Those wearing tiger skin suffer torture all day long. Don't ask Gu Shanhai why he knew it. Just ask him because he tried. So they thought of another way to treat the symptoms rather than the root cause. When he said this, Gu Shanhai showed a joking expression. They used other women to pretend to be mountain ghosts themselves. Not to mention, it was really effective. First, they used sacrifices as sacrifices. The way he used it made him tainted with the aura of the mountain god. And the black tiger, who was blinded by resentment, naturally couldn't recognize it. Over time, there will be thousands of these demons. Tell me, how can we fight with so many elite monsters? The terrifying demon rolled down from the top of the mountain, stretching out its arms to grab the villagers wherever it passed. And I just did a small favor, sending Black Tiger's body back to life again. Although it is a black tiger, it is also a spiritual beast accompanied by mountain ghosts. It is under the command of the mountain god. How can it be measured by this common sense in this mountain? Guess again. How many levels are there in the black tiger that has lasted for thousands of years and carries the power of mountain ghosts? Gu Shanhai watched the tiger's shadow at the top of the mountain, which was nearly 10 stories tall, walking down the mountain. I don't really want to guess. Tianxian Kuangzui swallowed and didn't dare to speak. If it was Black Tiger who only had a soul, he would probably follow Gu Shanhai's words and say he was only a level 20 boss. But he would believe such a terrifying figure now, even if it was level 100. Let's just look at the CG for the rest, Wang Yanhading also asked. Right. Chapter 39 Eliminate Deaths and Resolve Karma. Cause and Effect. Raging flames, ghosts, tiger shadows, and fog formed a terrifying picture of purgatory on Earth. When everything calmed down, the twisted ghosts began to disintegrate, turning into spots and dissipating. As the saying goes, deaths disappear after death, and the bad karma that lasted for thousands of years has finally subsided. After all, the entire village was dismembered and their souls were torn to pieces. And under the restraint and control of the Black Tiger, who temporarily took over the position of mountain god, the demons would naturally stop causing trouble to the world after being released by it. The huge tiger shadow came towards the three of them. With a slight click, it turned into 3 streams of light and sank into their bodies. Damn it! The hidden reward actually comes with a passive skill. Tianxian Kazui was a little shocked. He gained a passive called Helping the Tiger. If the number of summoned objects summoned by the summoning spell is greater than 1, then the number of summons of the summoned object will be increased by 1. This is a qualitative leap for him, directly allowing him to go from 5 to 5 minutes turned into 10. However, he was also wondering in his mind, if his talent had not been reduced, the number of summons would have increased even more. What Huang Yanhaodong obtained is also a passive skill, but it is not a summoning-related skill, but a skill called Eyeing the Tiger, which can see things that are originally invisible, such as ghosts, resentful souls, etc. This is for a master like him. It's simply much easier to use for supernatural players. It's not like he doesn't have similar skills, but they are all active skills, which last for a short time and consume a lot of money. And because they were obtained from the primary copy, there are also restrictions on the number of times they can be used, unlike this passive skill, which is permanent take effect. Brother, go back and add a friend. I'll invite you next time if I still have tickets, Tianxian Kuangzui said shamelessly. Not good. Did you see the ID on my head? Gu Shenhai brought out the previous set of reasons for his talent. The two of them also suddenly realized. Okay. No wonder he is so good at fighting and his talent limit is so high. The talent limit is large, and the effect is naturally powerful. The clouds and fog gradually dispersed, but the fire in the village was still burning. The fire was set by Gu Shenhai to gain favor with him. In fact, he was also curious about what the mountain ghost was like back then. And how could the Black Tiger be controlled by a group of ordinary people with the power of the Black Tiger? Of course, the Black Tiger from 1,000 years ago was definitely not so powerful. The suffering of this 1,000 years itself was an enhancement to it. It's more like a certain calamity. If you get through it, the world will be brighter. But if you don't get through it, you will die. If Gu Shenhai and the others followed the previous plan and went straight up to kill Black Tiger instead of solving puzzles, the reward would certainly not be bad. But the greater possibility is that they would be killed in counterattack. And even if it is successfully killed, the next words will inevitably be stuck in the main plot. The main plot is the truth about the mountain god's marriage, not the killing of the Black Tiger. There is an essential difference between the two. From the beginning, they were actually leaning towards the karma type. As long as they didn't mess around, various clues would appear, but their actions were too fast. And under normal circumstances, they might not have such a big momentum. Generally, players will only go through the mountain god ceremony through investigation, and then slowly deduce the main tasks. There is no need to fight monsters. And of course, there will be rewards for doing so. Therefore, it is impossible for a situation like the development of Gu Shenhai and others to occur, where the village is completely wiped out and such a terrifying existence is released. That's such a pity. Brother, you can't be one of those passerby masters. Are you? Huang Yanhaodong was also a little confused about this. Although Gu Shenhai seemed a little unserious along the way, and judging from the skill system, he relied entirely on recklessness. But I didn't expect that it would rely on solving puzzles. No. If you're lucky next time, maybe you can get a match again. Gu Shenhai replied perfunctorily. Matching again? How can it be such a coincidence? Now with the increase in the number of players, the number of invitations required for the mid-level area is also increasing. And it will probably become almost the same as the primary dungeon in the near future. Scene. The various powerful skills produced in the primary dungeon have flaws. Unlike the mid-level area, although the difficulty has been increased, the skills and equipment that can be obtained are far superior to those in the primary dungeon. Okay. If there's nothing to do, I'll retreat first. If I don't retreat, the time limit will be reached. Huang Yanhaodong has no regrets. He is a player himself. How can he feel sad after playing a game together? Not very nonsense. After completing the main mission in the mid-level area, players will be given time ranging from 1 minute to 30 minutes as a buffer, such as harvesting loot or other things. After all, it belongs to the real world. Every time the player takes away one things or causing certain behaviors are all an impact of The first age on the world. Gu Shanhai does not have this restriction. He is not an official player. Next time I have a chance, the master will help me again. So I will quit. Tianxian Kuangzui didn't have much nostalgia. So he left naturally. Gu Shanhai didn't pay attention to what the two said. It was just a chance encounter. Next, it's time to visit the mountain god. Gu Shanhai looked at Hu Ying, who had disappeared. He still has to stay here for a while. At least find some good plants to cultivate as spiritual plants. And talk about mountain ghosts, by the way. Previously, he had pulled out an imperial edict written with unknown blood from Qianfengxing Shrine. He initially suspected that it was the blood of a mountain ghost. If possible, maybe it can be given to Black Tiger as a gift. As long as you have a good cause with the other person, you will get a good result. Sow good causes and get good results. Fotai village sows evil causes, and now you get bad results. So in this kind of world, you have to be careful in your words and actions. Otherwise, once you do evil, the end will be really not good. As for the mountain ghost, it is very likely that he was contaminated by some evil causes and caused bad consequences. Sometimes doing evil is not subjective. And there is no reason why you will not be punished even if you do evil unintentionally. If you do it, you just do it. If it weren't for the fact that this world still had some value, Gu Shanhai would have planned to run away. This kind of world is indeed too scary. The energy level may not be high, but if you are not careful, you will definitely overturn. So what he meant by planting good karma was that he was going to exchange this thing with Black Tiger for something. As for what he could exchange for it, he didn't mind. Of course, it would be better to have some special plants. At present, he needs a plant that can be used as an attack method. Although his aura can explode, it is still mainly auxiliary after all. What's more, he has now obtained 5 elemental blessing bullets, which can expand the effect, if he has an attack method by then, to be able to go to the next level. And he was also thinking that if there was such a big movement, would the official organizations of this world come to investigate? Chapter 40, The Maiden Sorrow Over Thousands of Years. On the top of the mountain, a sturdy black tiger lay on the big rock under the green pines, seeming to be reminiscing about something. Seeing Gu Shanhai coming up, he swept his tail and didn't take it to heart. Gu Shanhai could sense that He Hu was in a bad mood. I found something in the fall shrine enshrined under the Qian's ancestral hall. It may be of some use to you, Gu Shanhai said, taking out the blood-stained imperial edict from his arms and placing it on the ground. Black Tiger twitched his nose, then stood up and jumped down from the boulder. His tiger eyes scanned the text, and his anger instantly burst out. However, it quickly calmed down. It knew that its anger had no big effect at this time, and it was just adding to its troubles. Thousands of years have passed, and things are changing outside. Everything is no longer what it used to be, Gu Shanhai said. The black tiger shook his head. It couldn't speak, but because of its spirit, Gu Shanhai was able to detect part of the other party's emotions. Then a breath came out of the nose, asking Gu Shanhai what he wanted. Gu Shanhai had previously intercepted the blessing given to him by Black Tiger, which was the passive skill given to him. He did not need this stuff very much and was waiting to study it. Black Tiger also saw it. So instead of blessing Gu Shanhai again, he directly asked him what he wanted. Plants. Some rare plants. Gu Shanhai was not polite. Everyone said he would give it to him, so he had nothing to do with being pretentious. Besides, what he wanted was not something precious. This request also made He Hu a little confused. But since it was what Gu Shanhai wanted, he gave it to him. After getting up and walking around, I dug out a flower with roots and stems from a crack in the stone. The flower drooped as if it was sad and looked very ordinary. Girls AI? That's not a very nice name. Gu Shanhai learned the name of the flower from He Hu's expression. But since it was He Hu's choice, he wanted it. But I want it. Gu Shanhai took the girl's morning flower from He Hu's mouth and replanted it into the potted plant. This makes the potted plants a bit crowded. After all, 3 plants in 1 pot is indeed a bit insufficient. Seeing Gu Shanhai's actions, He Hu didn't have much emotion. Instead, he spurted out a wisp of black flame from his mouth and landed on the blood-stained imperial edict. In just an instant, the flames engulfed it, and the originally fishy smell actually exuded the freshness of vegetation amid the burning of the flames. In this way, it is indeed the blood of the mountain ghost. Now it can be concluded that Shan Gui probably did not become the queen, and everything was just a lie. This imperial edict was written by Qian Fengsheng himself, and the queen's words were also false. Fengtai village was just a false existence from the beginning. But because it was too remote, and because of rumors passed down over the years, the falsehood became true. Qian Fengsheng not only failed to bring himself back to Vanity Fair, but also got himself involved in it. As for what happened to the mountain ghost, how did Gu Shanhai know? It has been 1,000 years since now. And even if there were any clues, they would have been buried over the years. But he guessed that it was nothing more than death. Otherwise, which emperor would dare to accept the mountain god as his queen? Apart from anything else, none of the ministers in the court agreed. The mountain ghost was born in the mountains, but his status is not good enough. It is even difficult for him to enter the palace. Do you really think that there is no need for verification to enter the palace? So he can just go in? So this was just a gamble by Qian Fengsheng. And in the end Qianjiakan became Fengtai village and paid the price. They had to pay the price. They died miserably. But the innocent women who were sacrificed were not miserable. Black Tiger also seemed to know something. After sending the girl to Gu Shanhai and burning the fake edict, he returned to the boulder again. The breath on his body is also gradually weakening. Gu Shanhai shook his head, ignored the other party's situation, and went down the mountain on his own. As the companion spirit beast of the mountain ghost, the Black Tiger will naturally not live alone. And what if we go out to search? This is even more unreliable. In 1,000 years, if the mountain ghost is really still alive, it will have come back long ago. Even if he doesn't come back, he will inquire about relevant matters to learn about its situation, or at least take some action. Now there is nothing, which can be regarded as indirect confirmation of the death of the mountain ghost. What does the position of the mountain god have to do with it? It is just a mount, a black tiger. Perhaps after surviving, it can become a tiger that truly rules a mountain and have a great future. But to it, none of this means anything. Gu Shanhai actually had the idea of waiting for Black Tiger's death to seize the body of the other party. After all, the other party was the Dais Han god who had successfully overcome the calamity. But in the end, I put this idea aside abruptly. Many times, not everything can be taken casually. And if you take it, you have to pay a price. It may be fine now, but once the first era assimilates the modern city where it is located, the price will catch up with you like cause and effect. If it were just an ordinary world, this kind of worldview with obvious karma and retribution would definitely not lead to greed. Gu Shanhai didn't dare to touch anything in this world. If he really touched Black Tiger's body, he was worried that he would not be able to leave, and would stay and work as a mountain god for the rest of his life. You must know that he does not have a formal player contract with First Era. He is just a temporary worker. So First Era will not help him. Find a place to settle down for a month or two. By then the high-level world will be opened. Gu Shanhai didn't plan to leave this world immediately. After all, he didn't need to waste his life here. Besides, he had to turn his recent gains into strength. Especially the spirit encrypting grass and chi purifying grass need to be cultivated as soon as possible to increase the concentration of spiritual energy. There are also the golden bell cover, iron claw shirt and boy kung fu that need to be mentioned. The rest, perfecting the legal domain, cultivating the girl AI, etc. also take time. It's always fun to play dungeons all the time. But he is not an official player and can become stronger very quickly. So he needs time to turn his gains into strength. Otherwise, if you keep harvesting it, it will just be harvesting. And it will not turn into the strength that he can use. And for him, the mid-level area is still a bit constrained. And the randomness is too great. It can temporarily replace the high-level world. But in the long run, sooner or later it will overturn. Because the high-level world is not as random as the primary and intermediate levels, but a big world with a fixed order. So his foresight can barely have some effect. But not much. Because he has never thought about intercepting who. The benefits of some players may be the opportunity to snatch the protagonist of the world, knowing the general trend. As long as he stands on the edge of the wind, it will be difficult to take off without even thinking about it. Taking other people's things will be embarrassing. Chapter 41 When the consequences knock on the door. It's too bad. They killed people and set fires. It seems that not a single person was left alive. The middle-aged man named Xiang Fang frowned and looked at Fengtai village that turned into white with a slightly ugly look on his face. The young man on the side, Renli, curled his lips. Oh, it's good to die cleanly. Otherwise it will be troublesome to take him back. The two men received a call from a runaway woman yesterday. They just asked her how she escaped. But the other party hesitated and refused to disclose. However, The whole village was involved in human trafficking, intentional homicide, and other incidents. The number of people was shocking, so they attached great importance to it. Then, they sent 2 people over. In this regard, Renly Sai expressed dissatisfaction. But Xiang Fang's identity is not ordinary. He is not an ordinary law enforcer, but a court practitioner with certain strength. So he was actually the one sent, not Renly. This person was still within the scope of the inspection. Only after he passed the inspection would he teach the other party how to practice and become an official. They have always known about what happened in Fontai village, but they just didn't attack it. After all, they were for stability rather than justice. Go! Don't talk nonsense. It won't be good if others hear you. Xiang Fang reprimanded in a calm tone. He has seen this kind of thing a lot, so he is not as enthusiastic as Renly. Instead, he thinks it is a bad thing. He has seen the files from that year, and combined with Black Tiger's escape, he doesn't know how much it will affect them. Turmoil. The tiger demon who holds the position of mountain god loses the shackles of the mountain ghost, which may cause him to lose control of Fontai village and the surrounding areas. It doesn't matter to them how many people die a year, but it would be uncomfortable if this old demon took away the rights of practitioners like them. This area that should have belonged to him has gained a lot of benefits over the years by taking advantage of the fact that the mountain god was deceived. Fontai village can't get out, partly because Xiang Fang did it intentionally. If he really wants them to get out and become rich, how can he continue to get benefits? Then he glanced at Renly without any trace, thinking about how to trick him or make him fail the inspection. One more person means one more mouth and one more risk of exposure. As for the karma, his master told him when he was studying art? Oh, he doesn't believe in any of this. He only believes in his own strength and magic. Now that Fontai village is gone, he will have a lot more troubles. Yes, you have been cautious all your life, and now there are no outsiders, Renly said a little heartlessly. He also respected Xiang Fang's willingness to take him. Since he didn't want to listen, he didn't say anything. There are no outsiders. Yes, there are no outsiders here. Xiang Fang sounded as if he suddenly understood something. This left Renly a little confused. Before he could ask, he felt that there seemed to be something wrong with his vision. He seemed to feel himself leaning back. That headless corpse seems to be me? The last thought came to Renly's mind. Gudong. Gu Shanhai beside him swallowed. He was about to come out to take a breath. After a busy day, he climbed and descended the mountain several times, plus the high-intensity work. If he hadn't taken a break, he might have died soon. It's time to take a break. But he never expected that when he looked up, he would see a murder scene. He wouldn't believe it if there wasn't some causal calculation. Xiang Fang also noticed the sudden appearance of Gu Shanhai. To be honest, he now suspected that the other party was deliberately squatting on him. He is a vicious and wanted criminal. Gu Shanhai looked at the uniform on Renly, and then at the uniform on Xiang Fang. Although they were the same, he still said without conscience, I believe it. Xiang Fang felt that you believed a ghost, and with a fierce look at his eyes, he immediately rushed towards Gu Shanhai to kill him. Even his colleagues were killed. It was just a person whose origin was unknown. If he was killed, he would be killed. When the time came, it would be okay to directly frame Renly for colluding with this person. Anyway, now this area is all his. So it's not a big deal. Kung. The attack landed on the legal domain in front of Gu Shanhai, causing a ripple. Have you not eaten? Gu Shanhai was a little doubtful about life. With his menacing look, he thought he was a top expert. But it turned out to be just like that. Gu Shanhai also realized what kind of people these 2 copies had met. The knowledgeable Lord Shoggoth, the ghost caused by karma and debt, and the 1,000-year companion spirit beast of the innate elves. How could these characters be in such a world? Not to mention the strongest. But he is still a character. So when someone weaker than him suddenly popped up, he was really a bit unable to react. Xiang Fang's expression changed. He knew that he had kicked a steel plate, so he immediately left. Seeing this, Gu Shanhai naturally took action without hesitation. 2 spiritual light blades flew out and cut off his left foot in an instant, while most of his right foot was cut off. Sigh. It's still not good to use your aim at both ends when facing high-speed moving objects. Gu Shanhai sighed and walked over slowly. What? Do you have to bear the consequences of murder? They were going to kill him. And karma didn't say he couldn't fight back. Xiang Fang's killing him was the cause, and Gu Shanhai's killing him was the result. It was nothing more than an evil cause and an evil effect. If he was really afraid of karma, he might as well just go back. As for the possibility of trouble in the future, Gu Shenhai's idea was very simple. If he really dared to play this trick with him in the future, he would blow up the whole world when he came back stronger. As long as the world is gone, debts will be wiped out after death. If he died in the middle, that would be the same. So you can be cautious, but you will never be timid. When things happen, you have to kill. I said, you should improve your spells. Gu Shenhai looked at the long sword that fell from the opponent's hand and couldn't help but complain. Then he used his hands to remove all the bones in his body. Those that couldn't be removed were forced to do so. Naturally, he has a very clear understanding of skeletal muscles when practicing Kung Fu, so he can ensure that the opponent loses the ability to resist and will not die at the same time. Do you know who I am? I am. I don't want to know what your background is. I only know that you want to kill me. Oh, and your colleagues. Gu Shenhai casually removed Xiang Fang's jaw and stuffed a piece of cloth into it to prevent him from opening it. Mouth. He was going to find a better place to interrogate the situation seriously, and maybe he could even ask for some secrets on the techniques. But he didn't hold out much hope. These people were already middle-aged, and with such little strength, it was estimated that he is also a pleasure seeker. Let's put it this way. Ghostface King Kong has mastered 3 martial arts at least. In Xiang Fang's case, he is only at an entry-level level. He can fool ordinary people. So it's no wonder he was assigned to this remote place. Chapter 42 Knowing Destiny but Not Knowing Oneself. Gu Shenhai soon tortured out the information he needed. No. Torture actually seemed a bit pale. It should be questions. The other party would answer whatever Gu Shenhai asked. There was no hesitation in this process. But Gu Shenhai did not want to gain any benefits from the other party, but was thinking about how to spend the next month. As for Xiang Fang, he had already killed him and was buried with Renli. Xiang Fang's answer also cleared up a lot of his doubts. The tragedy in Fengtai village also had something to do with him. After all, the outside world was already modernized. But he just wanted to monopolize this resource and suppress the opponent with his identity. The various supports and subsidies provided by Fengtai village have even diluted the existence of Fengtai village. He did succeed. After all, it was just a remote mountain village. If there had not been records of mountain ghosts, there might not be relevant documents on it. Even if there are only a few strokes now. But Xiang Fang didn't know it until his death. He thought it was just a 1,000-year-old demon appearing in a remote place in the mountains. Of course, it is gone now. Because from the beginning, neither he nor his superiors paid attention to this place. They only knew that the spirit beast mount that suppressed the mountain ghost was still dead. The mountain ghost was killed thousands of years ago. So there was no trace of it at all. Insignificant. Xiang Fang was also assigned because of his lack of strength and his ability to work in camps. It was probably similar to being sent to the frontier. It's true that he knows how to do business. But the problem is that he is doing it in the wrong direction. He only cares about making money and enjoying himself. Which is terrible. Gu Shenhai expressed his admiration for these people seeking death. In such a world of karma, if you do this kind of thing, not only will you spit it out, but you will also risk your life in it. I'm just wondering why this guy is so good. It's his retribution. No wonder he bumped into me. Gu Shenhai cursed a little. But he actually used his hand to do it. But this is also a good thing. At least he killed the other party without any consequences. And even the things on the other party belong to him. This is his reward for doing justice for heaven. After some fumbling around. Let alone, I actually figured out this technique. The name is Knowing the Destiny. And it is a technique written on silk. He read it once, and found that it probably enhances his 5 and 6 senses. If you practice it to a deep level, you can have dangerous intuitions, seek good luck and avoid evil, and have whims, etc. ability. It's somewhat useful, but not very useful. It's no wonder that this guy has no fighting power. He's dodging at full speed. If this method is to do good deeds and cultivate good karma, then this skill is simply a magical skill for him. Even if he is thrown into the desert, there will be resources everywhere. Unfortunately, he is not, and these abilities are directly in vain. This evil consequence can still make him escape. For Gu Shenhai, the same principle applies. After leaving this world, without the blessing of good causes and fruits, these abilities will not only be blocked and induced by others, but may also have the effect of being sometimes ineffective. I can practice it, but I can't count on it. But it's enough to supplement the second level of chain energy. Gu Shanhai never thought about how powerful it was. Besides, this, knowing the destiny, is not that easy to master. It doesn't have much power, because it has to be matched with good causes and good results. In this way, bad luck can be turned into good luck, and adversity can be turned into good fortune. The practitioners of this world seem to have gone astray. Many systems have to be adapted to local conditions in order to be most effective. Of course, if they are transformed into the skills, talents, etc. of the first era, that is another matter. Or is it true that everyone knows it, but they just don't believe it? Okay, it's possible, but it's none of my business. Gu Shanhai is just a passerby. He doesn't want to delve into the system of cause and effect and make himself confused. He won't stay in this world for a long time. And he isn't afraid of being tainted by the so-called cause and effect. At least when the other party comes to seek the consequences of this so-called forced purchase and sale, he is sure to develop to the point where he can blow up the world. If he doesn't have this bit of self-confidence, wouldn't his rebirth advantage be in vain? If he can't cheat the first era, he can't cheat a whole world? As an evil player in the evil camp, he naturally has various ways to deal with it. Let's use Shi Tianming to supplement Yunling Gong first. The energy conversion efficiency of these two brothers is really half-matched, Gu Shanhai complained. In other words, it means that upgrading requires more proficiency, but the increase is not as high as other skills. This doesn't matter. You can change it later. It's not a big problem. Besides, for Gu Shanhai, the hierarchy does not need to be so strict. He has become a temporary worker, and is subject to the restrictions of the hierarchy. Wouldn't he have wasted his advantage? Based on this transformation efficiency, if we really follow the rules and practice the second level of Qi Chain, it will not take more than a year and a half. Under normal circumstances, it would actually take him half a year to reach the first level of chain energy. But he didn't take the usual path. If the conversion efficiency is poor, he will improve it in other aspects. For example, he directly immerses himself in the spiritual energy environment. Even if the conversion efficiency is poor, it can make up for the difference in conversion efficiency. Besides, if the two spiritual plants of Yunling grass and purifying grass in his hand are improved, then the concentration of spiritual energy in his domain will increase again. Not only will he practice faster, but the legal domain will also become stronger. After all, this legal domain is centered on Lingji and him. As both parties become stronger, they will naturally improve, which is equivalent to an increase in basic attributes. Soon, Gu Shanhai sorted out the harvest. But he was also thinking in his heart that the death of Xiang Fang and Ren Li would definitely not end so easily. And people would definitely be sent to investigate again in the future. The people sent here were probably here to taste the bad consequences. So there would be no peace in the next month or two. This made him think about whether to leave. Although returning to the temporary worker room in the first era would cost his life, at least it would be quiet. As for changing to another mid-level area, he was afraid of overturning. And this time, he almost overturned. Whether it was the Black Tiger before the resurrection or the Black Tiger after the resurrection, he was not able to deal with it. In the next mid-level area, the difficulty will only increase, but not decrease. After all, as the player's strength increases, the difficulty of this mid-level area will also increase simultaneously. So he only has two options, stay or leave. In the end, he chose to stay, for no other reason than that he might be able to reap another wave of bad consequences. You can run away even if you really can't beat him. Besides, this horse is not fattened by night grass. He is cautious rather than timid. If he fails to seize this opportunity, he will lose more in the future. If there is a way out, you must give it a try. Of course, this is just his guess, and he may not encounter it. After all, this kind of behavior is very popular, and it may not be his turn. This time it is just suitable for the place. Chapter 43 Lingji General's Order. Boom. Violent explosions and vibrations were heard again. Gu Shanhai has become accustomed to this. Over the past few days, he has heard this noise from time to time. Now he has left Fotai village long ago. But he has not gone too far. The movement came from the group of cultivators from the imperial court who came here to snatch the power of the mountain god from the Black Tiger's corpse. Gu Shanhai also learned something. The exercises practiced by the practitioners in the imperial court were similar to knowing the destiny. Or in other words, all the exercises were of this type, and did not focus on combat. So this movement comes from thermal weapons. Yes, modern thermal weapons. Anyway, the sound is so loud that it almost makes a river of blood flow. After gaining authority, you can become a god. Not only can you live forever, but you can also live freely for thousands of years. Who wouldn't like that? Fortunately, Gu Shenhai ran away after burying Xiang Fang that day. Otherwise it would have been difficult to get involved. His small body really can't bear it. It would be fine if small pistols were fired at each other. But if you say this is a small pistol, no one else would believe it. In a battle of this level, Gu Shenhai estimated that he was lucky enough to be able to come out intact. In a system where all kinds of modern weapons and cultivation go hand in hand, no one really thinks that these weapons are just pure weapons and have not been mixed with the essence of the cultivation system. If these things are placed in the world of cultivating immortals, they are called magic weapons. I've finally finished updating my body system. It's been almost a month. Gu Shenhai hasn't gone out since the last time he encountered a murder case. He is not afraid of cause and effect. But that doesn't mean he has to rush out and look for trouble. Naturally, he should be more stable if he can be stable. During this period, he successfully combined Knowing the Destiny and Yunling Gong with each other to form a brand new skill, which was also called Yunling Gong. But the upper limit changed from the first level of chain energy to the second level of chain energy. As for how many levels to link Qi to, it depends on how he perfects this system. Now his technique is mixed with 3 systems: the original, Yunling Gong, and the enhanced version of radio gymnastics, Tongzi Kung Fu, plus the Knowing the Destiny, which has little combat effectiveness. These 3 techniques are a mixture of different systems. It's not certain how powerful it is, but it is definitely the most suitable for Gu Shenhai. After all, it was tailor-made for him. In addition, the legal domain has also made sufficient progress. In addition to the increase in range and strength due to the improvement of the 2 spiritual plants of Yunling grass and purifying grass in these days, there is also an increase in attributes. At the beginning, he received bullets blessed by 5 elements from the Emperor's grace. In addition to the fire attribute, there are also frost, holy light, corrosion and poison, all of which he has included in the legal domain. Therefore, his shield has been increased by 4 additional layers each. And the same is naturally true for the aura. Unfortunately, because they are all harmful, the current 5 auras also have damage and negative properties, such as frost slowdown and frostbite. Even if they are the same is true for holy light. If he wants to form a positive amplification effect, which is similar to the ability to add attributes and effects to one's own side, Gu Shenhai needs corresponding data if he wants to add it to the halo effect. Even if he researches it by himself, it will take too long and is not cost-effective. Another reason why he is alone now is that his aura is indeed relatively small, and he does not help his teammates much. So naturally, he does not have much desire to make changes. At present, his legal domain is still a radius of 60 centimeters with him as the center. It has not been expanded because it is not necessary. On the contrary, the distance of the permanent mana halo has been expanded, reaching 1.5 meters, which is 5 meters more than before. 10 centimeters. The smaller the domain, the richer the spiritual energy inside. Although the spirit encrypting grass and the purifying grass have been improved, and the concentration of spiritual energy has soared again, this does not mean that it is enough. As he continued to optimize his skills to enhance his practice efficiency, increase his area of law, strengthen his permanent mana aura, etc., the corresponding consumption naturally increased. It is impossible to say that all the spiritual energy needed was born out of thin air. Therefore, he did not expand the scope of the legal domain, but only expanded the resident mana aura when needed. Of course, what's more important is that he has another big consumer, the girl AI who has been cultivated by him into a spiritual plant. This girl AI is not like the spirit encrypting grass and chi purifying grass that consumes less and can produce spiritual energy. This is a genuine spiritual plant. And this spiritual plant is definitely extraordinary. Gu Shenhai thought that Black Tiger randomly selected it before, but now it seems that it may have some connection with the mountain ghost. If activated with mana, a mountain ghost shadow can be summoned. Its strength and duration depend on the level of girl AI's spiritual plant cultivation and her own mana. At present, he can summon it independently once a day, and the duration is 1 hour. In terms of strength, he is much stronger than Gu Shenhai, and has many abilities, all related to vegetation. However, it does not mean that it can only be summoned once. If Gu Shenhai injects mana, he can continue to summon. The current limit is 3 times. The main reason is that the girl AI has only just become a spiritual plant, and cannot withstand multiple summons. Otherwise, she will be easily damaged. Moreover, the duration can also be increased, which also injects mana into Maiden AI. And then Maiden AI can enhance the existence time of the Mountain Ghost Shadow. Naturally, there is an upper limit. At present, it is 5 times, which is 5 hours. Of course, the number of summons and duration cannot overlap, because this is not the summoning technique of the first era, but a plant. It cannot withstand it multiple times. If you want to continue to strengthen it, you can only cultivate it next time. As for the shadow of the Mountain Ghost, to be honest, it is really just a shadow. Probably a figure riding a tiger. Not to mention whether you can see the appearance clearly. You can't tell the difference between male and female. It was probably just a reflection of the mountain ghost left behind by the vegetation in the mountains. What it would become in the future was decided and cultivated by Gu Shanhai himself. It was not necessarily a mountain ghost. He wanted to train him into a divine general who protects the law. This not only changed the original name of the girl AI, but also changed it to General Ling. Mountain ghosts have no use. Yellow Scarf Warriors, Thunder Warriors, and Diamond Protectors. None of them are more powerful than this mountain ghost. Capable of fighting, resisting, and intimidating. I still have a tiger power that I haven't used yet, so it's a bit high-end. Gu Shanhai took stock and found that he only had the passive skill that Black Tiger had given him. It was similar to Shock. This skill was indeed relatively powerful, and was not something he could study now. It could be transformed into a fear aura in the future. As for the Golden Bell cover, Iron Claw shirt and Boy's Kung Fu, they have already been mastered. It will take some time to reach perfection, and they will be completed soon. Chapter 44. The younger one was beaten, and the older one came. Gu Shanhai carefully climbed out of the underground cave he dug. He planned to get a gun. It would be better if he could get a cannon. It's not that he wants to heat up the weapon, but that he needs its structure to further change his attack, so that the power of his spiritual blade will naturally be higher. Given his current situation, he naturally had to do the maximum thing with the minimum cost. If you can't convince people with your strength, then make up for it in other aspects. The firearms in this world should not be like Huang and Hadang's hand, which is just a SHL with a firearm. After coming out, he saw an old man standing not far from him, seemingly waiting for him for a long time. This made Gu Shanhai immediately alert. He was squatting at his resurrection point, and he was probably going to risk his life. My name is Xiang Ting. You may not know me, but I think you should know my disciple. His name is Xiang Fang, the old man who called himself Xiang Ting said. Judging from the fact that the two of them had the same surname, Gu Shanhai guessed that this person was most likely raised by the other party, since he was a child. He said he was a disciple, but he was probably more like a son. Therefore, he was thinking that he was here for revenge. So should he strike first and sneak attack the opponent? Don't worry. I'm not here to avenge him. I know what he did, Xiang Ting said very calmly, as if the person who died was not his disciple. This actually made Gu Shanhai a little confused. If it wasn't revenge, what was it for? So you just want to see me? Gu Shanhai asked back. Yes, I just wanted to see who killed him, Xiang Ting admitted. You don't feel bored? Or are you afraid? Gu Shanhai chuckled lightly, and he discovered one thing. This court is very hypocritical. She obviously hated him so much in her heart. But not only did she not dare to take action, she even didn't dare to show it. What he was afraid of was not Gu Shanhai, but the cause and effect. The other party had successfully practiced knowing the destiny, so he naturally knew the good causes and good consequences. And he must have understood that death in this way was an evil consequence. But he had to come. It seems that you have also read Knowing the Destiny. A glimmer of light flashed in Xiang Ting's eyes. This is the original inheritance of his sect. It was previously stolen by Xiang Fang, an unfilial disciple. On the one hand, he came here in order to see his apprentice. The other party wanted to recover the original version of Knowing the Destiny. Yes, I'll tell you if I guess right. How could Gu Shanhai say that? He really thought he was a fool. If you take it, you have to give it back, Xiang Ting said solemnly. Taking the secrets of our sect without permission is irreconcilable. The other party wanted to kill Gu Shanhai, but he didn't think that Xiang Fang's revenge was the reason. Instead, Gu Shanhai took Knowing the Destiny as the source. TSK. It is indeed a hot potato. Gu Shanhai sneered at this. How could he return the things that were in his hands? Well, Even if he gives it back, the other party won't let it go, and will use him as an excuse to steal his studies. All in all, it's high-sounding. It can only be said that the death date of this court has not yet come. Why? Because Gu Shanhai saw the other party pull up his rope, directly revealing a large number of yellow bullet chains draped around his body, and a circle of grenades hanging around his waist. Then he took out a Gatling stick from nowhere and loaded the bullet directly. Not to mention anything else. The talisman engraved on the bullet is enough to show that this thing definitely does not have some kind of extras. Coupled with the Gatling that vaguely emits a faint light, it shows that this thing is definitely refined into a magic weapon by the opponent. Even the grenades have an extraordinary aura. Magic weapons. Talisman bullets. Talisman grenades. If the opponent's Gatling hand was turned around, Gu Shanhai would be gone. So naturally, he would turn around and run away as soon as he encountered this kind of thing. Practitioners under this causal system do not have much combat effectiveness and are all focused on perception. But the modern technological magic weapons they have refined can definitely crush most of the current magic weapons, magic tools, etc. Gatling moved forward, pouring a lot of firepower, thanks to his golden bell and iron claw shirt and his mastery of boy skills, his strong physical fitness, and the latest perception ability of Yunling Gong. If he can't dodge bullets, can he not dodge Xiang Ting's offensive? As for carrying the bullet hard, let alone success, it is not even perfect. Gu Shanhai is a fast runner, but Xiang Ting is getting older. Even if he has the strength, he has to obey his old age, so he always runs a little slower. It can also be seen from this that practitioners of the causal system in this world may not be able to live forever. They cannot even enhance or protect their physical fitness. Their chi and blood will still weaken as they age. Otherwise, how could the magic weapon be developed so powerfully? Moreover, it had only been 2 minutes, and Xiang Ting was already a little unsure of the Gatling in his hand. At this time, he seemed to understand one thing, and that was how tempting the vacated mounting god position, 1,000-year lifespan and powerful power would be to the people of this world. The battle in Fonai village will last for a long time, and no one will give up on such a huge benefit. However, he also had some doubts. Why didn't Xiang Fang carry a firearm in the first place? Was it because he was poor? Xiang Fang is actually very poor. He seems to have made a lot. But how much money can a poor person have? Another thing is that most of his money was spent on resources for enjoyment and cultivation. As a result, he did not play well and cultivated. I wasn't paying attention, so I died in a painful way. If I had concentrated on playing, my death would have been much more pleasant. Ah! You don't last long enough, Gu Shanhai complained. Then he immediately threw a frost halo over. It didn't explode, but it was the kind that sustained damage, thanks to his butterfly-wearing hands, which specializes in concealed weapons. Both his accuracy and speed have improved. The frost halo fell and spread out in an instant. The temperature in the area where Xiang Ting was located dropped sharply, and a layer of frost covered the ground and even Xiang Ting's body. He himself shivered and his body functions began to decline. The reason why Gu Shanhai didn't use other attribute attacks was mainly because he was worried about irritating the grenade on the opponent's waist. If it exploded, it wouldn't matter if he killed the opponent, but the firearms Gu Shanhai needed would also be damaged. He originally wanted a small pistol, but he didn't expect to meet a Gatling. This was an unexpected surprise. While the other party was unable to react, he directly threw 10 more frost mana halos at it. After superimposing, the other party's body was covered with frost. Fortunately, the other party is old and weak. If there is a young and strong one, I will tell you here today. Gu Shanhai was also frightened. And then he hurried over. It's harvest time. Kill them first. Gu Shanhai was about to kill the other party when his heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad premonition. Chapter 45. A sudden disaster. There's a problem. The dangerous intuition of destiny has taken effect. Such an idea came to Gu Shanhai's mind. Then he gritted his teeth and took the Gatling from Xiang Ting's hand and threw it into the portable laboratory. Then he took away the bullet chain hanging on his body and the grenade on his waist. Just because time was too tight. He took it by force, but didn't take much. There are only 3 bullets and only 1 grenade. But this was enough for him. After taking these, he turned around and ran away. Killing people is an easy thing. But he found that someone was chasing him. He didn't want to bet on whether it was someone from Xiang Ting's force. If so, if he killed the other party would definitely chase him. If he didn't kill him, there would be a high probability the main task will be to rescue Xiang Ting. Although there might be a small chance that they would still come after him. He didn't want to gamble or waste time. Sure enough, after Gu Shanhai left, the other party did not come to chase him. In this case, Xiang Ting's knowing destiny technique should have triggered the good effect. And someone came to save him. Judging from the fact that Xiang Ting could live to be almost 90 years old and still be able to shoot Gu Shanhai with a Gatling gun, he was definitely not a misbehaving person like Xiang Fang. If he hadn't been implicated by the evildoer Xiang Fang, he probably wouldn't have suffered like this. It's just that Gu Shanhai didn't sympathize with Xiang Ting. He might be a good person in the eyes of others. But when he wanted to kill him, Gu Shanhai didn't care who he was. Xiang Ting is not only a member of the imperial court, but also a very high-status person such as an elder or Su Lao of a certain spiritual sect. In this case, will my wanted order be issued soon? Does this seem like something you can take advantage of? Forget it. Forget it. Stop being greedy. Find a place to study the firearms and ammunition on your hands, and then find a way to get a cannon-like ammunition and leave. The reason why Gu Shanhai wants to do it in this world is naturally because the weapons and firearms in this world are integrated with the training system, which is far better than ordinary firearms. He knew that the art of destiny would be more smooth when analyzed and integrated into his own system. At this time, he also understood one thing. The knowing the destiny technique is most likely not a low-end technique in this world. At least it is the basis of the inheritance of the big sect. If you go up, there may be true techniques that specifically amplify weapons and firearms or more powerful chain energy techniques, etc. But these techniques and secrets are not within his reach. At this time, Gu Shanhai understood why Xiang Fang didn't use spells in the first place. It was because the spells were most likely to have declined. After running for nearly 10 kilometers, Gu Shanhai stopped to rest. The opponent did not chase him, which meant that he had given up for the time being. We should be getting rid of it. It's just that where to find the cannon? We can't go to Fonai village. Gu Shanhai thought about it for a while. He was not familiar with the place here, and the cannon was shot in Fonai village not far away. He is fiery, and if he wanders around, he may encounter misfortune. In addition, he will offend others, so he must have a plan. Suddenly, he seemed to notice that someone was spying on him, which was a slight feeling. Gone. We have to reach the second level of Chain Chi as soon as possible. Otherwise we won't be able to fully exert the effect of knowing destiny. Gu Shanhai guessed that abilities similar to divination or causal calculation were locking him. His whim of knowing destiny was noticed. It's just because he knows his destiny that he has only been practicing for a month. Even with the blessings of Yunling Gong, Tong Zi Gong and other blessings and his cheating real spirit proficiency, this thing still requires basic methods. He can reach the sky in one step, but his body can't bear it. I can't live. So if you really want to say it, knowing destiny can only be regarded as an introduction. In fact, it's enough for getting started. At least you know you're being watched. Except for being incapable of fighting. This system is very strong in other aspects. Gu Shanhai complained, and then decisively changed places. It is unlikely that the other party will be able to pinpoint his location accurately. They can only make a rough estimate. After all, his destiny knowledge can also mislead and block their ability to estimate themselves. It is definitely not enough for those who are just starting out. That's why I have to turn against the guests. Otherwise, I'll sneak into the other side sect and search for them. It's not possible now. No matter what, we have to let them be at fault first. Gu Shanhai wanted to carefully consider the cause and effect, but they all came to his door. What else could he do? If you don't fight back, you will be dead. As for the follow-up, if the other party wants to kill you, then you definitely can't sit still and wait for death. When that time comes, no matter what the cause and effect is, you can't leave because you are afraid of the cause and effect. Go is not a coward. He just doesn't cause trouble. Rather than being afraid of trouble, this is because the other party provokes you first. Wait for the other party to chase me once, and then find a way to kill them all. Gu Shanhai hated killing the younger ones and the older ones. That's why he directly dealt with their whole family. And he vaguely felt that with the emergence of the vacant position of Mountain God, the whole world began to become chaotic. And there was a situation that made him face the murder and calamity again. The feeling of this kind is just at the beginning. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel excited. But it is also a huge opportunity. As long as you survive the disaster, you can make a lot of money. Gu Shanhai has experienced it once. The specific situation is not in his memory, He only knows that he hid deep enough. In the end, he stayed behind closed doors and hid. The benefits were definitely not as good as those who came out. But there were still gains. If it is really a catastrophe, it can indeed be explained. Then the mountain ghost from thousands of years ago may have also suffered a catastrophe. The world related to cause and effect, luck, and the like is most prone to such calamity periods, ranging from thousands of years to a few years. The time is not certain, but the degree of tragedy will definitely be great. It is basically a big reshuffle. We have to make sure that during the calamity, whether it is cause and effect or luck, there will be chaos. This is not the case yet. But if it is true, then I will not be polite. Gu Shenhai's idea was very simple. He would not involve others, but would target Xiang Ting's force. Just leave after plundering and practice? Let's wait until we finish robbing the forces that offended him. That's why I need the help of a good person. After walking a few times, the other party will figure out my location and they won't be able to hide. Instead, I can leave a trap to capture the other party alive. He can be sure that there will definitely not be many people coming, and they will not be powerful. If they really had the ability, they would have gone to fight for the position of mountain god, instead of chasing him. It is more likely that Xiang Ting will lead some of the juniors come over, not the backbone of the force. Chapter 46. Kill the heart first, then destroy the reputation. Brother, if we don't go to Fonai village, why do we come here to catch a thief? Besides, it's Xiang Fang's fault that he actually asked us to come, Zhuang Pei said with dissatisfaction in his tone. After all, for him, going to Fontai village is the right way. If he gets the position of mountain god, even if it is not in his hands, it falls into the hands of their elders from the Xianwei sect. It would be much more profitable to live in this little thief. First of all, knowing the destiny is just the basis for entry. Most people will not go too deep into it, and it has been circulated a lot over the years. Moreover, the so-called original is actually copied by the ancestor, and it is not a treasure. Elder Xiang has always raised Xiang Fang as his son. The pain of losing a son must be repaid. What's more, Uncle Xiang represents the face of our Xianwei sect. He is being treated like this now. If we don't repay it, it will be the master who will be ruined. The face of the door. Didn't you see how those colleagues ridiculed us yesterday? Besides, what is missing in Fontai village is the two of us. The real decision is who can refine the mountain god's position. Su Jin on the side quickly analyzed the current situation to Zhuang Pei. The general idea is that it's the same with or without them. So it's better to do something else. Of course, this is just his perfunctory intention. The actual situation is of course because Zhuang Pei is the only son of Elder Zhuang. This elder just lost an adopted son like Xiang Fang in Fontai village. If Zhuang Pei dies again, I'm afraid there might be a problem. But it was difficult to transfer him back to the sect directly. He could only use the reason of arresting Gu Shenhai. When the time comes, he would be caught and brought back to the sect. This would be a legitimate return. From Xiang Ting's mouth, they also learned that the other party was a casual cultivator. Although Gatling was taken away, he had no bullets and was not afraid at all. The biggest difference between casual cultivators and them is poverty. Their weapons can be used as much as they want, while casual cultivators have to be careful. And there is also a huge gap in weapons. One is a musket, and the other is a variety of modern weapons. How can this be compared? They knew why Xiang Ting lost. They were young and strong, so there was no way he would be unable to succeed. As for the other party being agile, no matter how agile they can still be faster than the bullets in their hands. It should be here, but the secret deduction is getting weaker and weaker. I don't know what the situation is. Su Jin was a little confused. This problem has never occurred before. They were in a forest at this time. After all, Fontai village was surrounded by deep mountains and old forests. And Gu Shenhai also went to these places. Isn't it a miscalculation? Zhuang Pei asked. They had failed several times before. The other party was obviously running away. But this time the other party did not escape, but stayed in place. The two of them guessed that they might be resting in place. After all, they could not keep running. In this deep mountain and old forest, all kinds of transportation are also unavailable. Unlikely. Elder Zhuang said before that this little thief is good at digging holes and may be hiding in a hole to rest. Su Jin sneered at this. Zhuang Pei naturally knew what Su Jin meant. It would be better to hide underground. He could just throw a grenade in and kill the opponent. It's the same thing when the time comes to take the body back and explain it. But it doesn't have to be alive. For them, As long as the task is completed, it is okay. And torture is definitely not necessary. Because the person who stole this, knowing the destiny, is Xiang Fang. And they do not intend to pursue it. Xiang Ting is an elder, and has high moral and prestige. If he is offended, just use Gu Shanhai as the scapegoat. The other is that Xiang Ting is kind to people. There is no one in the Xianwei sect who has not received his help. It is not just their sect. There are many people inside and outside the court, outsiders, etc., who have been favored by Xiang Ting. This is a stain. It must not fall on him. So although Zhuang Pei was unhappy with Xiang Fang, he also respected Xiang Ting very much. But before the two of them started looking for the cave entrance, the vegetation at their feet suddenly grew and wrapped around them like living creatures. Not far away, a phantom riding a tiger leapt towards the two of them and killed them. No! Ambush! Su Jin naturally reacted immediately, and saw a long shadow in the knight's phantom hand coming towards him. If he was hit in the neck, he would die. But now their limbs and body are entangled in the vegetation. And for some unknown reason, the force is so great that they have no way to break free. He could only watch helplessly as this long shadow swept over. Fortunately, the long shadow did not penetrate his neck, but penetrated his limbs. Severe pain was felt, and the gun in his hand could not be held and fell to the ground. Zhuang Pei on the other side was doing better. Gu Shanhai, who rushed out of the darkness, had his limbs and bones removed. He couldn't stand firmly, and could only collapse on the ground. You are so shameless! You actually went so far as to sneak attack on us! Zhuang Pei blushed, obviously very dissatisfied. Thank you for the compliment. Gu Shanhai responded with a smile. Together, they are allowed to use equipment to crush him. But he is not allowed to use tactical sneak attacks. I think you must be the old immortal Xiang Ting sent to hunt me down. He really spared no effort for his illegitimate son. Guess who would have become the mountain god if I had not killed Xiang Fang? Gu Shanhai opened his mouth and came, with the main purpose of sowing discord. The two of them were also stunned, as if this was really the case. Only after Xiang Fang died did his position as the mountain god come to light. As for the fact that Xiang Fang is Xiang Ting's illegitimate son, they didn't believe it at first. But combined with the incident of Xiang Fang in Fontai village and the current fight, it has been confirmed. Don't worry. I won't kill you. This is actually a misunderstanding. Whether it was stealing books from Xiang Fang or Xiang Ting coming to hunt me down, it was a conspiracy from the beginning. Even you are part of the conspiracy. Maybe Xiang Ting usually the performance is very good, but it may not be a disguise. And there is definitely profit in it. Seeing that the two of them seemed a little shaken, Gu Shanhai hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. When a bad person does a good thing, everyone will think that the prodigal turned around and turned into a good person and ignored the bad things before. But sometimes, even if a good person does not do bad things, as long as someone slanders him, he will become a bad person and write off all the good things. Gu Shanhai's idea was very simple. If Xiang Ting wanted to kill him, he would destroy the other person's name. And at the same time, he could set him on fire and divert his attention. The premise is that he finds out the location of the other party's mountain gate, which will fall on these two people. The current situation is that he is planning to inquire first, whether to kill one or let one go. After all, it can also be used to divert attention. For example, it can make them think that his true purpose is to take revenge on Xiang Ting. Combined with the rumors, it may be able to help him delay for a while. Chapter 47. The Sutra Collection Pavilion became a museum. After Gu Shanhai tortured the two of them separately, he quickly got the information he needed. Because they were asked separately, they could confirm each other. It must be said that the two of them were quite honest, and the answers they obtained did not have too many questions. Therefore, he did not kill any of them. Instead, he quickly arrived at the Xianwei sect with the help of their identities. At this time, there were not many disciples in the station. Most of them were sent to Fonai village, and only a small number stayed to maintain operations. Then naturally he would knock them unconscious and keep them there. He would definitely not kill them. Since the other party was so honest, it was not easy for him to kill them. He could use their mouths to harm Xiang Ting. Xiang Ting is now in Fontai village, not inside Xianwei sect. And it is impossible for Gu Shanhai to really say that he went to the front line of Fonai village to kill the other party. It was so dangerous. Although the two of them had a grudge, in the face of interests and his own life, Gu Shanhai resolutely chose to give up revenge. Besides, what's the use of killing him? It would be better to attack Xianwei's sect. In the face of sufficient interests, he can tolerate mere disputes of temper. Not to mention that this is a different kind of revenge. After changing into the clothes of a Xianwei sect disciple, he walked openly inside the Xianwei sect. He inquired and found that there were thousands of disciples left behind by the Xianwei sect alone. These thousands of people belong to various departments. So there is no need to worry about being recognized as an outsider. Because there are many people and the work is busy. No one will notice that there is an extra stranger. Foutai village is prosperous precisely because the logistics can keep up. So Xianwei Gate seems safe. But in fact it is busy with various affairs. This is said to be similar to a sect. But in fact it is more like a military base. Only more relaxed and not as strict as a military base. Only then did Gu Shanhai sneak in easily. To be honest, at first glance, it has nothing to do with spiritual practice. All kinds of modern facilities are everywhere. Even if he wants the skills he needs, he doesn't go to the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, but directly exchanges and downloads them from the internet. Today's Tibetan Scripture Pavilion is actually more like storing ancient artifacts such as manuscripts. Just like the knowing the destiny obtained is actually a technique that has been eliminated and belongs to the original version. Of course, there are also paper files for record keeping of the exercises on the internet, but they are all relatively well preserved for the Xianwei sect. In fact, it is not just the martial arts that they truly monopolize, but the resources and technology of the force itself. Otherwise, others use high-precision magic weapons, and you use expired products. How can this be compared? Another thing is that people can use all kinds of rare materials that are popular at will. You can't even afford a material used to make bullets if you cut down on clothing and diet. Even other people's bullets are wholesaled through assembly lines, while Saren can make 3 bullets, used as a trump card. This is the difference. Gu Shanhai's goal is naturally not those brand new techniques that have been revised many times. He cannot get these things. He needs a personal account and enough internal contribution points from his disciples. On the contrary, the antiquities in the Sutra Pavilion are easier to get, because few people really pay attention to them. It's like Xiong Fong stole the original copy of Knowing the Destiny. In fact, for Xiong Ting's sake, the Xianwei sect didn't even care. If the person hadn't died, there would have been absolutely no follow-up. TSK. I don't know how much better the revised version of Zhitianming is compared to the original version. Gu Shanhai was actually a little curious in his heart. He estimated that it should be aimed at enhancing the perception of magic weapons, rather than focusing on his own 5 senses and 6 senses, which were not greatly enhanced like the original version. After all, in addition to the 5 senses, the 6th sense is actually quite unreliable, and sometimes misjudgments are made, so it is relatively useless, unless there is a real crisis. Just like Gu Shanhai, he didn't realize that Xiong Ting came to see him, but relatively speaking, the original version is enough for him. In fact, those 2 people have not practiced in depth to know destiny. Even if they have, Gu Shanhai will not ask because he does not want to bet on the authenticity of this technique. Although they can confirm each other. What if? Might as well use the original. The Sutra Pavilion. Well, it's more like a museum. The guarding disciples were browsing the web page boredly, which seemed to be the latest information about Foutai village. The other party glanced at Gu Shanhai, and then said slowly, "No one is allowed to enter the Sutra Pavilion. If you want to enter, go to the elder and get a note." In fact, this disciple didn't care too much. They were all a bunch of antiques, and their value was only the items themselves. The Xianwei sect disciples didn't know how to practice what was recorded. They were really far different from what they are now. "Senior brother, it's convenient. I'll rest for half an hour. I've been too tired these 2 days." Gu Shanhai had a grimace, but in private he reached out and handed over a stack of banknotes. Gu Shanhai collected this from Zhuang Pei and Su Jin. Although this world has entered the modern world, online payment has not yet appeared, probably because of the special sect internal system of contribution points. But externally, banknotes still have corresponding effects. Seeing this, the other party quickly took it and said vaguely, "Well, just take a stroll and don't move things around." Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gu Shanhai glanced at the surveillance camera nearby and quickly understood each surveillance camera. The Sutra Pavilion is actually considered a relatively marginal department now, with only 1 disciple in total. Don't touch anything. What's Gu Shanhai doing here? After checking around first to determine what he wants to take, he just needs to find a way to deal with the surveillance and this disciple. That's it. After taking the things, find a way to blow up the Xianwei gate, and then you can go back. Now that we're here, isn't it a bit bad to just grab something? You have to take revenge. Otherwise, how much damage can be caused by taking some antiques with only historical value from Xianwei's sect? After entering, he discovered that there wasn't much at all. The recorded skills probably didn't even reach 50. But the carrier was rather special. The ones made of cloth are the most common ones. But there are also bamboo slips, bone armor, jade and the like. But they are arranged very solemnly. Most of them are actually similar to knowing destiny, and a small part are related to refining weapons. They should be the prototype of modern magic weapons. After browsing it, Gu Shanhai found that there were spells, such as talismans and formations. But they all serve the purpose of refining weapons. Even if he doesn't touch it, these contents are directly displayed. From his point of view, it is simply wishful thinking to rely on these contents to refine a modern magic weapon. But for the impoverished Gu Shanhai, it is still very valuable. At least as rough as the system he had. Gu Shanhai had no right to dislike the eldest brother. Not to mention the second brother. Chapter 48 Art is Explosion. Ha! Done! Gu Shanhai clapped his hands. And after looking at the fainting disciples on the ground, and the surveillance camera that he had temporarily turned off, he began to search the scripture deposit pavilion. It's actually relatively simple to get started. There are only a few things in total. If he wasn't worried about these antique things, he would be faster. After stuffing all these things into the warehouse of the portable laboratory, they are waiting to be classified into categories, and then studied. Arsenal, factory, server center. Which one should I choose? After getting the items from the Sutra Pavilion, he naturally decided to take revenge. It only took 10 minutes before and after he committed the crime. In addition, there was no one in the Sutra Pavilion itself, so he still had time. If you want to cause a severe blow to Xianwei's sect, then these three areas are naturally the best choice. If the arsenal is blown up, it will definitely make Xianwei's sect lose its supply and logistics. It can also blow up the entire station to the sky, once the factory is gone. Similar to cutting flesh with a blunt knife. If the Xianwei sect does not want to die, it can only fight for the position of mountain god. Otherwise, once the weapons are exhausted and unable to recover, they will definitely become fat. Even if the Xianwei sect wanted to be restored, other forces, and even the imperial court would not allow it. The last goal is okay. Without the server, the entire Xianwei sect will be paralyzed in a short period of time, and it will be extremely difficult to recover later. The losses caused will be no less than the previous two, and it can also affect the front line. After all, whether it is statistics or management, Zun Weiman cannot do without the various equipment derived from the server center. Choose the server center. Whether it's an arsenal or a factory, they all have sufficient security capabilities, but the server center is a little inferior. Gu Shanhai naturally inquired about the information. There was no need to worry about explosives. He got a lot from kind people. He never thought about blowing them all up. The server center occupies a large area. It was unrealistic to blow up everything he had. To hit a snake, you need to hit the 7 inches, as long as you specifically target its core area. Soon, Gu Shanhai arrived at the server center. There were obviously many more guards than at the Sutra Pavilion, and they were also armed guards. When he saw Gu Shanhai coming, the other party glanced at him and did not speak. Next to it was a sign with the words, "No entry for idlers." There seems to be a problem with the monitoring system of the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, and it needs to be reported for maintenance, Gu Shanhai said after approaching. The other party frowned and said, "What's going on? Rat bites? Insect damage? Or a software problem? If I knew there was still a need to come here, please let the people inside see if the surveillance can still operate," Gu Shanhai also said impatiently. "Go in and ask yourself." The other party stepped aside, obviously not wanting to run errands. Seeing this, Gu Shanhai naturally went in without hesitation. Maintenance and other matters are also the responsibility of the server center. They are not only responsible for equipment maintenance, but also equipment installation, debugging, etc., and also serve as electricians, electrical appliance maintenance, etc. It is actually relatively leisurely under normal circumstances. After entering, he turned left and entered the office. The other party was not surprised to see Gu Shanhai coming and said directly, "What's wrong again? There is something wrong with the surveillance. Why are you the only one here today?" Gu Shanhai used other excuses and asked about the number of people. "We're going to the factory. We have to work overtime there. It's easy to break down when the number of operations increases. So La Kong and the others have no choice but to go and guard there. Although the other party didn't know Gu Shanhai. But seeing that he was one of his own in the dress, they don't have to worry about anything. Where did they get so much vigilance? Oh, that's it. Gu Shanhai suddenly realized. And then took action in an instant. The spirit blade silently killed everyone in the office. Then picked up the maintenance and security log beside it, and started to look at it. He doesn't know which are the core equipment of the server center. But do these people who specialize in maintenance know? After glancing at the maintenance logs for the past month, I quickly found the corresponding central equipment and area. As long as the data inside it cannot be restored, the damage caused to Xianwei sect will be incalculable. Because his goal is not only to include data, but also data backup, etc. And he is absolutely going to make them start from scratch. Unfortunately, there is no way to turn off the internal control here. But there is no time. Gu Shanhai didn't know where the monitoring equipment in this server center was. But it was definitely not here. It might be in the security booth at the door. So he just turned it off, hid the corpses in the portable laboratory, changed their clothes, and then went straight into the center and headed in the direction he had determined before. I was walking very steadily along the way. But what if I walked too hastily and someone noticed me? Which group do you belong to? Why are you still wearing a hat when you enter the central server area? A voice came from the general surveillance. Dot! Gu Shanhai looked helpless. It turned out that he couldn't wear a hat. He just wore a hat to hide his appearance. But he didn't expect that it would be self-defeating. Gu Shanhai waved his hand, indicating not to ask, and then continued to move forward. The people in the surveillance camera were still talking. But at this time Gu Shanhai's speed was much faster, and the target was already close at hand. The other party also discovered this problem, and notified the security personnel at the door to come in and investigate. Gu Shanhai took off his hat, smiled at the surveillance equipment, and then slipped out several time bombs and circled the server equipment directly. As for the explosion time, it was naturally 30 seconds. 30 seconds was enough for him to install and escape the blast range. People who checked the surveillance system naturally recognized the time bomb above at a glance, because it was a product produced by their military factory. Boom! The fire broke out instantly, and the terrifying explosion swept across a large area. Such a powerful force naturally not only destroyed the device, but also destroyed a large number of surrounding equipment. At this moment, all the equipment in the Xianwei sect was paralyzed. Whether it was the monitoring equipment or the military factory that was in full swing, they all stopped because of this. Hack. Gu Shanhai was also affected by the explosion, mainly because the impact was a bit violent. But he was not injured. After all, he was supported by the law domain. But he was just knocked away. I still misjudged the power. If I had known earlier, I would have gone back directly. Gu Shanhai was a little depressed. After Agula got up from the ground, he ran all the way. In the process of running, he did not forget to stuff a time bomb into other equipment. The time is still 30 seconds. It came so fast. It seems there is no way to keep plugging it in. Gu Shanhai was keenly aware that someone had already rushed in, so he could only leave this copy world with great regret. But with him gone, the countdown to the time bomb has not stopped. Chapter 49 Xianwei 3 Meridians. 2 points of chain energy. After Gu Shanhai came back, he could feel his body lightened, as if he had gotten rid of some kind of burden. Sure enough, I was accepted. Gu Shanhai knew that his actions had indeed gone too far, so it was inevitable that he would be tainted with cause and effect. But he didn't care. Now this cause and effect cannot affect him, at least until it affects him. He has to let the first era devour the world and make it into a high-level world. I don't even know what happened in the year of the monkey, so don't even think about involving Gu Shanhai now. Although he is a temporary worker and his treatment is not good, he still gets this treatment. The sword of the previous dynasty cannot kill the official of this dynasty. As long as he leaves that world, all cause and effect will be cut off. Even the world itself can't shake the first era, let alone some of the derived causes and effects. If this can affect across the world, then the first era will not be able to make ends meet. So he is not in any danger at the moment. And when the first era devours the world in the future, he will already be strong enough. Then he can just blow up the world and everything will be over. Even if he can't blow up, at most, in other words, just go in and do a mission. It's not a big deal. It was precisely because of this that he dared to take action with confidence. If the development of the world hadn't been a little outrageous, he could have dug out more things instead of venting his anger. After sitting down, he began to take inventory of this harvest. Most of them were from the scripture pavilion in Xianwei sect. There are 11 volumes of weapon refining, 3 volumes each of talismans and formations, and 5 volumes of notes and miscellany. The remaining 26 volumes are all about exercises. In addition, the Knowing the Destiny in my hand only has 49 volumes, so it is really just a cultural relic museum. Gu Shanhai sighed. He knew that these were definitely not all the secrets of Xianwei sect. No, they were not even the secrets. They were just eliminated items. But one thing is certain. These are the capital that Xianwei sect had when they started their business. The 27 volumes of exercises are divided into 3 branches, namely, Destiny, Time and Will, and the Knowing the Destiny. In his hand is really the foundation skill of the Destiny line. Although it is a phased-out model, it is very complete. It can be seen from this technique that Xianwei sect did not focus on refining weapons at that time, but more on the exploration of perception. Each of the 3 meridians has its own emphasis. In terms of Destiny, it is more about strengthening the 6th sense. That is, abilities similar to whims and dangerous intuitions, while Tianshi is the 5 senses of a person, which makes it sensitive, and the will of God is the most elusive, combining the abilities of the first 2 forms of special perception of the outside world. Although it is said that God's will combines timing and destiny, it does not mean that God's will is the strongest. On the contrary, it is moderate, because there is no emphasis. Neither the 5 senses nor the 6th sense can compare with the 2, but only have some of the advantages of both. It's a pity that with the development of thermal weapons, the original techniques of Xianwei sect are no longer in line with the times. Of course, this has not been eliminated, but has gradually shifted during development. The 11 volumes of weapon refining methods and 3 volumes each of talismans and formations have become mainstream, and they have formed a new style with these 27 volumes of exercises. 3 meridians. The 3 branches of the Xianwei sect have not changed. They have just been reformed. These things are all the development history of Xianwei sect that Gu Shanhai learned from Zhuang Pei and Su Ko. This is not a shameful matter. Be curious about new things, rather than being stubborn, because the stubborn sects have been eliminated. The weapon refining methods that Gu Shanhai needs are also in this weapon refining, talisman and formation method. As for the 5 volumes of notes and miscellaneous talks, they are also useful. They are the most outstanding 5 generations of ancestors in the Xianwei sect at that time, such as their creations and travels, etc. Records, 3 of which are the founders of the 3 lineages. One is the founder, and the other is the founder who promoted the reform of weapon refining. Gu Shanhai also regarded it as a treasure, because he knew the other party's thoughts, and could more effectively integrate the inheritance of Xianwei sect into his 2nd level of chain energy. The 2nd level of his chain energy is just a code name. It does not mean that it is really the 2nd level of the immortal cultivation system. It can be called the 2nd level of martial arts, version 2.0, or even the 2nd form of radio gymnastics. Each layer is part of a system. The first layer and the 2nd layer can actually be separated and regarded as 2 areas, rather than a simple accumulation of energy. The first level of Yunling, the 2nd level of perception. Once the original inheritance of Xianwei sect is transformed and cultivated successfully, I will probably be able to achieve the level of a cicada's foreknowledge before the autumn wind moves. Not only will I not be afraid of sneak attacks, but I will even be able to detect someone who wants to plot against me. It's probably because the nerve response is comprehensively enhanced, and the 6th sense is increased. It's even possible to make some causal deductions. For example, if someone robbed Gu Shanhai's things or intercepted an opportunity that should have belonged to him, then he would be able to detect it and track it through the secret method of Xianwei sect. However, this ability is a little bit useless. The other party can rob it, which means that the other party has a certain strength. If you track it yourself, you probably won't be able to beat the opponent. If you really can beat it, you won't be robbed. On the contrary, it is very useful for anti-tracking. Misleading, blocking and other means can be used to deceive people. With this method, I don't have to do it myself in the future. I can completely reap the benefits of many things. Gu Shanhai never thought of using this ability in fighting. Of course, wouldn't it be better to use such a useful ability to benefit himself and avoid danger? More importantly, if this weapon refining method can be combined with the resonance and energy circulation of Yunling Gong, will it allow me to use the spiritual plant as a magic weapon to refine and identify its master? He has always been quite worried about the fact that Ling Ji did not recognize his master. Originally, he planned to find a world of cultivators and immortals to find some methods related to Ling Jifu and Mu Xiao, and he could do it in one step. But this has not always happened. The classics on cultivating spirit accumulating grass did not record the relevant procedures for identifying its owner, so he could only take it one step at a time. Now that he had grabbed this relatively special method, he was also thinking about it. The magic weapons refined by the weapon refining methods in this world are hot weapons, so they are very different from the traditional refining methods in this world. They are more like cultivating some kind of special affinity. If I really want to say it, it's more like the relationship between a password and a key. It is equivalent to everyone having their own special frequency and fluctuation, which can be imprinted on the magic weapon to enhance its power. Therefore, when refining the magic weapon, the consumption is relatively small. The practice method in the world itself is not strong, and the magic power is only a little better than that of Gu Shanhai in the end of the Dharma era. Really just a little bit. Not much. Chapter 50 The Little Blood Cow 3-piece set is complete. Half a month passed in a flash. Gu Shanhai had been busy during this half month and did not download the dungeon. For him, downloading the dungeon was to become stronger. Downloading the dungeon was not only dangerous, but also delayed his ability to become stronger. He naturally didn't go. Finally, I have completed the second layer of Chain Chi. There are still many areas that can be improved in the future, so I have to take my time. Gu Shanhai looked at the 3 spiritual plants that had been completely refined by him and recognized their masters, and he was very happy in his heart. Although the second level of Chain Chi perception is mainly based on the Xianwei Sect's 3-line technique, which mainly enhances his perception, he also integrates the methods of weapon refining, talismans, and formations into the first level of Chain Chi. The spiritual plant will gradually be imprinted and refined through constant resonance and energy circulation. Otherwise, it was just a matter of perfecting the perception part. Relying on these 27 volumes of exercises, he could complete it in only 10 days. In the first 5 days, he had actually been busy refining Lingji. You have to find a way to practice automatically in the future. Otherwise, I have to maintain it every time, which consumes too much of my energy. Gu Shanhai still disliked that his magic power was too little, and the training time delayed him from deducing and improving his own system. So he had to spend an hour every day to practice. Now that he has perfected the Golden Bell, Iron Claw Shirt, and Boys Kung Fu, he can't make any progress. If he continues to practice, he can only increase his magic power. But he doesn't mind. After all, it's just a technique from the low-level world of martial arts. He has if such a good resource still takes decades to reach a small level of cultivation like the Ghost-Faced King Kong. Then wouldn't all his hard work be in vain? And if he wants to make this set of techniques stronger, Gu Shanhai must have enough corresponding knowledge. Let's see if we can find a set of Dragon and Tiger Gang Sha and Pure Yang Qi in the future. Gu Shanhai actually has a plan for his set of skills. With the Dragon and Tiger Gang Sha, he can wear the Golden Bell cover and the Iron Claw Shirt. It is deduced into the Tiger Roaring Golden Bell and the Dragon Roaring Iron Claw Shirt. And with the Pure Yang Qi of the Boys Kung Fu, it can become the innate 1 Qi Pure Yang Kung Fu. Don't ask him why he knows it. He has already created it in his previous life. It can be regarded as a set of immortal martial arts. The power is pretty average, mainly because it has high HP and high defense, and is very durable after being trained. Because the memories brought back are limited, I only know the relevant ones. To truly rely on these 3-piece sets to create them requires a lot of martial arts knowledge. Currently, it is just a setting. Even if the Pure Yang technique of Dragon Roar and Tiger Roar is not good, there is no problem in combining other schools to create methods that are biased toward the immortal way, such as the Golden Bell of the Sun, the Iron Claw Shirt of the Demon, and so on. Even weird scientific martial arts such as Titanium Alloy Body, Fusion Nuclear Energy Internal Strengthening Method, or magical martial arts such as Multi-Element Magical Body, Magic Energy Meditation and Physical Training skills are also acceptable. There is no problem with the magic of evil and magic. Don't worry. Without the Dragon Tiger Gang Sha and Chunyang Qi, this set of low martial arts skills will be wasted. In his previous life, Gu Shanhai had spread out many of these strange techniques as opportunities, specifically to harvest those who picked them up, which allowed him to gain a lot of benefits. After all, anything he can pick up means that he has good luck. Even the protagonist. If he takes it, he has to pay it back. If he doesn't pay it back at that time, he will have reason to come and demand the debt, and even kill him. A sort of Under normal circumstances, when the opponent is trying to make up for the loss and Gu Shanhai has a big fist, the opponent can only repay the debt honestly. It is rare that someone refuses to repay a debt. If it does happen, of course, you will kill the other party and take it yourself. Later, he rarely did these things, not because of his conscience, but because he discovered that money lending was really unprofitable. And later, he opened a bank to engage in finance, because he found that robbing money was not as profitable as this thing. As for why he opened the vest, of course it is because it is risky. Not only is he easy to be hacked, but there may also be thunderstorms. So no matter what the situation is, as long as there is a problem, he will take the money and run away, and then replace the vest with a new one and put it on the market. In short, it's just how evil comes. In the later period, many players who were already at the top were in the same mold as him. After all, they were at the top of the food chain. They were ruthless existences without blood and tears. Most of the innocent and holy virgins were already eliminated before they could reach this position. People take advantage of their character's sympathy to cause death. At that time, players had gone beyond the scope of the fourth natural disaster, which was the scourge of NPCs. They had begun to feed the world to support themselves. It's not like now, when all the players are innocent and think it's just a game. Of course, these are First Era's rewards for these players who stand at the top of the food chain. 50% of the harvest that players get from raising the world belongs to First Era. Otherwise, how would it be possible for players to do this? In the third version of the First Era, countless worlds have been included in it. Naturally, it cannot manage it effectively, so it will decentralize power. Don't think about such a good thing in the first and second versions. After all, the current First Era is still in the development stage. The next thing is the first high-level world. Count the time. It will open tomorrow. Gu Shanhai's expression gradually became serious. The importance of this high-level world is no less than that he obtained Yunling Gong and Yunling Grass. However, compared to the novice tutorial, which needs to be completed, this first high-level world will not change. It belongs to this as a world for players to try out. A world that has been captured but not fully digested. These inside information are the result of testing the First Era in various ways after he became a top boss in his previous life. He even conducted a lot of verification to ensure that it will not be affected by the butterfly effect like the novice tutorial. One of the events. Of course, the butterfly effect he is currently causing will not actually affect the First Era. It can only affect a small number of people, such as the bull and horse summoner Tianxian Quanzue, etc. If it weren't for him, Tianxian Quanzue would not be able to obtain the passive skills given by Black Tiger. With this skill, his subsequent journey will be much easier. After all, the number of times has doubled. There is still 1 day left to study spiritual planting spells such as the Nectar Curse and the Fertilizer Curse. Gu Shanhai soon threw himself into it again. He had mastered this spell, but he could still improve it further, such as forming a halo or transforming. Any auxiliary spells or the like will do. After all, these are spells used to care for and cultivate spiritual plants. They are one of his important foundations and cannot be thrown away casually. As for the firearms and ammunition he had confiscated, he had successfully completed the transformation of the legal domain when he was studying weapon refining. It was precisely because of the power of self-protection that he chose to study the spiritual planting spell. Chapter 51 High-Order World Holy Federation. High-Level World, Holy Federation. Task: participate in the development of ancient ruins and witness the unearthing of the superpower core. In the alley, Gu Shanhai rubbed the back of his head and looked helpless as he looked at the task. The fact that the mission is actually this really gives me a lot of problems. At the beginning, this world was actually just an ordinary technological world. Most of the players who came in actually came for sightseeing or to brush up on some skills, such as firearms proficiency, vehicle driving proficiency, etc. Of course, if they can go further you can also get some equipment and professions. But 3 months later, a large-scale world of supernatural awakening appeared, and it entered the age of supernatural powers. Then this world became a hotpot. As long as you entered the Liver Point mission and accumulated points to exchange for a bottle of supernatural awakening. With potion, you can obtain an evolvable talent that is expensive in the early stage. Of course, if you want to evolve this talent, you can only do tasks in this world to collect materials. So many people will leave after the talent is fully leveled. In his previous life, when Gu Shanhai entered the Holy Federation, He was already in the age of superpowers. He didn't even need to do liver quests. He could just go to the merchant players in the Holy Federation and buy a bottle. He even collected a lot of it. The upgrade materials can directly upgrade F-level abilities to C-level. The highest level is naturally SSS level. But all the abilities awakened by players start with the lowest level F level. At that time, the price of materials plummeted. And many merchants and players almost gave up on this business. Because newcomers really have no money. And more importantly, more advanced worlds will be opened later. So the initial benefits will naturally be better. But you really have to do this task. Gu Shenhai knew that he would definitely not be able to successfully awaken himself through a bottle of power awakening potion. Because he was not an aborigine or a player. The power awakening potion is for aborigines. And players can awaken powers because they are semi-digitized. Gu Shenhai neither has the same genes as the former nor is he as unscientific as the players. So if he wants to awaken his powers, he needs to research the power awakening potion that suits him. Otherwise, if he injects the power awakening potion of the Holy Federation, the possibility of awakening his powers is only 0.1%. And the remaining chance is naturally due to genes. Collapsed and died. As for the ancient core, which is the source of supernatural powers, it is natural to collect enough resources from it. There should be no players doing this task in the previous life. After all, this is a relic scientific research project belonging to the Holy Federation. The players have just come here and don't have enough social status. What's more, it's unlikely that players will come into contact with such a confidential project in the short term. At the beginning, the players were still a little interested. But after a day or two, they found that there was no extraordinary power. Most of them left to grind dungeons, and would not return until the advent of the superpower era. Therefore, when there is a lack of interest, no player will delve into the branch line. And he hadn't heard of anyone having corresponding clues on the past life forum. So he had to rely on himself. The first step is to find a way to sneak into the scientific examination group. But I am a gangster. Damn it. The first step is not to find a way to sneak into the scientific expedition team, but to find the scientific expedition team. Gu Shenhai quickly realized that it was another matter to sneak in. The real problem was how to find the team responsible for the project. In his previous life, he didn't pay attention to the development of this world at all. After raising his superpower to C level, he left the Holy Federation and went to other worlds. The world itself is similar to a springboard, so naturally it will not stay for long. In the later period, a lot of information was collected for the rebirth plan. But at that time, the world of Holy Federation had already perished due to unknown reasons. And it is estimated that it only survived to the second version. The reason is naturally unexplained. Therefore, the information collected is also very limited. I don't regret it at all. It's mainly a headache, especially regarding identification. In the early days, everyone in the Holy Federation was very wary of players. So he had to pretend to be an aborigine. And an identity could solve all problems. Fake evidence is probably not possible. Now that information is online, replacement is even more difficult. I don't have the ability to change. To be honest, if this mission hadn't hit his heart, according to his assumptions, he actually planned to go to the library and find a quiet place to practice meditation in the past 3 months. We will wait until the ancient core is activated and integrated into the planet's circulation system in 3 months to usher in the era of supernatural powers before taking action. When the time comes, he will find a way to awaken his superpower. This superpower is very important to him. In his previous life, after he became rich, he returned to the Holy Federation and hired a team to help him upgrade his abilities to the SSS level. The name of his ability is Life Enhancement, which is a passive skill that increases health, life recovery, defense, physical fitness, etc. It is a basic ability. Similar ones include Strength Enhancement, Agility Enhancement, etc. Although it is a basic type, it does not mean that it is weak. After the SSS level, it can be said to be a necessary ability for Blood Bulls. At the beginning, most professional clubs will let the tank wash out a life enhancement. Of course, a small part can have multiple yes. This requires special props. Yes, players can wash their abilities, but the aboriginals will naturally not be able to do it. Gu Shenhai used life enhancement in his previous life, and he thought it was very useful. Because the talent after reaching the SSS level was extremely powerful and could solve his lifespan problem. Yes, it was immortality. Of course, the ability to strengthen life does not stop there. It can also develop various abilities such as rapid self-healing, regeneration of severed limbs, rebirth with blood, etc. As for saying that you can't get life enhancement in this life, this is impossible, because the awakening of superpowers is said to be random. But in fact it depends on the dominant gene. The player's first awakening must be the dominant gene. That is to say, unless you use a special power awakening potion that would otherwise only actually awaken that power. And for Gu Shanhai, this power awakening potion was made for him. And it will definitely be modified in the direction he needs. It will definitely be able to awaken the life-enhancing power he needs, without worrying about overturning. In this regard, he naturally has a complete set of plans and processes. Although there have been certain changes due to the mission of the ancient core, the source of superpowers, the essence has not changed. He has developed a bottle suitable for himself, the potion for awakening powers. Therefore, he not only had to infiltrate the scientific expedition team, but also participate in the development of supernatural potions. It's normal for plans to fail to keep up with changes. If rebirth didn't have the butterfly effect, it would be a false rebirth. Chapter 52. I joined the science expedition team and am now working as a chef. Gu Shanhai quickly found the scientific expedition team preparing the ancient ruins and joined them. Of course, they are not scientific researchers, but chefs. In his situation, if he was not from a professional background, how could the other party let him be a scientific examiner? So it was natural that he became a logistics worker. He really managed to get in with his excellent cooking skills. After making some inquiries, he discovered that the current project was not confidential and was an ordinary project. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get in. The reason is also very simple. Because we don't know that there is something in such a ruin that can change the times. Otherwise, how could we be so careless? As for the matter of his undercover account, he has also solved it. Before the player's matter had officially spread, he immediately went to the Law Enforcement Bureau to apply for a black account description. He passed the review very smoothly, and his identity document and other documents were issued. Fortunately, some of the information collected in his previous life can be used, and it is normal for it to pass the review. Even if the Law Enforcement Bureau investigates, they will find some minor problems at most. Such small problems are not worth dealing with. Players' problems are much bigger than Gu Shanhai's. Then he went in. He was also very good at cooking in his previous life. At that time, his cooking skills were all developed through alchemy. Nowadays, the use of alchemy furnaces for alchemy is a bit backward. Back then, after absorbing the essence of a certain culinary world, he once produced spicy-flavored 9-turn golden pills, crispy rice-flavored bigu pills, and other bizarre products. The original is stronger and tastes better. It can be said that it was a bestseller for a while. The reason why these tasks are done is, on the one hand, to rely on this craft to support the family. After all, the stronger the player, the greater the expenses, skill upgrading, talent enhancement, career improvement, etc. all require a large amount of game currency. If there is no all craft points depend on dungeon rewards. So you have to save up until the year of the monkey. On the other hand, it is naturally because the players are too addicted. The original version has no features, and the effect is not as good as the revised version. Who is willing to buy it? At that time, he was still in the developmental stage. So Gu Shanhai was forced to know everything. Whether it was the alchemy array of the 4 arts of cultivation, or the scrolls of magic, magic tools, etc. He had to be proficient in everything. Otherwise, he would not have any competitiveness. There are also a large number of players on the forum who are cursing you. But no one stops. Therefore, he learned a lot of cooking skills at that time, which left traces in his true spirit. Therefore, after visiting the kitchens of various restaurants for more than an hour, his cooking skills improved greatly, and he no longer had to worry about heat, knife skills, etc. With his current analytical ability and control over himself, he can just grab it with his hands. Just ordinary food. I think in his previous life, he made all kinds of food that was so magical that it glowed and had strange phenomena. Xiao Gu, your craftsmanship is amazing. You can make this taste with just a few things. Li Zhongya, who was standing aside, raised his thumb to express his satisfaction. He is the person in charge of this scientific expedition team. There are a total of 55 people in the scientific expedition team for this ruins, which is not a large number. These 55 people are not all scientific researchers. There are also logistics staff, management staff, etc. Gu Shanhai is a logistics staff. Because of his good cooking skills, he is very familiar with the remaining 54 people. mainly because he didn't shake his hands. Hee hee. Teacher Li was joking. I only know a few tricks like this, Gu Shanhai said modestly. This is not just a skill or two. When this scientific examination is completed, why don't you become a full-time employee and go to our cafeteria? With your skills, even Lao Peng in my cafeteria can't keep up with you. Li Zhongye said what he said sincerely. This logistics staff, most of them are actually hired on a temporary basis and are temporary workers. With this position, it would not be difficult for Gu Shanhai to become a regular in the cafeteria. Is this possible? Gu Shanhai showed hesitation but eagerness. Yes. Leave this matter to me. Li Zhongye picked his teeth and stood up and said, after eating a few meals, if he went back to eat the food in the cafeteria, it would be really hard to swallow. Just as he was about to leave, Li Zhongye thought of another thing. Oh, by the way, the ruins will be open today. Prepare a few more dishes in the evening. I will tell the purchaser. You may have to follow us tomorrow. Let's go into the ruins together. This ruins is not small, so we can't go back and forth. We can only eat and live inside, and you can only join us temporarily. I didn't say at the time that I would give you an extra bonus. Hearing this, Gu Shanhai felt weird. Originally, he had to find a way to sneak in, but he didn't expect that the other party actually brought it up directly. Of course, this is nothing, but can I make a small request? Gu Shanhai readily agreed. Request? Any request. It's okay if it's not too much. Li Zhongye was a little surprised. If nothing happens, can I watch your scientific examination from a distance? Teacher Li, as you know, there will definitely be no signal on your mobile phone when you go in. I won't feel comfortable if I'm bored. Gu Shanhai said. Of course there is no problem. But you can't move around, and you have to keep a safe distance. Li Zhongye didn't expect Gu Shanhai's request, but it was not a big deal, so he agreed. He also knew that as the chef, Gu Shanhai was only responsible for cooking, and there were helpers doing the rest. So I'm only busy for a small amount of time every day, so it might be a bit boring if I go in. In fact, in the past, when they were conducting scientific research on various relics, there would be people watching, as long as the other party was at a safe distance and did not interfere. They would not say anything. Thank you so much, Teacher Li. Gu Shanhai's gratitude almost overflowed. This time he was not cheating. He was truly grateful. Just such a sentence saved him countless things. Why are you so polite? Li Zhongye looked businesslike. And then when he realized that no one was around, he whispered, if you really want to thank me, open a small stove for me tonight and make up for it. Gu Shanhai had a black line on his face and thought he was asking for money. No problem. I will arrange it for you, Teacher Li. Anyway, it was not his thing, so he naturally agreed without hesitation. Gu Shanhai must also know how to be generous to others. As for making an extra serving if you are discovered, this is not a big deal. Li Zhongye is the person in charge and Gu Shanhai is the chef. It is impossible for such a small stove to be used to make a fuss. Jealousy is unlikely. Who would hate Li Zhongye because of such a meal? It was impossible to be jealous of Gu Shanhai. Anyone who hated the cook for cooking for the leader could stop the jealous person by saying, you can do it. You can do it. Chapter 53, the beginning of the era of superpowers. After entering the ruins, various inspections and protection work were naturally in full swing. As for what secrets were discovered, there were quite a few murals. Gu Shanhai looked at the figures on these murals, who controlled the wind and clouds and used various magical powers, and knew that these people were all superpowers who had awakened their powers. It's just that the scientific researchers of the scientific expedition team didn't think so. Instead, they thought it was some myth and legend. Of course, he didn't correct it. It would be wrong to say more. The future is really going to enter the era of supernatural powers. How to explain it? Did you know this in advance? Now it seems that the era of superpowers did not start 3 months later, but that the era of superpowers had already started after the players entered. It was just a secret line, and no one knew about it. He inquired about the establishment time of the project, which was half a month before the players arrived. 13 days have passed now, and a large number of players have already become impatient and left this high-level world. Apparently because there is not much difference between the Holy Federation and the modern city where they live. This is so much fun. If you want to experience a modern city, you have to exit the game to experience it. You should be able to enter the core area today, which is where the superpower core is located. Gu Shanhai thought silently in his heart. Of course, Li Zhongye announced this matter during dinner last night. The progress is not a confidential project, but announcing it in advance can inspire people. Everyone has spent 13 days in this dark underground, especially because some people are still working intensively. The news of the holiday can at least be exciting. As for the progress, it is naturally deduced through the combination of various documents and clues in the ruins. And it is not just random talk. Gu Shenhai reluctantly believed him. If he guessed wrong, he would just continue to cook in the kitchen. Otherwise, what else could he do? It's actually relatively easy for him. Now he's watching from here. Come out! It's a door! I don't know which scientific researcher exclaimed, and everyone else gathered around with excited expressions. Seeing this, Gu Shenhai also looked at it from a distance and confirmed that it was really a special door. The door is large, although only a small part has been cleared away. It looks like it is made of bronze, with carved beams and painted pillars telling a certain story. It looks a bit like a story about slaying demons in ancient times. It may be useful to understand why the superpower core was banned here. But for Gu Shenhai, just like that, he didn't have enough strength to support it. If you do this, you may have the opportunity in the future. But not now. After receiving this news, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It is certain that the inside should be the last part of the ruins. As long as the development and subsequent protection are completed, the holiday will be safe. Of course, for scientific researchers, this is not only a holiday, but also their projects, tasks, etc. are also promising. Seeing this, Gu Shenhai hurriedly came over. The bronze door had been cleaned, and now it was time to work hard. These days, he has been helping whenever he can. At first, the scientific researchers still didn't want Gu Shenhai to come, for fear that he would ruin it by being careless. But then I saw that Gu Shenhai was fully armed like them, with gloves, masks, etc. So no one said anything. Even Li Zhongye acquiesced, thinking that he came to help improve because he wanted to become a regular employee. The impression is divided. So this time he came over to help push the door open, and no one said anything. They are probably just used to it, and they are happy to put in less effort anyway. Chia. As the door was pushed open, fresh air flowed into the dark interior. Dee. But when the door was more than half open, the Geiger counter used to detect radiation on Li Zhongye's waist rang. No! There is an unknown radiation source! Li Zhongye roared angrily. He had no idea that such an accident would happen. Boom. Then, a violent explosion broke out in the darkness. A large amount of unknown gravel flew out like bolide. Gu Shenhai's expression also changed, and then he flew backwards due to the impact like everyone else. At this moment, Gu Shenhai noticed that something in the center of the ruins was liberated and completely floated away with this explosion. Then, without everyone's knowledge, several fragments were quietly put into the portable laboratory. His main mission was completed. So one thing was certain. That is, the thing that exploded just now was probably a superpower core. So what else could these exploding rubbles be? They were only superpower cores. Even if they weren't, they were still contaminated. What's more, these gravels are not actually stones, but more like some crystal fragments. The birth of the first batch of superpower users. Gu Shenhai knew that after facing the explosion of the superpower core, these people would become the first batch of people to independently awaken their superpowers. And it was from this group of people that the superpower awakening potion came from, born from genetic research. As for Gu Shenhai, of course he didn't have it. He used the law domain and the purifying grass to forcibly isolate the radiation in the first place. Just now, all his senses were jumping wildly to remind him of the crisis. If he had not blocked it, his genes would have collapsed immediately due to the radiation entering his body. He is not an aborigine. And even for aborigines, the only possibility after facing this level of evolutionary illumination is physical alienation, equivalent to a suitable ability with an emergy value of 1. Then they are 100. Whether they can maintain their human form in the future is one thing. Ahem. Are you all okay? Li Zhongye, who was a little embarrassed and injured by the explosion, stood up and said, the injury was not serious, just a superficial wound. Naturally, Gu Shenhai also used magic power to simulate tearing the clothes and wounds on his skin, so as not to cause too much drama. It's okay. I'm just a little dizzy. I just hit it on the side. My body hurts a little. It's all wounds. Dot. Everyone said nothing to me, and it didn't matter. Maybe it was because the source of the explosion was relatively far away from them. It's okay. I just used the intercom to let people in. Now if everything is okay, let's deal with the scene first and see what caused the explosion. What Li Zhongye said was a bit unkind, but it was also true. It caused such a big disaster. You must be responsible for the aftermath of the incident, and you can only rescue the scene quickly. Gu Shanhai also stood up and silently started to pull the light source in. And naturally the others also took action. As the darkness was dispelled, everyone saw the bright broken crystals everywhere. Seeing this, Gu Shanhai was convinced that the gravel in his laboratory was part of the core of the superpower. It was synth through mana and had residual radiation. This was good news for him. So he quietly picked out a few pieces and put them in. With these things, even if there is no power awakening potion, he can independently develop it, and the quality may be better than the original power awakening potion. The power awakening potion mainly focuses on inducing the body to absorb external substances. It does not mean that there are fragments of the power core in the power awakening potion. He suspected that the method of awakening multiple superpowers probably required superpower core fragments as raw materials. Chapter 54. Fake Death and Escape. Check, rest, and evacuate. A set of processes was completed quickly, and the subsequent finishing work could only wait. Many people in the scientific research team were injured, and the doctor in charge of logistics was not able to solve the problem at this time. He had already called the emergency number, but the ruins were in a relatively remote place, so it would naturally take some time. As for repairing in situ, this is not possible. Li Zhongye is not worried. Unknown radiation appeared before the explosion. If he dares to continue working, the scientific research team will dare to isolate him. In the face of his own life, everything will be useless. What's more, Li Zhongye also cherished his own life. So now all of them are being arranged for examination in the hospital. And the superiors are paying more attention to it, and have specially opened a green channel. The large number of people is relatively normal. If something goes wrong, it would be very serious to hold them accountable. It's time to go. If you stay here it will be a problem. Gu Shanhai knew that it was not advisable to stay here for a long time. Now the people in the scientific expedition team who have faced the radiation from the superpower core are awakening their superpowers. And problems will be discovered as soon as blood tests are taken. Variations will appear at least tomorrow morning. It's just that he can't leave so simply. Otherwise his leaving for no reason will make the Holy Federation suspicious. The best way is to die. Of course, he couldn't really die on his own. There are also several frozen corpses in his portable laboratory. The same ones from the Xianwei Sect Central Server office. He can choose one with a similar stature to him as a replacement. The corpse certainly couldn't just directly replace him. It needed to be modified. For example, methods such as disfiguring it beyond recognition and carbonizing its entire body. Otherwise how could one escape? It's a pity about my identity. If I die now, I will have to change my face later. Otherwise it will be too easy to be noticed. After the player arrives, it is definitely not okay to use the previous method to obtain a legal identity, because the Holy Federation is also aware of the player. The main reason is that they also secretly capture and experiment on players. But they get nothing. Teacher Li, I need to go to the toilet. After arriving at the hospital, Gu Shanhai spoke to Li Zhongye. Go ahead. You have to check it out when you get back. Naturally, Li Zhongye didn't think too much about it, and he was really panicking along the way. Naturally, Gu Shanhai inquired about the location of the toilet and walked over there in a hurry. After entering the toilet cubicle, the body was taken out and put on his clothes. Corrosion, poison, flame, and holy light. These four will leave 4 traces from the inside out, which is enough to fool them. At that time, even if the Holy Federation intervenes to conduct an autopsy, it will only be concluded that the cause of death was due to the conflict between the 4 powers awakened at once. There are not many superpowers with multiple superpowers. Only a small number of people survived, and most of them died due to superpower conflicts or genetic collapse. Therefore, the power awakening potion is not only to induce the power awakening in advance, but also to ensure the safety of everyone's power awakening. The risk of autonomously awakening superpowers is very high. Most of them are caused by gene collapse, and a small part are caused by superpower conflicts. Otherwise, the Holy Federation would not popularize the power awakening potion so that everyone can awaken their powers. Think about it. At the beginning, 5 out of 10 people would die from the awakening of powers. If they did not want the Holy Federation to perish, then this is the only thing to do. After the core radiation of the superpower core breaks away and enters the circulation system of the entire planet, it continues to grow. So superpowers will no longer belong to individuals, but everyone will gradually be induced to become superpowers. This in itself is a general trend. Set it as a delayed burst. 3 minutes. Gu Shanhai quickly disposed of the body, then climbed out along the ventilation duct in the toilet. He definitely couldn't go through the main entrance, because there were surveillance cameras in the corridor outside the toilet. If he walked out, there would be holes left. Therefore, you can only go through the ventilation ducts. As for a dead end, that is unlikely. Generally, there will definitely be an exit. With his current perception, he can clearly detect the fluidity of the air. Moving forward, he quickly climbed out of the pipe. Fortunately, there was a legal domain around him. Otherwise, he would have been so dirty that he couldn't even see it. Through perception, Gu Shanhai quickly climbed over the wall and left the hospital surveillance blind spot. This matter is in the past. Next, let's go to the library and read a book. If you want to study the core of superpowers, you need a lot of knowledge. Gu Shanhai put on the peaked cap that covered most of his face backwards, revealing a completely different face from before. Otherwise, if you are really secretive, you will feel like you are a thief. Why hasn't Xiao Gu come back after being gone for so long? It's been almost an hour. Something happened. A researcher asked a worried question. Li Zhongye, who had just finished the inspection on the side, also frowned and muttered, "No, otherwise I will go and ask." As the person in charge, he must go. To be honest, he also knows that he is not a big leader. Most of the responsibility for this matter lies with him. So he must go back in an orderly manner. Then I went to inquire about the situation. And then I heard that something happened in the toilet. When he heard the news, his heart skipped a beat, and he hurried over. I've always heard that spontaneous human combustion is an urban legend, but I didn't expect to see it today. Yes, the death was miserable, and the burn was beyond recognition. It was terrible. Is it possible that the methane gas leaked, and the guy was smoking again? So, you're stupid. If the methane gas leaked, that guy wouldn't be burned alone. The whole toilet would explode. Listening to these words, Li Zhongye felt increasingly uncertain. Then I searched around again, and was sure that no one was found. In the end, I had to go to the hospital director to request monitoring. At present, his examination results show that there are no big problems. Otherwise, how could he come out and wander around? But if Gu Shanhai spontaneously combusts, then combined with what happened to them today, something will definitely happen. However, he did not take the initiative to publicize this matter. There were many people in the hospital talking about it, and this matter was quite supernatural, which could easily cause some panic. Once, it was confirmed that Gu Shanhai's spontaneous combustion was due to the radiation from the ruins at that time. He would have no choice but to report it to his superiors. As for the body, it has been temporarily stored in the hospital morgue and cannot be left in the toilet. The toilet has been closed for disinfection. Someone had just died, so it wouldn't be good to expose it, let alone in such a weird way. Chapter 55. People who have not yet possessed divinity. TSK. As expected, everything was suppressed. These days, besides going to the library to read, Gu Shanhai just pays attention to the latest current events. The entire scientific expedition team was taken away, and there was no news. So, does the explosion of the superpower core have anything to do with the first era? If the task of watching the unearthed power core hadn't been announced, he might not have thought of it. But when he went, he couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Otherwise, why would you give him such a meaningless task? It is difficult to say that it is indeed a bit difficult for ordinary players. After all, they have to obtain an identity and join the scientific expedition team within the time limit. Of course, this is the safest way to play. But it does not mean that there are no other ways. Therefore, he suspected that in his previous life, the superpower core may not have exploded, but was completely taken over by the Holy Federation. Because there was no explosion, naturally there would be no current events, and all the members of the scientific research team would not be picked up now. They would only be alerted after a mutation occurs. He didn't know whether the butterfly effect he formed was positive or negative, but he was sure it had a huge impact. For example, the superpower radiation in the previous life was not integrated into the circulation system of the entire planet. As a result, superpowers may appear in advance, and there may even be more in the initial stage. He thought this was a normal procedure before, But after combining it with the bizarre missions, he suspected that no player in the previous life could trigger the main world line in such a short period of time. So it developed slowly. And his mission is the first part of the main plot. Just wait a little longer and see if there are any deaths in the recent news. If his guess comes true, then such a large number of death Holy Federation cannot be suppressed. The mortality rate for the initial awakening of supernatural powers is as high as 50%. And for the scientific research team facing the radiation, it is estimated to be 80%. This mortality rate is not low. As for regretting this, what can he regret? For him, it is nothing more than reducing his foresight, which is not a big deal to him. Now that he has the fragments of the superpower core, the rest of the research and development and foresight cannot help him. Only his own research can do it. In the library, he casually pulled out a book. It happened that a young man with glasses and a gentle manner across from him also pulled out a book. The two looked at each other. Gu Shanhai showed a kind smile, while the other guy was also a little shy. After a smile, the two of them left. He Lingyun, the god on earth. The smile on Gu Shanhai's face disappeared when he turned around. He had seen the other person on the forum in his previous life. But he was not the polite and shy person he is now, but a complete indifference that treats all people as equal as grass and trees. He has many titles. God on Earth is his most dazzling title. In addition, he also has the destroyer of the Holy Federation, the founder of Iron-Blooded Utopia, the fairest, and so on. How he became a god on Earth was actually a tragic life. In the age of superpowers, everyone has superpowers. And he also has superpowers. But he hasn't been able to detect the specific superpowers. Some abilities are passive, such as Gu Shanhai's life enhancement. This kind of passiveness is more obvious. After all, it means the vitality becomes stronger. He Lingyun's superpowers are too obscure. But if Gu Shanhai were to classify them, his superpowers are definitely powerful above the SSS level. They can even be described as the most powerful superpowers. No problem. The opponent's abilities were naturally exposed by the players. And he was a boss-level figure after all. The name is called 100% pass in the examination. This power is simply bizarre. As a teacher, He Lingyun was naturally unable to confirm it. With his knowledge base, it was impossible to trigger this power. As for how he discovered it, Gu Shanhai didn't know. And neither did the other players. Because before he became a god on Earth, He Lingyun was an unknown existence. As for why passing the exam 100% is the most powerful ability, it is because this thing is not scientific at all. As long as you master the appropriate method, you can use it as an ability to answer all questions. Take a 100-point test paper with 60 points as an example. The first 40-point question is what is 1 plus 1? If you fill in the wrong question directly, then no matter what the remaining 60-point question is, you must get it right in order to pass. At this time, the terrifying aspect of this ability is revealed. Whether you need a customized plan for yourself or some questions, we can answer them, but there seem to be some limitations. For example, when it comes to the first era, the opponent's abilities cannot be detected. Of course, this is what the forum says. Gu Shanhai has never practiced it. Gu Shanhai has been here all the time. The two Holy Federation worlds just came and left. Moreover, He Lingyun had not yet become a god on Earth at that time. And it would take at least 30 years for him to become successful. Before that, the other party had always been an ordinary college teacher. Although his special powers are not obvious, he is not a good-for-nothing person with a taunting face. In the first half of his life, he was peaceful and ordinary. He had respectful brothers and sisters, a harmonious husband and wife, filial children, and there was no acrimony among colleagues. He could be called a winner in life. So becoming a god on Earth and destroying the Holy Federation to create a utopia is more likely to be the fault of the Holy Federation. They pushed an honest man into a hurry. So he became a god on Earth. He knew that He Lingyun became a loner after becoming a god on Earth, which was enough to explain why he turned dark. In fact, Gu Shanhai was actually very jealous of He Lingyun's powerful ability. But it was just jealousy. But don't think about it. You can't get it. The appearance of superpowers depends on one's own genes. If one forcibly transplants superpowers from others, there will only be one outcome: gene collapse due to rejection. Even the so-called infinite abilities that rely on devouring other people to obtain the opponent's abilities are not actually truly infinite abilities, but are just imitating the abilities after acquiring the other person's abilities. What's more, even if Gu Shanhai got it, he couldn't successfully transplant it because he was not an aboriginal and had genetic differences. Any slight error in such a high-end power would cause its power to fail. So if there is a possibility of transplantation for Aborigines, he should not even think about it. Besides, Gu Shenhai also knows that the other party's superpower may not be as omniscient and omnipotent as imagined. And there are many limitations in it. For example, it cannot be solved beyond the scope and cognition of the Holy Federation world. This is for Gu Shenhai. For mountains and seas, it's even more useless. If he goes to other dungeon worlds, this incredible power will be useless. Chapter 56 Malice in the Sewer. Gu Shenhai didn't pay too much attention to the human god He Lingyun, whom he had met once. And he didn't think about getting too involved with him. He Lingyun now is just a young man who has just entered society. Awakening or not awakening powers are two different things. And there is no need to contact him in advance. Because for him, it is unlikely that he will come to the Holy Federation world for a second time. After obtaining his superpower, the second and third high-level worlds should also be opened. The opening speed of the high-level world is very terrifying. At the beginning, there was only one Holy Federation, and then it changed from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, and 4 to 8. Of course, every change actually has a time interval. Therefore, it is impossible for Gu Shenhai to fight against the Holy Federation. For him, the only point of interest is his superpower. As for leaving the Holy Federation, there is no way to improve his abilities? That's impossible. Although his abilities look the same as those of the Holy Federation, there are still obvious differences. He is not a local ability, but a brand new ability that he has improved himself. One that could be used in the modern city before him even if he didn't go through the first era. Even if the original world did not have raw materials and superpower radiation. If it were introduced, the era of superpowers could also appear in the modern world where he originally lived. Watching the sky getting dark and looking at the time, Gu Shenhai put the books back on the bookshelf. Unknowingly, it was almost time to close the library. It's not a good thing to really wait for someone to remind you. So he took the first step. After leaving the library, he was naturally preparing to return to his rental house. To be honest, it's not easy to do it in a modern city without identification. Moreover, there are surveillance equipment everywhere now, and everything the players do is basically seen clearly. Recently, the Holy Federation seems to have recruited a large number of players and established a special department. Because they found that players seemed to be quite extreme. Some players were hardworking and willing to do anything, while some were quite vicious and committed all kinds of horrible things by relying on their ability to be resurrected. Of course, the number of players has dropped sharply in recent times, which has given the Holy Federation a sense of crisis. Naturally, they have figured out some details about the players. For example, the hard-working players do it because they have missions, while the players who act recklessly do it just for the fun of it. The player's situation was classified as high-dimensional interference by the Holy Federation, and a large number of experiments were conducted. The main reason is that the player's ability to resurrect makes the top leaders of the Holy Federation salivate. Who doesn't want an immortal body? It's a pity that they haven't come up with any clues at all. Even if they are imprisoned, the other party can forcefully exit the world. For this behavior, the players stopped coming, and it was also exposed on the forum, which led to the Holy Federation not being well received by the players. Because some experiments will cause players to permanently lose attributes or add a completely negative passive skill, permanent negative status, etc., which cannot be removed by death. This naturally makes it difficult for players to accept. They played games in the past, not played by games. There are so many copies, but they are not short of a world like yours without any extraordinary system. This is also the reason why the number of players has dropped drastically. Then the Holy Federation restrained itself a lot, so it recruited and built a special department. It seemed that it planned to research the immortality of players on the one hand, and on the other hand, use the players to clean up various hidden dangers and do all kinds of dirty work for them, etc. Gu Shenhai didn't have too many ideas, and the players also benefited. Not only did they obtain tasks and various resources, but they also gained experience by killing monsters. Why not do it? As for the players who say they can't accept these things, it's okay if they can't leave. If it doesn't work, they can harm the Holy Federation. Willfulness itself is a part of the player. However, most people are actually very hostile to players. It is probably the result of the deliberate guidance of the Holy Federation to prevent this special group of players from gaining too much prestige among the people, and then overthrowing the Holy Federation in a sudden move. They have also considered such a thing. It's just that they didn't consider that if players really wanted to do this, It would usually be a big guild or a professional club. Such existences didn't need private support at all. They knew the players. But they didn't think about how bold the players were. On the way back, Gu Shanhai seemed to notice that a gaze had glanced at him just now. And that gaze contained malice. With his current perception ability, there is absolutely no illusion. If it is an illusion, it will be more proof that someone is plotting against him. Otherwise, how could he have the illusion? But the malice was not only directed at him, but against everyone. Sewer? Gu Shanhai quickly noticed the problem. The malicious radiating area just now came from under the manhole cover. This made him a little confused. Was he a homeless man? Otherwise, why are you hiding in the sewer? If you say it is a maintenance person, it is even more unreliable. Whether it is maintenance or inspection, there is definitely not only one person coming. And the manhole cover is not opened. How can it be maintenance? He just glanced at it, and didn't pay much attention to it. It wasn't any malice directed at him. It just meant that he had an antisocial personality. As long as he stayed away, and didn't look for himself, that would be fine. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Do you want to open it for inspection? He is not a fool. It is better to do less than to do more. Why do he do such a high-profile thing, when he has nothing to do? Isn't it because the superpower has awakened? On the way back, Gu Shanhai was thinking about this possibility. It's similar to a person who suffers a lot and has a deep hatred. He unexpectedly awakens his superpower and prepares to make the world feel pain. He is a perfect protagonist template. If there is no God on earth, Healing Yun will definitely be him. Fortunately, my rental house is far away from here, so there is a high probability that it won't affect me. Gu Shanhai wasn't too worried. If it really affected him, he would just kill it and use it as fertilizer. As a temporary player, the last thing he fears is taking the blame. We can't take it lightly, lest it capsize in the gutter. Or else move. Not very good. If you really want to move, you will be far away from the library. You will have to spend more time every day. It is a small and shady trouble. There is no need to run away. It is not like provoking the Holy Federation. The prudent point is indeed to leave. But then I think about it. Why should he leave? It is not in line with his style to give in without even meeting him. At least he must really know that he can't be beaten, and it is not too late to give in. Otherwise, wouldn't it be wrong? If there is any trouble, he has to leave. So he doesn't even have to go out. After all, going out is risky. Chapter 57 Multiple Abilities Awakening Plan. What's going on? Gu Shanhai, who was practicing, heard the sound of an ambulance coming from outside, which made him a little confused. He stretched out his head and took a look. It seemed that something happened to someone on the street. Looking at the location, it was exactly the area where he noticed the malicious intent when he passed by today. He lived on the 18th floor and could barely see some of the situation. The ambulance drove over quickly, dispersed the crowd, and carried the person away. Gu Shanhai didn't know the specific situation, but it is certain that it must have been a malicious outburst. I have to go another way tomorrow. Gu Shanhai thought that he would not cause trouble. And there was more than one way to the library. So there was no need to conflict with the other party. If there is no benefit, he does not intend to fight with others. It is not worth it. After completing today's training, Gu Shanhai moved his body. Now he can only increase his mana and perception. His physical fitness has stagnated because he has reached the full level of the Golden Bell cover Iron Claw shirt and Boys Kung Fu. Sigh. There hasn't been much progress on the superpower core fragment. It's a bit of a headache. Gu Shanhai was still confident at the beginning. But now he's gone. He has experimented many times. And most of the time it ended with genetic collapse. But he is certain that this can definitely happen. Because in his previous life, he served as a guide to allow the experimental subject that was not semi-digitized to successfully acquire superpowers. It shows that there is still a corresponding solution. Of course, it may be because he is too greedy. Because after obtaining the power core fragment, his experiment was not to awaken only the life-enhancing power, but to awaken multiple powers. Perhaps this is why he has always failed. At present, he is constantly reducing the number of abilities. At first, he had a huge appetite and wanted to awaken all the basic abilities and some abilities that were helpful to him. Later, he found that this was simply impossible. I took out the experimental records and began to make calculations, crossing out a large number of basic abilities. In the end, there were only 4 basic abilities and 1 affinity ability left in the experimental records. Life strengthening, physical strength strengthening, energy strengthening, perception strengthening. It's also plant-friendly. These 5 were the superpowers he was interested in. Through calculations based on the data, he knew that they would definitely not be successful even without conducting experiments. After hesitating for a while, he crossed out plant affinity. Although it was a pity, he knew that with talents such as plant affinity, he could obtain similar or even higher positions in another high-level world that would be open next. Although having plant affinity would be the icing on the cake, he wanted to provide help in times of need. Then the focus was on life enhancement, which meant that if multiple abilities failed to succeed, the remaining 3 basic abilities would have to be given up. After all, this ability is a timely help and is related to his subsequent route. First, conduct experiments on the 4 basic powers. If it still fails, we will have no choice but to reduce it further, and the materials are somewhat insufficient. Gu Shenhai frowned. This kind of experiment consumes a lot of money. In addition to the superpower core fragments and his own flesh and blood genes, it also requires a lot of materials. Otherwise, if only these 2 can carry out the experiment, wouldn't it seem obvious? Very cheap. What he wants to make is a potion for awakening supernatural powers, which naturally requires a large amount of materials such as neutralization and mediation. These are valuable and can be afforded. But there is a problem with their origin. Gu Shenhai has no identity and belongs to a gangster. If he hadn't had the increase in background from his previous life and the supplies in his laboratory, he would have had to borrow some university or hospital laboratories. After the failure of the 4 superpower experiments, we will suspend the experiment first and then capture some superpowers as a reference standard. Gu Shenhai could only stop temporarily. And when it comes to 3 powers, the subsequent choices will be a bit difficult. In fact, he doesn't have much confidence in the 3 powers, without the semi-digitization and resurrection of the first era as a guarantee. He doesn't dare to act recklessly in many things. The materials, procedures, etc. were all prepared. As the experiment began, Gu Shenhai was a little nervous. After watching his flesh and blood collapse, Gu Shenhai's heart sank, and his 4 powers failed. If Lord Shoggoth is still here, there might be a way. My half-baked skills in flesh and blood are still far behind. Gu Shenhai sighed and began to clean up the mess. For him, it is indeed a difficult problem. On the one hand, it is a technical bottleneck, and on the other hand, his knowledge storage is insufficient. If he had been in the late 3rd version of First Era in his previous life, he would have been able to pass this kind of experiment at a glance, and it might have been the fully powered version. As for him now, without inheriting knowledge, he would naturally not have this ability. As for bringing the corresponding data back and manufacturing it directly, that's impossible, because the volume of the data will squeeze out the various intelligence and knowledge he brought back. Although it is a bit difficult to create superpowers, it is not impossible to solve. There is no need to waste your own rebirth resources by coveting a little time. For him, this process itself is an understanding of his own abilities and himself. If he just brings the data directly for this convenience and skips the process, then he will still need to spend time to understand and adapt to it in the future. The time is not much different. Besides, he also has a guarantee. As long as he is not greedy, he can probably awaken the life-enhancing power awakening potion now. But now that he has the power core fragment in his hand, he is a little unwilling. He never thought about it in his previous life. Well, get this thing. It's an unexpected surprise caused by the butterfly effect. In the first version of the First Era, no one would reject the semi-digital behavior, which naturally led to changes. After cleaning, Gu Shenhai left the portable laboratory and prepared to take a good rest. It's true that he has more energy than the average person, but his brain can't stand it if it's always working at a high level. He needs a good rest. Otherwise, he won't be energetic when he goes to the library to read tomorrow. I don't know when I will be able to work 24/7 with such high-intensity study and work. If you want it to operate around the clock, you must at least give life enhancement to make this ability reach a level. Or to put it simply, he needs to become stronger. Otherwise, don't think about it 24/7 at this stage, because he will really die suddenly. He has very high control over his body. Through the sensing part of the second layer of chain energy, he can already achieve inner vision, night vision, thermal vision, etc. There are various abilities such as sensing, but the accuracy is not very high and needs to be further improved. Chapter 58 Walking on the Wall in Panic. TSK. It's really strange that this mouse is as big as a wash basin. You are talking about the side that attacked the person last night. I remember it was near here. It seemed like most of the person's face was eaten away. It was terrible. Yes. It's on the next street. This incident has made headlines. The city will probably have to clean up the sewers in the next 2 days. But that rat was really outrageous. Even the manhole cover of the sewer was pushed up. And it could still run away after chewing it. Could it be the fault of those players? Some of their weird skills should be able to control mice. Who knows? It's better to talk less about this matter. Players are not good people. On the bus, Gu Shenhai looked a little strange as he listened to the exchanges between several people. Mouse? He thought it was a superpower. Well, maybe it was a superpower who had awakened the ability to control rats. There might also be related madness or mutation abilities. Otherwise, this situation would not be possible. As for the fact that mice also have superpowers, he thinks it is possible. After all, it is because of the butterfly effect. But the probability is not high. There was no such news in the previous life. So he is more likely to have superpowers controlling rats to attack people. Hearing this information, he was actually relieved. The other party attacked indiscriminately, not specifically targeting himself. Today he took a different route to the library and took the bus. So he didn't have to worry about a mouse popping up somewhere and chewing on his face. Of course, even if he wanted to chew it, the mouse couldn't. With his reaction speed and the strength of his domain, how could he be defeated by a mouse? Besides, Gu Shenhai had avoided the other party. So if he met him again, it could only mean one thing. The other party would not let him go. So he had to eradicate him. Soon he got off the bus at the station and went to the library to read. When he entered, he saw He Lingyun again. These 2 days were Saturday and Sunday, and he did not have classes. So he naturally came to the library to relax. Before the other party became a god on earth, he was considered a good old man. He Lingyun naturally recognized Gu Shenhai. So he nodded and smiled as a greeting. This was considered fate. Gu Shenhai also thought about waiting for He Lingyun to awaken his powers, and use the opponent's powers to help him perfect a multi-power awakening potion. But he gave up in the end. This will easily expose his own specialness. In other words, Patian only needs the ability of life enhancement, and the others are just icing on the cake. It doesn't affect him if they have it or not. At most, it only affects him temporarily. These abilities are also its indispensable thing. Moreover, Gu Shenhai also doesn't know whether He Lingyun has awakened his powers now. In his previous life, He Lingyun awakened his powers through the power awakening potion issued by the Holy Federation a year later, rather than awakening independently. Although there have been changes in this life, he has not actually changed He Lingyun's trajectory too much. And it is unlikely that he will awaken early. He can't really wait in this world for a year. This time alone is enough to make up for his losses during this period. With this time, he can definitely obtain more similar abilities to supplement it. After responding to Gu Shenhai's greeting, the two naturally parted ways. The other party read more literature books. But Gu Shenhai was not interested in them. He read more about medicine, biology, plants, gardening and the like. Books. These kinds of books can help him quickly perfect the 3 power awakening potions, cultivate spiritual plants, etc. While reading a book, a rustling sound suddenly came from the ceiling of the quiet library, and most people subconsciously glanced up. The movement seemed to be that of a mouse. Gu Shenhai also frowned. It couldn't be so unlucky. The person with the ability to control mice came to harm the library. And last night, I could only control one. But now there are too many of them. If it is really the other party, the superpower can not only control and enhance the mouse, but also maybe have the ability to communicate with the mouse? Superpowers are not a single part. Take Gu Shenhai's life enhancement as an example. While enhancing vitality, it can also improve physical fitness in all aspects. As the superpowers become stronger and reach around B level, they can also control themselves. The life force in the body can only be one's own and cannot control others. In this way, abilities such as super speed, self-healing, and regeneration of broken limbs can be achieved. The ability of this superpower is probably the effect of Rat King and Rat Master, even if it is a basic type, although it only adds a single hole. In fact, as long as it can be developed, various derivative abilities can be derived. For example, immortality is an ability derived from Gu Shenhai's life enhancement in his previous life. Of course, abilities such as physical enhancement and super regeneration can also derive the ability to live forever. The jingling noise of a group of rats passing by overhead soon ended. It seemed like they were passing by, Not like the scene that Gu Shenhai had imagined, that they would fall off and scatter all over the ground. After calming down, he lowered his head and continued reading. As long as he didn't offend himself, he didn't care what the rats were going to do. In fact, most people are like this. That is, the library staff are a little resentful. And then, they can only report it to the librarian and ask him to find a way to deal with it as soon as possible. Rats also know how to chew books. If such a large number of people really came in one day, none of these books would be spared. The staff quickly went to learn about the situation. It seems that the city arranged for people to go into the sewers to deal with the rats. And the efficiency was very fast. What happened last night was really too bad. The treatment method is to directly spray poison to kill, which causes a large number of rats to escape. They were indeed passing by when they came to the library, and they didn't know why they walked on the ceiling. They just initially suspected that an abandoned pipe had been bitten by a rat, and the specific situation required inspection. With his current 5 senses, Gu Shanhai heard it clearly, and he was also muttering in his heart that he must have run away. It's better to run away, so you don't have to wander around my place. He didn't have much favorable impressions of this superpower, and this was too eye-catching. Gu Shanhai would naturally not care if he attracted attention elsewhere. But around him, what should he do if he was involved? Especially since it was close to his rental house and passed by the library, and his trajectory was in a certain direction? Overlapping is not a good thing. If he was investigated by someone who was interested, he would have to deal with the aftermath, which would be an unforeseen disaster. How could Gu Shanhai have a good impression of him? Chapter 59, Super Beast. Butterfly flaps its wings. In recent days, incidents of animals hurting people have occurred in various places. Gu Shanhai watched the news on TV and felt a little bit confused. He had previously suspected that it was only a small probability that animals could gain superpowers due to the butterfly effect. But now, he didn't have much confidence. There must not have been such a high incidence of animal injuries at this time in the previous life. Well, even if there were, there is not much possibility of recording it. After all, when he collected information in his previous life, it was already the 3rd version. This world had been destroyed for who knows how long, and there was no place to do any research if he wanted to. What's more important is that this world was also in a period of sluggish player numbers during this time in the previous life, because there was no extraordinary system. Most players found it boring, and it would be better to go to the mid-level area for fun. Among the remaining players, most are casual players or simply want to develop some skills that are only available in modern cities. So the posts on the forum are naturally relatively sparse. But he can be sure that there are absolutely no incidents of animals hurting people, and they are still so common. This can also be used as side evidence that the superpower core did not fragment and integrate into the planet system in the previous life. What is this? All kinds of frost competing for freedom? In the original era of superpowers, there were only people. This time, he was worried that other animals, plants and even insects would have to be added, which would directly turn the normal superpower city into the end of the world. Don't blindly change the script for me. I thought about the butterfly effect, but I didn't expect it to blow me up like a tornado. Gu Shanhai was also dumbfounded by this. However, the response of the Holy Federation is still very fast, and various places have begun to strangle such injurious animals. There is a high probability that it was because the scientific expedition team had gained something, and some people may have already been studying the reasons why animals attack humans. From the current point of view, even if the superpower is awakened, as long as it does not reach the level of destroying the world, it will basically not pose a threat in the early stage, no matter how powerful it is. It cannot be compared to various modern technologies. The era of superpowers in the previous life was not based on a single sentence, but artificial intervention through science. So everyone could awaken their superpowers without risk and further improve their superpower level. Put it on animals. Why should they increase the level of superpowers? Most abilities are already fixed in power as soon as they appear. Just like some people's fire control can control forest fires, while others can only control the small flame of a lighter. The latter can also grow to the power of the former after taking various supernatural potions. And animals have no brains. How can they independently exceed the upper limit and become stronger? So unless they awaken powerful abilities innately, the upper limit will be like that for the rest of their lives. Awakening your innate heritage and becoming a mythical creature? Isn't this nonsense? If our ancestors were mythical creatures, then wouldn't these mythical creatures also become extinct? Besides, superpower potions used by humans cannot be used by animals. After all, Superpower potions enhance the corresponding genes in the human body. Many superpower potions need to be specially prepared and cannot be consumed casually like drinks. What's more, there is still the mortality rate of awakening. Without external interference, how many animals and plants can withstand it? Therefore, he predicts that there may be an apocalypse in the early stages of chaos. But after the midterm, the Holy Federation will quickly control the development. And then these animals and plants with supernatural powers will only become new food ingredients and be domesticated, etc. These are all disadvantages. These animals and plants can still make a comeback against the wind. Then there is only one possibility. That is, the opponent has destiny. Otherwise, how could a huge civilization lose with various advantages? Calculating the time. The large-scale awakening should only be in the next few days. According to the current situation, the number will most likely be greater than what it was just at the beginning of the previous life. Logically speaking, it should be 3 months. But in the current situation, it is very likely that the time will be advanced. And the awakening wave will be even more terrifying. Mortality rates will be higher, not lower. The superpower core is probably used as part of the protection and restriction measures to ensure that the superpower radiation does not become too violent. Now that this layer of protection is gone, the harm will naturally increase. Since the improvement of the second-level perception of chain energy, Gu Shenhai's intuition has become much more accurate, although it is still relatively useless. If it is used occasionally, it is better than nothing. All in all, it's a small increase. I don't know when the library will open. The group of rats can't go anywhere, but they have to pass over their heads. Gu Shenhai expressed helplessness at this, because after that incident, the library was closed for renovation, and he didn't know the specific opening time. Anyway, the books had been moved when he went last time, and the ceiling was removed and workers were working on it. During this special period, he couldn't just go out for a walk. He had a special status and could only cultivate quietly at home, which was a different kind of gain. As for leaving this world, it is impossible for him to leave. If he comes in again, he has to complete a mission. Yes, a mission will be sent out every time he comes in. It doesn't matter if he doesn't do it. The round-trip ticket has a lifespan of 2 years. Maybe the task would be beneficial, but it was too difficult for him. He was not a greedy person. He was only greedy within the scope. He dared to covet many superpowers that he could create himself. But he would not covet He Lingyun's powerful superpowers. Although he is a little more flexible about the bottom line, he will also consider the cost. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, and Gu Shenhai was a little surprised as to why someone would come to him at this time. Then he stood up and opened the door, and saw that it was a member of the community. The person glanced at Gu Shenhai, then checked the room number he was in on the form, and then said, "Be careful lately. Don't go out if it's not necessary. It seems like someone got lost nearby. If there is any kind of wild beast, if you have any questions, call the Law Enforcement Bureau immediately. I heard it's not a rat as big as a wash basin." Gu Shenhai said calmly. "The rat was killed. It seems that someone raised some exotic lizard and it ran away. I don't know the details." Community staff also sighed, feeling that it has become more and more chaotic recently. "It's true." Gu Shenhai said this, but he was also thinking in his heart that this big lizard had already caused a lot of tragedies. Otherwise he could remind him that the mouse was killed was indeed a bit unexpected, and he thought it had escaped smoothly. But that's right, because the sewers are being cleaned and there is no way to go through the sewers. It is still difficult to conceal the movement of rats crossing the border. So as long as you judge the route forward, you can easily set a trap to capture them all. It was destroyed, and it died in the same way that it threw itself into a trap. Chapter 60 Giant Chameleon. The harbinger of a crazy era. After closing the door, Gu Shenhai suddenly felt that there seemed to be a line of sight watching him from behind. When he turned around, he saw nothing. But the sight did not disappear. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely not be able to feel it. But now his 5 senses are sharp. His 6th sense, intuition and other abilities are quite complete. And he immediately locked onto the source of his sight. From outside the window, something was having some kind of appetite for him, which made him a little uncomfortable. "Are you so unlucky? The person on the front foot just came to report the news, and the back foot is targeting me." Gu Shenhai didn't know if it was because he was unlucky or if there was something about him that attracted him. But he knew one thing. That is, there was a high probability that this matter would not turn out well. I slowly walked to the window and looked at the empty window that began to have some abnormal rough edges. To be honest, you're still a little too young. Gu Shanhai stretched out his hand and penetrated the foreign object, and a large amount of blood spattered out instantly. The moment he was attacked by Gu Shanhai, his original invisibility was disabled due to severe pain, and a huge chameleon emerged. Ah! I originally thought your ability was invisibility, but I didn't expect it to be a physical strengthening ability. Gu Shanhai felt that he was hasty, and actually defined it like this. It is precisely because the body has been strengthened that it has broken through the original size, and also strengthened the invisibility ability it originally possessed. You still have a lot of flaws, such as poor processing of your own blood flow, breathing, heartbeat, etc. Even if you are invisible, you are just a disabled person. And if you have a thermal vision device or the like, you will be easily exposed. Gu Shanhai dragged Chameleon in, but the chameleon was still struggling. Chameleons are temperature-changing animals. They can only rely on their own behavior to regulate the dissipation of body heat or absorb heat from the external environment to increase their own body temperature. The ability is not invisible, so naturally there is a big flaw. Phew! The tongue was like a sharp sword that wanted to penetrate Gu Shanhai. This was originally the chameleon's main method of hunting. Now that it has been strengthened with its body, its power is naturally even more terrifying. But it was easily blocked by Gu Shanhai's legal domain. It's probably an E to D-level body strengthening power. It's pretty powerful, but an ordinary person would have been punched out with a bloody hole by your tongue. Gu Shanhai casually grabbed the opponent's tongue. There was a difference between the physical enhancement type and the basic type. The former was comprehensive, and the latter was specialized. He quickly subdued the supernatural chameleon and punched it on the head to knock it out. As for the wound, he didn't care about it because it had already begun to heal and regenerate. But it couldn't compare to a specialized supernatural chameleon. Yes, the efficiency is a bit slow, but there is no danger to life. I don't have an IQ, but I like to eat people. Well, it's a bit strange. Gu Shanhai is strangely a cannibal. According to normal circumstances, this chameleon with superpowers should eat cats and dogs instead of reminding overgrown humans. This is contrary to common sense. Wait, that's sloppy. Gu Shanhai took out his mobile phone and searched for it. The latest big news had also changed. A large number of deaths of animals, plants, insects, etc. had hit the headlines. That's right. It's not that this chameleon wants to eat people, but that other animals are also awakening. But the mortality rate is too high. His face twitched, and he felt a little hacked up in his heart. This copy of the end of the world seemed to be about to collapse. With the survival rate so low, it is not known whether the god on earth can turn the tide without awakening. It is very likely that there will be a situation of survival in the wilderness in a while. And the style of painting has changed too much. When it comes to fighting supernatural beasts, that's okay. But the problem is that now that animals and plants are dying in large numbers, the biggest crisis is not the supernatural beasts, but the problem of food and water sources. Just thinking about it makes me wonder. We need to develop more superpowers quickly. Gu Shanhai felt that this was a bit of an unfavorable start, since everything was normal a few days ago. Although there are no superhumans, superhuman beasts should be able to use it. He has no way to interfere with the future direction of the Holy Federation. The butterfly effect caused by the power core is the secret hand of the First Era. He can't blow up the power just because he is a weakling. The core, he didn't even see it. And this thing had already exploded. The destruction of the iron-blooded utopia in the future may be caused by the First Era. Gu Shanhai's eyes twitched. He had reason to suspect that it was because this world had lost much value in the later period. So it was completely wiped out by the First Era. No wonder the Holy Federation was so peaceful at the beginning. Most likely it was because no players had completed the main storyline. Now that the main plot has been triggered by him, bringing the Holy Federation into the apocalyptic era is the real idea of the First Era, not the so-called era of supernatural powers. Superpowers may be a means of mass extinction, and the surviving superpowers are the result of their own adaptation and evolution. Gah! The previous life was indeed a trap. There was no player to trigger such a big main line. That's right. At that time, the superpower core was first in the hands of the Holy Federation, and later it was transferred to the hands of the God of the world. When the players grew up, these small benefits are no longer needed, and it has naturally become a merchant area for players to get talents and spend money to buy materials to upgrade talents. And few people will dig deeper. The task of digging a cute new world is not as good as the task of digging a high-end world. The difficulty is not much different, but the benefits are much greater. Dragging the chameleon into the portable laboratory, he then began to immerse himself in research. With samples, many things can be seen more clearly. Unfortunately, they are not superhuman beings, but superhuman beasts. Gu Shanhai first injected a sufficient amount of anesthetics, coagulants, etc. into the chameleon. Tikal's flesh and blood fusion experiment. The other party started to attack various animals, and naturally they had chameleons, which could be used just right. Overall, it's more like an adaptive mutation rather than an evolution. No wonder my flesh and blood collapsed. Then can I create a survival of the fittest power that allows me to evolve infinitely? Well, that's impossible. Something will happen. Gu Shanhai had a good idea. This power sounds very powerful. But in reality it's not at all, it is not as beautiful as imagined. This irreversible evolution will cause him to mutate into an extremely terrifying appearance and produce extremely bad sequelae. It's like if he enters the water, he will evolve to adapt to the aquatic form and undergo a major transformation of his body. But if he returns to land, he will evolve again, not into a human form, but into an aquatic form, re-evolved into another terrestrial form. Chapter 61 Silent Death. Compared to humans, this chameleon's abilities are too unstable, and may cause its own collapse at any time. Gu Shanhai also discovered its shortcomings after dissecting it. This instability does not mean that it can evolve its powers. It will only make its powers go out of control and turn into a pile of rotten flesh. This resulted in it not being of great value to Gu Shanhai. Gu Shanhai didn't want his powers to turn into unstable bombs. Is it because of excessive radiation? Gu Shanhai couldn't help but ponder, and then froze the chameleon's body and waited for the next experiment. Today is different from the previous life. Many things can no longer be used as a reference. After leaving the portable laboratory, Gu Shanhai realized that there was already chaos outside. A large number of animals and plants had just died, and those who survived had naturally awakened their superpowers. And this time it also affected humans. This made Gu Shanhai a little confused. Why did humans take effect last? It can't be said that humans are the protagonists, right? Or is it that this supernatural radiation is aimed at something unique to humans? But humans have stronger defenses against this thing, so they have been able to resist it for so long. What is it? It can't be wisdom, right? Gu Shanhai felt the radiation blocked outside the legal domain. This radiation was like air, constantly sweeping the entire world. Fortunately, Gu Shanhai had the Dharma domain and the purifying grass. Otherwise he would have run away now. The concentration of supernatural radiation has at least tripled. I was in the portable laboratory for 5 hours. Not 5 days. Right. Okay. This can be regarded as fulfilling my previous guess. Gu Shanhai had guessed that something might happen today and tomorrow, but he didn't expect it to happen much sooner than he thought. If the superpowers of supernatural beasts are unstable, will the same be true for the superpowers of humans? In the previous life, this ability would naturally not change like this. But it is different now. Even whether the power awakening potion can appear is another matter. There is not enough time. It took 3 months in the previous life, but it is only more than a month now. How can it be successful? He was even worried that the future god on Earth would not be able to successfully awaken and die without the power awakening potion. This is no longer a journey through H.L., but the difficulty of going to the head of the king of hell and asking for paper, and then breaking through the 10 palaces all the way back to Yama. He turned on the TV, wanting to see what the latest news was, but now it was a snowy screen with nothing on it. Gone! It's not like he's dead, right? Gu Shanhai's face fell, and it really turned into a weird script of survival in the doomsday. Everything happened too suddenly. It was normal 5 hours ago, and community staff came to remind him to be careful. Now everything is quiet. Let's go out and have a look first. It's best to catch a superpower user in the early stages. Gu Shanhai felt that he was a little hung up now. He didn't have any confidence that the entire city could gather a single double-digit number of living people. But to say who has the best chance of surviving, it should be He Lingyun, right? Gu Shanhai narrowed his eyes. It was indeed inappropriate to contact him before, but now, it should be appropriate. With such a big change, who can solve it? It must be him. Maybe he can reverse time, but only if he survives. He simply packed up his things and left his rental house, holding the flower pot. A large number of flesh, bones, and clothes were embedded with each other on the road. These were people whose genes had collapsed due to awakening of supernatural powers. For these samples, he didn't collect them at all. He had plenty of similar failed products. After all, he had all the data on the collapse of multi-power experiments until now. If any of them were successful, they would have completed their mission and left long ago. At this time, he was also thinking about his several failures, not only because of his superpowers, but also because the superpower radiation this time was far more terrifying than in the previous life. In the previous life, the superpower radiation was restrained by the superpower core. The mortality rate is far less dire. He had some doubts that the entire planet had become an expanding source of supernatural radiation. Otherwise, how could it be so terrifying? After all, the amount was there. I kind of understand why this superpower core is sealed. Such terrifying power must have been experienced at some point in time. And the surviving ancestors sealed the disaster. Superpowers are never a gift, but a disaster. But now the disaster has appeared again. And we don't know when the existence that caused this disaster will come into harvest. Gu Shanhai doesn't quite believe that such a big disaster is something that the world has originally possessed. If it had originally existed, it wouldn't have been so terrifying. With a long evolution, it will either perish or adapt. It is unlikely that this situation will happen now. So it is more likely to be harvested by certain beings. In his previous life, he was most likely killed by He Lingyun, the god on earth. The other party was indeed too outrageous. I remember He Lingyun's home seems to be. Gu Shanhai retrieved the information in his memory. After He Lingyun became a god on earth, even his superpowers were revealed, not to mention his original address. Why? The process or reasons for becoming a god on earth cannot be explored. And there is a high probability that he was erased by himself. Therefore, this can be regarded as one of the unsolved mysteries of the first era. The opponent's ability is indeed too unsolvable. This is not to say that there is no way to forcibly detect the props or skills in the player's hands. But it is just too unworthy for the player. Such props are quite precious. Why should they be put on such a meaningless thing? Skills or talents will be counterattacked by the opponent. When the time comes, installing a permanent negative debuff or a negative passive skill will be a big loss. In a more powerful period, boss-level players like Gu Shanhai no longer care about the gossip of these 3 melons and 2 dates. They have higher-level worlds to conquer, and they have long forgotten such an early small world. At that time, everyone's system was perfected, and there was no need to do such a thankless job. While thinking about it, Gu Shanhai turned a corner and found some kind of faint light coming from the alley, which made him feel refreshed. This feeling, Gu Shanhai sensed an aura that did not belong to this world. He knew what it was. A special existence called a plane merchant. At this time, there are actually plane merchants coming to this world. Logically speaking, shouldn't they go to those big worlds? Gu Shanhai was a little confused, but he turned around and entered the alley to see if he could buy anything. After all, plane merchants sell everything. Chapter 62 Plane Store Wantong Chamber of Commerce Lucky Cat. Welcome. What do you want? Meow. A kitten lay on the cornucopia on the counter and said after seeing someone coming. Apparently, this is a lucky cat. But when Gu Shanhai saw the other person for the first time, he understood one thing. Even though this cat was just a kitten, if he really wanted to fight, he could tear his head off. What will you, Wantong merchant, use as currency? Gu Shanhai asked while browsing the items in the store. The currency required by each plane merchant is different. He knew this after meeting him several times in his previous life. For example, the traveling merchant needed fairy coins, a special currency formed from the spirituality of all things. There is the Umbrella Company Limited. They only need skeleton soldiers, or the household department of the Great Zhou Dynasty. They don't need currency, and you can choose one after completing the tasks assigned by them. There are also some weird plane merchants with different requirements and needs. Meow. Use wealth, the lucky cat said, still sitting in the cornucopia. Wealth? The scope is a bit broad. Gu Shanhai was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the other party actually used the concept of wealth. The concept of wealth is quite special. For example, the wealth value contained in a bottle of water in the apocalyptic world is completely different from that of a bottle of water in a normal world. What the other party gains is not the item itself, but the value of the item. So every world has completely different wealth standards. Do you have any recommendations? Gu Shanhai asked. Actually, I don't have anything to recommend. Meow. You can't even afford it, the lucky cat said while licking its fur. Dot! Gu Shanhai had a look on his face. He had just seen it. It was indeed extremely expensive. The cheapest one was worth 8 figures. For example, The Heavenly Demon Legacy, which comes with a Heavenly Demon Blood Knife, costs a full 10 nines. And this is the price after a discount. Another example is Shushan Heritage, version 79,631,475.368, which is also 10 nines. Yes, it is still the discounted price. He can't figure out why Shushan Heritage has a version number. There are also the Flames of Misfortune, the Inheritance of the Five Emperors, 5 Ghost Edition. How to practice good luck. The 7 chapters of Xuanjuan's Secret Sutra on the development of this system. How to learn from Space Wool. And a series of other weird things are not cheap. Although it sounds funny, Gu Shanhai can be sure that these things are good things. By the way, have you ever been beaten up when doing business like this? Gu Shanhai said somewhat speechlessly. Yes. Meow. But usually anything that dares to hit me becomes a commodity. If you want one, you can order one and I will send it to you by express delivery. It's just the price, which may fluctuate greatly. Lucky Cat said seriously. Gu Shanhai thought this was a shady store. They actually accepted pre-orders for these items. And because of the so-called floating prices, he was afraid that he would not be able to pay for them when the time came. No. No. Gu Shanhai refused. He wanted this thing to be of no use. That's such a shame. This business is actually quite popular, Lucky Cat said with regret in his tone. Then he glanced at Gu Shanhai and said, although you are a little poorer, I won't look down on you. Let's do this. I'll give you a commission, as long as you complete it. I'll give you something personally, a copy of what you need. Let's talk about the commission first. Gu Shanhai was very calm and didn't care about the other party's attitude at all. If the commission was easy, he would do it. If it was not easy, nothing would be worth his own life. Alas, someone messed up the world line a little bit, so the training ground can't be used. Of course, it's not someone's fault, but it can't just be like this. So we need an experienced person to help with the time. Pull the thread back again. Don't look at me. You must not have the ability anymore. You can only let the man of destiny come. I think you should know him, Lucky Cat said, taking out a bottle of potion. At that moment, the pupils in Gu Shanhai's eyes shrank. He naturally knew what it was. A power awakening potion that should not exist. And looking at the color, it was at least a legendary version that could awaken multiple powers for people. I think you should know how to do it. Give this bottle of potion to the right person. He can help you complete this commission. You only need to give it to him to solve the problem, Lucky Cat said. Gu Shanhai's face was expressionless. This Lucky Cat could directly interfere with the timeline. Even so easily. In his previous life, even at his peak, he might not have been able to do this so easily. Now he understands that because of his good luck, Co-author was waiting for him here. It was because of him as the medium that this accident happened, which caused drastic changes. It's probably a commission from the first era. As for why it deviated from the original timeline, maybe there was an accident. How can we train troops when all the people are dead? Gu Shanhai estimates that it should indeed be the end of the world, not the current mass extinction. I was asked to pick it up. But how are you sure the person is still alive? Gu Shanhai asked. Meow. I guessed it. The Lucky Cat didn't say anything at all. Okay. To what extent is my mission accomplished? Gu Shanhai asked again. Do you really just need to send something over and be done with it? This is impossible. The greater possibility is that he needs to wait until the timeline is pushed back to a certain extent before he completes the commission. Let me think about it. Think about it. Just listen to the instructions and say, okay, I have already deposited the items. Once you meet the standards, the items will be sent to you directly. Lucky Cat quickly took care of it. At this time, Gu Shanhai's mission was also recovered and changed. Task, assist the savior. Reward, blank invitation. He looked at the vague mission, but when he saw the reward, he realized that this was really what he needed. Blank invitations are the most top-notch invitations. If you know the name of the world, then you can directly anchor the world by just writing it. If you don't know the need, you can also use it, such as immortals, summons, monsters, etc., can be combined at will, and then match a world with keywords. For Gu Shanhai, this is a rare opportunity to have autonomy. It can even allow him to further improve his system. And with the endorsement of First Era, at least I know when the task can be completed. Okay, then I'll take the first step. Gu Shanhai took the power awakening potion, put it into his portable laboratory, and then stood up and left. Meow. Don't study potions randomly. This stuff is too nonsense and can easily lead to accidents. After walking out, Wantong Chamber of Commerce gradually disappeared transparently, and the instructions of the Lucky Cat came to Gu Shanhai's ears. Chapter 63 The God on Earth, the Ruler of Utopia. Gu Shanhai did want to study it before, but after hearing the warning from the Lucky Cat, he gave up the idea. He has an advantage. That is, he listens to others' advice, no matter what the other party thinks. There is no need to deliberately cause trouble to be loyal to others. Moreover, the other party also said that he just doesn't study the potion. And he doesn't say that he can't study the finished product. When the time comes, he will go directly to He Lingyun to borrow some samples, and it will be okay. And he will gain more by then. When he arrived at the dormitory building where He Lingyun was located, it was already in chaos. And He Lingyun also passed out. The muscles under the surface of the skin were squirming, and the bones were even slightly displaced. It's true that He Lingyun awakened a single power. And fortunately, this power is not to strengthen his body, but more like some cause and effect. So it indirectly protects his life. But this power is indeed too much. It was so outrageous that his awakening was constantly in harmony with his body. In other words, he is still installing the power. If it is installed, everything will be fine. But if it cannot be installed, the person will be gone. Seeing this, Gu Shanhai could only take out the tube of supernatural power awakening potion and inject it directly into him. With the injection of the medicine, the abnormality quickly disappeared, and even the high temperature on the body's surface gradually subsided. The effect of this thing is really outrageous. Gu Shanhai looked at He Lingyun, who had fallen asleep, and then thought about how to deal with it next. What a superpower! In addition to passing the exam with 100% accuracy, you may also get other more outrageous superpowers. The gold content of this bottle of supernatural power awakening potion is quite impressive to Gu Shanhai. It was probably made using a complete power core. It might even make He Lingyun's original ability to pass the exam 100% stronger. Half an hour passed in a flash, and He Lingyun woke up faintly. When he saw Gu Shanhai, he didn't seem surprised at all, but said calmly, "I know. You want to say you are from the Terminator, comes from the future, and is here to help me. The Savior. Save the world." Gu Shanhai was shocked. He hadn't even started cheating yet. How could the other party know what he was going to say next? However, he was also battle-hardened and said calmly, "Future vision? Almost. The power awakening potion you injected into me allowed me to awaken multiple powers. In addition to the one you know that passed the exam with 100%. There are a few more," He Lingyun said slightly vaguely. Gu Shanhai didn't ask in detail. He felt that He Lingyun had changed a lot. "What do you think about Iron-Blooded Utopia and God on Earth?" "Okay. I know. You want to sit down and watch. How else can you watch?" He Lingyun asked and answered himself. "I know. I'll deal with it next. It's impossible to reverse time. I don't have the ability. I passed the exam 100% and didn't get the answer. I tried. So we can only rebuild." Listening to He Lingyun's ramble, Gu Shanhai's head was filled with doubts. Well, with this future vision combined with a 100% pass in the exam and some unknown powers, he could know what he wanted to ask without even opening his mouth. There are solutions. "Where did your potion come from? Why can't I analyze it? And the source seems to come out of thin air." "Without any trace at all. You said that a higher level existence gave it to me? They won't be beaten. I will beat them to death first," He Lingyun said seriously. Gu Shanhai wanted to say that it was too annoying for him to talk like this, and that he would be beaten easily. But it turned out that He Lingyun seemed to already know something. And from the words of the other party, not only does it have future vision, but it seems that it can also trace the source. Past vision? Or is it more simply a past-future perspective? Okay. Stop guessing. We have something to do. Don't you want to win? You are here to help me anyway. My ability is a little outrageous. But after all, I am only one person. The entire Holy Federation, there aren't many people left now. So if you don't go, who will? Players? This is indeed a good new force. But players are not my own people after all. Gu Shanhai had a dark mind, and it was really difficult to chat with a group of people who knew how to see the future and were accurate. As for mind reading, Gu Shanhai didn't think that the other party could read his mind with his true spirit. If the Lucky Cat could do it, He Lingyun would never be able to do it. After all, he was already cursing in his heart. It's been a long time. If He Lingyun really knew, he would have complained about him. Besides, such a high-end power awakening potion awakened him to read minds, which was too embarrassing. Okay, I know it's really hard for you to have no superpowers. But your strength is no problem. I'll give you a copy of my sample, and it'll be alright. You can also mix in an enhanced version with multiple superpowers. Through future vision, He Lingyun discovered that Gu Shanhai really had no motivation, and finally calculated Gu Shanhai's needs through his ability to pass the exam 100% in the future. Of course, he was not only using this power to help Gu Shanhai, but also constantly the planning is famous for what should be done next. With future vision, this power does not need to be activated at all, and he can directly get the answers he needs now in the future. The combination of these two abilities seems to be close to omniscience. Of course, there is a huge difference between the nearness and the true omniscience. Okay, as long as you promise, I'll give it to you first, and we'll take action immediately. He Lingyun broke off his little finger without hesitation and threw it to Gu Shanhai. And then the flesh and bones of the severed finger were squirming and regenerating. If you don't have enough, ask me for more. This stuff is very active and can last a long time if refrigerated properly. Just as he finished speaking, his little finger had already regenerated. Okay, I know you dislike me for blocking everything you want to say. When the time comes, we will split up, and you can help me do a few things. Okay, I will write a plan for you. He Lingyun was also a bit self-aware and did not really ask Gu Shanhai to follow him. If he really wanted to follow him, it would be a bit of a waste. He had things to do, and Gu Shanhai also had things to do. He also saw it through the future vision. As long as there is not too much of a butterfly effect, the other party can accomplish it. If a huge butterfly effect really occurs, it will be force majeure. And He Lingyun also has a remedy. What he wants to rebuild is not a holy federation, but a utopia, a fair and just place. And he was getting closer to the god of the world little by little. Gu Shanhai also guessed this from the other party's behavior style, but he didn't point it out. And Gu Shanhai also had He Lingyun's third superpower. Yes. Chapter 64 Plan. Strategy for Salvation. Gu Shanhai took the plan given by He Lingyun. It had 3 core points: gathering survivors, collecting supplies, and rebuilding the base. It contained a very detailed strategy. As long as he found specific talents and became the hands-off shopkeeper, it would be fine. As expected of a man of destiny, the awakened superpower is truly terrifying. Now he has some results on He Lingyun's superpower speculation. The first one is naturally a 100% pass in the exam. The second one is suspected to be passed in future vision. And as for the third one, there is a high probability that it is similar to a peer, which is equivalent to being able to absorb the abilities of peers in other timelines. But the fourth one is a physical power that allows him to regenerate severed limbs and regenerate quickly. If the third ability is placed on ordinary people, it is actually nothing. But it is different on He Lingyun. He is gradually becoming another human god, not as bitter and hateful but with similar thoughts. The analogy is that there is no blackening. However, Gu Shanhai didn't know whether the other party would be affected by the human god He Lingyun in the destroyed and shifted timeline. If so, then the other party will become a tyrant again. The possibility is not small. From the current point of view, what He Lingyun has learned is more about the concept of life rather than strength. Because strength is really not a big problem for He Lingyun. And now he is an enhanced version. He even suspected that once his utopian plan was completed, no matter whether this utopia would be prefixed with the iron-blooded name, the overall development would become extremely terrifying. With a 100% pass in the exam and a future perspective, he directly uses future development as fuel for the present, making his heritage flourish, and one person can drive the progress of a civilization. Those players who use talents to cheat are probably no more than He Lingyun. Gu Shanhai knew some very outrageous players. Their talents were simulators, future forums, text prompts, etc. These talents gave them the ability to develop rapidly. But if they met He Lingyun, they would probably be a bit unsatisfied. He Lingyun also had foresight. Therefore, Gu Shanhai didn't feel that his foresight when he was reborn was very powerful. These players knew much more than him. But none of these players could survive him. This type of talent was indeed very powerful in the early stages, allowing these players to dominate the competition. They were highly dependable. Later, in the middle and late stages of the first version, masters and high-level players had become big players. Yes, it is simply impossible to predict their actions with this kind of talent. Who doesn't have the ability to block secrets and disable divination? Unless they are players who specialize in secrets, prophecies, divination, etc. in the entire system. Basically, there is no way to calculate the trajectory or traces of such big bosses. Some type of. How could players with these talents choose this kind of system? Instead, they would just hide their professions and use their heaven-defying bloodline casually. And then, they would fall apart. It's probably because his strength has improved. But his mentality hasn't caught up yet. He's prone to drifting off and believes too much in his talent. It was all too smooth. And there were not too many setbacks that caused trouble. Gu Shanhai came up through hard work in his previous life. At the beginning, he was just a newbie, and his evaluations were always between B and A levels. Later he gradually became a big boss. Gu Shanhai shook these thoughts out of his mind. For him, there was no need to worry about meeting such strong players. In the early days, these players were the top group of people in the first echelon. Now they are weak in taking things, but they have to pay them back in the future. Yes, this is also one of the causes of their death. For example, if you cut off the opportunity of the protagonist, take away the destined treasure, etc., after the world is swallowed up and assimilated by the first era, you will have to be dragged to make up for the loss. It's not that you can't take it, but you have to take it in a way. Gu Shanhai also took similar things. But he was fine. That's because he paid the price. Such as blocking the original opportunity for the protagonist or helping the world. After completing some of the cleaning and other means, it will be okay to take it like this. The treasures of heaven, materials and earth are inhabited by virtuous people, which are aids given by the protagonist himself to do things for the world. Such as people of insight, who can withstand great disasters or usher in a new era, etc. The protagonists Gu Shanhai has met are basically not those who are addicted to drinking, sex, wealth, or poor moral character. Instead, they have their own charm and ability that can attract a large number of people, even if they rule the entire utopia with iron and blood. The god He Lingyun is also popular in the entire country, thinking that he is an extremely talented and strategic ruler who can lead everyone to a good life. This is indeed the case. Immortality per capita, colonizing the universe in the era of the Great Universe, making the entire human race the supreme race in the universe, etc. These are all things that the god of the world, He Lingyun, accomplished in the original timeline. He has also interacted with many protagonists, mainly because he not only received mission rewards from the main world, but also received various additional gains. On the contrary, those players with foresight stepped on the protagonist and grabbed opportunities, and most of them failed to escape the reckoning. If He Lingyun hadn't awakened after 30 years, he would have had to get some benefits from the other party's side. After all, he couldn't wait for 30 years. Unexpectedly, he had become a minister of So Long in another way, not to mention anything else. The flesh and blood sample of the god on Earth had already paid for itself. It is estimated that there will be other benefits in the future. As for saying it feels humiliating to be someone's little brother while running errands, what kind of humiliation is this? It's just working for someone. The boss is not just giving you a big pie, but really giving you wealth. Let me see. The first talent has awakened the power of earth and stone. Yes, he is good at infrastructure construction. But the problem is that he didn't tell me how to make the other party follow me. Gu Shanhai looked at the strategy in his hand and was speechless for a moment. After specifying the time, place and characters, there was no other strategy. But I have to say, it's really amazing that this guy survived. He's almost 80. Gu Shanhai complained. This time the target is a 79-year-old man who was an engineer when he was young and is now retired. Yes, the place where he is now is a nursing home. He estimated that there was only one person left in the entire nursing home at this time. And even the young people could not bear it, let alone the elderly. Pushing the door open and walking in, it turned out that the place was in chaos. Gu Shanhai followed the instructions in the guide and went to room 2 on the 3rd floor, where the person should be. No movement. It can't be that he hasn't successfully awakened yet. No wonder there is no strategy. Although Gu Shanhai's 5 senses are not strong enough to detect that far away, but there is not even the slightest movement in such a quiet situation. It can only be a guess. Chapter 65. 7 days. The number of players picks up. Shui Yuan. Done! Gu Shanhai checked a task on the plan, and then walked back on his own. It is now the 7th day after the apocalypse. In these 7 days, Gu Shanhai has been running around according to the guide. He has gradually built the prototype of an apocalyptic rescue base, and has gathered more than a dozen survivors and hundreds of players. These survivors are all superpowers. With their own superpowers, Gu Shanhai didn't know much about management, So he let the survivors do it themselves according to the process in the plan. As for where He Lingyun went, Gu Shanhai didn't know. But there was no need to worry. At the current stage, even if Gu Shanhai died on the way, He Lingyun would not die. Recently, Gu Shanhai also noticed that the number of players seemed to be picking up a bit. But not much. The reason is very simple. Everyone is here to see something strange. They have already had enough of an ordinary world without any troubles. Now that it has become the apocalypse, it will naturally attract some fans. Such as the plot party. And with the emergence of superpowers, many powerful parties have returned to try to see if they can get superpowers. After the fact that abilities or talents is exposed on the forum, the number will increase sharply. At present, most of everyone's talents are given when they first enter the game. Now that there is a new way to obtain them, it is natural to come and get them. Therefore, Gu Shanhai is thinking about whether to research the Power Awakening Potion in order to stimulate players' progress. With his ability, he can succeed in up to 10 days. After all, there are many samples out there, and he can have multiple Power Awakening Potions suitable for him. It may be more troublesome, but the Ability Awakening Potion used for mutagenesis is still no problem. He just took a look at the plan and saw that there were still a lot of things that had not been completed. He Lingyun would probably handle this matter. He just had to go ahead with the plan, and that would be okay. After solving the water source problem, the entire base has now stabilized. There are only about a dozen survivors in total. The large amount of food they brought with them in the past few days is enough for them to survive. The hundreds of players do not need to eat, drink or sleep. How can I put it? Thanks to this group of players for infrastructure construction? Otherwise the survivor base would not be built so quickly. However, there are really no rewards in the base at present. He estimates that it is more about experience points. This plan is definitely a world-level mission. If it had been before, I wouldn't have made a fortune, Gu Shanhai complained. Tasks such as hidden tasks, world main lines, etc. actually get double rewards in mid-level areas and high-level worlds. One is the task reward of the first era, and the other is the gratitude of the indigenous people. Just like what happened to Gu Shanhai in Fontai village before. After they helped Black Tiger, they got an additional passive skill. His current behavior can actually be regarded as overdrafting part of the reward in advance. Yes, it is He Lingyun's thumb. After it is completed, there is a high probability that He Lingyun will give him a multi-power awakening potion suitable for him. Of course, it is also possible it is to cooperate with him in research. Anyway, the rewards are roughly these, which are equivalent to multiple talents or even direct self-selected talents when placed on the player. Some players seem to be a little restless these past 2 days, and they seem to be planning to seize power. Gu Shanhai sighed and put away the plan. All that's left is to fight monsters and come out to solve some things at a certain time. The task of running errands has been completed. So he planned to return to the base to read a book and study He Lingyun's Flesh and Blood. The opponent's abilities are all very strong. Although the first thing he wants is still to strengthen his life. It would be great if he could peek into some of the secrets. For Gu Shanhai, most of He Lingyun's powers can only take effect in this world, and they will probably be scrapped in other worlds. Therefore, the so-called future vision or hometopes are simply useless. As he had already determined that he would pass the core exam with 100% success even if he could get it and leave this world. If he were a player at this time, he would definitely abandon the original idea without hesitation and directly copy He Lingyun's ability combination. After all, with the semi-digital endorsement of the first era, there is no need to worry about it failing in other worlds. It's a pity he didn't, so he could only carry out the plan honestly. Similar experiments must have been done in previous lives. Otherwise there would be no current plan. He wouldn't gamble just because of a possibility. And it would be a gamble with a very small chance of winning. Back at the base, all the players were busy. When they saw Gu Shanhai coming, they just glanced at him and then went about their own work. Apparently they had too much experience and were reluctant to part with him. Xiao Gu, you're back. How are you? An old man came over. His name was Su Anhu, the Earth Rock superpower that Gu Shanhai rescued from the nursing home. The water source has been solved, and there is basically no problem with using water, Gu Shanhai said. In the past, supernatural radiation was not only a disaster on land, but also in the water. This caused the reservoirs to be filled with fish and shrimps that died of genetic collapse. When they rotted, they directly polluted the water source. Gu Shanhai was actually a little worried, such as what to do about bacteria and viruses. It's just that He Lingyun should have a plan. So Gu Shanhai didn't interfere. Since he couldn't die anyway, there is no need to worry about failure of the mission. He is just an errand boy, and the core this time is He Lingyun. As long as he can succeed, it will only be a minor problem for Gu Shenhai. That's great. Please excuse me for running around here and there these past 2 days. Su Anhu also breathed a sigh of relief. Without water, many things would be inconvenient. What's the trouble? I'm just running errands. The real key is not with me. Gu Shenhai didn't hide anything. He just said it bluntly. He was not a person who was greedy for fame and power. You mean that Xiao He? Do you have any news about you? Although Su Anhu felt a little strange, he still asked. No. I run out every day. How could I know this? Maybe I don't know as much as you do. Gu Shenhai spread his hands. Okay. You go and rest first. I'll leave this place to you. Don't mention it. I always thought these players were a scourge in the past, but now I see they are still beneficial. Su Anhu also sighed with emotion. Players can be recognized at a glance, thanks to their semi-digitalization, and Gu Shenhai is considered to be an aborigine by them, so players can only see the word on his head. But some people have complained. However, there is no aboriginal belief. The aborigines can tell the specialness of the players. This is probably some kind of rule of the First Era invasion. Chapter 66. What? Do you want to buy a base? At night, after Gu Shenhai completed his training, a player knocked on the door outside, seemingly intending to talk to him about something. Please come in, Gu Shenhai said. The ID on the opponent's head is called Fengxue Pavilion Dongweiman Sing. This person is most likely from a professional club or a game studio. What's the matter? Gu Shenhai asked. In fact, he knew the other party's purpose of coming. It was just for the base, and the other party wanted to control this power. You should have guessed the purpose of coming here. You can set a price. We, Fengxue Pavilion, want to buy your base. Of course, if there are corresponding tasks, you can transfer them to us. We will give you extra compensation then. Dong Waminshang also went straight to the point and directly stated the purpose of his visit. First of all, this base is not mine. I just help people build a foundation. I'm not managing it even if you don't see it. If you have the ability to get it, I won't stop you. There is a mission, but all the errands are done, and all that's left is to defend the city and some small odds and ends. So I won't sell it. Moreover, this mission is bound to me and cannot be transferred. Don't worry. It's not about the ownership of the base or anything like that. But I still have to remind you that it's best to be honest and don't do anything casually. He Lingyun is not ordinary. Gu Shenhai directly said that he didn't care. Anyway, when the time comes, it won't be him who will cause trouble for the god on earth. But your existence makes it difficult for us to obtain management rights. Otherwise, if you withdraw from this world, we, Fengxue Pavilion, will make up for the remaining losses? Dongweiman sang. Take up? Are you kidding me? Can you make up for it? He Lingyun helped me awaken my superpower. In the mission, this superpower is a talent. Do you think Fengxue Pavilion can definitely afford it at this stage? Gu Shenhai said with feigned disdain. The Dongweiman singer was also surprised. Superpowers are talents? Yes, I may have a high-level talent. You think I can leave? But for you, Fengxue Pavilion, this is a good opportunity. This ability will most likely become popular, as long as you monopolize this base. Not to mention other things, it will at least allow you to get rid of other players in the early stage. It can also generate further income. Gu Shenhai's tone was very calm, but there was a hint of confusion. I know that. But what do you want? Dong Waminshang knows that there is no free lunch in the world. I don't want anything. I just want to complete the mission and get that high-level talent. So don't play tricks on me and think you can take over this base by killing me. If I die, I will announce this on the forum as soon as possible. If you don't have a good relationship with the relevant NPC and master this base, you will definitely not be able to eat this piece of fat. Don't worry that no one will believe it. I have a complete chain of failed missions, and I will post it to you in Fengxue Pavilion. Someone will teach you a lesson when the time comes. He naturally knows the thoughts of these individuals, and uses soft ones first, and then hard ones. Hearing this, Dong Wasek's heart sank, and then he said, Don't worry. We won't mess with the river. We will help you complete the task and get the high-level talent as soon as possible. For Dong Waminshang, some individual players or amateur players, what they value most is indeed the interest in this area. After knowing that something cannot be done, Naturally, they have no intention of using strong methods. This is what I've been waiting for. You help me complete the mission. I won't improve my prestige among the survivors. You have to gain favor as soon as possible, lest He Lingyun comes back, and you have nothing to draw from. Gu Shanhai said this deliberately. If Gu Shanhai hadn't threatened him, there was a high probability that Fengxue Pavilion would have killed him and kicked him out of the high-level world. Other players could resurrect after death, but he couldn't, so he deliberately tricked them. You don't want to live anymore if you play this trick with the god of this world. You must know that in his previous life, He Lingyun dealt with many players, whether it was forcibly using a large number of negative passive skills that could not be deleted or debuff that could not be dispelled. He could forcibly destroy a player, or even more terrifying, a suppressive seal is used to prevent them from escaping, and they will be imprisoned for life. Even if they can go offline, they will still be in the same place when they come back online. In addition, the account cannot be deleted, and the end can be imagined. Players are a scourge, but they are not invincible. There are many ways to deal with players in every world. Okay, it's a deal. Although Dong Weiminchang didn't have much confidence in his heart. If what Gu Shanhai said was true, he really couldn't let the other party leak the secret. It's strange. Why can't I add my friend request? How about you add me? Dong Weiminchang tried it and said, Can't add? My talent is limited. Gu Shanhai used the same old trick again. Then how will we contact you then? Dong Weiminchang frowned. He always felt that the other party did it on purpose. Why do you need to contact us? There seems to be no need for us to contact each other. You don't want to command me, do you? Gu Shanhai sneered at this. There was no need for the two parties to contact each other at all. And it wasn't like they had any plans. Then how will you cooperate with us in the future? Without you, we won't be able to master the base as quickly as possible. Dong Weimin said. Why? Gu Shanhai asked. After I complete the mission, I will leave and not reveal the news to the forum. You will not use your power to sabotage my mission. This is our deal. Not my cooperation with you in controlling the base. The other party was also stunned for a moment. But he quickly came to his senses and said immediately, The price you offer is easy to negotiate. It's not easy to discuss. I've been favoring He Lingyun for a long time. There's no way I'll be defeated because of this matter. I have to rely on him to settle my tasks. You can solve it yourself. Gu Shanhai is not a fool. How could he be bypassed by the other party? He came here to let Fengxue Pavilion work for him as an enemy to build a base. Not really for the so-called mission. As for the Power Awakening Potion, it was destined to be impossible to be monopolized. I really thought that Fengxue Pavilion was nothing. How could a force that was not even qualified to be recorded in Gu Shanhai's memory develop? And even if they get it, they can't hold it. Those big forces have various ways to make them spit it out. Okay, then it's settled. Dong Weiminchang also indirectly accomplished his purpose. Well, I understand. But I have to remind you that my mission is linked to the base. Don't think about indirectly sabotaging it secretly. If the base is destroyed due to failure. Haha. Gu Shanhai sneered and warned. Jealous of such emotions. But many players have them. Skipping Chapter 67 does not affect viewing. Chapter 68, that exciting spirit harmed many players. Multiple powers still don't work. Is it because my own genetic structure is different from that of the Aborigines? Gu Shanhai looked at the failed experiment and found that his own endurance did not seem to allow him to build multiple powers. The instability of multiple abilities gave him a headache. So how did I solve this problem in my previous life? Gu Shanhai was a little helpless. He only knew that it was solved in his previous life. But the corresponding ideas and data were not brought back, which made him confused now. I can't use the methods of the Aboriginal people. I have to think of a new way to create one that I can bear. Nowadays, He Lingyun's flesh and blood only serves as a reference and has lost its decisiveness. Because of the different genetic structures of the two sides, it cannot be simulated effectively, unless he planned to change all his genetic structure to that of the Aborigines, which was more difficult. He was not sure of doing so. After packing up his things and leaving the portable laboratory, he felt that he seemed to be in a dead end. So he was hesitating that he wouldn't need more powers. Just a life enhancement. But in the end, it was rejected by him. He still had time and couldn't be so hasty. If there is no breakthrough after receiving the reward, then we will not study it. Gu Shanhai quickly decided. For him, only life enhancement is a timely help. And other abilities are more like icing on the cake. It's the best. It doesn't matter if you don't have it. It's just that he wants it. Then he picked up the plan. Over the past few days, the plan was almost at its bottom, and he had completed most of the tasks. The originally expected survival base already had a rough outline, but the number of survivors was still small, although it had increased compared with before. It was only about 20 people. Fortunately, all of them were superpowers. Fengshui Pavilion, which was the first to settle in, is also constantly improving the favorability of these survivors. And now it is quite high. They and Gu Shanhai were actually on the same page, and they didn't do anything secretly when Gu Shanhai was doing his tasks. But there were a lot of members who couldn't stand him. They tried their best to kill all the individual players and then monopolize the base. But they were all blocked by the Donghuimen. Gu Shanhai's heart suddenly jumped, which made him a little strange. Is it a blessing or a curse? This sixth sense is quite useful, but sometimes I can't tell what it means. It doesn't feel like a heart palpitating feeling like danger intuition. He is actually quite distressed about his perceptual abilities, because there are too many types. In addition to the sixth sense and danger intuition, there are also the pursuit of good fortune and avoidance of evil, whims, etc. The main reason is that he has a relatively short time to get started. And in addition, I haven't mastered the miscellaneous things I studied in school yet, so the results are more casual. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, if he encounters danger, the sixth sense will remind him. And then the danger perception will determine the source of the danger, and then seek good luck and avoid disaster to help him find a way out. And someone will remind him how to deal with it, etc. He likes passive skills very much, but probabilistic passives like this are very annoying. He doesn't know when they will take effect or not. The probability will be much higher once he has perfected his second-level perception of chain energy. As for it being 100% effective, I'm afraid that's not feasible. Gu Shanhai needs to perfect it himself. I don't know if it's the Aborigines or the players. The former is fine. They are a bunch of weak chickens. But the latter is a headache. After all, my means of dealing with players are limited. Gu Shanhai sighed, and thought in his mind the fusion of flesh and blood forcibly lowers attributes, the addition of passive skills that cannot be deleted after alienation, and various transformation methods to destroy its account. There is currently no way to seal it, and the only option is to destroy the opponent's account. A professional player whose attributes are so low that his equipment cannot be worn, his skills cannot be used, and he is ugly. It doesn't take a second thought to know that he will be benched. As for the possibility that this sixth sense may be a benefit rather than being used against him, it is not impossible. But Gu Shanhai likes to consider failure first in order to avoid having no way out. If he succeeds, of course everyone will be happy. Just like his superpowers, he also has plans for multiple superpowers to fail. If he didn't have a single superpower to protect him, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Let me think about it. There are about 500 players in the base, so I should have 600 copies of the waste potion. If I have a few extra copies, I can give a few more injections to those who are strong. The idea is simple: to be prepared in case Fengshui Pavilion really wants to take action against him. Donghuimen Singer is not the big boss or big financier of Fengshui Pavilion Game Club. He is just a management member. If the people at the top of Fengshui Pavilion really want to be a one-man show, Donghuimen Singer has no right to stop it. Just be obedient. A part-time worker is offending his boss and leader and offending an outsider. If you think about it, you will know that it is the latter. They are not worried that Gu Shanhai will be exposed. They can ask public relations to handle the matter. Then there will be promoters to help. Not to mention calming down the storm, but in turn making Gu Shanhai the perpetrator. But if the other party really did this, it was just like that. Gu Shanhai was not in a modern city, and he couldn't access the forum. Even his ID couldn't be found. He was just a ghost from the first era. Nowadays, high-level worlds are not actually the first choice for most players, and more are still primary dungeons and mid-level areas. Even if the number of players in the Holy Federation world has picked up recently, the popularity is definitely not as good as these two. But the subsequent two, not necessarily in a high-level world. It is precisely because of this that Fengshui Pavilion dared to take action. Because those big clubs and big studios looked down on it, and they felt that they could not produce anything good. So they took advantage of a gap. When I have more methods in the future, I will be able to use more diverse methods. I still have to rely on injections, which is really a headache. Gu Shanhai quickly made 600 copies of the waste potion. The method was indeed a little bit simple, but it was okay. With his current hidden weapon method, not only 100% hit rate, but 9% chance the hit rate is about 10. coupled with the phantom summoned by the general's order as an assist. There will be no problem whether it is long range or close combat. That's right. The phantom summoned by the general's order is a long-range one, and he himself is the auxiliary. Although most of the time, the enemy is killed by him before they get close. He does position himself as a heavy-armed human shield auxiliary. After all, Gu Shenhai I have always focused on being able to run fast with high health and defense. The main focus is survival. As for whether to kill the enemy to relieve the crisis or to be so hard that the enemy can't scratch it, it's actually the same. The main focus is survival. Early the next morning, Gu Shenhai waited all night, but no one came to attack him. He thought that what his sixth sense was reminding him was actually benefits rather than dangers. It wasn't until the morning that Dong Weiman Sing came to visit with people. Ahem. This is the captain of our first team in Fengxue Pavilion. Dong Weiman introduced the people around him. The opponent's ID is Fengxue Pavilion Jian Rufeng. He is holding a sword and looks like he is practicing swordsmanship. However, in Gu Shenhai's eyes, he was just a look-alike, relying solely on his skills and equipment and not knowing any swordsmanship. Oh! H. Lo! H. Lo! I come to the Three Treasures Hall for nothing. What's the matter? Gu Shenhai asked directly, but calmly distanced himself. As the captain of a game club, being able to play is the first element. Dong Weiman Singing seems to be similar to management, so it may not be good at games. It's like this. We want you to withdraw from this world, and we will give you 100,000 as compensation. Jian Rufeng said straight to the point. Guess what I used to enter the game? Gu Shenhai was now sure that Fengxue Pavilion really wanted to trick him. The other party couldn't help but pause, and then said, 200,000 is enough for you. This is not sincere at all. If I post a post about high-level talents on the forum, guess how much the price will be? Gu Shenhai said with a sneer. 200,000? It's just a joke. Someone sold him in the previous life. In the early days, a big club spent 10 million to buy it. They wanted to cut off a high-level talent for 200,000. They really bullied him for being ignorant. Another thing, looking at the situation of the other party, it is unlikely that he actually paid out 200,000 yuan. It is more likely that after he collected the money, the other party sued him for extortion, and not only wanted to get the money back, but also sent him to go to jail. With an investment of 200,000 yuan, how could it not be possible to acquire such a small initial base? 200,000 is a lot. Brother, give me some face. One more friend. One more road. The Dong Weiman singer on the side also said in a good-for-you tone. This is because you don't give me face. We agreed at the beginning that I would complete my mission, and you would take over your base. Now it's you who are regretting it. I didn't interfere when you were trying to gain favor with the NPC. Now it's good for you. You want me to leave after you get it? My mission hasn't been completed yet. Gu Shenhai was particularly disdainful of this. It was obvious that they broke their promise in the first place. But instead it became his fault. The fixed price is 500,000. This is our final bottom line in Fengxue Pavilion. But we have to sign a confidentiality agreement. This compensation is interesting enough. Feng Rujian's face turned dark, and he finally said. After hearing this, Gu Shenhai finally understood. This guy was really insidious. Not only did he want him to stay in the game to pay back the money, but he also wanted him to pay compensation. When the time comes, they will wait until the interests of their base are obtained before they direct and act to leak secrets and blame it on Gu Shenhai. Not only will they lose 500,000, but they will also have to pay compensation, and then send him to jail for 3 days for infringement of trade secrets. Year. TSK. Do you think I'm short of money? 500,000 is quite impressive. Right. Fengxue Pavilion. Wait until I go back and see if your sponsor is richer or my father is richer. Gu Shenhai boasted without giving a damn. Draft. Anyway, let's deceive the other party first and then talk about it. The two of them were also stunned, thinking, well, this is a rich second generation. This is a bit difficult to solve. And they don't even care about 500,000 yuan. Dong Weiman could only look at Jian Rufeng. Logically speaking, if the talks broke down, it was his turn to take action and send the person back. But now that he was a rich man, it would be uncomfortable for him to try to get along with him. Of course, what's even more uncomfortable is that if the other party makes a random investment, then the two of them will have to pack up and leave. They are a gaming club, here to make money, not for so-called hobbies. The funder is everything, not them personally. Even though the scale is small, it is still relatively easy to find if someone is looking for it. There are not many game clubs, but there are many rich people. The problem is that they cannot give up. As long as an industrial chain that can produce talents is in their hands, they will not dare to get rich suddenly. But they will definitely have very beautiful flows and profits on their books, and even eliminate the control of the financial owner. Not impossible. Have you thought about it? Do you plan to beat me to death, or just let it go? Gu Shanhai said slowly. He could see that the two of them were trying to avoid the enemy. Otherwise they would hesitate. Let's wait until you go offline and find us. Jian Rufeng's heart was cruel. His idea was very simple. Do it. Perhaps in his eyes, Gu Shanhai was very rich, and it was unlikely that his father would really target Fengxue Pavilion because of such a trivial matter. There was no benefit in this. Besides, it's just death once. At worst, an apology will be enough. As long as the talent industry chain is successful, Fengxue Pavilion will definitely rise. Therefore, he immediately charged at Gu Shanhai with his sword. In his eyes, he was just a second-generation rich man. What kind of game operations could he have? Maybe even the skill system was just randomly matched. That is, he was just lucky, triggering such a task. If he had already completed it long ago, how could it be delayed for so long? After all, this virtual reality game has just appeared, and most people have never thought that a task can be completed for months, even years, or decades. Gu Shanhai saw the opponent coming and killed him. His movements were cool enough, but his body was full of flaws. For players, as long as the attack hits, there will be skill damage. This is actually the case for most players currently. Gu Shanhai stretched out his hand to counterattack easily. Butterfly Chuanhua's hand grasped it, and he reached out with all his strength to catch Jian Rufeng. He was able to capture it with one hand. Then very decisively, he took out the waste medicine and stuck it on the opponent's neck and injected it. All this happened too fast. After Gu Shanhai's injection, Dong Weimenchang came over with the fireball technique in his hand. Just after a phantom riding a tiger appeared, he also pounced on the opponent. Although the general's order is long range, it is good at close combat. After disposing of Jian Rufeng, Gu Shanhai took out another bottle of disabling potion, took 3 steps at a time, and then went straight over to give Dong Weimenchang a shot. Wait! What is this? You ruined my account! Jian Rufeng looked at his extra passive skills and permanent negative status, which were all negative effects, and his whole body collapsed. The attributes have been directly reduced to the lowest point. Most of the skills have been disabled, and even the equipment has been forcibly removed and returned to the inventory. Now only the most basic initial clothes are left. It's not just him. This is also the case with Dong Waminsing. Yes! Not only do I have to destroy your account, I also have to destroy all the players in Fengxue Pavilion. After Gu Shanhai finished speaking, he walked out of his room with the general's order and prepared to take action. Chapter 69 Gift Superpower Chime Ration Technology. There are a total of 271 players stationed in Fengxue Pavilion, of which only 50 are club players. The rest are temporary workers, but all of them were deactivated by Gu Shanhai. For a time, the entire base was half empty, causing many of the remaining individual players to follow suit. In this regard, Gu Shanhai was not afraid at all. If Jian Rufeng had been scared off by him before, there would not have been so many things. If they wanted to trick him, then don't blame him for being ruthless. If you have to do it, do it. After this time, Fengxue Pavilion will either have to replace its members or fail to recover. This matter will naturally be posted on the forum, and then it will become more popular, etc. And there will be nothing more. Most players will beat, but if they really meet Gu Shanhai, they will definitely go around. No one wants to have their account cancelled, and more importantly, they look ugly. Their appearance has changed so much. A scary and disgusting one that would be disgusted by any NPC you meet. Of course, Fengxue Pavilion also announced that the Holy Federation can produce high-level talents, and even directly said that Gu Shanhai has a mission to obtain high-level talents, which is called killing with a borrowed knife. At this time, the number of players entering the Holy Federation once again increased by several levels. During this period, many studios and clubs settled in the base, and they had a lot of talks with Gu Shanhai. Generally, those who came had one of 3 meanings. Or is the mission on him resold? Either they want to buy the waste potion from him, and in the end, they naturally want to recruit him to join. There are good words to persuade and some secret threats. Anyway, as the number of people increases, the infrastructure construction will be much faster, and the entire base will be in chaos. Gu Shenhai rejected all the suggestions. He only meant one thing: don't disturb me from doing the task. I will leave as soon as the task is completed. Public opinion? As long as he doesn't care about this, the player is not necessary. However, there were also people who wanted to get Gu Shenhai to hand over the waste medicine or tasks by opening boxes and other means. But the result was naturally in vain. Firstly, the ID check did not find this person. And secondly, there was no way to find it through the internet. There are also people who want to get private data from the first era, but as a result, with their little ability, they don't even have a clue. Even if they find it, Gu Shenhai is not in the database. And Gu Shenhai doesn't exist at all. Semi-digital. Therefore, many methods that were originally very useful immediately became ineffective. As for killing Gu Shenhai and letting him leave this world, it actually makes no sense. For these clubs and studios, monopoly cannot be achieved. Gu Shenhai is not directly involved in the interests. And they are not Fengshui Pavilion. If you kill him, you will be in trouble. If the other party comes in next time and lets one of their members have sex for a while, wouldn't it be a huge loss? These forces are all rivals of each other. So after Gu Shenhai refused, he didn't take it too seriously. Advanced talents are indeed rare. But the problem is that the benefits are far less than if they control the origin of the talents. Here, they can build a one-stop power leveling system. Tour groups and other businesses. You can make money at any time. It is equivalent to the prototype of the merchant area in Gu Shenhai's previous life. In his previous life, this merchant area had a series of superpower awakening groups, superpower material group packages, etc. It was an area of interest created by various clubs and studios. It is also being re-engraved now. But because the power awakening potion has not yet appeared, it is still in planning. It will not officially start until they find the talent that can stably produce the power. In the eyes of these forces, it is estimated that the first step is to complete the construction of the base. Otherwise, there will be no stable production channels. And naturally there will be no way to obtain the corresponding things. So their idea was the same as Fengshui Pavilion: to gain the favor of the Aborigines. These days, I have saved a lot of worry. And the task is almost completed. Gu Shenhai looked at the last task: killing an invading supernatural beast. The time is 4 days later. But in fact, there is no need for him to take action. The supernatural beasts these days have been killed by players from various factions or individuals. Most of these supernatural beasts are boss. After killing them, the rewards are generous and can be after dropping the treasure chest. Seeing these supernatural beasts is like seeing a traitor. And they will be very cruel. The base is actually pretty much established. And it will be completed after defeating this supernatural beast. By that time, He Lingyun will probably be back soon. It's really not that difficult. So how far into the future can He Lingyun see? This plan may be given by passing the exam 100%. He Lingyun's future vision may not be able to see too far into the future. But at least it can be more than an hour. Otherwise, if he passes the exam 100%, he may not be able to see all the answers. This is strong enough. The future is not certain. If the future is certain, then the direction of the world will not be the Doomsday Era, but the era of supernatural powers. This ability can only be used to cooperate with passing the exam with 100% success. Maximum. Allowing it to reach the level of exhaustive calculations. This is my mission! Gu Shenhai looked at the mission that had been silent and felt a little headache. The content of this task was too vague, and he didn't even know how long it would take to complete. He really needs this blank invitation as a stepping stone. But it is impossible to say that this thing will really follow the other person in this world forever. For him, when multiple powers are successfully developed, or when he has no choice but to use a single power, he plans to leave this world. If he can't complete it, then he won't do it. After all, not long after, the second high-level world and the third high-level world will be opened. These two high-level worlds are much more valuable than the Holy Federation. He hasn't left yet, because the current benefits outweigh the cost of his time. Fortunately, he is now about to become a transparent person in the base. Although there are still Fengshui pavilions on the forum to support him. As time goes by, the popularity has actually begun to decline. Therefore, it basically does not affect his normal practice and research. TSK. When He Lingyun comes back, I'm afraid these people will be fooled by him. They may be tricked into doing work by him. Gu Shenhai didn't have too many expectations for He Lingyun, because he suspected that the one who came back might not be the original good old man He Lingyun, but He Lingyun, who had merged with the human god of the same body. He is a very capable person. Perhaps his divinity has not been fully explored. But this group of players will definitely not be able to defeat He Lingyun. Well, even without the fusion of the human god with the same body, he can crush this group of players just by passing the exam with 100% and seeing the future. 10 days passed in a flash. All the projects in Gu Shanhai's plan were completed, and the base was built. A large number of players settled in, making the whole place lively. Gu Shanhai's previous prestige and sense of presence were deliberately suppressed by various forces, creating the impression that the entire base was actually their fault. Gu Shanhai actually didn't feel much about this, because he didn't do much at all. The most aggrieved person must be Fengxue Pavilion. His main force was abolished. You must know that they contributed a lot in the early stage. But in the end, not only were the others picking all the peaches as ordered, but they were not even given the soup or water. If the account is not cancelled, you can still make some money. But unfortunately, there is no if. Your ability is a bit beyond my expectation. I'm a little curious about how you recruited so many players. He Lingyun walked in. His tone sounded gentle, but Gu Shanhai could tell that the other party had changed his appearance. Is no longer the fledgling young man he was then. Why don't you speak? He Lingyun looked at Gu Shanhai with some confusion. Ah, don't you have a vision for the future? Don't you know what I want to say? Gu Shanhai asked back. The premise of future vision is that there is this future. The future I saw was that you didn't speak. And it's not mind reading. How can I know what you want to know? He Lingyun smiled. Okay, now I understand. Are you saying that superpower is a very rare ability among players? And that they can get it by developing a superpower awakening potion? And players also want to form an industry based on this, which is not a good idea. Just as Gu Shanhai was about to speak, He Lingyun spoke first. But you are really unlucky. You obviously led the construction of the base. But in the end it was robbed. Okay, I know you don't have this ambition. Don't look at me like that. Just leave it to me. Okay. He Lingyun still had very good senses about Gu Shanhai. After all, it was the other party who saved him. If he hadn't come to help him in time, he would have died long ago. How could he have obtained multiple powers? Even though he is fused with the god on earth, he is not a ruthless character. Instead, he takes the path of the god on earth because he has too many emotions. A kind heart cannot see suffering, so he wants to eliminate all suffering before it happens. It's just that players may not be among this list. Oh, you also want to ask me what I have been doing during this time? Of course, we are going to solve the future problems. You must have seen these days that the so-called superpower is not evolution at all, but a disaster. And this disaster has a source. If it is not solved, it will continue to mutate. Don't worry. The source of supernatural power is already in my hands. As long as human beings can bloom and bear fruit again, it will be fine. Are you talking about the population problem? This is indeed a difficult problem, but it will be easier to handle if there are players. Let them help us gather the survivors. When the time comes, we will use the power awakening potion to replace it. There is not much population, and the total number will only be 3. Thousands of people are still scattered all over the world, so it's not easy to rely on my words. I won't give it directly. When the time comes, in the entire contribution system, they will have contribution points for everything they do, and the power awakening potion will not be directly exchanged for contribution points. Have you heard of the card pool? Yes, I am ready to invest in it. They go to draw cards. Hey, you said guarantee. This can be guaranteed. If we don't give you a guarantee, something will happen. This power awakening potion cannot be freely circulated, let alone be allowed to form an industrial chain. Otherwise, it will be too detrimental to us. He Lingyun was talking to himself, while Gu Shanhai had a dark streak. He hated talking to people who had a vision for the future. The other party's behavior was really abominable. Every time he was about to speak, the other party knew what he wanted to say. Why didn't you speak again? He Lingyun asked again, and then he suddenly realized. I think you were speechless. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I remember that you wanted more superpowers. Right. I want to use superpowers to help you deduce. But I didn't draw any direct conclusions. In other words, you want to be like me. Having multiple powers is beyond the scope of this world. So it is simply impossible. At this time, He Lingyun restrained his gentleness and said with a slightly solemn tone, the specific reason is that I haven't tested it, and I can't predict the information related to you using the 100% pass test. It seems to be blocked. I suspect that the single power you awakened is too powerful. Reason. Gu Shenhai actually disagreed with He Lingyun's conclusion. The other party's ability could not predict his. It was most likely because of the shielding of his true spirit and second-level perception of chain energy. His superpower was life enhancement, and it could not be that strong. The reason why multiple powers cannot be formed is indeed beyond the scope of this world. In the previous life, the technology must not have been used in this world. So you don't even have a solution? Gu Shenhai asked. That's not the case. I asked another way. How to let you have the effects of multiple powers with a single power. Not to mention, it was still successful. This method does not go beyond the scope of the world, but it requires the core of the power. You should have it. This time, He Lingyun finally got Gu Shenhai to speak. Okay, I know you do. In fact, using a single power as a way to awaken multiple powers is only suitable for people like you who have a power core and have enough control over themselves. Otherwise, even I wouldn't be able to complete it. The main technology is superpower chimerism technology. This is data. You'd better experiment and change it yourself. Because your situation is quite special. Whether it is physical fitness or other physical data, it is always changing. I will test it 100%. The data derived from the past cannot be 100% suitable for you. It can only be said to be suitable for me. With that said, He Lingyun handed a document to Gu Shenhai. Gu Shenhai naturally took it solemnly and said, Thank you very much. This can be said to be a timely help for the other party. Thank you. You helped me so much. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to gather so many players. And I wouldn't have been able to complete the construction of the base beyond expectations. By the way, I gave this to you as a reward. It should also improve your ability chimera skills. He Lingyun handed over something similar to a crystal. Yes, it is a high concentration crystal of superpower radiation. This is what is sealed in the superpower core. However, it is not a crystal originally. It is just a special mineral formed by the continuous circulation of the planet over time. If it is used in conjunction with the superpower core, should be able to awaken your powers higher. It's of no use to me anymore. You know I don't need these things to become stronger. Gu Shenhai didn't pretend to be pretentious and took it directly. Although He Lingyun's powers were all auxiliary, he grew up much faster than Gu Shenhai. He passed the exam with 100%. And he wanted to become stronger and lighter. Relaxed. Chapter 70 Basic Composite Abilities. He Lingyun is really wealthy. He has no idea what this superpower chimera technology represents. Well, he wouldn't care even if he knew. After reading this technology, Gu Shenhai also understood the value of this technology. Although it is not suitable for him, it gives him a new direction. It only needs a certain level of modification to transform it into his own superpower. Superpowers formed by chimeric superpower technology can be called composite superpowers. That is, one superpower has multiple effects, while He Lingyun has plural superpowers. That is, multiple superpowers. In fact, it is impossible to say which one is better between the two. The former is suitable for Gu Shenhai, who does not match in wants, while the latter is congenital and cannot be afforded by ordinary people. Of course, when placed on players, it is a high-level talent, and the other is a variety of random-level talents. We have to build a chimeric model before conducting experiments. The chimeric model He Lingyun gave me is a template that combines 100 categories into one. But I guess it is impossible to bear that much. He Lingyun is also an honest person, and he directly filled in the preset chimeric model with 999 types of superpower models. If the Aborigines are lucky enough, they can indeed awaken successfully. But Gu Shenhai does not think that his destiny can be so hard. His idea is very simple. That is, it is enough to combine the 5 categories into one. That is, the 4 basic categories of life: energy, constitution, and perception plus plant affinity. But he actually doesn't have much foundation. There is no problem with the current structure. But if it is used on the body, the more superpower structures there are, the lower the success rate of this composite superpower will be. What's more, plant affinity is much more difficult than the 4 basic types of superpowers. After all, it involves more complexity. After some thought, I removed the plant affinity and changed it to the basic ability of mental enhancement. Although it is not as specific to plants as plant affinity, it is at least more widely used and can be temporarily replaced. After thinking about it again, I added all the basic abilities of all categories. In this way, the strength can indeed be improved by leaps and bounds. In addition to these 5 types, There are also 2 strength enhancements and agility enhancements. A total of 7. Of course, there are some that are more peculiar. Don't even think about things like soul strengthening, luck strengthening, etc. You need some things from other worlds as raw materials. In the end, the 7 superpowers formed a solid chimera, which was successful based on the data analyzed on paper. But Gu Shanhai failed through simulation and deduction. Mana? Soon, Gu Shanhai found out the reason for the failure. First of all, He Lingyun didn't know that he had magic power. The magic power in his body was no longer pure magic power. It had been modified many times to include the internal power of the boy's skill and the magic power of the Xianwei sect, which was unique to Gu Shanhai. Energy. In other words, the superpower will be judged as an intruder by his magic power and even his body, and then be eliminated immediately. His own immune system is already very strong. Put his physical fitness on the Aborigines and awaken the superpower for survival. The probability can soar to 15%. Not bad. Even if he simulated and deduced that after the compound power failed to be implanted, the gene collapsed. The immune system judged it as an intruder and worked hard to eliminate it. But the problem was that Gu Shanhai failed to hold it back. Just like having a fever. One of the viruses and bacteria in the body must die. So we have to adapt to it. Although it won't overthrow the entire chimerism technology. After these deletions, there probably won't be much left. After some calculations, Gu Shanhai found that He Lingyun only provided him with an idea and a small part of the data. However, it is enough to have such an idea. Success equals 99% perspiration plus 1% inspiration. But often 1% inspiration is more important than 99% perspiration. This is a famous saying by Einstein. Although people often only read the first half of the sentence, Gu Shanhai was stuck in the second half. He Lingyun helped him complete the 1% of inspiration. And the rest was just he just works hard and does it. This is simply fantastic news. If He Lingyun's model was really used, he really wouldn't use it. It was really inappropriate. Originally, I wanted to create the superpower first and then integrate it into the system. But now it seems that it is not feasible. The workload has increased at least 10 times. Thank you, He Lingyun, for giving me such a power radiation crystal. Otherwise, relying solely on the power core fragments is really not up to the mark. But it's all crystallized. So the supernatural radiation isn't coming from some living body. Right. Gu Shanhai actually cannot see through the current strength of He Lingyun. But based on his perception analysis, it is likely that he has reached about 1/10,000th of the strength of the god on Earth at his peak. At this stage, it is estimated that he is only those who have heaven-defying talents. Players can survive 2 moves with him. But other players may not be able to win even if they want to use the human C tactic. Moreover, today's multiple abilities allow He Lingyun to have a higher upper limit, which is likely to allow the entire civilization to enter the interstellar era earlier, and to rule the entire universe with utopia faster. Although Gu Shanhai might not be able to see these. At this point, can I be considered to have made friends with this god on Earth? Gu Shanhai thought. As for the supernatural head killed by He Lingyun, this had nothing to do with him at all. And he got some benefits. He probably noticed something was wrong with me, but he just didn't say it out loud. Gu Shanhai knew that he was actually very contrary to common sense. In the eyes of other Aborigines, he might have supernatural powers. He Lingyun definitely knew that he should also belong to the category of players, and a different kind. He is not semi-digitized. But he is an Aborigine. But he can also come up with things that do not belong to this world. The other party just did not pierce this layer of window paper. Forget it. No matter how many people there are, I can't ask for his place. Gu Shanhai helped him build such a large base and gathered players to help him. So those are naturally rewards. The original plan did not include players. If Gu Shanhai hadn't cleared Fengshui Pavilion, he wouldn't have let them expose it on the forum and attract many forces. It was an unintentional calculation. He Lingyun also took a fancy to the player's potential. So he gave Gu Shanhai an additional superpower radiation crystal. This superpower chimera technology itself was the reward. And the opponent's flesh and blood was Gu Shanhai's reward for saving him. There is a tacit understanding between the two parties. TSK. In the first high-level world, the players were tricked into being like leaks by the natives. It's so miserable. Gu Shanhai knew that the talent trading area in this life would probably be gone. During the 10 days when Gu Shanhai was sneaking to improve the superpower chimera technology model, He Lingyun not only integrated survivors and players, but also opened up a complete base system, from contribution to exchange and so on. and also released the potion for awakening supernatural powers, which directly caused an uproar among the players. More players are pouring into such a high-level world. This is a talent that cannot be produced in mid-level areas. He did not use drawing cards and guarantees as incentives as discussed before. Instead, he could exchange them directly. But the direct exchange was at the same price as drawing the guarantee, which made many people think of taking advantage of others. At this price, you can not only get other equipment, props, etc. by drawing, but you can also get the Power Awakening Potion in the end, which is more profitable no matter how you look at it. Therefore, the Power Awakening Potions in the redemption list are purely for comparison. And there are also potions, materials, etc. used to improve powers in the prize pool. As long as players accumulate contribution points through liver activity, everyone can have SSS level powers. Able. Gu Shenhai knew what He Lingyun wanted to do. He wanted to start a new era of industrial revolution. Now that the population was declining, and there were players as leaks and demographic dividend, he naturally had to take further action. He Lingyun is not the kind of person who only knows how to draw cakes for players. In the process, there will also be a large number of tasks with rich rewards and open various knowledge. This knowledge is various skills for players, and can even be used sequentially. Advancement means that there is no need to upgrade with game currency and skill points, but can be upgraded by exchanging contribution points. In addition, various high-end equipment are also invested in it, motivating players with a large amount of benefits. How about releasing a 5 yuan mission and asking players to get you 1 million in cash? This player is not a fool. If he really had the money, he would keep it in his pocket. Of course, Gu Shenhai's tactful reminder was indispensable for these matters, and He Lingyun also approved it. And then he opened up. In fact, the equipment that was released has been eliminated. He Lingyun passed the exam with 100% and has started to build a robot production line. They want to enter the interstellar world. Since the population is insufficient, wouldn't it be okay to replace it with artificial intelligence? All kinds of duplication labor is completely replaceable. As for the players, He Lingyun is naturally ready to train them as a battle group. In the future, the players will be the ones who charge into battle. After communicating with Gu Shenhai about the mentality of players, he learned that most of them are militant types. Although they are temporarily working as coolies and leaks, they cannot continue to use them like this for the rest of their lives. It would be such a waste, especially since he knew how fast the players are. After growth, my thoughts become more serious. In the previous life, the player had the same position in the God of the World, but gradually gave up after mistakenly losing the Power Awakening Potion. However, the population in the previous life was not so small, and the players could only be regarded as the icing on the cake. Finally successful. 3rd level of Chain Energy. Spiritual Root. Gu Shenhai looked at the perfect model in his hand and felt relieved. He built 7 basic abilities into a composite ability, which is the 3rd part of his system. Although it may sound a bit strange to say that he has not fully mastered the 2nd level of Chain Chi before reaching the 3rd level of Chain Chi. But it doesn't matter. He is still practicing even the 1st level of Chain Chi. Anyway, let alone the 3 realms of Chain Chi. Once it's open, it won't be a big problem even if it gets disrupted. Anyway, it's just 3 parts that complement each other. Therefore, he named it Spiritual Root. He couldn't just call it a basic power. That style of painting would be weird. The eldest son's name is Deming. The second son's name is Ming. And the younger son's name is Nicholas Gooden. Which is indeed interesting. But at first glance, there must be something wrong with it. The next step is to find a suitable place to awaken the superpower. After all, this thing is similar to a lesion, although I have guided it toward positive mutation. What if someone comes over and wants to kill me? Find a place far away from people and dig a basement. You also need to set up more trigger-type halo bombs. This was a matter of life and death, but no one would believe it if it weren't for the fear that leaving the Holy Federation world would cause problems with the fragments of the superpower core and the crystallization of superpower radiation. Gu Shenhai would have wanted to go back. The mission of saving the world will wait until he successfully builds the 3rd level of Chi Chain. There is still a certain amount of time before the remaining 2 high-level worlds are opened. It is also suitable for him to practice here. It is best to get the blank invitation letter during this period of time. Gu Shenhai left his room quietly, and probably only He Lingyun knew about it. He also thought about asking He Lingyun to help, but in the end, he didn't ask. After all, it would not be good to owe another favor. What's more, doing this is too conspicuous. He wants to keep a low profile. Gu Shanhai is not a professional player who needs fame. Nor is he an internet celebrity player who needs traffic. Naturally, the lower profile the better. Being too high profile will not be conducive to his being a shady person in the future. At this time, he also missed his talent in his previous life. The name of his talent in his previous life was mediocre. As long as the number of non-enemy units is more than 1, his presence will drop by 1 point, and his hatred will drop by 1 point. It doesn't seem like much, but it is a low-key good ability. The enemy will always hit teammates or others first instead of him. And talent can also be improved. As it improves, the sense of presence and hatred will decrease even more. For example, when he and his teammates face long-range attacks, it is often his teammates who are hit. Of course, there are many talents with the same name, but different effects. He has also seen other talents named mediocre. Some have a 2-point drop in presence. Some have a 2-point drop in hatred. Or more simply, they can escape every time they enter a dungeon, chase and the like. Anyway, there are many talents with the same name and different effects. Therefore, if you want to know the opponent's talent effect, you cannot just look at the name. Otherwise you will be misled. Most of the time, professional players will not take the initiative to reveal their talents to the outside world. This can be used as a trump card in leagues, group fights, etc. It's almost at this location. There are few people around, and there are not many people around. The geology is also very suitable for me to dig a hole. Gu Shanhai surrounded the basement under the tall building. That's right. He didn't go to the wilderness, but entered the city. Now there are only deserted buildings in the city. And all the buildings that should be evacuated have been moved away. Players will not come in even if they look at it from a distance. He plans to dig a hole in the basement and disguise himself, which can be regarded as double insurance. Furthermore, his second level perception of chain energy does not issue any warnings, so it is relatively safe for now, and it will only take about an hour to awaken. The time is not long. Chapter 71 The third level of Chain Chi Spiritual Root. Gu Shanhai took a deep breath, and the spiritual root of the third level of chain energy was completed. In fact, it was okay to just sleep after the injection. After all, he had done everything he needed to do beforehand. So he just had to wait, and it was okay. My overall physical fitness has improved slightly. And more importantly, my own qualifications and potential have improved, which directly transformed me from an ordinary person to a genius. Talents formed by basic abilities are generally divided into percentages and numerical values. The former is the qualification potential, which can be improved as oneself improves, while the latter is the most intuitive enhancement. It's still an F-level power, which means it's good news. Gu Shanhai tested it and found that his strength didn't improve much. It was all a slight improvement. So it must be an F-level power. But accordingly, it shows that there is still room for improvement. TSK. Do I belong to the mortal stream? With my spiritual roots and conditions, I can only be a handyman after entering this sect. Gu Shanhai couldn't help but joke. The numerical enhancement is not obvious, but the percentage enhancement is very obvious. His efficiency in converting spiritual energy into mana has doubled, which shows that even if it is F level, the initial increase is not low. This has always been Gu Shanhai's main tendency. No matter how high the initial value is, it cannot be converted into his own qualification potential. The 7 types of basic abilities themselves complement each other. The human body is a multidimensional existence. The improvement of one attribute will inevitably lead to the improvement of other aspects. The corresponding physique and strength of people with high agility will also be promoted. Otherwise, a person with 1,000 points of agility will only have 1 point. A person with a good physique and 1 point of strength will definitely not be able to run fast. The first time he starts to move, his muscles will be torn, and he will become a puddle of rotten meat. So in fact, Gu Shanhai has improved 7 times. Of course, it is not so exaggerated at the moment, because his supernatural power and spiritual root have just been completed. Even if it is only F level, it has not yet reached the upper limit. His subsequent strength and potential qualifications will increase, according to his own imagination or slowly realized when nutrition is sufficient. Now his slight enhancement is just the beginning, and it will not stop until it reaches the upper limit of F level. It is essentially a passive skill similar to growth. In addition to the obvious changes in practicing the first level of chain energy and spiritual accumulation, the second level of chain energy and perception have also been significantly improved. The second level of chain energy and perception is still in the introductory stage, and sometimes it doesn't work. with the blessing of the third level of chain energy and spiritual roots. At least the probability has changed slightly. In other words, a basic type has been added. The perception enhancement ability is inside. At present, he is still majoring in the first level of chain energy, Yunling, and the second level of chain energy, perception. As for the third level of chain energy, spiritual root, this is not urgent. It has to wait until the F level is fully strengthened. It is a process of gradually becoming stronger. It does not make much sense to increase the level of spiritual roots now. Even if you upgrade to the SSS level, you have to improve slowly. It is impossible to directly confer strength. Even if it is a potential qualification, it is too whimsical to think of reaching the lowest level before the lowest F level has been upgraded. Bar. The core goal has been accomplished. Next, let's see if we can raise the spiritual root to E level in this world. At least it can produce a qualitative change, so that the power of life can be generated as life enhancement. Life enhancement is a relatively special basic power. It can make people's vitality more abundant to a certain extent. After reaching a high level, it can produce life force similar to energy. That is, it will have active effects, such as increasing life force. The power can be exported to the outside world to produce healing spells. Of course, energy enhancement is similar, but this power specifically enhances energy. And the mana in Gu Shanhai's body is also increased. If after semi-digitization, after the life enhancement reaches D level, you will get the healing spell, and the energy enhancement will be the energy surge. Needless to say, the former is to exchange blood for blue. As for the remaining physical enhancement, agility enhancement, etc., they are all passive skills and have similar abilities. Therefore, what Gu Shanhai is interested in is naturally the life force born from life enhancement. In this way, his lifespan will continue to increase, and immortality will be realized. Of course, what is more important is the use of the power of life. As long as it is integrated into one's own magic power, it is another kind of potential. His spiritual root power does not need to reach D level, as long as E level is enough, because it is just a general power. His power uses power core fragments and power radiation crystals, which is equivalent to the best ability. Even if someone awakens his own kind of superpower through the superpower awakening potion, the attributes he obtains will definitely not be as luxurious as his. Others may increase their attributes by 1 point when they're at F level, but Gu Shanhai started with 5 points and a 1% increase when he was at F level, and then continued to increase to 20 points and a 10% increase before reaching the F level limit. This is the difference between the materials. Otherwise, if Gu Shanhai's superpower chimeric model, mana system amplification, and some of the materials from the source of superpowers are exactly the same as others, then wouldn't all his hard work on his superpower be in vain? It doesn't matter if it's a little bit off in the early stage. After all, it's a basic superpower. It's for its own sake. In addition, he is not a semi-digital player. If we really want to increase his attributes by 10,000 points at once, wouldn't he have to die suddenly on the spot? Lose. It's great to reach the sky in one step, but it also depends on whether you can bear it. For him, it is not about fighting for a while, but for a lifetime. Okay, it's time to go back to the base and complete the mission. Okay, I'd better lie down. Gu Shanhai thought for a while. Mission? Whatever he can do. He Ling Yun can solve it himself. If he has this time, he might as well think about condensing the power of life. It's true that E level can be condensed, but it doesn't mean that he can't do it now. After all, this power was developed and created by him from beginning to end. Many things do not need to be so rigid and really need to be classified into hierarchies. He is not an official player, so everything is limited to semi-digital rules and regulations. After the third level of chain energy and spiritual roots are completed, many things need to be updated, especially after the power of life is condensed and integrated into the mana. My Fear Aura plus the Life Aura will be able to start. What energy will follow? Halos and power halos can also be arranged. TSK. These 7 basic auras can still be linked, and the 3 spiritual plants have to be improved accordingly. My qualifications and potential have increased, and the efficiency of converting mana has increased, so the spiritual energy is not enough for me to squander. The third level of chain energy and spiritual root represents not only the realm, but also various new directions and enhancements for becoming stronger. Your powers are a bit weird. Why don't I feel any changes in you? He Ling Yun looked at Gu Shanhai with a strange expression. He originally thought that what Gu Shenhai had awakened must be some kind of powerful superpower. But it turned out to be 7 types of ordinary superpowers. Even if they were combined to exert a strength far beyond the original, it was still far from what he had imagined. Too much. What suits me is the best. Although I would also like to build a set according to your way. But to be honest, it can only be used as a reference and not as a copy. Gu Shenhai has He Lingyun's little finger on his hand. There is no problem in replicating the other person's superpower. But he just wants to be happy now. What if he leaves this world? Forget it. I won't interfere with the path you choose. Naturally, He Lingyun would not force anything. Based on his understanding of Gu Shenhai, the other party must be prepared. Otherwise, he would not choose such an ordinary choice. Of superpowers. Over the past few days, powers have also been divided into categories. For example, He Lingyun's powers of cause and effect, time, space, etc. are all the most superclass. And then, there are powers such as fire control, water control, telekinesis, and steel body. The first-rate ones are first-rate. And then, there are second-rate abilities such as strength enhancement and mental enhancement. Of course, there are also third-rate abilities, which are abilities that look funny, such as hair growing too fast, skin partially turning red, etc. The first 3 are okay. The third-rate superpowers are basically not much different from ordinary people. Even if they are SSS level on aboriginals, they are just ridiculous. However, this is not necessarily the case if it is placed on players. Taking hair growth as an example, if this talent is used as the core and the related skills are continuously developed, it can also form extremely strong combat effectiveness. It is not ruled out that there are other ways to use it. The specifics will depend on the player's luck and ability. Of course, no one wants to have such a weird power, because he is indeed a niche player, and it is not cost-effective to change his skills all over again for such a talent. Are you ready to leave? He Lingyun asked suddenly. Gu Shenhai was not surprised, but said directly, No, the time has not come yet. Well, okay. After He Lingyun said that, the atmosphere became a little dull. It's strange. Why don't you use future vision recently? Gu Shenhai suddenly realized that when he communicated with He Lingyun today, the other party did not strike preemptively. It's not appropriate. Now I have to have a city, and I have to show that people can't guess my thoughts. He Lingyun also smiled. Indeed, when you become a superior, you cannot control many things, even if you are a god on earth. Gu Shenhai sighed with emotion. Not everyone can live according to their own ideas, and many things cannot be decided by themselves at all. Do you think it's really easy to be a god on earth? He Lingyun asked. I don't know. You are the god on earth. I am not. Gu Shenhai answered him. He didn't know what kind of life he lived in his previous life. The relevant memories were cleared by him, because in his opinion, they are not necessary things. So why worry about the past life when you start from scratch? You are wrong. I am not a god on earth. He who disappeared is. So I haven't experienced everything he has, whether it's a happy family or anything else. So I don't have many ideas about the so-called human gods and utopias. He Lingyun understood that the iron-blooded utopia in another timeline had become a thing of the past. You can do whatever you want. Why ask me? Our paths are different. If I give you advice, you won't be afraid of going astray. Gu Shenhai smiled. He Lingyun did not use 100% passing in the exam to get his answer. Maybe he got it. But it's also possible that he wasn't satisfied. There is no crooked path. It's just a different path. I don't force it. But I really like the title of God on Earth. At least I will use another way to work in this direction instead of using blood and fire. He Lingyun smiled mockingly to himself. He had seen the human god who ruled the iron-blooded utopia. He might be very charming, but his throne was made of countless bones. Without going through his suffering, He Lingyun would naturally not be as evil as him. Fortunately, there are not that many people in the entire Holy Federation who can cause harm to him. The population is there. If one dies, one will be lost. Gu Shenhai really wanted to say that the gods in the world did not represent the virtues of the other party, but the strength. From the beginning, this was a violent title soaked in blood, not a praise for him. But he didn't say it out loud. He Lingyun might also know that everything had not appeared in this world, so everything could start again. Okay, then I wish you success. Gu Shenhai could only wish him well, and then said, You should be able to use this. I copied it for you. With that said, Gu Shanhai took out the flesh and blood technology he had originally obtained from the Shoggoth Lord. This technology helped him a lot, not only allowing him to make the waste number potion, but also the third-level spirit root of his chain energy. Research and development have taken many relevant references into consideration. This is also of great help to He Lingyun. He glanced around and quickly saw something extraordinary. I'll accept it. This technology is valuable. He Lingyun was not polite. This technology came from outside the world, so it was naturally beyond the scope of his ability to pass the exam 100%. Of course, after he has it, it falls within the scope, and he can rely on this flesh and blood technology to form more technologies in the future. Not to mention anything else. At least the population has been saved, and there are ways to deal with the subsequent supernatural beasts. The god on Earth had never encountered a supernatural beast at the beginning. As long as the new technology formed by flesh and blood technology is used to control the supernatural beasts, they will become their vassals like cats and dogs. They will continue to reproduce and eventually become a brand new living force. Even to the extreme. It can indirectly control players as pets, mounts and other benefits. This type of thing is naturally something that He Lingyun figured out through insinuating players. I know you need plants, and I just made some calculations for you. There is a special plant with special powers at this location. He Lingyun reciprocated the favor and pointed out the location on the map. Thank you. I'll go take a look later. But the location seems a bit far away. Gu Shanhai took a look and saw that they were all out of the city. But fortunately, they were not out of the province, since the god on Earth measured it for him. It means that this plant is definitely extraordinary, and can be taken down in one trip. Chapter 72. The law has no taboos, and the Qing Emperor lives forever. The location is probably in this area. Gu Shanhai followed the map, and quickly arrived at the location He Lingyun gave him. He drove here, and met one or two supernatural beasts on the road. Their size was not as big as Gu Shanhai's. The giant chameleon I saw was so big. Not all supernatural beasts will grow in size. So when faced with beings larger than themselves, they will avoid and run away instead of actually pounce on them. Superpowers only give them special abilities, and do not change their survival strategies. It's not like he turned into a zombie or lost his mind. It's just that the life of the supernatural beasts is actually not easy, because a large number of animals and plants collapsed and died without awakening. The survivors are all supernatural beasts, and some of them don't even know how to use their powers. So their lives are even worse than before. Okay, there are not many of them among humans. And these kind of supernatural beasts can also harvest a lot of food from the remains of humans. For now, I don't have to worry about food and drink. But I don't know what will happen in the future. Gu Shanhai got out of the car and compared it with the map. He was also a little speechless. Okay, I thought it was weeds on the roadside. But I didn't expect it to be in the building? How long will it take to search all these floors? Gu Shanhai complained. And he didn't know why He Lingyun didn't give him the detailed address. He suspected that a corner had been left for him, resulting in insufficient space in the test paper. So he only gave a vague answer. This is an office building. It occupies a large area, and the interior is divided into categories, so it will definitely be difficult to find. The plant is most likely a potted plant belonging to an employee. I have to find a way to plant the spiritual plants. Now I have 3 spiritual plants planted in this flower pot. If a 4th one comes, I won't be able to put it in. And holding a spiritual plant is always a weakness. Gu Shanhai wants to change. But the problem is that his legal domain is part of the spiritual plant. If he really wants to remove it, there will be a lot of trouble, especially in cultivation. Once there is no spiritual energy, he will not even have the necessary conditions for cultivation. Gone. Let's wait until we get this superpower plant and refine it into a spiritual plant. Things should be done in a clear order. When things come, get them first and then talk about them. The power has failed. I hope I can find it before dark. If not, I will have to look for it in the dark. Normally, he would just take a glance and take in all the scenes in the office. At present, it is certain that as long as the plant is alive, it is the supernatural plant, and the ordinary plants have long since died. The whole building exudes a pungent rotten smell, which is the smell of the decay of life forms that died due to genetic collapse. Thanks to Gu Shanhai's Qi purification grass to cooperate with the law. Otherwise it would be really unpleasant. There is some good news. Bacteria and viruses have not been mutated by supernatural radiation. I don't know why. I don't know if the fungus has been affected. If it has, I'm afraid it will be weird. There are many kinds of fungi, including molds, yeast, mushrooms, and the well-known mushrooms. They are living entities that are independent of animals and plants.
Forget it. This kind of thing has nothing to do with me. Even if something goes wrong, He Lingyun is the one who should have a headache.
Gu Shenhai expressed curiosity about this. But if the sky falls, there will be someone high to hold it up. And it can't be smashed anyway. To him, if you are not in your position and do not seek to achieve your goals, why should you worry about these things if you have nothing to do? After searching layer by layer, Gu Shenhai finally found this ordinary plant in an office on the 15th floor. It's a plant with glossy, waxy leaves and small yellow flowers that really doesn't look like anything special.
What is the superpower? Spraying water? Spitting fire? Or swallowing?
Gu Shenhai walked in and took a look. He stretched out his hand to check. Apart from the toughness, he didn't feel much. And the next moment, his ability to sense the second level of chain energy seemed to be instantly amplified. It was not just the 5 senses that were amplified, but also the 6th sense, danger intuition and other abilities. At this moment, he received a large amount of strange information.
Calculate a wave.
Gu Shenhai instantly used Xianwei Sec's heavenly secret technique to perform divination. And the target was naturally this supernatural plant. If it weren't for this increase, he really wouldn't be able to calculate anything. But it's different now. As the information poured in, he came to a conclusion. But in contrast, the superpower plant also drooped its leaves, looking a bit overconsumed.
Active use will draw out its power and cause weakness, which requires a period of cultivation. However, if it is used passively, it seems that the consumption is not that great. Yuan Suoko. Its superpower is the ability to sense the secrets of heaven. It is not very useful for ordinary superpower users. But combined with the 3-line spell of Xianwei Sect, it really makes me even more powerful.
The active effect of this power is similar to He Lingyun's future vision, but it is not as strong as He Lingyun's. Instead, it is blurry. But coupled with the Xianwei Sect spells, it can be much more accurate. However, this effect cannot be separated from this after the world. It is expected to be reduced a lot. The passive effect is to enhance the 6th sense, danger intuition and other abilities. Gu Shenhai is interested in this ability because it affects himself, so there is no need to worry about being greatly reduced like the active effect. Another is that after being made into a spiritual plant, it can further enhance the ability of heavenly sensing. No wonder He Lingyun said this plant is suitable for him.
It seems good to specialize in divination and divination. You can try to develop as a heavy tank fortune teller.
Gu Shenhai also complained. Since he obtained the Xianwei Sect spells, he found that his system seems to be a bit biased towards its about heavenly secrets and divination. But this is also a very good development. Don't worry about his strength. He has never given up. On the contrary, after having the ability in this area, he can completely change his job and become a fun person.
Plants with supernatural powers are interesting. They have no self-awareness, but can be controlled by humans. However, the awakening rate of plants seems to be lower. I didn't see many plants all the way here. It is probably because it is too incompatible. I don't know how He Lingyun plans to resume agriculture.
After pocketing the edge-lock grass, Gu Shenhai continued to explore the remaining unexplored areas in the building. If there was another superpower plant, wouldn't he have made another profit? Unfortunately, no. How could he have such great luck? However, if he really succeeds in the direction of secrets and divination in the future, he can definitely use other means to obtain treatment similar to that of the protagonist. If we want to say who is the best at seizing opportunities unscathed, it must be the fortune teller or fortune teller. But the rollover rate is just a bit higher. It's not like it won't roll over even though it's unscathed.
Hey, I'm still a little uncomfortable with it.
Gu Shenhai moved his body. He had been in this building for more than half a month. In these half months, he not only cultivated the Yunling grass, purifying grass, and general order to a higher level, but also cultivated the edge-lock grass also rose to the same level. Of course, he didn't just do this during these days. He also condensed the power of life and integrated it into his magic power. This was the key point. Based on this, he planted all 4 spiritual plants on his body and integrated them into his body like magic weapons. It was probably equivalent to the spirit plant using him as the soul. And he used his own magic power as the nutrients needed by the spirit plant. In this way, Gu Shenhai freed his right hand and no longer had to hold the potted plant all the time. This is also thanks to the Xianwei Sec's weapon refining method and the magic weapon left behind by Taoist Qingyu.
He had already used the weapon refining method to refine the spiritual plant into an identity similar to the magic weapon. Now he is one step closer, through his own improvement. And finally, a unique method of planting spiritual plants has been formed. Of course, this is not without benefits for Gu Shenhai. On the contrary, it has great benefits. The first is the spirit encrypting grass and the chi purifying grass. Because after being powered by Gu Shenhai, the quality and quantity of the spiritual power produced have increased several times over the original basis. Over time, the cost of mana supply is completely negligible. Regardless, you can really spend your spiritual energy now. In the future, he only needs to find a way to cultivate a spiritual plant that can help him absorb spiritual energy and convert it into mana. Then he can increase his mana all the time even if he does not need to practice. The improvement of the general's order is even greater, because the main body of the release is transferred to Gu Shenhai, and Gu Shenhai is transferred to the legal domain. So as long as the spiritual energy or magic power is sufficient, the summoned shadow can always exist, and can be summoned multiple times. His strength far exceeds that of Gu Shenhai, and his spirituality has greatly increased, becoming a qualified bodyguard. However, it is not without cost. If there are too many, the legal domain will be unable to bear the collapse. The price is not disappearance, but transfer. To say which one has the greatest effect on Gu Shenhai, it must be the edgelock grass. After it was cultivated and refined by him into a spiritual plant, the passive increase that originally required contact to take effect became his permanent passive, which made him regardless of whether it is his own 5 senses, those 6 senses, and whims, they have been sufficiently strengthened. This means that not only the triggering probability has become greater, but the effect has also become better, and the degree of enhancement is extremely terrifying. And as he continues to cultivate this spiritual plant, the effect will be stronger. In addition, the active effect is less good because it involves too much, and Gu Shenhai actually doesn't pay much attention to it. So when cultivating it, he always tends to enhance it in the passive direction. If it's future vision, then he must focus on cultivating it. But unfortunately it's just a divine sense, which is a god in itself. And what he gets is vague. So although there is an improvement, it is not as big as the passive increase. Over the past few days, he has not only developed the spiritual plant planting method and spiritual plant cultivation, but also improved the legal domain and added a lot of aura. Not those halos such as attack or defense, but special halos made of nectar spells, fertile soil spells, etc. that are specially used to cultivate spiritual plants. These spiritual planting spells were perfected and improved by him a lot, and then they were transformed into a halo. In this way, the spiritual plants in his body will be nourished by these spells all the time and become passively stronger. Although it is not possible for Gu Shenhai to cultivate it personally to achieve a qualitative change, it can still increase the size and save trouble. When it is improved in the future, the aura of spiritual planting will be even more powerful, especially in the future. If there are more spiritual plants, he will be able to relax a lot with the aura of spiritual plants. If he continues to improve, he can just rely on the aura of spiritual plants to increase his spiritual plants. Calculating the time. It seems there is not much time left. Whether it is the 7 types of basic auras or the fear aura, there seems to be not enough time to develop them. It's better to develop a more formal killing move. The Spirit Blade is not a killer move. This thing uses a thermal weapon launch method. Otherwise it would have been eliminated long ago. It can still be used now, but it will probably be eliminated soon, unless more advanced technological weapons are obtained. But the problem is that if it is more advanced, he is worried that he will not be able to simulate it, and it will not be as good as the mana aura by then. Now as long as his mana aura is fully activated, he will definitely be a huge threat. And there are very few people who can come to him. The distance of the magic domain has reached a radius of 1 meter, and if the mana halo is turned on, the basic radius is 10 meters, and the limit can reach a radius of 100 meters. Of course, the spiritual plant aura is not that big. It just envelopes him. After all, it is just a logistics halo. There is no need to open it that big. He doesn't have to worry about long range. There is a shadow of the general, and when the time comes, it's okay to throw it over. The key is to have a powerful and heavy attack. Although the Spirit Blade still has potential, it is probably a bit difficult for Gu Shenhai to develop it at this stage. It will be okay if he takes his time in the future. On the contrary, his mana, which combines multiple energy systems, can form special killing moves. My body system needs a nice name. Since the main theme is still more towards immortals, let's call it the Green Emperor's Sutra of Immortality. Chingdi, as he refers to him, is someone who made his fortune by relying on plants. As for immortality, with his condition, it would be difficult for him to survive for a long time. There is probably no player more meaty than him at this stage. Therefore, it is quite good to use the Qing Emperor's Sutra of Immortality to confuse people. Who would have thought that the name of his magical style technique is the first level of chain energy, Yunling, and the second level of chain energy, perception ability. It has something to do with Xianxia, but the third level of chain energy and spiritual root is completely a superpower. It doesn't matter what the name is. It's just a code name, used to fool people. For example, the killing move called Healing in his mind can restore blood when released on Gu Shanhai, but it can also restore blood when released on other people. But that is another matter. Gu Shanhai's magic power is not ordinary magic power. It is not only mixed with the energy of other systems, but also contains spiritual plants. Therefore, if other people are hit by a healing spell, not only will their blood be restored, but their flesh and blood will also be mutated, and they will have a variety of negative states that look like positive states. This is called light return. And more importantly, once the opponent returns to full health, he would die on the spot, because his body was filled with a large amount of Gu Shanhai's life force. The ability composed of vitality is basically positive, and most people can't resist it. After all, if Gu Shanhai doesn't use Enred intentionally and excessively, this is really just a healing technique. Chapter 73. Why do aliens appear now? Hey, I have to walk back. Gu Shanhai looked at the car battery that was dead because it had been stored for more than half a month. He didn't know how to repair this thing. Based on my current physical fitness and the increase in mana, I can probably. Before Gu Shanhai could finish speaking, he suddenly realized that the sunlight was blocked. He looked up and saw a huge object blocking the sky and blocking the sun between his planet and the sun. He Lingyun built the spaceship in half a month. No. With his physique, I believe it even if you say it's a space fortress. Gu Shanhai immediately thought that He Lingyun was responsible for such an outrageous thing. It is still possible to build a cosmic fortress with an enhanced version of a human god like him who has not yet grown up. Then he realized, how could He Lingyun have built this thing? Even if he could build it, he didn't have so many resources and enough production lines. What the HL? Aliens? Gu Shanhai was filled with shock. He knew that there were aliens in this world. In his previous life, He Lingyun led the human race and chopped them down from south to north, basically leaving them alive. Those who come down will either be those with strong reproductive capacity and become second-class citizens, or those who are almost dead will go to the zoo and live with pandas as neighbors. But he never expected that it would come to him at this time. How could this happen? At this stage, she is simply a supermodel, and the First Era will not save her. If she does not save her, there will be no follow-up, not to mention anything else. If a Star Destroyer cannon comes down, the entire planet will be destroyed. Let's go back and take a look. It seems that there is no chance of winning. We have an invincible god on Earth. It would be better if he wears underwear with an S on his chest. Gu Shanhai complained. In this situation, he has no chance to complete the task. The idea of and the dimensionality reduction attack has come down, and I can only rely on He Lingyun. With his powerful abilities, he should have anticipated this incident, and he didn't know if he had any means to deal with it. Gu Shanhai was racing all the way, but he was not extraordinary. At present, he was still far away from the limit of the human body. However, with the blessing of magic power and legal domain, his speed became online. After running for 2 minutes, he felt that running like this was not possible, and it would be a waste of time. So he summoned the general order. This thing is different. It only consumes mana when running. Now he has no shortage of mana for the time being. Another thing is that the shadow is much stronger than him and faster than him. It's a good thing that I was assigned a tiger mount. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have a place. If there is no mount, there is only the mountain ghost shadow. This thing is shorter and skinnier than him, and he is embarrassed to let the other party carry him. If this was changed into a centaur, it would be able to fight and run at the same time. Gu Shanhai said this as a joke. Why should such a good embryo be changed into a centaur? He had long thought about making it into a Taoist soldier. Centaur is much more well-rounded. With the help of General Ling Shuang, Gu Shanhai felt 10 times more relaxed. He only had to be responsible for providing mana. If he ran by himself, he would have to spend extra energy. This would be a loss. In addition, this thing is not a human being, but a simple shadow, so it is not afraid of hardship or fatigue, and it runs exceptionally well. It took 5 hours to return to the base. At this time, there was no chaos in the base, but an orderly appearance. It was obviously He Lingyun who had calmed the situation. Gu Shanhai cancelled the shadow and went straight to find He Lingyun.
What's going on in the sky?
Gu Shanhai saw He Lingyun assembling something and asked directly.
You're back. So it's a long story.
He Lingyun said absent-mindedly.
You also know that neither the superpower core nor the superpower radiation was born out of thin air. You should also know where it comes from. That's not right. Then how come they came so fast? We just got rid of this thing with the front foot, and then came to silence them with the back foot?
Gu Shanhai was a little confused. Regardless of whether it is the superpower core or the superpower radiation, they are essentially extermination weapons, not evolution tools.
There is a special sensing device. But it's better if you come here. Guess how long I have been preparing for it.
He Lingyun said with a hint of joy in his voice.
Have you been preparing since you woke up? Your future vision can see so far.
Gu Shanhai was also stunned. He had never thought about what kind of terrifying monster he had created. When the other party goes to deal with the source of the superpower, they may have already started to prepare. The plan was to have the ability to pass the exam 100% for him. Future Vision constantly revised and supplemented this plan.
Until now, it was finally time to show its fangs. To that group of aliens. The humans on this planet may just be an indigenous group with low technology. But the problem is that among these indigenous people there are gods on Earth who have broken through Tianyuan. Players who are immortal and have extremely terrifying growth. Plus, it is indeed outrageous to have sex with a young man like him.
You guessed it right. So they can't go back. And even their entire civilization will become our nourishment.
He Lingyun said it very boldly. If it were another person, Gu Shanhai would think that the other person was bragging. But if he were, there are people in the world who have an unsolvable combination of powers. This stuff is definitely real.
Have you ever thought about going over and making a fortune? With your ability, you can help me out a little bit.
He Lingyun took out a plan and handed it to Gu Shanhai.
If you co-author it, it will be fine from the beginning.
Gu Shanhai took the plan with a bit of laughter. He must fish it out. The strategies were written out for him. And as long as he followed the strategies, he would be able to defeat the opponent. Gu Shanhai glanced at it and saw that there were not only various strategies, but also a map and even very considerate instructions on how to get what he wanted.
Not really. The technology you gave me was beyond my expectation.
He Lingyun watched Gu Shanhai accept the plan, indicating that he accepted it, and then continued.
It's not convenient for me to leave now. I need you to attract him first.
Just pay attention. And your perception is enough to make those guys play around. If there is a chance, let the spacecraft crash land, and I will take over the opponent's entire spaceship as quickly as possible.
He Lingyun gave instructions, but this meant that it was not necessary, as long as people went up.
By the way, don't open Wushuang randomly. If the equipment is damaged, you will definitely lose.
After hearing this, Gu Shanhai nodded.
Don't worry. I'll follow the strategy. But are you sure I can play Wushuang? It works. They can't beat you. But you are also in danger. Although you are thick-skinned, you may not be beaten to death.
He Lingyun said. The overall plan is mainly based on Shadow stealth, rather than the assassin's authentic violent stealth.
This teleportation technique is so bad. It's even worse than the headbutt teleportation in
the first age. Gu Shanhai felt that his brain was going to shit. He was now on an unknown alien spaceship. He Lingyun briefly cracked the opponent's space blocking device, and then asked a person with S-level space powers to send him in.
The current stage is really not suitable for this kind of space transmission method with poor technical content. Fortunately, I don't have to go through it again.
Gu Shanhai was still frightened. He was not a space superpower and had no corresponding space affinity. So being able to come here all depends on him. His own physical fitness is hard to bear. Even his magic domain couldn't help him block the wave, thanks to his third level of chain energy and spiritual root, which was almost at the limit of F level. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly after being teleported. Then he looked around and then looked at the map. His location was in the toilet. And the first thing he had to face was to find a way to deal with the surveillance. In fact, other places are not very convenient. Whether it is a weapons depot or a logistics warehouse, the development of such places is indeed good. But with surveillance, they will be discovered as soon as they arrive.
In other words, once this alien spacecraft is dealt with, the mission will most likely be considered completed.
Gu Shanhai finally understood why his mission was still not completed even though He Lingyun had already mastered various local resources. Co-authorship is such a big scourge. After He Lingyun disposes of these aliens and then takes over the alien spacecraft, he can use it as a springboard to directly enter the interstellar era. In this way, the sky is high enough for birds to fly, and the sea is wide enough for fish to jump between a huge universe and a planet. Is there any need to choose?
Thanks to the guide. Otherwise, I really don't know how to get out. But are ventilation ducts really necessary? Why are there such things on alien spaceships? Gu Shanhai followed the guide and easily opened the entrance to the ventilation duct above his head, climbed in and installed it back again.
Except for the ventilation equipment that has sensing devices implanted in the ventilation ducts, other areas do not have any sensing capabilities. However, this sensing device is much worse than the monitoring device and can only transmit information. This is the second time I've climbed into the ventilation duct. It's really an indissoluble bond. I hope there will be another chance in the future. It is not advisable to use violent stealth as a stealth method. Killing everyone and leaving no witnesses is a good stealth method, but it may overturn. Speaking of which, I wonder if there are any alien rats.
Gu Shanhai's mind began to have various thoughts. Otherwise he would just be idle. As I crawled, I soon heard the chattering sounds of aliens below.
It's so sloppy that I don't understand. Gu Shanhai did not include the alien language of this world at all. The reason is very simple. If there are no accidents, this world is just a transition for him. After getting the life enhancement, he should leave. Unexpectedly, because of his confusion, so many problems arose when I joined the science expedition team as a chef. However, the corresponding reward was far beyond his imagination.
Forget it. It shouldn't be a big deal. Let's just follow the strategy.
There is no use in staying if he doesn't understand. He actually doesn't know why these aliens didn't attack immediately. They seem to be afraid of something. He suspected that he might be afraid of the source of the supernatural power. There is a high probability that this thing is not a lethal weapon thrown by this group of aliens to cause mass extinction. If we really want to exterminate this planet, why bother to do so? It looks more like exile. That's right. Even if they are exiled, they can't deal with it. They can only find a random planet and throw it there, and then remotely monitor it in real time to avoid any accidents. After being killed by He Lingyun, he naturally came over to investigate immediately. As for why I came now, of course it is because it takes a certain amount of time to come here. Who in the right mind would plant a big bomb at the door of his own house? Well, some sects in Xianxia seem to be able to do it. They directly put someone these ferocious creatures were directly suppressed under their own sect's headquarters. So troubles happen to these sects from time to time.
Things that even alien civilizations couldn't solve were solved by He Lingyun. Maybe it directly became part of He Lingyun's power. So this alien civilization didn't dare to take action. Well, no wonder he was so plotted by He Lingyun. The destruction of this world in the previous life was most likely due to the things sealed in the superpower core. But now that it has been solved in advance, and there is an enhanced version of the human god, it will definitely not repeat the same mistakes. In this way, the training ground is really it worked. He thought about it carefully, and from the moment He Lingyun awakened, it was the same with or without him. It was probably because of the initial favor with him that gave him a special status. Otherwise, such a good job could fall into his hands? They thoughtfully listed strategies, dangers, etc. Soon, Gu Shanhai reached the first point in the plan. Electromagnetic energy shields are also contraband in alien civilizations. They can block various monitoring equipment of the spacecraft, thereby becoming a transparent person. Because it is contraband, even if it is lost, the owner does not dare to announce it loudly.
Gu Shanhai quickly found an electromagnetic energy shielder the size of a button through picture comparison, put it on his body, and followed the steps to open it. The origin of this thing is not important. Whether it is a factional fight on the spaceship or an alien spy, it doesn't mean much to Gu Shanhai and He Lingyun. These guys won't live long anyway.
With this thing in hand, let's go to the main control room.
Gu Shanhai was here for a mission, and it wouldn't be too late to wait until chaos arose to make a profit. Well, if that didn't work, it wouldn't be too late to wait until these aliens were captured and the spacecraft was captured.
The next step The main control room will have to wait for a while.
Gu Shenhai began to move forward in the ventilation duct according to the map, with the electromagnetic energy shield.
He did not have to worry about being detected by the induction system of the ventilation equipment. As for his inability to operate, that's nothing. Anyway, as long as you follow the guide, it's okay. It doesn't matter whether you can understand it or not. If he can't follow the script, then what else will he do?
Alas, you know it's hard to buy with money.
Gu Shenhai felt that he had lost a lot. His prediction in his previous life was wrong. He didn't expect that the transitional world would become so outrageous. Otherwise, he would have the words and language of this alien civilization. He will be able to receive more civilized benefits. And it will definitely be too late to learn now. Chapter 74, Telling Age by Carapace. In the main control room, Gu Shenhai peered through the ventilation ducts at the remaining aliens. The other aliens were meeting in the conference room, probably discussing what to do next. He estimated that one person using a healing spell would most likely kill the other person on the spot. Their little health bar and the amount of health recovery given by Gu Shenhai were enough to overflow them on the spot. But if this happens, I'm afraid there will be a lot of noise. And then, the biggest advantage of being in the dark will be lost. Besides, killing him seems to be a bit of a loss. So it would be better to just knock him out. Then the question arises again. Are these guys sure they can be knocked unconscious? Although it is humanoid, its body is covered with carapace. So it certainly cannot be determined using common sense. After looking at the guide in his hand, he said, "That's fine. Just letting him do it directly." He didn't say how to stun him, or whether he wanted to kill him.
Yeah. Let's just rely on intuition. The important thing is to be strong.
Gu Shenhai shaped the spirit blade into a ball, fired it as a simulated pistol. And the spirit blade immediately hit the backs of those aliens. There was not much movement, but it was certain that these aliens were really tough to beat. With this level of strength, players at this stage would die without even clearing their health bars. However, this group of aliens actually fainted just because of the heavy blow. They can be called rough-skinned and thick flesh.
It's normal for alien species to have some genetic modification technology.
Gu Shenhai came down from the ventilation duct and hurriedly followed the instructions on the guide to start operating. The efficiency is still very fast, although a lot of things that he can't understand pop up from time to time. As long as he follows the order, everything goes smoothly. As his operation was completed, the huge spaceship started to move and descended towards the coordinates preset by He Lingyun. This move naturally attracted the attention of other aliens. So they began to ask the controller in the main control room through the internal system why they controlled the spacecraft to leave without authorization. Although Gu Shenhai didn't understand, he could roughly guess that this was a normal thing, and he would have asked about it as usual. After finishing it, he was naturally ready to leave. At this time, someone would definitely come to investigate. It was impossible to stay and open Wishwang. Judging from the rough skin and thick flesh of these aliens, who were knocked unconscious by him, they were not people who could be killed at will. What's more important is that these personnel don't have all kinds of equipment on them. So Gu Shenhai can succeed in the sneak attack. If they are fully armed, Gu Shenhai will definitely lose. He Lingyun could only make plans by cheating. Gu Shenhai didn't have enough cheats, so he had to run away first. And He Lingyun is probably also building a corresponding weapon. Without this weapon, he probably wouldn't be able to compete with this alien. This is the gap between civilization and hard power. He Lingyun sounded relaxed, but Gu Shenhai didn't realize that he was also a little stressed. Soon he returned to the ventilation duct and hibernated carefully, trying his best to contain his breath. It was too late to leave. With his actions, what if he was noticed? Sure enough, dozens of heavily armed aliens arrived, and they began to inspect them immediately. The electromagnetic energy shield on his body can block electronic equipment, but cannot block the hearing and vision of aliens. After a search, another alien soon walked in. They must be professionals, and began to operate on the console. He just seems a little irritable, and seems to be unstoppable. Then he muttered something into a device similar to a communicator. Seeing this, Gu Shenhai knew that the dust had settled. Certain programs must have been locked in the strategy control He Lingyun gave him. He couldn't understand the content. It was estimated that even He Lingyun gave him the plan when he gave it to him. They may not be able to understand these alien texts. They are just transcribed according to the script. But no matter which one it was, the matter was over. The aliens hurriedly left the main control room with armed personnel in anger. From the looks of it, they were most likely preparing to physically block it. That is to directly interfere further in areas such as the engine room to prevent landing.
Now it seems that the things they exiled are probably not simple. Otherwise, they would be so afraid of him.
Under normal circumstances, he would have been killed long ago. So why go to such trouble? Hovering and being scared.
Next. Go to the arsenal? What the heck? It's absolutely overcrowded now. And the whole army has been mobilized. If I go there now, even if I don't throw myself into a trap, I won't be able to get anything good. Gu Shanhai quickly rejected it. There was a strategy in the plan, but it just didn't match his ideas. The strategy in the plan asked him to go to the conference room and tie up the decision makers, and also asked him to try not to alert others. Gu Shanhai would never have hesitated before, but he hesitated after seeing the overall strength of the aliens. This group of aliens has no special powers, but both their physical fitness and weapons and equipment are far beyond his stage. So there is a certain risk.
Go and have a look first. If you can't do anything, just stay there. Gu Shanhai is not a fool. He can go and investigate first. Judging from the social structure of this group of aliens, it is not that the strong are respected, but a social structure similar to humans. Those in power are not necessarily the most capable. So there is some chance. Following the map, he quickly arrived at the conference room. During this period, he also saw a large number of alien mobilizations. According to his estimate, the number of aliens must be at least 100,000. At this stage, there are probably not that many players and aborigines in the base combined. Even if not all of the aliens are armed forces. As long as there are 10,000 armed forces, it is terrifying enough. When he came to the conference room, he saw several aliens chattering away at a glance. Their emotions ranged from excitement to calmness. Gu Shanhai even saw some who were hysterical, obviously out of fear.
The quality of the carapace of these people seems to be a bit poor.
Gu Shanhai discovered that the carapace of those armed aliens was very smooth and textured. But that was not the case for the leaders of this group. They looked very dull, with some cracks.
So this belongs to an elderly alien?
Well, it's fashionable to judge your age by looking at your carapace.
Of course. It was impossible for Gu Shanhai to confirm it just like that. He also confirmed it through perception. The vitality of these aliens was obviously worse than that of armed personnel. After all, he could still clearly distinguish the difference between bonfires and candles. How conspicuous it is! How could it be mistaken? Gu Shanhai quietly knocked down the old aliens in the conference room. The physical fitness of this group of aliens was indeed inferior to that of the younger aliens. He took out the hemp ropes from the portable laboratory, tied them one by one, and hung them in the air. He was still a little measured in his actions, and he could make them comatose for about an hour. Just this hour is enough for the spacecraft to land on the surface. As for how to fight next, he didn't care about Shanhai. He would never go head-to-head with this group of alien armed forces. He got a small pistol from an alien in the conference room. After testing, it was found that it could easily penetrate one's own legal protection. He has 2 sets of multiple shields on his body.
Sure enough, it's something outside diversion. Players probably won't be able to take this thing out if it falls into their hands.
Gu Shanhai couldn't help but marveled,
and then took the small pistol away.
Next, let's forget about joining the army. Let's stick to the plan.
Gu Shanhai finally suppressed the idea of going to the arsenal, mainly because the mission was urgent. And he could see that the alien's weapon did not seem to be a conventional weapon, but something similar to a special energy weapon. He was worried that without the certification of First Era, he could use it in other worlds. No, then the value would be much lower. He didn't even think about conducting research. There was no corresponding data and information, and he couldn't even understand the words. He took the lead in research, and he had to be able to understand the research at least. His current strength was not suitable for making extraneous matters. Climbing back into the ventilation duct, he once again assumed the role of God of War in the ventilation duct and began to move forward.
The next target is the energy room?
You're not asking me to explode. You're asking me to avoid jumping over the wall. This is really thoughtful. Gu Shanhai was quite dumbfounded. But it also further confirmed how afraid these aliens were of the source of supernatural powers exiled to this world. I would rather explode than land.
No, it's not like I just need to sneak in. Why do you want me to face the enemy head-on? Then he took a closer look and found that either he was facing the enemy head-on, or he could stand and knock out the station personnel, and then use an electromagnetic energy shield to temporarily prevent the aliens from communicating with each other.
The technological content of this thing is a bit high. All the overall plans are based on this electromagnetic energy shielding device.
Gu Shanhai looked at this button-sized object. These aliens probably would not have thought that they would fall on this thing until their death.
But then again, the ventilation duct thing is really outrageous. Such a huge spaceship is such a safety hazard. Gu Shanhai headed towards the energy room. In the middle of the road, he saw a large number of armed forces gathering, and they arrived one step ahead before the spacecraft even landed. They seemed to be suicide squads. But at this time, when Gu Shanhai estimated the time, he realized something was wrong.
According to normal circumstances, the spacecraft has been forced to land on the surface now. But why is it still in midair? He soon realized that although the aliens were unable to prevent the landing of the spacecraft, they forcibly slowed down the descent through some physical means.
No wonder there are follow-up plans. I just don't know if the players can handle this group of aliens.
Whether it is level suppression or equipment suppression. At this stage of the player's life, these aliens can definitely be called boss. And they are definitely unbeatable.
I almost died from this energy room. It's too far away.
Gu Shanhai looked at the map and compared it. And finally he was almost there. The main control room and the conference room are not far apart. And the area he teleports to is also relatively close. But the energy room is different. There are multiple energy rooms on this spacecraft. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing for such a large spacecraft to have only one energy source. The energy room that Gu Shanhai was going to was likely to affect the situation. Otherwise, He Lingyun would not have marked it specifically.
It's really different that there are armed forces guarding us. A sneak attack should be no problem. There is no one in the energy room. Only the armed force outside. This armed force was not arranged to go out, but was stationed in the energy room, which is enough to show the importance of this place. There are armed forces stationed in more important areas such as the arsenal and logistics warehouse. And there is not even a main control room.
So do you want to take action? Gu Shanhai doesn't know whether this armed force is the alien who jumped over the wall and blew up the energy room. If not, then he will kill the wrong person next. Oh, he can't kill. The opponent's equipment has corresponding monitoring. Once dead, the data will be uploaded for others to discover clues. At present, although they have discovered that there is an intruder in the spacecraft, they cannot find him. Once Gu Shanhai really kills the alien, he will be located instantly. Not all the armed forces were sent down.
There were still many searching for Gu Shanhai. This made Gu Shanhai feel like he was watching Alien. Yes, he was an alien, and these aliens were the victims. It does sound a little grassy. After flipping through the plan, he got to the bottom of it. All that was left was the strategy to get benefits. After he dealt with these, he just walked around and helped open a door.
That's it. You have enough time. So you can wait 10 minutes before taking action. If there is still no response in 10 minutes, then take action to deal with these two aliens. It was the first time for Gu Shanhai to face a formal armed force. The loss was 2. If this doubled, he would definitely have to be more cautious.
It's a pity that I can't take the equipment on me. Otherwise, I would just take it off for him. The equipment on the opponent's body is integrated, similar to an exoskeleton mecha, whether it is weapons or other equipment. It is not like the small pistol he took out from the group of old aliens in the conference room before that belongs to a single individual. Gu Shanhai cannot remove it without authorization. After all, it is militarized and cannot be so casual. That's why he didn't want to conflict with the armed forces. No matter whether they were old aliens or staff members he used before, they didn't have such a layer of exoskeleton mecha. It was very convenient to do it. But as a soldier, it was naturally different.
Fortunately, the healing technique can be of some use. Otherwise, I would really have a headache. Gu Shanhai carefully tried to release the healing technique on these two people. Currently, this layer of exoskeleton mecha will not intercept or alarm. It seems that there is no corresponding program set. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. It was great to be able to solve it without close combat. Otherwise, he would have prepared to throw the General Shadow and the Mana Halo Bomb. Chapter 75, Everything Comes True.
Profit comes.
10 minutes later, Gu Shanhai easily placed the two guards down. He was very measured in his actions. The life energy generated by the healing technique overflowed and caused the other party to fall into a coma. All indicators were normal. The analogy is that a sage passed out from over his head.
I have to say, this exoskeleton mecha is so strong that people don't even realize it can still stand upright.
After completing the final mission, Gu Shanhai noticed that the spacecraft had landed.
He Lingyun is really calculating. I have just eliminated the hidden dangers with my front foot. and my back foot is on the ground. Just let me make a fortune. Well, I really made something good.
Gu Shanhai couldn't say that he didn't get anything, but he still got a very good thing, even though it was a mission prop. That's right. It's an electromagnetic energy shield.
Okay. It seems like I don't have to open the door. It seems that the players have come in. Wait a minute. Something has weakened these aliens? Otherwise, with the attributes and equipment of the players, how could they possibly kill the aliens?
Gu Shanhai couldn't help but think of the machine built by He Lingyun. As long as the enemy is brought to the same level as themselves, players can defeat the opponent with a rich experience.
So go search now.
Gu Shanhai looked at the alien language notification that had just appeared in the spacecraft and was being repeated continuously, obviously explaining the chaos and invasion.
It's definitely too late to go through the ventilation ducts. I hope He Lingyun's equipment is effective.
Gu Shanhai followed the map and started heading towards the arsenal, although he felt that the weapons in the arsenal might not be used in other worlds. But after all, they were equipment, and he had to get them first. He might be able to research them in the future. Just as he turned the corner, he saw a group of armed forces standing upright.
Can't move? Interesting. This is because He Lingyun's equipment directly failed and turned into an iron can.
Gu Shanhai took a closer look and found that it was indeed the case. No matter how much he teased it, the thing couldn't move. Instead, a sound similar to cursing came from inside. Although he couldn't understand what the other party was saying, one thing was certain. That is, the other party was definitely scolding him. Therefore, he could not coddle the other party.
Even if he was an alien, he had to develop a good habit of promoting civilization and establishing new trends. So he decisively gave the other party a healing spell. In an instant, a large amount of flesh and blood on the opponent's body began to burst through the carapace. And even part of it overflowed the exoskeleton mecha and began to flow downward. At that moment, all the cursing fell silent.
It's very easy to use. Hey, it seems to be a little more effective than the destruction potion. The destruction potion requires injection, and my healing skills can be used as magic missiles.
Gu Shanhai couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. As expected, the healing technique was excellent in terms of assistance. Assisting the opponent to die or assisting the opponent to mutate are also assists. As for the therapeutic effect, it is there, but not very outstanding. The ability to heal is not inferior to the healing technique he has. As we were speeding along, we encountered many similar tin cans on the road. Of course, there were also unarmed forces, all of whom seemed to be leaving in accordance with the original evacuation regulations.
What a loss!
This situation was like watching a vulgar movie about America. It was obviously a high-tech civilization that crushed the indigenous people on the surface. But in the end, it was counterattacked by the various magical operations of the indigenous people on the surface. Even the so-called high-tech, they are all fake, just like the ones made of paper. So when he met an alien, he just cast a healing spell and paralyzed the alien immediately.
At least the attributes have dropped by about 80%. No wonder players can get in. He Lingyun's alien technology is very perfect. If it weren't for the restriction, I would want to ask him for a copy of the data.
If you really want it, you can definitely get it. But it is not worth it to Gu Shanhai. He Lingyun is powerful and can help him collect resources to make it luxuriously. It would not be okay if it were Gu Shanhai. He would not spend a huge price to create something specifically for a certain alien, even if he can change it. But the technology is not something he can perfect at this stage. The other party was able to successfully build it, thanks to the ability to pass the exam 100% and the continuous experiments of future vision. Otherwise, how could it be possible to succeed in the first time? Gu Shanhai didn't have such good conditions. The arsenal arrived quickly, and the armed forces stationed there were reduced to iron cans. After one person shot them with a healing spell to make them faint, he walked in swaggeringly.
Let's get a pair of exoskeleton mecha first.
Gu Shanhai stuffed one directly into his portable laboratory, even if there is a high probability that he won't be able to use it. If one day he enters a science fiction world, maybe it can be changed to one that he can use. He has seen this thing before, and it needs to pass various authentications. The most basic ones are pupil, face, and fingerprint authentication. He can't handle this thing at all, let alone the subsequent genetic authentication, which is even more difficult to handle. What's even more ridiculous is that there is also the carapace certification, which Gu Shanhai really cannot achieve. Even if the aliens are removed, it won't work. After all, it's the same set. He couldn't recognize Gu Shanhai except for this exoskeleton mecha.
Hey, So which ones are grenades and which ones are ammunition? Gu Shanhai kept stuffing things into his portable laboratory with a look on his face. No matter what it was, he had to get it first. Then, he would ask He Lingyun for help in identifying it. That's it. Otherwise, if you keep it, other players may get it first. Although the player may not be able to take it away, and can only hand it over to He Lingyun as a mission item as a contribution value. But when it gets to the player, he will have to get a hold of the first era. After Gu Shanhai paid the ticket, he naturally had to get his money back. After this time, he was ready to leave. Whether he could come back in the future was another matter. As the movement continued to increase, Gu Shanhai saw several players rushing into the arsenal. When he saw these things, his eyes turned green. Fortunately, the mission items in the notes calmed them down. But soon the storage began. You are a Sanren. Right. We have taken care of the items in this arsenal, and will exchange them for you with a bottle of supernatural power awakening potion. The players who came seemed to be players from some big clubs. But they were not overbearing enough to directly kill people, but instead offered conditions. The club still pays more attention to reputation. If they come later, they can have a monopoly. But if someone comes first, they will naturally have to follow the rules. At this stage, a bottle of power awakening potion is also very expensive. Most players are still saving their contribution points for lottery draws. And only forces like clubs and studios can pool resources. Okay, but I want to take 2 of each kind back. Okay, Gu Shanhai said, after the other party took a look at the quantity in the arsenal. He agreed. Gu Shanhai slowly left the spaceship. At this time, a large number of players poured into it. In short, anything can be exchanged for contribution points. Whether it was an alien that became a tin can, an alien that was about to escape, or something in the warehouse, messy supplies and the like. Just like bandits crossing the border, they can take anything. On the contrary, Gu Shanhai left slowly. For him, alien plants did not seem to have much appeal. They were just ordinary plants. What he wants more is a supernatural plant, which is much easier to use than an alien plant. How was the harvest? He Lingyun looked at Gu Shanhai, who came back and teased. Not much. That's it. Are you just trying to trick me? Gu Shanhai said, taking out everything from the arsenal and placing it on the floor. I'll give you half of these things. And I'll give you the location of another plant with special powers that's suitable for you. The one that's not dangerous. Then, I have a large amount of superpower radiation crystals, which can once again strengthen your superpowers. Probably. He Lingyun's tone was rarely filled with joy. And it seemed that the crisis had been resolved. You probably mean you're not sure? Gu Shanhai thinks you're hacking kidding me. Is this thing even possible? Yes. I learned from the players that if you use this thing, their talents can become so-called advanced talents. However, you should be an advanced talent, so I don't know if it will have any effect. And you not a player, He Lingyun said. Gu Shanhai also nodded. You are right. I am indeed not a player. This was the first time he admitted it. But He Lingyun didn't take it to heart. The gap between the player and Gu Shanhai was still huge. Can you use these things? Gu Shanhai asked. I just met. You died many times. And you just stuffed it back without exploding. It shows that you are really lucky, He Lingyun said slowly. You wouldn't have taken the exam first, Gu Shanhai complained. There is a difference between paper and actual operation. If you want to be proficient in using it, you have to get started. He Lingyun is also a ruthless person. But fortunately, he has a vision of the future. Otherwise He Lingyun would not be able to face this alien. It must be quite embarrassing. Of course, it is more likely that the other party failed to kill the source of the superpower, and thus did not attract this group of aliens. Do you know the information about this group of aliens? Gu Shanhai asked curiously. You can't just be confused. A group of ordinary aliens. It's no big deal. Don't worry about these things that are about to become nutrients. I think you still have to think about how to get this superpower plant next. He Lingyun, instead of saying anything, he changed the topic. Gu Shanhai guessed that the other party was probably hiding something, but he did not continue to ask. Even if he knew, what would happen? He and He Lingyun were looking in completely different directions. Gu Shanhai was looking at himself, while He Lingyun was looking at the entire civilization. Didn't you say there's no danger? Why did you let me consider it? Gu Shanhai asked back, treating it as the same question just now. There's really no danger. It's just that it's a little far away. You don't have to cross the sea. That's a bit much. That's not true. Crossing the sea is indeed a bit outrageous. But it has to cross provinces. and it has to cross 3 provinces.
Gu Shanhai had a look on his face. How long would he have to travel across 3 provinces? It doesn't matter if it's within the province or across the city. It will take a lot of time to do so across provinces. And if you leave like this, there is a high probability that you will not come back. Not to mention other things. It is probably too late in terms of time. Even if he goes all out, it will take several days, and it will double in one round trip.
He is sending me away, probably for some future mission. This was the first thing Gu Shanhai thought of.
Then I might not come back for a long time.
Gu Shanhai said directly. He Lingyun was not surprised.
Well, I know. The base is up now. You can come back and see if anything happens.
Hearing this, Gu Shanhai didn't say much and could only say,
thank you very much.
He was able to obtain supernatural plants and new powers thanks to Yi Lingyun's help. Although these were mission rewards given to him by the other party, they were mutually beneficial, and he can be sure that among the things he got back, there are things Yi Lingyun needs. Otherwise, how could he give them the superpower radiation crystals? Under normal circumstances, there is a high probability that there is only one superpower plant suitable for him. Gu Shanhai never thought of being greedy or denying it. He only wanted half of the sample, but he still had the other half of the sample. Yi Lingyun letting him go showed that he was sure, and there was no need for him to pay for someone who didn't know what it was. It was the unknown item with what function that made him quarrel with Yi Lingyun. It might be useful for Yi Lingyun, but it might not be useful for Gu Shanhai.
Why are you so polite? It should be solved soon.
Yi Lingyun looked into the distance.
Come on. You should also know the efficiency of players.
Gu Shanhai replied. Now he could detect Yi Lingyun's transformation. And vaguely, he saw the shadow of the human god who forged an iron-blooded utopia with blood and fire. The only difference is that Yi Lingyun is more reserved now, and not as strong as in his previous life. He is good at balancing all parties, and uses his own means to achieve the goals he wants to achieve. In his previous life, someone on the forum concluded that Yi Lingyun, the god on earth, was more like a bear, and anything that stood in his way would be crushed. Now Gu Shanhai can't see clearly. The deeper the city is, the more strategic it is. More often than not, force is used, but bloodless means. Utopia may reappear, and human gods may once again rule the world. But it will no longer be the same.
Player, you are indeed very good.
Yi Lingyun said these very vague words regarding the attitude towards players. In fact, each world has different treatment. The natives of some worlds are very malicious towards players, while other worlds maintain a friendly attitude towards players. At present, the attitude of this Holy Federation world towards players is mainly friendly. After all, the population is not that big, and the overall number is not as good as the players. If it were not for Yi Lingyun, they would probably have been occupied by the magpie's nest. When it regains momentum in the future, maybe one day, it will be overthrown and killed. Gu Shanhai has seen this kind of thing many times, and he has also experienced the process of killing a donkey. Chapter 76, in terms of the size of the ghost bee. It seems that the two sides cannot reach the same level.
The ecosystem collapsed completely.
On the way to get the supernatural plant that Yi Lingyun predicted for him, he did not rush all the way, but walked. In fact, the speed cannot be said to be slow. As he walked on this road, he reoptimized his third level of chain energy and spiritual roots. Through data comparison, this superpower radiation crystal was far better than the third one given to him by Yi Lingyun before. One portion is much better. If the first part belongs to ordinary connective tissue, then the core part is in his hand. It can indeed further strengthen his spiritual roots, not only increasing the potential and raising the upper limit, but also making the increase granted by the stage more powerful. At present, his spiritual root is only a little bit close to reaching the F level limit. But if it is enhanced again, the limit will continue to increase. If the enhancement is successful, the F level ability can be comparable to the C level of other players' ordinary abilities. Level. If it is a high level power, it can also be compared to D level. After all, it is 7 in 1 plus multiple enhancements. The basic abilities of the body are superimposed on each other,
so it is naturally extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, a single basic power must reach C level before it can be used. Otherwise it will seem useless in the early stage. But this does not apply to Gu Shanhai. As for how to judge the level and limit of superpowers, this is relatively simple for Gu Shanhai. As long as he feels that his physical fitness is increasing slowly, he is close to the limit.
When it stops completely, it means that he can proceed further. A stage of improvement. The way to distinguish is naturally very simple. If he didn't even know about the superpower, he had modified himself. Wouldn't it look like he was stretching his legs? Now he has a plan to strengthen his spiritual roots and has reached the stage of confirmation. As long as there are no problems, he can start strengthening. That's why he took his time. On the one hand, it was for his own abilities. And on the other hand, it was because he still had time. But with what he has seen and heard these days, he also understands He Lingyun's urgency. The collapse of the ecosystem is very serious. At this stage, there are still reserve guarantees left by humans in the past. But these guarantees are not permanent. It may not be that easy to restore the ecosystem. So, he targeted aliens. With the help of players, he is naturally even more powerful. First, he kills or possibly fuses the source of superpowers, and then attracts alien civilizations to seize the spaceship and jumps directly to interstellar civilizations to solve the problem of resources. Question: ecosystems will reappear on this planet in the future. But these have nothing to do with them. Whether they are supernatural beasts or supernatural plants, they will become extinct sooner or later. Their sparse numbers and vast land make it difficult for them to even reproduce. No. Well, most likely not even food. It was a little better at the beginning, as there were animals and plants with genetic collapse. But microorganisms and the like were not fatally affected. After the decay of these animals and plants, the superhuman beasts would have nothing to eat. And the superhuman plants would be even worse. Either he will be eaten by a supernatural beast, or he will die alone. Even if they multiply, there won't be much change to the overall ecological environment. Is there any movement? It seems to be the sound of a vehicle driving. But it's a little far away. My sixth sense is that there's no movement. There's a high probability that it's not dangerous. Gu Shanhai, who was walking on the road, noticed the movement. His second layer of chain energy, perception, and third layer of chain energy, spiritual roots, can amplify his five senses by themselves. Coupled with the passive amplification of edgelock grass, his five senses have naturally become more developed. It also caused him a lot of troubles on weekdays. But later he got used to it and didn't feel much at all. Then he saw a black spot in the distance from far to near. There was a high probability that it was a person, but a small probability that it might be a supernatural beast or plant that had awakened its wisdom. As the two sides got closer to each other, the other party seemed to have discovered Gu Shanhai. I'm riding a motorcycle. It does look very cool. But I didn't bring anything with me. Are you going for a walk? Gu Shanhai was a little confused. If he was traveling far away, unless he had a space-type power, what else would it mean? It doesn't seem to have much of an impact if I don't take it with me. Everyone is dead. So if you want something, you can just get it in the city. Young man, where are you going? The motorcycle stopped, and the person who came took off his helmet. He was a middle-aged man with a very decent appearance. He was definitely a person with supernatural powers. Going to the next province. Are you here for a walk? Gu Shanhai asked back. What a walk? Everyone is dead. I'm going to find some people. Young man, how about we go together? The other party extended an invitation. Gu Shanhai shook his head. No, I still have something to do. But if you want to find someone, you can find the base by driving down this road. We just knocked down the alien spacecraft some time ago. You should have seen it too. Bar. Aliens? I didn't see them. Maybe they were far away. It's so outrageous now. The middle-aged man was also a little confused. He didn't expect that aliens would come out. It's normal for the other party not to know about the alien spaceship. They were all separated by a province. Besides, the other party was probably riding before, so it's possible that he didn't pay much attention to it. Naturally, it was impossible for him to ask thoroughly. The two of them were not familiar with each other, so there was no need. It's not bad. That base is about to go into space. If it were slower, you might be left behind, Gu Shanhai said seriously. At this time, the middle-aged man's heart became more and more hacked. He always felt that he seemed to have gone too far off the rails. The neighbor next door was about to go to heaven, and he was still trying to survive. Then why don't you go? Why don't you go next door? At this time, the middle-aged man also discovered his blind spot. I don't want to go. I just want to live here slowly. After all, it's hard to leave my homeland. Gu Shanhai gave a random reason. The middle-aged man couldn't help but remain silent. He didn't say much. Everyone had their own thoughts. By the way, You have to be careful when you go to the province next door. When I came over there before, I saw a swarm of spermated bees. The size has not changed. And the body is quite hard. I couldn't cut through the skin with a knife before. I don't know how he survived without food or water. He's almost like a ghost.
The middle-aged man quickly reminded him.
Thank you. I will pay attention. If it is really so scary, I will go back the same way.
Gu Shanhai expressed his gratitude. It would be good to give him a reminder. At least it would save him a lot of trouble. After the two chatted for a few more words, they parted ways. Their destinations were different, so it was impossible to say that they were on the same road. They met by chance again, so it would be nice if they could chat for a few words. It was impossible to say that they would really go deeper. Communicate.
Ghost bee? Isn't it the queen bee who became a supernatural beast?
After several days, after Gu Shanhai once again strengthened his spiritual roots, he speeded up and arrived at his destination, which was still a deserted and silent city.
If you haven't met the swarm of ghost bees, forget about it. Get the supernatural plant first.
Gu Shanhai never thought about confronting these ghost bees, although he is very interested in this queen bee who may have become a supernatural beast. If he catches it, he can temporarily seal it up, and in the future, if he has the method of refining the goo, he can refine it into a good goo insect. This kind of ghost queen is considered to be a type of insect in fairy tales and fantasy, and has excellent qualifications. However, it is not necessary to get it. From the previous description of the middle-aged man, there is a high probability that the ghost bees that have been bred are spiritual bodies, and there is a small probability that they may have powers like a body of steel. But no matter which one it is, it shows that this thing is not a good thing. So of course it's best if he can avoid it. If there is no other way, he will choose to catch it. Being interested does not mean getting it. Even if you get it, there is no way to monetize it at this stage, and you might even fold yourself into it.
According to the map mark that He Lingyun gave me, it's probably in the village in the city. It shouldn't be that far away.
Gu Shanhai's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a palpitation accompanied by a general feeling.
There is danger, but not serious.
This was the first time that Gu Shanhai triggered the ability linkage of the second level of chain energy and perception, which directly allowed him to judge what he might encounter next.
I wouldn't be so unlucky to meet that swarm of ghost bees. I've been in this province for so long and visited so many towns, cities and towns, but I met them at the most critical place. Didn't He Lingyun say there is no danger?
His sixth sense, danger intuition and other related abilities jumped for a moment, and then became calm again. Therefore, I could only find a place to hide first, then calm down my breath, and just wait quietly. Soon he saw a group of wasps as big as a man swaggering across the border, as if they were thinking about their territory. The appearance is somewhat translucent, and it does look almost like a ghost.
It's really a ghost bee. But are you sure this thing has stayed the same? Gu Shanhai felt that his three views might be slightly different from the other parties.
This is a wasp the size of a human head, not a bee. The dangers of the two are completely different. After a brief estimation, Gu Shanhai was certain of one thing. The danger was real. If these huge numbers of ghosts swarmed up, they would indeed be able to break the outer layer of protection of his legal domain. And then a large area would be killed. And then the rest would be destroyed. Of course, it was cleared away by the mana aura. After all, the outer layer of protection of his legal domain was shattered, leaving Gu Shanhai with only internal defense measures. Isn't it dangerous enough? Therefore, Gu Shanhai very wisely chose not to conflict with this group of ghost bees. It would be useless. He had no experience in fighting monsters, so why bother to fight against the ghost bees? After the ghost bee passed by, Gu Shanhai walked out slowly and continued along the original route.
Maybe the ghost bee's hive is in this area. The other party just met a ghost bee before, and it seems that the ghost bee has changed during these times, which is a bit strange.
According to normal circumstances, the supernatural abilities of supernatural beasts are basically fixed, unless
the awakened power of this ghost bee will absorb nutrients and grow in a special way.
This type of power actually exists. For example, the spiritual black hole is a spiritual power, and its effect is that it can swallow other people's mental power to grow. Similar abilities include infinite devouring, differentiation marks, and so on. Therefore, he suspected that the abilities awakened by this ghost queen could also grow independently through the use of abilities, unlike most abilities that required manipulation of genes in order to grow. Most of the abilities that can grow are high-level abilities. Unless they are really useless, they will be classified as ordinary abilities.
Of course, Gu Shanhai's spiritual root does not have the ability to grow. The reason why he shows the ability to grow on his own is actually the result of his own transformation. No! Why did I meet the ghost bee again? Gu Shanhai sensed it through his 5 senses this time. So he avoided it first. This time the number was relatively small. And if he couldn't defeat him at all, his outer layer of legal protection would be taken care of by the halo. So naturally there would be no feeling at all. Isn't the ghost bee's hive also in the urban village? Gu Shanhai frowned. This was not good. In this small urban village, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chicks appeared at the same time. This must have overdrawn the luck for the next 1,000 years. There are both supernatural beasts and supernatural plants in a small area, which is extremely lucky. But this also caused him a lot of trouble. If he wanted to get the supernatural plant, he had to avoid the ghost bees first. With his method, killing them all wouldn't be a problem. But it would definitely consume a lot of mana. I can ask the general to ask the phantom to come over and help me get it. Anyway, 1 ghost and 1 phantom is the same thing. At this time, the useful tool-type spiritual plant General Ling Shuang comes in handy. With such a useful thing, Gu Shanhai actually wanted to give him some skills to self-destruct after death. But then he thought about it. This thing has a range of 100 meters, and an explosion range of 1,000 meters. If it really exploded, wouldn't it affect him? All affected. What's more, he is still a bodyguard. If someone uses a long range to blow up the General Shadow, then as a protected person, Gu Shanhai will also have to suffer a wave of self-destruction. Thinking about it makes me feel stupid. So I didn't install the self-destruct function. When he has more mana in the future, he can increase the number of the General's phantoms to form a legion. If he then self-destructs, the effect will be much better than if he self-destructs 1 now. When Gu Shanhai went to his destination, he met a lot of ghost bees. These ghost bees were not only bigger, but also more ferocious. However, the evolution mode seems a bit simple. It just simply increases the size. It seems that the queen bee does not have enough intelligence. This is good news. For Gu Shanhai, he was not afraid of the opponent's powerful abilities and potential. But he was afraid of the opponent's brains. No matter how powerful or potential the power is, if you don't have enough wisdom to use it, it will only be greatly reduced. People can stand at the top of the food chain not because they can fight, but because they have overwhelming wisdom. Otherwise, even if they have a submachine gun, they will only be used as fire sticks. Chapter 77, How to Counterattack an Attack. Explode directly. Oh! After beating the aliens, they suddenly turn around and bully the insects. It feels like bullying. Gu Shanhai had a strange sense of deja vu as he controlled the phantom of General Ling to move forward. The general ordered Shuang not to leave long before he was noticed by the ghost bees and started fighting immediately. Gu Shanhai also discovered a problem. That is, General Ling Shuang's strength was sufficient, but it had many flaws. For example, as for abilities, the weakened version of Mountain Ghost's ability to control plants has no effect at all in this reinforced concrete city, and it directly eliminates the ability to cast spells. Secondly, it is unable to effectively restrain itself. It acts above board wherever it goes, but it is discovered at a glance. The ghost bee is not blind. Finally, there is the combat ability. Without Gu Shanhai's control, the underlying logic is very rigid. Worse than mobs, the fight between the two sides was still quite active. The general ordered the shadows to continuously kill the ghost bees. However, as the number of ghost bees continued to increase, the generals ordered the shadows to gradually become unable to resist, because the consumption was too large. The shadows were originally ghosts. His body became even more unreal. They are stronger than me, but their methods are too simple. If we really want to fight, they have too many shortcomings. This was the first time that Gu Shanhai controlled General Ling Shuang to face the enemy head-on. The other times were actually crushing situations, and he rarely took action. However, Gu Shanhai was very satisfied that General Ling Shuang could reach this level. Under the siege of so many ghost bees, he persisted for 15 minutes, which was already very good. Gu Shanhai also took advantage of this opportunity and drove all the way towards the village in the city while controlling the situation. Since General Ling Shuang had no way to enter, he had no choice but to enter by himself. It was just in time for the general to let Shuang help him attract attention and delay time. Is this a honeycomb? Gu Shanhai looked at the large self-built villa not far away, filled with huge unknown objects, which looked a bit translucent. In the latter comparison, if the wasp is enlarged to the size of a human head, Wouldn't it look very embarrassing if the hive was not larger? It was this place that made him twitch at the corner of his eye.
Is this really such a coincidence?
Gu Shanhai looked at the map in his hand and the mark address. He now suspected that the group of ghost bees might have reached some kind of symbiosis with the supernatural plant. Otherwise, they could all together.
If I hadn't had the means, I would have suspected that He Lingyun was deliberately eliminating dissidents.
He Lingyun said before that there was no danger, but now they are more terrifying than the last. From the player's perspective, this is definitely a big boss, and may even be harder to defeat than the aliens before they were weakened by He Lingyun. After all, the aliens or the alien armed forces had previously been restricted to a Tenkan by He Lingyun, and other non-combat aliens had their attributes reduced and their military morale was defeated. Naturally, they were quite easy to fight. Unlike the ghost bee, this thing is not afraid of death at first glance.
The whole house has become a honeycomb, and the internal structure must have been changed.
Gu Shanhai was thinking about whether to rush in or sneak in. After looking at the number of ghost bees, he felt that sneaking might not be possible. There were too many, and besides, he didn't have any special skills for stealth. So it was okay to rely on the favorable location outside. But if he really had to sneak around in the face of such a large number of enemies, he would really think that the enemy was blind.
Sure enough, we can only go in with Wushuang.
Gu Shanhai was a little helpless. He was very peace-loving and would never take action if he could, let alone such a charge.
The mana aura is 150% recharged. The number of spiritual blades increases. The range distance increases. And the orbiting speed increases.
The next moment, all the auras on Gu Shanhai's body opened up. And then the originally invisible spiritual blade also emerged. This time it was no longer transparent, but instead appeared in various colors. This was the enchanted version.
Very well. All you have to do is walk in and it's okay.
After Gu Shanhai completed the basic protection, he walked in openly. A large number of ghost bees noticed Gu Shanhai's invasion, and then swarmed towards him crazily. But before they even got close, they were killed by the effect of the halo. Whether they were burned with flames or died of poison, a large number of ghost bees turned into spots and dispersed. It is not an entity in itself. So after death, it naturally has no entity.
I'm heartbroken because of the consumption of mana and spiritual energy.
The reason why Gu Shanhai didn't want to use full firepower was naturally because it looked easy. But this thing consumes mana. Even though there is plenty of spiritual energy in his legal domain now, he is used to being in a tight situation on weekdays. A sudden visit like this made Gu Shanhai inevitably feel a little uncomfortable. After rushing into the villa, there were clear gaps everywhere along the way. There were many ghost bees, and they were constantly rushing over to die. Some of them even almost hit Gu Shanhai's outer layer of protection. How dangerous this was.
The number is increasing, but it seems that the strength has also increased, and the speed of development seems a bit wrong.
Gu Shanhai frowned. Even if the queen bee had SSS level powers, how could she have so many resources at this stage to give birth to so many ghost bees? Or even have the energy to cultivate them? Even if you take a step back and have a powerful increase in symbiosis with that supernatural spiritual plant, you still can't explain the source of the resources. How can it produce without resources? If it could reproduce infinitely without needing anything, it would have been captured by He Lingyun and used as a tool bee. This would ignore the conservation of energy. If He Lingyun really mastered it, he might be able to create a horribly effective device. As we move forward, the number of ghost bees begins to decrease, but their strength gradually increases. He even saw a half-human-sized ghost bee attacking him. Before it encountered the outer protection of the legal domain, it was strangled with several spiritual blades. It's just that there is only one such big ghost bee. It should be the ace of the hive, and there will be no more after that. Going up to the second floor of the villa, Gu Shanhai saw a huge ghost bee laying eggs in the center of the room. It was at least the size of a small car, entrenched in the center. This is the queen bee. When she noticed Gu Shanhai's arrival, she did not rush over and continue to summon the guards. But everything was a foregone conclusion. Gu Shanhai's eyes did not focus on the queen bee, but instead fell on the plant in the lower abdomen of the ghost bee queen. The ghost bee queen seemed to be aware of Gu Shanhai's gaze and instinctively covered up the supernatural plant.
Some brains, but not much sense.
Gu Shanhai didn't pay attention to the little movements of the ghost bee queen. He twisted a spiritual blade and shot it out. In just an instant, it penetrated the ghost bee queen's head. He Lingyun said that there was no danger, and now it was confirmed that it was indeed the case. as long as he used all his firepower.
This thing doesn't seem to be a normal life form?
Gu Shanhai looked at the dissipated Ghost Bee Queen, his expression still a little frozen. He discovered that after the death of the mother body, the Ghost Bee Hive still existed, did not collapse, and even the bee colony still existed. However, it fell into chaos, and a large number of ghost bees began to fight each other. It seemed that they were planning to recreate a Ghost Bee Queen. After getting this supernatural plant, Gu Shanhai directly broke the wall and the translucent honeycomb that had spread outside, and left like that. Once he got the things, he would definitely have to leave. As for catching the queen bee alive and using it as a goo insect, he gave up. That thing is as big as a car, so it's not easy to carry around. He doesn't want one the size of a human head. What's more, the size is completely beyond his needs.
And this thing can't be used as a mount. With the size of the queen bee, whether she can fly or not is one thing. But after he left with the supernatural plants, he found that the originally translucent honeycomb and the ghost bees had become increasingly transparent. After he left the urban village at an extremely fast speed, the ghost bees in their hive collapsed instantly, as if they had lost some kind of support. Seeing this, Gu Shanhai also stopped, with a hint of doubt in his expression.
What happened?
He looked a little confused. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen. It was too much of a coincidence.
Could it be that the supernatural plant left the corresponding area, causing the symbiosis to fail? It seems that the energy source should be this supernatural plant.
Gu Shanhai was thinking that this supernatural plant was most likely related to energy, and it was really suitable for him. What he lacks most is energy. If he has enough logistical supplies, his combat effectiveness will skyrocket. At least no one among the players can be his opponent, even those players with incredible talents. Gu Shanhai is sure of it. Destroy them. The reason why he can do nothing without taking action is not because of his Master Blue. For other players, he may have a lot of blue bars now. But for Gu Shanhai, with just this little mana, he can even support a large-scale experiment. If you don't get up, you need to break it into various small experiments piecemeal every time.
Let's find a safe place to identify it through the edge-lock grass.
Gu Shanhai knew this plant, but he didn't know what its specific power was. While running, I gave myself a healing spell to activate my body's cells, and my speed immediately soared. If the healing technique is really only used for treatment, then it is a real waste. It is a means of utilizing vitality. It is not a big problem to temporarily increase the buff state for oneself.
If it weren't for the small number and the inability to accurately locate these supernatural plants, I wouldn't want to leave.
If He Ling Yun hadn't helped locate them, he would never have been able to find so many supernatural plants. Gu Shanhai naturally thought about asking He Ling Yun to help locate them all. But obviously this was impossible. If it was He Ling Yun before awakening his powers, he might be able to help him. But now that He Ling Yun has returned, he is mixed with the shadow of the god on earth. So it is highly likely that it will be impossible. If he really wanted to give it, he would have given it to him long ago. He gave it all, probably because he had his own considerations. If he really got all the superpower plant positions, he would definitely not leave. And it would be worth it if his subsequent plans were disrupted. After running for nearly 10 kilometers, Gu Shanhai stopped. It was barely safe now. At least far away.
Find a place to rest.
Gu Shanhai was looking for a better place in the surrounding high-rise buildings. While resting, he was preparing to identify this supernatural plant. However, his heart suddenly started to throb, as if there was some kind of crisis coming towards him. So he instinctively took a step back. Bang! A gunshot followed. Gu Shanhai's expression changed. He glanced at the hole first, and it suddenly occurred to his mind that if he hadn't taken a step back just now, the bullet would have landed on his temple. However, this is just an ordinary firearm. At best, it can only break the outer layer of protection of his legal domain. It is not as powerful as the magic weapon type thermal weapon in the previous world.
Player or aboriginal, forget it. No matter who it is, you are dead.
Gu Shanhai's face looked a little ferocious. He had cultivated his moral integrity and never quarreled with others. But why were there always people who wanted to make things difficult for him? Obviously, no one has any intersection of interests or any grudges. The spiritual blade in his hand was wrapped in a mana halo and was thrown out by him. He simply calculated the approximate position through the trajectory. He only knew which building it was in, but didn't know the specific location. But it didn't matter. The spirit blade itself was just a carry, and the real damage was the mana aura. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and various attributes such as holy light, flame, and poison were intertwined with each other, and Gu Shanhai's anger bloomed between the high-rise buildings. This was just the beginning. If the other party wanted to kill him, Gu Shanhai naturally couldn't let it go. He definitely had to settle things properly. He rushed into the building at an extremely fast speed. He used the secret sense of the edge of the grass to the extreme, and his keen perception pursued any trace that did not belong to him. Just after entering the first floor, he stopped. The building was too big and had multiple stairwells. What if he missed it? After all, his intuition was not 100% accurate.
It's so troublesome to search layer by layer. Why don't we just blow this place up and it'll be...
Okay.
Dot.
Gu Shanhai's expression calmed down. Revenge must be about efficiency and means. If he really wants to go to the other party, wouldn't it give the other party the initiative? But if the opponent's cover is directly destroyed, then the initiative will be returned to him. Gu Shanhai is here. After going around in a circle, he quickly figured out the load-bearing structure of the entire building. And after calculation, he also determined the blasting sequence to reach the position he needed when it collapsed. He installed the mana halos that exploded at regular intervals one by one, and then naturally evacuated quickly. For Gu Shanhai, fighting does not require melee combat at all, as long as the enemy can be killed, no matter what method is used. As for asking the other party why he wanted to kill him, it doesn't matter. It's just a few reasons. As long as the person is dead, he is still a very big-hearted person, and he will not whip the corpse when his debts are extinguished. Of course, if the other party is not dead, that is another matter.
I hope you can be tougher.
After Gu Shanhai said this, he heard a violent explosion, and then saw cracks starting to spread in the building. Then naturally, there were continuous explosions. Chapter 78, Is there anyone who wants to accept the reward from Sosu? The building collapsed. Smoke and dust spread, and all kinds of chaos occurred one after another. But Gu Shanhai was not affected at all, and instead walked among the ruins.
Bah, where did this damn ruthless person come from? He just blew up the building. How did he get so many bombs? It couldn't be a life skill. Brother, let's talk about it.
Manu emerged from the ruins. He cursed as soon as he came out, and then he saw a shadow blocking the light, so he could only speak angrily.
You want to kill me, but you still want me to talk to you. Don't you think this is too much?
Gu Shanhai looked at the other person's game ID, and then snatched the person out.
Ahem. What? Fengshui Pavilion is buying your life on the forum. If you kill you once, you can exchange the screenshot for 100 yuan.
Manu said with some sadness.
Then did they say that I can cripple people?
Gu Shanhai's tone was very calm, but these words made Manu couldn't help but be shocked.
Brother, why don't you just die once? It won't be a big deal. I will give you half of it, and we can get the money from Fengshui Pavilion together.
Manu also hurriedly said. In
the first era,
you cannot delete your account and start over again. If your account is cancelled, you will really have no choice but to quit playing. He has seen what the people in Fengshui Pavilion have become. Normally, it would be fine if the account was abandoned, but their external image has changed, and NPCs are not willing to pay attention to them. Moreover, it is said that Fengshui Pavilion was abandoned by the financial backers because of this matter, causing Fengshui Pavilion Game Club to be on the verge of bankruptcy, and even had a lot of foreign debts, which no one could swallow.
Half? Ha. Didn't Fengshui Pavilion reveal that I'm a very rich second generation? I'm not short of money, and I don't take the initiative to cause trouble. But you provoke me. How do you think I should abolish your account?
Gu Shanhai doesn't care about this. If you want to kill me, the natives will be killed, and the players will be useless.
Damn it. That's not it. Let's just say that the culprit is Fengshui Pavilion. We are all here to play games. There is no need to offend us.
Manu said with some displeasure. If he hadn't been caught by Gu Shanhai, the second he left immediately.
That's right. There is really no need to offend him. Take out all the props and equipment in your inventory. I will pick a few, and this matter will be over.
Gu Shanhai looked like he wanted to let it go. Well, it just seems like, after all, it's really not good to kill him like this. First get all the other person's net worth, and then cancel his number before killing him. If the other party comes to kill you, then why can't you kill the other party in return?
That's too much. I'm okay.
Manu wanted to say something to refuse, but when she saw Gu Shanhai take out the potion directly, of course he knew this thing. There were screenshots on the forum, so he just needed a shot. Waste. he can still tell which one to choose between the items in the inventory and his own number. Therefore, I could only take out some equipment and props such as firearms and bullets.
That's all? Are you kidding me? The shot you just fired was obviously a sniper rifle. And you actually fooled me with a pistol? Besides, it's just this little thing. But it's not worthy of the power of the shot you just fired. I'll leave you alone. If you think I'm a fool, there's nothing you can do about it.
Gu Shanhai could tell at a glance that these things seemed to be large in quantity. But in fact they did not weigh much at all. And they were not very valuable. You could buy a bunch of them with some game currency.
Wait! There's more! There's more!
Man Yu was also a little panicked. He did bring out a bunch of junk. Mainly to show his sincerity. And then everyone just let it go. But he didn't expect that the other party would be unwilling to give up. Which made him regretful. He would not have taken action if he had known it. Fengshui Pavilion didn't earn the 100 yuan. But now he had to pay it back. If Gu Shanhai is not satisfied, the account will be destroyed. So I could only take out some good things out of pain. Gu Shanhai did not speak. The other party also knew when he saw Gu Shanhai's appearance. Which was obviously not enough. But if you take it again, you have to cut the flesh. So you could only look at the other party with some resentment.
No more. Can you be more serious? I'm blackmailing you right now. It would be nice for you to discuss it with me. Isn't that bad?
Gu Shanhai couldn't bear it either. Because it's in the game. Most players don't have much awe. That is, Gu Shanhai can deactivate his account. Otherwise the other party might have to point his nose at Gu Shanhai and scold him. Players who come to kill people to collect bounties are definitely not lawful good people.
I've given you a lot. Why are you still so aggressive? It's Fengshui Pavilion that's clearly offering the reward. So why are you trying to embarrass me?
Man Yu felt unhappy at this time.
If you have the ability to deal with Fengshui Pavilion, why are you bullying me? Ordinary players are nothing. Have you ever thought about one thing? If you didn't come to kill me, this matter wouldn't have happened.
Gu Shanhai said speechlessly. This guy is really shameless.
What's wrong with me killing you? You are so rich. If you die once, you will regard it as a good deed.
Man Yu was also choked by Gu Shanhai's words. But she still persisted in insisting.
What you said makes sense. So you give me all the items in your inventory, and I will cooperate with you one more time to let you claim the bounty from Fengshui Pavilion. You should consider it a good deed. We do each other's work, and we can't always let me do it. Pay it forward. Is it possible that you are the legendary double standard virgin bitch?
Gu Shanhai counterattacked once.
Dot!
Man Yu was also speechless. The other party was obviously a master. So why was he still so stingy?
Okay. I won't bullshit you anymore. I'll think about it for 10 seconds and either cancel my account or pay compensation.
Gu Shanhai didn't have much patience either.
Here. Give. Give.
Man Yu had no choice but to grit her teeth and take out a skill book and some miscellaneous things. The quality of these things is naturally much better than before.
No more.
Gu Shanhai asked again. At this time, the other party can only show an expression of,
you can do whatever you want.
Which means it's really gone. Of course Gu Shanhai knew that the other party must have some more. But there was a high probability that he wouldn't take them out. Therefore, I could only put the things away. With a teasing expression on my face.
It's hard for me to handle just these few things.
After saying that, Gu Shanhai directly gave the opponent a shot of waste potion and healing spell. In an instant, the opponent's flesh and blood began to squirm. And a large number of negative passive and permanent negative states appeared.
Hack you! You don't keep your word,
Man Yu said.
F***CK.
On his face. He didn't expect it to be like this.
I said it's all the things in your inventory. It's obviously you who didn't keep your word first.
After Gu Shanhai finished speaking, he casually killed the opponent. And the opponent's body turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Credit? If you promise to promise someone who wants to kill you. He is not a saint, a gentleman, or a mentally ill person. So naturally he will not hold back. After Gu Shanhai finished doing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. He would probably be attacked by a few blind players in the future. But these types of players were out of place. Who among those normal players would risk having their accounts cancelled for $100? Risks of? And Fengshui Pavilion itself is not a big deal. If it were in its heyday, the price of the reward would be 100 yuan. Which is simply insulting. At least once 1,000 times.
Fengshui Pavilion probably has no financial backer. And the reward will probably be withdrawn in 2 or 3 days.
He still knows a lot about the operation mode of the game club. The main players of Fengshui Pavilion are gone.
if the financial backers behind them want to continue to settle in the first era, it will definitely be impossible to use Feng Shui Pavilion anymore. What are they trying to do if they are still cultivating people after they have been destroyed? People are here to make money, not to play for tickets. Even if it is for fun, it is impossible to want a group of wastes. So the best way is naturally to divest and reorganize. It's not easy to get players. As long as you are willing to pay, it's not a big problem. Although this matter may be quite popular on the forum. In fact, Feng Shui Pavilion only has the last traffic left. When the time comes for bankruptcy and liquidation, there will naturally be no voice. There are all kinds of traffic on the forum every day. Gu Shenhai's incident only made waves and was quickly replaced by other popular ones. The popularity of First Era has led to the entry of various traffic niches, internet celebrity anchors, etc. Every day, all kinds of fresh gossip news continue to emerge. These people want to occupy the traffic. A declining Feng Shui Pavilion still wants to want a hot search? How could it possibly stand up without even the financial backer behind it? It is inevitable for capital to enter. After all, First Era is too popular, and there is no way to influence it from the background. It can be regarded as the fairest game today. For one thing, it is impossible to earn money, although it cannot prevent wealthy players or capital from collecting game currency through offline means. At least skill points, operations, etc. cannot be copied, which gives the bottom level a chance to come forward. You can copy the opponent's skill system, but you cannot copy the opponent's talent and operation. The same skill system will exert different abilities in the hands of different people. Just like the original summoning system of Tianxi and Kuaizui, others cannot replicate it at all. Even if the skills learned are exactly the same, the effects are completely different. People rely on cause and effect to summon all kinds of cows and horses that work for him, although the time and frequency are lower than other summoning systems. Once they are summoned, they will be promoted equally. From the beginning, Gu Shenhai didn't take Feng Shui Pavilion to heart, and it didn't even matter that there might be denunciations against him on the forum. He was not in the modern urban world. Anyone who dared to confront him in the game had to fight alone. The number of cancelled accounts has been cancelled too many times. So naturally I only dare to talk about it, and don't dare to do anything. Gu Shenhai is very confident that he can reach the first echelon of players with the Green Emperor Sutra of Immortality. The gap in strength between players is wider than the gap between humans and dogs. Normally, Gu Shenhai looks very weak, and even has only one skill in the field of law. But in a real fight, thousands of troops and horses can't get close to him. The normal legal domain and the legal domain during combat are not the same situation. In the past, the outer layer of the normal legal domain was barely able to protect against attacks from ghost bees. But the legal domain during battle allowed Gu Shenhai to perform unparalleled attacks in the hive of ghost bees without even moving his hands. Even with a single strike of the spiritual blade, it will produce a ghost bee queen. Therefore, the upper limit of his combat power depends on whether Gu Shenhai is serious. If he is serious, it is just a trivial matter to kill him by force. But if he is a salty fish, he can be 50-50 against players weaker than him.
They are all rubbish. It seems that they are in the serious gun stream.
After Gu Shenhai checked them, he found that the other party really didn't give him anything. Either bullets or grenades, bandages, adrenaline shots or something like that. Among players of the firearms genre, it can only be considered average. Among firearms, this sniper rifle is the only one that can be seen through. It is estimated that the opponent mainly uses this area. But that skill book surprised him a bit. Bullet time. That's right. It's the famous bullet time. This thing is one of the essential skills in the early stages of the firearms genre. Another essential skill is gun fighting, which is used to counterattack after being approached by the enemy. However, bullet time does not have as many complicated follow-up advancements as gun fighting. There are only two follow-ups: time freezing and time cutting, which affect one's own senses and surrounding areas as changing effects. However, these two follow-ups require a lot of related pre-processing skills. Bullet time is only one of the cores. The other cores are hacking proficiency, data enhancement, and other abilities. In other words, the general firearms genre cannot actually learn the next two advancements. The profession that can fully utilize this bullet time and subsequent abilities is a hacker rather than a firearms profession. In the early stage, hackers have little ability and will be limited to copies of modern cities. But once they take shape, whether they are so-called magic circles or magic weapons, they will be invaded. And they can even develop virtual realms and other abilities. Only bullet time. It really doesn't help much. At most, it can only enhance my neural response, which is too useless.
Gu Shenhai is actually a little disgusted. As for reaching the level of the Matrix, it requires the professional talent and professional skills of the hacker profession to assist in order to achieve the slow motion effect.
Forget it. It's barely a gain.
It is just used to perfect the Yunling of the first layer of the
Qing Emperor Sutra of Immortality.
It is better to have a faster neural response than a slower one. Improvements can also be made in the future to see if the slow motion effect can be achieved in the legal domain. He does not expect a complete reproduction, as long as it can have a 10% effect. As for deducing the remaining 2 subsequent advancements through bullet time, this is simply impossible. Don't think too much about irrelevant things. After all, no matter how powerful the subsequent advancement of bullet time is, it has nothing to do with bullet time. It does not have the cooperation of a hacker system. It is just a passive skill that only increases the agility attribute. It is not as awesome as it is claimed to be. Gu Shenhai read it. This is just a training manual. It does not contain any unnatural effects. Fortunately, it is illustrated with pictures and texts, so there is no need to worry about not being able to understand it.
Find a place to continue practicing quietly. Most of the players are at the base now. As long as your luck is not too bad, you won't encounter this kind of thing again.
Gu Shenhai thought for a while, and prepared to leave here and continue practicing. Chapter 79 Lingji Worship Platform. Powerful Linkage Effect.
It's not an energy storage type of power.
Gu Shenhai used the Xianwei Sect spell through the edge lock grass to investigate and identify the new power plant he obtained, and quickly came to a conclusion. The name of this super plant is Harlequin Blue. With dense blue horn-shaped flowers and a light and refreshing smell. The power is Soul Baptism, which is a very rare special power of the soul and spirit type. It does not have any attack power itself, but is more like the ability of resurrection. But it has great limitations. Therefore, the group of ghost bees are not actually real supernatural beasts, but illusory things that were resurrected by accident. The reason why it can support so many ghost bees is because Harlequin Blue absorbed the spirits and souls of all the lives around it that died due to genetic collapse at that time, so that it can keep the ghost bees alive for so long. It is also true that after Harlequin Blue left the ghost hive for a certain distance, the entire hive and all the ghost bees died. It was not the death of the queen bee, but the collapse of everything because of the lack of support. Gu Shenhai was also quite disappointed with this. He wanted an energy-storing spiritual plant, but this supernatural plant was quite good. After he cultivated it into a spiritual plant and planted it on his body, it could passively nourish him. Soul and increased spirit are considered passive abilities. Of course, it also has active abilities. In addition to absorbing spirits and souls, it can also control things in the outside world that meet the requirements. Previously, Harlequin Blue used the ability of Soul Baptism and the ability of Quasi-Resurrection to transform the nest of dead wasps into illusory objects, making the group of wasps think that they were still alive, and instinctively ran around looking for souls and spirits for Harlequin Blue to provide support for. Gu Shenhai also obtained the corresponding ability, but he couldn't use it because it needed to meet the requirements. Anyway, he tried a circle and couldn't find anything that could meet his requirements and turn it into an illusory object that he could control.
It's strange. It's really good to nourish the soul and increase the spirit, but it doesn't seem to be the most suitable for me. Right.
Gu Shenhai was a little confused. As for active ability, he didn't care too much at all. It could only be regarded as fragmentary, just like the edgelock grass. The passive ability is the real good ability, and the active ability only has real power when combined with Xianwei Sect spells. This made it difficult for Gu Shenhai to understand why Ling Yun said that this was a perfect fit for him.
Or is there something I haven't discovered?
Gu Shenhai thought about this matter. For him, there is definitely nothing to explore in the passive ability. There are only 2 abilities in total, so it can only be said that there may be something hidden in the active ability. Something he needs.
Absorb spirit and soul?
Gu Shenhai immediately thought of this ability, because the Soul Baptism in Harlequin Blue is a growth power. The illusory object it transformed into was a wasp. If it were some fixed object that could not move, it would really be trapped and unable to grow. So in theory, Gu Shenhai can absorb the souls and spirits of others through Harlequin Blue. Of course, this is just a theory, because the actual situation is that it cannot be absorbed at all. The real effect of the ghost bees is to pick up the ones that escape after killing them. As for transformation and manipulation, it's even more nonsense. Gu Shenhai has no ability at all.
Wait, There seems to be one?
Gu Shanhai couldn't help but think of the General Ling phantom summoned by the General Ling spiritual plant. It seemed that he hadn't tried this thing yet.
The illusory object transformed by soul baptism itself is an intangible existence of energy similar to a ghost. More importantly, it is not much different from a real wasp. It can even be loaded with a certain amount of its own will. But General Ling Xuang lacks these.
Gu Shanhai can control it, but has been unable to effectively change it due to lack of means. This is equivalent to saying that he has the right to use it but cannot further transform and strengthen it. So if Harlequin Blue's active ability can successfully activate the General Shadow, and Gu Shanhai can also control the General Shadow through Harlequin Blue, then it is indeed very suitable for him. Therefore, he didn't say much, and immediately released a phantom through the General's order, and then transformed it through Harlequin Blue. In an instant, the figure that was originally just an illusion gradually became real, and a female-like figure riding a black tiger appeared. If the facial features and body shape had not been completely condensed, she would definitely be exactly the same as an ordinary person. This was of course the result of Gu Shanhai forcibly stopping when he discovered that the phantom summoned by Harlequin Blue's soul baptism against the General Order seemed to be a replica of the mountain ghost. If he hadn't cut off the mana just now, the mountain ghost might have come back to life. And then, he would be in trouble. What he wants is not a mountain ghost, but a real fierce general. If he really develops in the direction of the mountain ghost, he will be more like a mage. After all, he only has small arms and legs, and he will have to protect the opponent with Gu Shanhai. Doesn't this go against his original intention from the beginning? Therefore, it was natural to start the transformation. Fortunately, it was just a shadow, and with the presence of Harlequin Lan, it was not something he could just grasp.
There are many templates, but which one is best?
There are quite a few people who ride black tigers. Of course, Gu Shanhai doesn't have to be limited to tigers. For example, there is no problem if he changes to a winged tiger or a flying tiger. So it's more difficult for him to make a choice now.
Actually, cats are not suitable as mounts. Fortunately, this thing is not a real tiger. Otherwise, it would have to be replaced with a horse. But using a tiger as a mount can add an extra layer of combat power. Then let's do some generals first. But in this direction, should we use heavenly soldiers and generals or dark soldiers and ghostly commanders?
Gu Shanhai had to think about the future. Naturally, he preferred the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. In the future, he would mainly focus on the lay department, which was not only handsome, but also powerful. Of course, if there is a chance, Do Bu and Wen Bu can also do it. Fire Bu is a little at odds with him, because he is covered in plants.
Just use Marshal Zhao from Longhu Xian and, as for the other ones, we can modify them later if they are not suitable.
Marshal Zhao, also known as Xiao Gongming. For example, Marshal Zhao of Jingyi Xian and Flying Tiger Jinluan of the Shangqing dynasty has the black tiger with him. Of course, there are other versions, but Gu Shanhai's is not the original version, so he can just use it casually, and he will return it in the future. You can continue to modify it, as long as it is not a mountain ghost. It is suitable. The main reason is that he is worried that the mountain ghost will revive, and it will be bad if someone turns against the guest. That's why he has to erase the original traces to avoid trouble in the future. Even if the general's order is refined by him, he still has to be cautious.
As for the Namelingji, we can't use Harlequin Blue. If it is linked to the general's order, let's call it the General Worship Platform. I finally got it done. It was quite difficult.
Gu Shanhai looked at the strong man behind him, who was wearing a Taotai beast mask. On top of his head was a chaotic evil beast that looked like a dog, but had no claws. He was riding a Cheongqi winged tiger, with a stick in his hand painted with the image of the West hegemony, the long spear that can fight without retreating. Not to mention, although he thought about using Marshal Zhao from the Dragon and Tiger altar, when he thought about it carefully, the replica didn't seem to have much combat effectiveness. After all, he was an immortal, and his fighting style was different from him. In the end, he could only make a slight magic change. The four evils were used. At first glance, it seems to be quite useful. It exudes an aura of,
I am a bad guy, and I am not to be messed with.
No matter in terms of spirituality or combat effectiveness. The fierce general created by Gu Shanhai is at least far better than the original shadow. But it may not be as satisfactory in terms of spirituality. After the general's order and the general's worship platform cooperated with each other, the fierce general's ability to automatically fight, protect his master, lock the enemy and collect breath,
etc. has been greatly improved. However, after all, he is not a human being, but is only strengthened through the general's worship platform. When it comes to wasps, it is indeed a huge improvement. But when it comes to people, it is far behind. Therefore, Gu Shenhai was actually not very satisfied. He thought it would be completely transformed into a living person. But now that he saw it, he still needed to manipulate it occasionally. But it doesn't matter. The progress is naturally more than that. The real power of this fierce general lies in his ability. Every time he attacks the enemy, he will absorb a little bit of the enemy's spirit and soul, and then feed back part of it to Gu Shenhai. It's equivalent to a special blood-sucking weapon. In this way, you won't be afraid of protracted battles at all. At that time, not only will you become more energetic as you fight, but some of it will remain in your body for growth, which means that every time you absorb it, it will provide the fierce general with energy for growth. Of course, Gu Shenhai could also cancel this function, but he would not cancel it, because after the linkage between the two formed a fierce general that could grow independently and even self-destruct in critical moments. He found that unless the linkage between the two spiritual plants was cancelled, otherwise if so, the general order cannot summon multiple vicious generals. But if the linkage is cancelled, then the evil general cannot be summoned, but the phantom can only be summoned, which is equivalent to degradation. However, this phantom is not the original mountain ghost shadow, but the evil general's phantom. So you either choose quality or quantity. It's impossible to choose both. Of course, Gu Shenhai chose the quality of the fierce general, because with the same mana, the fierce general could easily kill the phantom. What's more important is that this thing is relatively intelligent and does not require Gu Shenhai's manual operation most of the time. There is still room for improvement, especially the opponent's ability to absorb. If combined with my healing technique, not only can the opponent's soul and spirit be absorbed, but also the vitality and flesh and blood can be absorbed. Hey, why does the road seem to get more and more curved as we go? He always felt that if he perfected it according to his own method, he would become a vicious demonic soldier. But his idea was clearly that of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Well, this is about maximizing your abilities. If you think about it carefully, there is nothing you can do about it. After all, the core ability of this thing is formed by the core skills of the two spiritual plants of General Ling and Beijiangtai. If it were really unnecessary, then Gu Shenhai would be equivalent to cutting off an arm. During this period of time, Gu Shenhai was not only building bodyguards like fierce generals, but also exploring whether the linkage between spiritual plants could continue. The Yunling grass and Qi purifying grass in his hand have a simple linkage, but they are not as in-depth as the general order and the general worship platform. It's a pity that there are too few types of spiritual plants, and the current progress is not very good. For example, we can add Yuan Suoko between the general order and the general worship platform to see if it can improve the reaction ability of the fierce generals. Unfortunately, it has always failed. And Yunling KO, whether combined with purifying grass and general order and general worship platform, can improve the battery life of the fierce general. It unfortunately failed. As for the linkage between Yuan Suo grass, Yunling grass and Qingqi grass, it is even more irrelevant. Unless Gu Shenhai obtains more spiritual plants, more linkages can be formed. And then the linkage between spiritual plants can be further linked, just like the aura environment formed by Yunling grass and Qingqi grass. Without this environment, there would be no basis for the fierce general formed by the general order and the general worship platform. In addition to thinking about linkage, Gu Shenhai also trains himself in bullet time every day in addition to daily practice. It's just that the improvement is not much, because his ability itself has agility enhancement, and the agility attribute naturally includes neurological reactions. Therefore, after he trained himself several times, he found that it had no effect. After all, it is the initial skill of the firearm style. After it is almost done, it will only be left with a bunch of attributes. It will not be used for long at all, unless you are a hacker. Calculating the time. The second and third high-level worlds will open in a few days. This mission is indeed a long-term mission, and the reward will not be available. Gu Shenhai was a little regretful that he could only say goodbye to this blank invitation this time. The first high-level world still has value, such as spiritual plants, but they are not within his reach, so he can only go to the next world. Let's upgrade our powers to E-level as soon as possible in the next few days. The next world won't be as peaceful as this one. Gu Shenhai can interfere with the progress of his powers. He usually strengthens them step by step. Now that time is tight. He can only accelerate. During these times, the consumption of his body will increase dramatically. This is the price. In this state, Gu Shanhai cannot keep himself at his peak, which is equivalent to a 20% reduction in all attributes. Therefore, it is generally not necessary to accelerate the growth of his abilities. Therefore, he will also stop practicing during this period and focus more on further sorting out the Qingdi Sutra of Immortality. For example, some applications of bullet time can be added to the second level, Perception, and the first level, Yunling, can also further optimize the skills, whether it can improve the conversion efficiency during practice, etc. After all, with the third level, Ling, the growth of the roots will naturally lead to changes in the first and second layers simultaneously. It is a whole with him as the center. Although it is divided, it must be improved simultaneously. So naturally it has to be adjusted accordingly, and it can be further optimized and grown. As long as there are no problems in the next high-level world, the initial self-protection plan formulated in the previous life will be completed. Although it's already crooked, Gu Shanhai never thought about relying on foresight for a lifetime, because the butterfly effect's existence plan would definitely not be able to keep up with the changes. He didn't see what the first high-level world, the strongest, collapsed because of his appearance. And the era of supernatural powers in the previous life was completely different. Chapter 80 High-Level World Kingdoms. The time has come, Gu Shanhai said quietly, as he looked at the 2 additional high-level worlds in the temporary space. He has been back for a day. He upgraded the 3rd level of spiritual roots to level E just the day before yesterday, and then came back to repair it. The high-level worlds opened this time are the world of martial arts and the world of Western fantasy. The world of martial arts is very similar. It is nothing more than the grievances and hatreds of traveling in the world, and they cannot be separated from these. The main line of the Western fantasy world is the dynastic struggle for hegemony, but the number of people is a bit smaller, and it looks a bit like a village fight. 500 knights is a large-scale battle. The energy levels of these 2 worlds are not high. The former is low in martial arts, and the latter is low in magic. Of course, the level is not too low. The level of both worlds is around the level of Tianlong Babu. The richness of the 2 worlds is also different. This low-level martial arts world is rich in various skills, permanent buffs, and various one-time props that increase permanent attributes, etc. The Western fantasy world of low magic is different. It is rich in various props, equipment, knight professions, and other minor professions. What Gu Shanhai wants to go to is this low demon Western fantasy world. However, because he entered the world late in his previous life, he did not go to either world. He jumped directly to the world of cultivating immortals and reached the sky in one step. Fortunately, he had collected some information, so he didn't have to worry about being in the dark as soon as he entered. Although it is just a world of low martial arts and low demons at this stage. With the follow-up, the energy level of the 2 worlds has been raised like the Holy Federation, becoming high martial arts and high demons. One is the resurrection of heaven and earth, and the other is the birth of the Holy Grail, the Kingdom of Camelot, the Eternal Red Dragon King. Tisk, after looking at the brief general trend, this kingdom world is somewhat similar to the process of the British King Arthur, and he is indeed dead later. High-level world, Kingdoms of Kingdoms. Mission, help Artolas Citrus successfully ascend the throne as king. I'm doing a mission for your sister, Gu Shanhai complained. This ghost mission still needs his help. I'm afraid he won't find the problem as soon as he goes there. He had already led the god of the world astray, and he didn't want the Red Dragon King to escape his fate again. This was not a good thing. 2 years of life are given to the first era. It's not a big deal anyway. Let's go ahead and make our own plans first. But this is also beneficial. If you become a minister of the dragon and become a knight of the round table, the subsequent benefits will not be small. His ability to have spiritual root powers, many spiritual plants, etc. was the first passive bet on Healingyun. Therefore, in addition to free tickets, the actual benefit of participating in the mission is the process of making friends with the protagonist. But he does not want to be involved in this kind of politics. Creatures hook up. Healingyun was a good old man in the early days, but with the emergence of the god on earth, both his methods and methods of dealing with things have become almost ruthless. The same is true for the future Red Dragon King and Night King. As he ascends to the throne, he will transform into a political creature. Although he is still a representative of justice, power is also synonymous with him. For now, I remember that this Red Dragon King is still staying in a certain knight's house as an adopted son. He will not be truly revealed until he pulls out the sword in the stone. Gold. It will still be a few months at least. Not urgent.
Gu Shanhai didn't say to give up completely, but he was thinking about whether there was enough time. The biggest benefit gained by following this kind of protagonist was the friendship with the protagonist. Then he determined his location. He was in a certain city. At his birth point. Most players' birth points are random, so where they land depends on luck. His luck was slightly better. He didn't land directly on the street, but in a small alley.
You shouldn't throw me directly to a certain Red Dragon King. After all,
this first era
is not so shameless.
Well, Gu Shanhai actually doesn't have much confidence. Therefore, I could only inquire about where I was. Fortunately, it was not the case. Apparently, I had enough time for this mission, so I just threw it away casually. In addition, he also found out that the Knights of Camelot were about to start their annual Battle of Honor again. It was said that the fighting method this time was different. In previous years, they relied on their own skills and martial arts. But this time there are other events besides competitions, and the winner can become the new king of the Kingdom of Camelot. Gu Shanhai naturally knew that it was nothing more than pulling out the sword in the stone. Gold. He is still quite far away from the capital of Camelot. If he really wants to get there, it will take a lot of time.
Let's go to the southern forest to find the group of druids.
This time Gu Shanhai planned to go to these druids to learn skills, mainly about plants and prophecy. In the world of kingdoms, the mainstream profession is knight, followed by priest. These two professions are the most popular. There are also two professions, druid and wizard. The former is gradually declining, while the latter is inconsistent with the mainstream and is not very popular. The decline of druids is due to the rise of priests. From Gu Shanhai's information, it can be concluded that this druid is actually a special situation similar to the priests in Celtic mythology combined with the druid profession of D&D. This has led to a very serious problem, where the high level cannot be achieved and the low level cannot be achieved. It's okay for you to be a priest just following the royal power. If you insist on doing something natural, the result is that you will gradually move away from the political center. Then the priests will rise and form a new sacrificial system. It is because of the gradual decline of the system that it has lost most of its predictability and turned it into communication. In fact, whether they are druids or priests, they are actually related to the fate of the world itself. But one belongs to prophecy, and the other belongs to communication. And the two present different situations. However, in addition to the druids who can predict, there are also some special bloodlines that can also predict. The name of the druid school that Gu Shanhai wanted to learn this time was called the Imprint Style. It belonged to an extremely ancient group of druids, and was currently on the verge of extinction. The main reason is that it is too difficult to pass the test and become a marked druid. There are only a few survivors. In addition, they are in the wilderness forest, so the number is naturally decreasing day by day. And even among the large sect of druids, the number of people is also decreasing, because today's mainstream is knights. And no one wants these druids at all. Being a knight can bring you fame and fortune, but being a druid means you can only survive in the wild. So it's clear which one to choose. If Gu Shanhai became an aborigine, even if he was not a knight, he would still have to become a priest or some kind of druid. However, in comparison, druids are indeed much better than priests in terms of herbs, potions, medical treatments, prophecies, etc. After all, they have a long heritage and are blessed by nature. It is actually not difficult to join this stream of marked druid. The real difficulty is how to pass the trial. He has collected strategies. The main reason is that this trial is not about killing monsters, but more about other methods. Unfortunately, the guide is not complete, because when Gu Shanhai collected guides for the realms of the kingdoms in his previous life, this world also perished, and all the inaugurated druids of this mark died. After all, it was only a niche sect, and the inauguration not only is it difficult, but it's not mainstream, so few people have discovered it. If the welfare benefits are really good, then it would not be difficult to rely on the players to revive the game. But it is a pity that there is none. Now if there is anything that can really be used, it is a complete ancient inheritance. It has everything from professional skills to professional talents. This is it. There are normal professions, unless you want to find a job in some incomplete profession. This will lead to a professional career, incomplete skills, and professional talents.
Forget it about buying a horse. Let me run over. This thing runs slower than me.
Gu Shanhai thought for a moment. This world is still in the era of low magic, although there are magical horse creatures. They will never fall behind. It's in his hands. So it definitely can't run as fast as him. Nor can it last as long as him. Whether it is a magical creature or a treasure, the chance of picking it up in the wild is extremely small. Unless you are following the protagonist, you will basically never encounter it. Of course, it's okay to look for ancient druids like Gu Shenhai. They have been around for a long time. Although the people have withered, the foundation and connections they should have are still there. As long as the Holy Grail is born in the future, the world will gradually recover. Then these people can also become big bosses. Forget it now. Let's put it this way. Unless you are a top existence, you will die if you are shot in the vital point without any defense. It's different if you are prepared. The Red Dragon King who has not yet ascended the throne can use the Knight Sword to chop bullets, or the armor-piercing bullets of the sniper rifle. Don't ask him how he knows this. In his previous life, he uploaded it on the forum by a player seeking death. Over video. In the southern forest, Gu Shenhai breathed a sigh of relief. He finally arrived. He had traveled day and night for 3 days, and almost died on the road. During this period, it was thanks to the fierce general who took him with him. He overestimated himself, and thought he could run with just his own legs. Later he discovered that it was also possible to ride a feline. At least it was not a living creature, and would not make him tired while running. The next step will be even more difficult, because he has to find the druid of the imprint style in this huge forest. Let's put it this way. The number of this group of marked druids may not exceed 10 at all. So he chose a better way, and asked the mountain people nearby. The mountain people actually don't know much about it, because few people enter the forest. Although the forest represents wealth, it also represents danger. Only the most experienced hunters and pharmacists among the mountain people will enter the forest. So I walked around and only found some sporadic rumors. Because of the small number of people and the isolation from the world, not many people would meet the druid in this forest. Gu Shenhai wandered around for 3 days before he found the trace.
The trees in the forest told me that there is an outsider who has been looking for traces of us. Do you know what happened to you?
An old man had antlers on his head, wore leather armor, and was followed by a huge white wolf.
Are you a druid of the imprint style? I heard about this ancient sect from my hometown and want to join it as a member,
Gu Shenhai said. The other party was a little confused. It was indeed a very rare thing for such a young man to be willing to become a druid. But through the perception of nature, I found that the other party did not lie. Then he used the detection camp to conduct a subtle detection on Gu Shenhai, and a ray of spiritual light emerged.
Chaotic neutrality?
It is indeed rare, the old man murmured in his heart. But he didn't say much. Gu Shenhai passed the test because they only asked for neutrality in the camp, whether it was good, evil, or lawful.
Okay, great boy. We welcome you to join. But we need to let you know one thing in advance. That is, if you want to become a marked druid, you need to pass the test of elements in nature. This is life. Dangerous,
the old druid also said bluntly.
Of course. I'm ready,
Gu Shenhai said without hesitation.
No. You are not ready. We will help you as much as possible. Now come with me, and I will take you to meet other people. Also, my name is Malthus Wolfong,
Malthus said. Gu Shenhai naturally said.
Sean Hai. My name is Sean Hai. Okay. Apprentice, hug the white wolf's neck tightly. I will take you back.
After Malthus finished speaking, the white wolf beside him came over and leaned down slightly, signaling Gu Shenhai to come up. In this regard, Gu Shenhai did not show any pretense. He climbed onto the white wolf and hugged him tightly. The next moment, the white wolf spread out its 4 legs and started running wildly.
Apprentice, you are a bit beyond my imagination. I have received many people who want to become marked druids out of interest. But most of these people are unable to hug the white wolf tightly, and even close their eyes in fear. You very good.
Malthus was very satisfied with this. As a druid, a strong body is necessary. Otherwise you will not be able to survive in the wilderness.
I've practiced a little bit,
Gu Shenhai also replied. From the moment they meet, the test of becoming a marked druid has already begun. Whether it is camp judgment or the current test, as long as one fails, he will be rejected. As the white wolf moved forward, the two crossed a certain barrier and came to a brand new area. This place is inside the forest, but it is a huge plain. There are many wooden houses here and there, and there are 3 druids, 2 men and 1 woman. They are all very young, in the middle-aged situation. They are each busy with their own things. Some are experiencing nature and meditating. Others are tending plants and refining potions in a large pot. After seeing Mothas arriving with Gu Shanhai, they also took a look and each did their own thing. It's not that I don't want to say hello, but I can't get away. So I can only delay temporarily. And they actually don't have much confidence in Gu Shanhai. Although it is rare for someone to want to become a Mark Druid. Basically no one can complete the next test.
Here we are. This is where our druids live. The Stag Plains. Next, I will train you for 3 days, so that you will have the confidence to complete the next test. Then I will send you into the elemental world to survive alone and find your way back. Then you will receive the blessing of the elements and have the foundation of a Mark Druid. This is quite dangerous. If you're not careful, you may die. If you quit now, it's still too late,
Malthus said with a solemn tone.
The elemental realm? The 4 elements of wind, fire, water, and earth?
Gu Shanhai asked.
Yes, it is filled with these 4 terrifying elemental creatures. If you are not careful, you will die. So you still have a chance to withdraw.
Malthus is also an honest person and has nothing to hide. Gu Shanhai murmured in his heart. It is similar to escape and survival type maze dungeons, which means that it requires a certain amount of luck. However, the corresponding 4 elements seem to be very good. The current situation is that he is not afraid of the fire element. As for the remaining 3 elements of wind, water, and earth, he has to put some thought into it. Fortunately, there are still 3 days of training, so it shouldn't be a big problem. These 3 days will most likely teach him how to survive. And it is unlikely that anyone will teach him druid magic. Even if they wanted to teach it, Gu Shanhai wouldn't be able to learn it without the foundation. And he didn't have the corresponding conditions.
Such a difficult test. Will I be closer to nature after becoming a Mark Druid?
Gu Shanhai asked. Hearing this question, Mothas's expression condensed.
Yes, we face more dangerous crises.
And naturally we gain stronger strength. Even today's era may not be as good as the ancient times.
Then, Malthus said with a hint of embarrassment. In fact, he also knew in his heart that there was something wrong. He was completely crushed by the knights and priests. Well, even the druids of other schools couldn't compare, because most of the power was suppressed. So in fact, there is not much ability. If it is the Imprint Stream in its heyday, there is no need to be afraid of those elemental beings in the elemental world. The survival rate is very high. Of course, when selecting apprentices, other aspects will be a lot stricter, such as camp or qualifications. Now that he was in decline, there was no choice. Gu Shanhai could directly become an apprentice. Otherwise, in the past, he would not have seen a powerful person like Mothas in this situation.
I chose Seal Druid not for the power, but to be closer to nature,
Gu Shanhai said seriously, and said that you, an old comrade, have a bad way of thinking and are actually greedy for power. These words made Malthus a little embarrassed, because he heard that the other party was telling the truth. Gu Shanhai is indeed motivated by this idea. Of course, he also wants to learn some prophecies from the druid. This thing combined with his own abilities will make him much stronger.
Okay, you make me feel ashamed.
Mothas could only sincerely wish Gu Shanhai could pass this test and come back alive from the elemental world.
I'm just sorry. We can't provide you with any direct help. We can only try our best to teach you. On the first day, I will teach you how to survive in the elemental world. Neris will teach you simple first aid the next day. On the 3rd day, Bulk will let you know how to find the direction in the elemental world and the way back. The rest is up to you.
Mothas pointed at the female druid who was meditating and the male druid who was brewing medicine. When the 2 heard this, they did not raise their heads because they had done this many times. But to this day, no apprentice can return from the elemental world. Cruelty itself is part of nature. They know that doing so will leave their style without a successor. But they have to do it because it is part of being a sigil druid. The test is not set by them, but by nature. If they could change it, they would have changed it long ago. They are not stubborn.
Of course. This is my honor.
Gu Shanhai didn't expect too much. This knowledge was already something he urgently needed. But 3 days was a bit short. He actually hoped for 30 days. But unfortunately, the test did not allow it.